No, this is the problem,
all are
ladies
living
and
in
gentlemen.
simulation.
Yeah, of course, Robert. Because in your worldview, you can say whatever you want, and you think you sound logical, but actually, you're borrowing from logic itself. So you're trying to make a logically consistent worldview out of the worldview that you have, which is incoherent. It doesn't make any
Why you
sense.
again and again say logically? Why do you think that
Because
your
it's
logic
important for
is
humans.
working?
Yeah,
Oh no,
because
there are no
logic is the
evidence
way humans convey information and make things sound coherent. So when you and I discuss things, and if you're illogical, if you're saying I can turn into a duck and swim in the ocean, that's illogical. That's not something that can happen in reality. So that would be illogical. That's if like right now what you're doing is illogical. There's no way that you can say things that we can know are some things that you cannot ever know. So you're putting everything in a category of not knowing anything. And that's just not true. We can know some things. Yes, you are illogical, Robert. Your whole worldview is based on illogical viewpoints. And you can't come into a place like this and borrow from logic and then say that you're logical. It's not true.
What's logical?
Everybody can. Everybody.
When you say it, it's like some religious stuff. You're
It's not religious stuff.
Something that is called logic.
Yeah, what you have right now, sir, is just your mind is completely turned inside out. There's nothing you can do about your worldview except for say you don't know anything to be true. Anything. Anything. You don't even know if you're on Discord. You don't know if you're human. Like nothing you can say for sure because everything is your logical worldview is turned inside out. This is the problem. We have to address that in a conversation about logic. Because if you're identifying things, that is a law of identity. You're saying the sun is this, the earth is that. But if you have no logic, then you can't even describe the things that you see or identify what they are. This is a problem.
And then on the flip side, when you say there's something, that means you're not everything else. And if you don't use logic, you can't say they're not everything else as well. Yeah, you're basically just throwing a spanner into the gears of human thought. Like, good luck with that.
He's calling it a religion, but it's a methodology. It's how we process information. Either something is or is not the thing that we're saying it is. So we can identify things in our world.
Where you get this logic from? Are you were born with logic? At least what you're trying to call logic.
Yeah, we've identified things ever since we were born, yes. We can point to things and say that they exist in our realm that we live in. As far as logic being formed, we learned that. We learn how to identify things and categorize them. We use sounds, words, token meanings with things. So if I say that that's a cat, that word means something. I have to learn what that means, yes? But I know that it exists in the realm that I am here in. I can't deny the fact that things that are in the realm that I'm in right now exist in this realm. You're denying that. You don't even know if the things that exist in the realm, even when you were a kid and you didn't know about logic, you couldn't even say if those things were there in the realm existing with you. This is the problem. It's a fundamental flaw. So you can't say that because even as a child, you could see things in your worldview. The only thing you did when you grew up is understand how to categorize them and to form ideas and how to make sense of the world using token meanings and words. This is what you do. You'll start to learn things. Your logic gets more precise. Except for you, it went the opposite direction. Now everything doesn't mean anything.
Anyway, it's just some kind of humans' approaches to see things. It doesn't matter that...
It does matter, Robert. Otherwise, you and I cannot have a conversation that has meaning. If you say that's what if you're trying to be right, then that means that our conversation, if I was to think like you, wouldn't have any meaning. I would say words that were just completely, that don't make any sense. like giga gaga goo goo gaga, and then you were like, what? Yeah, you wouldn't understand me because I would speak something incoherent to you, and you would speak something incoherent to me, and it would.
Use measurements of the surface.
See, I know you're gonna say that, and we use that all the time in civil engineering.
Do
we
we?
use that in aeronautical engineering, in aerospace engineering. Yes, we use it. We have been to space, and we can see drop over distance. People
No. Excuse me,
People have
excitable
flew-
man.
People have flew the Concorde. And there
Excuse
is-
me, excitable person. I've asked you for the physical measurements of the curvature of the Earth, not your stories. So I just want those physical measurements of the surface of the Earth.
See, it don't make any sense. You want measurements using mathematics, but the same mathematics that prove the Earth is a globe, you don't want them.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
hey, Rugger
just using
yeah,
the parts of science that-
just need a break.
fucking wow. Dude, we don't need a fucking 4-page essay. Do you have measured drop over distance? That's a close-ended question for the kids at the back of the bus.
We have that, exactly. Of course we have that.
Excellent.
Look,
Stop.
yeah,
You've
we
got
have that.
What? Hold up. We don't need a 4-page essay. So that's a yes. What measured drop over distance do you have?
It's like 1.26 miles of drop every single 2 kilometers.
Have you got
That's
that
a climb.
physically measured?
Every 100 miles.
Stop.
126
That's a
miles of
claim.
drop.
How are you going to back your claim now?
Because in every single construction in civil engineering and in every single...
Wrong. I am a fucking engineer. I've never had to allow for curvature yet.
No, because in civil engineering, when you're constructing a big bridge or
Yeah,
something...
stop. That's another claim.
consideration.
How are you going to back this?
Well, because it's
You
not
are
fact,
claim
everyone
stacking.
knows it.
Stop. No, it's not fact that everyone knows it. How are you going to back these claims that you keep making? You need something physical, a measurement. You have not provided this yet. When are you
There
going
are
to do it?
measurements. What do you mean? There
No,
are
they're not.
measurements.
They are
People
claims.
study this stuff.
At
People
the
study this
moment,
stuff
hey,
and they
Rugtard,
build it.
oi, zip it. They are claims. They are just hollow words
No,
at
they
the
are not
moment.
claims. It's the
You
reality.
have
People
to
go
back
there and they
them.
build stuff.
Oh my God, he's not listening.
You have to back your claims. You make claim, yes, there is measured drop over distance. I say, good. What is the measurement? When was it done? Where was it done? This may fulfill your claim. Now, where, when, and what was the measured numbers for this drop over distance?
You're just crazy, man. You're just in a rampage. You can
Oh, piss off.
He's not listening. He's just waiting to talk. But go ahead.
Nah, it's not worth our effort. Let's just fix that little problem so we don't have to deal with it. You can do that first. Make sure that you don't.
Some people are just really attached to this
Bullshit,
whole
man.
globe idea. They come in and do stupid shit like that. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, as soon as the tech suppress comes on, he runs away. Exactly. That's normally a fair indication of which ones the troublemakers are.
It's just amazing to me how attached people to an idea they didn't come up with themselves. You know, other men told them this idea, and they're so attached to it. Why?
Don't know. I don't know why they have the necessity to carry someone else's burden. I don't get that. The way some of them have meltdowns is like as if they were the ones that personally discovered it and we're having a direct attack on them. That's the way they carry on.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
exactly.
identity politics to me.
Yeah.
We're in a really bad state, man. Like, the actual average person is really, really dumb. And it's a shame. It's hard work.
That's correct,
Well,
Ray. Just take the last guy, for example. I mean, take him at face value. I'm going to prove you globe. And he starts rattling off stuff about the story and doesn't ever stop to think about, I don't have any proof for the globe. Anyway, go ahead.
What was the measurement for the drop of the curvature at distance anyway?
He didn't have
A
one.
good baseline I use is a 10-mile body of water is about 66-foot drop. Anybody else?
10 miles equals 66 feet?
Yep. In any direction from you on a body of water over 10 miles, you should have approximately 66.6 feet of drop. Go ahead.
Oh, fuck, all right.
There you go. Inside chat for you, bud. There's a rough drop over distance spherical trig based off a spheroid with 59 mile radius.
Yeah, to jump in, that was just painful to listen to. I mean, the guy seems like he's got a good he could speak really quickly, and he's got a command over the language. It's terrifying
You haven't heard him
someone
before?
so intelligent. Yeah, someone so intelligible can still just not comprehend certain things. It's just like speaking to an engineer, and he's like not even listening to an engineer. It's like, yo, dude,
Doesn't
where?
they don't care.
You know?
Mate, I'll tell you something now. I could tell them I'm the king of England and they still wouldn't care. It doesn't matter. That has no relevance unless I turn around and say I have a PhD in physics, a PhD in astrophysics, and a PhD in something else, and I hold them all up at the same time on camera and basically tell them, no, this is incorrect. Even then, I'd find it hard to believe they'd even consider believing me. And the reason for that, they have flat earthers are wrong syndrome. So it doesn't matter what you tell them, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Why? Because you live on a planar fucking realm or zone or whatever the fuck it is. Don't actually know. But flat earthers are wrong syndrome.
No one pays attention to the king, mate. That's a bad example to use. No one pays attention to him anyway. So if he was the king, they'd probably pay more attention to you if it was you, king.
But as far as that guy goes, John, he's been around before, and we know what he's like. So that's why as soon as he come in and started interrupting Fancy Boots, it was an instant mute. It's actually interesting that he hasn't been perma-done yet, because we know what he is really like. And the fast talking
he had a script.
is a common. The fast talking is a common thing among some of these younger ones. They believe if I talk fast and get it all out, and no one will get the first point, then if I get 18 points across, and 9 and 10, and they won't know. And the problem is, we just go, mute, let's talk about the first point. And we drag them all the way back to the start, and that's when they start spiraling out, because you're just suppressing me, so I can't get all of it out. And all they're doing is just stacking claim after claim after claim. And a lot of the time, if you let them go, they will put that many down that you won't even remember what the first one is. It's unreal. It truly is. We should have just sat back and let it go, just so you can have a listen to him. It's quite funny sometimes.
Oh, so he memorized all his lines before he came on the show. That's good. At least he did. At least he memorized his lines. There was another gentleman in here last night, man. I started talking to him at I was wrapping up at work. It was like 6 o'clock my time. And he was going with AI at might have been close to midnight. So he was on for 6 hours, dude. I don't even know when AI wrapped up with him, but unbelievable.
Remember what his name was?
God, what was his name?
Vaxwax.
Oh,
No, it wasn't Vaxwax. No, it wasn't
joking.
Vaxwax. No. Oh man, that's a great question. His name was just Joe. It's just Joe. And he had a
Oh, it's
really thick
Joe.
accent. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. I think Mary Mom jumped in for a second just listening. And like I was watching the side chat and she was like, geez, this guy's got stamina. I'm like, yeah, you didn't even know. Kembo was talking to him for a while. It was crazy. The guy went on and on and on and on, and he just couldn't wrap his head around anything, making all sorts of claims. It's like, oh, well, it doesn't make sense. I know a guy. And like he kept talking about some mysterious friend of his. He's like, I have a friend that worked at mission control for satellite launches. I'm just like, oh my God. Who's your friend? Yeah, you know. Can you show us a picture of your friend? No.
So while I've got
yeah.
a fair few of yous here, the whole engineering thing for me, how it come about, is somewhat interesting. Now, I am a boilermaker by trade. When I was in my second year, and we're going to TAFE, as most tradies do, they came out and said a lot of the companies were having a whinge about their tradies not able to read drawings. So what they did was, in all their wisdom, decided to put us through a tech drawing module, or 3. Now, once a tradie has the ability to do their own drawings and interpret drawings, they then change from whatever trade they are into an engineer. So my technical classification is fabrication engineer. So that's how it came about.
Ah. Yeah, no, I've read plenty of architectural drawings. I used to design roof systems for commercial buildings, and depending upon what type of building it was, yeah, we had to study all types of stuff.
Yep. So architects, they do the engineering side. They'll become civil engineers. Yeah, so when boilies do it, they're fabrication engineers. Fitters, I think they just become gay, if they weren't already. Ah, yes.
I got to ask you guys. I got to ask you guys real quick.
You know someone's
I gotta ask
raging.
you guys real quick. Sorry, John, but whenever you have a project, the first thing you do is account for the curvature of the earth, right?
Yeah, bullshit.
You
Yeah, I
never
wish I could-
account.
No.
I wish I could make a level that was like, 30 miles long, just to really just shove it in their face. I mean, it's totally doable if you just. It's totally doable if you just do it with posts and like steel cable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, you'd have to wrench that cable. You'd have to make a lot of posts, but I think the best place to do it would be off the coast. You could do it right off the coast, and you could make it that way. You don't have to go so deep with your footings. Just put a bunch of footings in, like under the water, and then just keep and make them keep them as far apart as you would need to keep that steel cable taut. You know what I mean? Without having any sag, and you could go down the whole east coast of the United States and keep that thing perfectly level. And that would just show
but
everybody.
what they'll claim is the same shit that they already do. Level is just matching the curvature.
Yeah, that's exactly what they say. I mean, it's a good idea, but Matrix is right. That's what they say,
Unless
They
you
just
had
don't want-
perfectly level ball.
a perfectly level straight edge, or imagine a king size spirit level that does not flex, that's 10 mile across, then yes, I'd pay that, hold it over some massive lake and go, there you go, it's flat, we fucking told yous. And that'd be the end of that.
Exactly, Matrix. You'd have a helicopter. You'd have a helicopter hover the level over the water, and the whole 10 miles, the level would be sitting there hovering under the helicopter. It would be awesome.
Get some die-hard Glober at one end. How high above the water is it? Oh, we don't do measurements, we do calculations. Then calculate the distance, you doormat. Hurry up, we're getting old. Measure that bastard. Yep, that would be a sweet way of doing it. But running a cable at a set distance above the water, yeah, you could see exactly what's coming there. I know what you're trying to say, but Yeah, we've heard enough of it. We know what they're like.
Well, they got that crazy long bridge in China, the Danyang Chang what bridge or
Yes.
whatever the heck it is. The thing's like freaking 100 miles or something crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 110 miles all across level water. Go ahead.
Yeah, you bring that up, and yet they bring out the engineering textbook that says, oh yeah, they do have to account for it. Well, look at the textbook. Well, it's like, talk to the engineers who actually built the bridge, dude. Oh no, they don't know what they're talking about. It's like they built a bridge that's 100 miles long, man. Come on. But no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. It's like, oh my god, guys just keep moving the goalpost. It's like the goalpost is on a freaking merry-go-round or something.
I think the one we're gonna have to be a bit more hardcore with is when we drop the black swan on them, and then the default response, refraction, and then we hit them with laser tests afterwards. Don't lasers bend towards more denser mediums? Because this is something that's starting to irritate
This
me a little
100-mile
bit.
bridge is mind blowing.
Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it?
Well, just looking at the images of it, I would not want to drive on that thing.
What?
I would not want to drive on this bridge.
But you'd have to. The alternative would be, taking a flight or taking a helicopter. So, I mean, if you want to get your car from your vehicle from one place to the other, oh come on, man, that's some good engineering
Oh,
right
no
there.
way. The bridge goes under the ground, underwater too.
I kind of agree with you, man. I drove a 7-mile bridge to Key West, Florida, a couple times, and that was kind of scary. But I know what you're saying.
I mean, looking at the images of it, it's like, imagine being stuck 50 miles out. Holy crap.
You just make sure you got fuel and your vehicle's not a POS. You know what I mean? That might break down. You'll be okay.
That's nuts. Yeah, this bridge is huge.
You can imagine the engineers in China, right, like 20 years before they started building that bridge. Like,
Wouldn't
hell,
you be
hell,
able
we're
to
gonna
see
deal
this from
with
space
curvatures.
because it's lights?
We're not
Sorry,
going to
I
deal
didn't
with
interrupt.
I was just saying that the engineers that planned that, I'm just imagining their meetings that never once did them talk about any curvature. They talked about going
No,
from
they
A
never
to B
did.
and building a safe bridge across the water, right?
Where the heck on Google Maps is this bridge? I want to see it.
It's in China somewhere, like he was saying. It's
Well,
Dang Yang, Lang Lang, whatever.
Ding dang dong.
let's see.
I heard there's a special technique for coming up
Oh,
with
no
child
way.
names in China.
What, kick
It's
a
a
can
bridge
down the
over like a
road?
lake. It's not a bridge over an ocean. Okay, okay.
No, you throw a bowl of cutlery down the stairs and go with whatever sounds the best.
Dude, I knew you were gonna say it. I was like, yeah, we're just fixing to make some enemies today.
Couldn't help myself.
Is that Mandarin or Cantonese?
Can you guys imagine if
It's
Earth actually
cutleries.
was the ball? Sorry, Ray. Could y'all imagine that if the Earth actually was the ball and you had to build a bridge like that and you had to account for curvature? That would be a tough project to do, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, if you're a fact. Oh yeah, we got to factor in for the curve. It's like you
Well, think of
wouldn't
all
have
the other
to.
factors. You got to factor in
You
for the
wouldn't have
gravity
to
pull,
use
the
a stupid
center, and
model.
everything else. Right, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, the math would be exactly as it goes in the calculator, right? But it's just not there. That's the that's it's just so silly, man. Like that guy even tagged me in the side chat, being like, "You just don't understand how it works." It's like, what? What's there to understand about level, man? Level and horizontal. Come on. Ah,
Oh, furthermore, I'd like to point out that
Give me water,
this,
go ahead.
this ball Earth image that you see perpetuated all the time isn't one image, it's hundreds of images of the Earth meshed together to make it appear as if it was a globe.
Interesting. Amazing how that works, eh?
either way, the one that they said was an actual photograph taken on the way to the moon is it depicts a perfect sphere, right? Well, what appears
You
to be a
can't.
perfect sphere.
The
You
blue
can't have an
marble
oblate
is
spheroid. You can't have a pear-shaped spheroid and it be a perfect and appear to be a perfect sphere at the same time. Like there's so many inconsistencies in the narrative. It's like laughable at this point. But then to say that, oh, if the ball was big enough, it would just appear to be flat. There is no completely flat area on a sphere of any size. It doesn't matter the size. It's not going to measure flat ever. There's always going to have to be some measurable
Well,
drop.
how's this? Something to think about. If you allow them to have
It is a big issue. That's why they're censoring it online. This is why if you type it into YouTube or Google, it's going to give you little propaganda pieces trying to debunk flat Earth, but not actually give you any proof of a globe that you can verify.
But
How were you
you know
trying to
the
ask
first
a
video
question?
that
Sorry, go on.
can I ask now?
Yeah, go ahead.
The first video that I showed you, the ship video. Did you see it?
Just looking at it now.
Huh?
Yeah, it's of a ship appearing to sink into the horizon.
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
you know, you can.
Notice.
I think it's
if
not
it
the
was,
camera distortion.
No, that's a function of perspective.
Hello, bonjour. ¿Cómo estás?
Hello, Kiri.
Hello, it is me, Kiri. What are you guys
So that's
talking
a
about?
function of perspective.
The Earth is flat.
Correct. We're talking about the observation of ships appearing to sink into the horizon bottom up.
I mean, from my perspective, it is flat.
Yeah. So who else's perspective are you going to rely on for your entire worldview?
It's debatable. Right.
Not really. It measures flat. Can't really debate that.
And to an extent, you have to take into account that people went to space or sent satellites in space and took pictures of the Earth and said, "Yeah, it's
that's
round."
just stories. Well, then you have to take into account that people say they've seen the Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot and aliens.
Not quite the same thing, but
well, actually, there's probably more evidence for the Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot than there is for the globe. Yeah, you're right. We're not really the same thing.
You know, there's one more question now.
Sorry, my microphone.
Why
cut.
do
There are more
why do
evidence for flat Earth than
Yeah, there's
this one.
only evidence. There's only evidence for flat Earth. That's the only evidence that exists.
From a certain point of view, yes.
Well, from human perspective, reality, yes. From fantasy, you could imagine that there's globe evidence, but we're not really caring about imagination. Or a TV screen with government space cartoons.
That's how you
So I
call
would
them.
like to ask a question.
Government space cartoons.
Yes, government space cartoons, the basis
how-
of all globe believers' worldview.
Okay, Cyclone, how do you explain? Like SpaceX is launching Starlink satellites and missions.
Oh, SpaceX has
Really,
been
like,
funded.
Let me finish. Like 3 times a week, almost.
Now, SpaceX
You can
has been
nearly see
defunded.
with an
Can you hear?
uninterrupted feeds.
They've been
Like
cancelled.
the rocket goes from sea level to orbital. How do you
Yeah, you
explain that?
You just watched some Hollywood production, basically. I mean, you can see a rocket going up and then doing a parabolic arc and coming back down. But as soon as it cuts and it shows you Earth as a ball in space, yeah, that's just Hollywood. Why do you think they're cancelling all the contracts? Because it's getting too obvious that it's all fake. And they're trying not to let you globies realize. That's why they're getting desperate and sending up Katy Perry to confuse the children and the celebrity worshippers. Did you see that? Katy Perry went up into space.
Yeah, just wait up. Wait a minute, please. I'll be right there.
Is that
Sir.
right? Why should I think you had a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. So you know, right? We have different time zones. So maybe in India it's a day, but in New York it will be night. So why do we have different time zones when the Earth is flat? Because if
Well, time
Earth is
zones are
curved,
political designations, so time zones are agreed between the governments. But if you're asking about day and night, that's dictated by the sun's motion over the surface of the Earth. When it's over one part, it'll be illuminated, and when it moves away and goes to another part, that part's no longer illuminated, and the part where it's
Sorry.
over now is illuminated.
Sorry, Cyclone. Sorry, I'm truly sorry. My mom called me.
That's all right. Prioritize your mum.
The only thing I remembered was when you said it's CGI Hollywood bullshit,
Yeah, it's
like
Hollywood.
for real.
Yeah, correct. That's why you've only ever seen it on a screen.
No, it's not an explanation. It's not what you truly believe. I don't think it's an argument.
Well, I mean,
to be
whether you
honest.
believe it or not, it would be on you to prove that they're real. So it doesn't matter what
But
I say.
where are they launching? I mean, from to where they are launching all those rockets? I mean,
Well, they
SpaceX,
launched them
that
over
is.
the ocean. They launched them over
They
the
are
ocean.
launching it
Like-
to space.
No, they do a parabolic arc. They go up, they go to the side, and then they
Yeah,
come
because
back down.
they are following the curvature of the Earth because they
Or
they have to
they're
respect a
just going
certain
up,
they have to respect
or
a
they're
certain
just going up.
trajectory.
or they're just going up and coming back down.
No,
like everything
there's no
else in
such thing as
reality.
going up. You go
There's
around.
no such thing as going up and coming down. I'm afraid that's all there is.
I mean, you can try if you blow if you blow.
You ever played golf?
Let me talk because my English is limited. I'm from France.
Okay,
If you blow enough hydrogen into a balloon, you'll go straight up, even though winds would carry you, but you'll just go straight up. It's
Yeah, but a
buoyancy,
rocket isn't a
density.
hydrogen balloon, or is it?
Yes, that would be going straight up. But rockets, they follow a certain path. Like they have a
Yeah, they go
program
up,
where
then they come back
need
down.
to. Let me finish. They need to reach a certain point in space, so they're not going to waste fuel going just straight up and then just going to where they're supposed to go. They use
I get your point, dude. I get your point.
they use
I know
the
what you're
rotation
saying.
of the Earth. Do you believe in rotation of the Earth?
No, you don't have any rotation of Earth. Earth is motionless, like you experience. Unless
there's
you
no
do,
such
can you
thing as-
tell me? Well, do you experience the Earth, the ground, to be spinning?
We are so insignificant. We cannot
That's not an answer.
experience like.
Right. Okay. You can't. So you don't experience the Earth to be in motion.
I mean, a human can't experience it because we are so.
Okay. So what's
so
what's your
tiny.
evidence that it is then? Why do you believe it? Just because it's what you were told.
What is the evidence of?
Yeah, that the ground is spinning. How fast is it spinning? Do you know?
I mean, you would have to believe in gravitational motions.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's just a belief, right?
And gravity in and of itself. I mean, you can feel it. It's right there. But
so it's just a belief that the ground
it's so
is spinning.
insignificant to a small scale, but it's so large.
Yeah, yeah. So you can't detect it. Yeah, you can't detect it. So it's just a belief.
Yeah. Gravity makes
I don't
the
have
Earth
that belief.
rotate around itself, right? No.
No, that's just a claim. What's the evidence?
And the evidence is the motion that got imprinted in
motion.
Earth
of what?
got his motion by rotating.
Well, no, you're
itself?
just restating the claim again. That's the claim again.
No, that's the consensus.
What's the evidence? I don't. This is a belief.
Because we can see motion in space. We can see.
You see motion of the sun, moon, and stars.
We can see stellar objects behaving like
so you
this.
see motion. You see motion of the sun, moon, and stars. Yeah. But where's your motion of the Earth?
The motion is there. I mean, we can't feel it because the
sun, moon, and stars,
gravity pulls us. Gravity pulls us. So
that's just that's a religious belief again.
So very strongly.
That's the religious belief again. Where's the evidence?
It's not a religious belief.
Well,
science is not a religious belief. It's just
science what you just said isn't science.
No, it's just you observe things and then
it's just a story. That's a story. That's not science. Where's your evidence?
Okay, so what? How do you explain it? I'll just shut the fuck up.
How do I explain that we have no detection of motion of the Earth because the Earth is not in motion?
But there is motion. We can feel it.
Not of the Earth.
We can observe it.
You can't feel it and you can't observe it. No. You observe the sun, moon, and stars in motion, not the Earth.
I mean, the atmosphere is moving.
Yeah, you don't see the air spinning either. You feel
when
wind.
When you see cyclones and
that's not
and
the
storms,
Earth spin. That's not the Earth spin. That's a pressure system.
That's spinning, right?
Yeah, but that's a pressure system
that you can observe
on the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From east to west, you can observe it.
Gas. So you were saying the ground is in motion.
So like I was saying, the atmosphere is in motion, right? No.
No. The atmo is a pressurized gas. So that gas is always
the atmosphere is a pressurized gas.
Yeah, the atmo is a pressurized gas.
The atmo. What is the atmo? The atmosphere, everything that composes breathable air, or all the gases that revolves around.
Hold on, dude. I'll explain it to you. Atmo is air, gas.
No,
pressurized.
Atmo is air in and of itself. Doesn't mean anything. Air.
Yes, it does. Air. So atmo is a word
air are made of gases. We can measure them.
And a gas cannot form a shape.
Okay, I understand why you're using the word atmo, because you don't want to use the word sphere. Fuck, I'm so retarded. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Does a gas?
Bro, I'm not gonna.
Hold on. Let's just establish why that.
I'm not gonna play around. I don't believe in flat Earth. I'm just fucking with you.
I know. Well, no, you're just fucking with yourself. You're just showing that you yourself have a religious belief that you've got no evidence.
I sound like a retard to you, really? Oh.
No, well, you just sound like a glober, but none of you guys have any evidence. It's just a religious.
I'm sorry, but you are not using the word sphere because it's not. It's not part of your language.
Because a gas doesn't form a sphere, does it?
Water finds its level.
Water finds its level, correct. And gas has no inherent shape, does it? What is the shape of gas?
Gas accumulates and is
into what shape?
I mean, gas is. gas
shape does
is
it take?
my English is limited. Let me say
Yeah, but
something
you
about
understand what I'm
gases.
saying.
Let me say something about the accumulation of gas, and you'll understand my perspective. From what I'm saying, if you take a vacuum, right? You put a vacuum. You put a bell, a vacuum bell. You put gas in it. How do they behave? They accumulate, but if you
It will
put
fill
motion
the
into
shape
them,
of the
if you put
container.
motion into them, they'll find the best shape is just circular, spherical.
No. A vacuum, and if you put gas into a vacuum, the gas will expand into the available space. Won't it?
But how?
Yes, it won't
gas
form a. It won't form a
in which
sphere.
shape
will
they
it?
will? In which shape
Hold
they
on.
will?
Hold on.
In which
Hold on.
shape?
The gas in the vacuum will not form a sphere, will it?
They do behave like a sphere.
No.
They do
Gas
behave
expands.
spherical.
You
Of
just
course.
said. You just said
Those
that
are
gas
molecules.
expands.
Molecules are spherical.
No, dude. You just said that gas expands to fill the volume.
Okay, ignore the gases. Ignore everything.
so
Okay.
No, we don't.
If we
ignore
ignore,
gas.
okay, my last question to you, Psychon. I'm just like talking with you like in a funny way. I don't want to.
You've already debunked
I don't want to be mean. No.
Kiri, you're not being mean. You already debunked yourself because we just agreed that gas will fill the available volume of the vacuum, meaning it will spread out in all directions, meaning it will not coalesce into a sphere, debunking your notion of a sphere of air in a vacuum of space around the Earth. So you're not fucking with me. You're not trolling anyone but yourself.
You're all forgetting about gravity.
Oh, really? Could you define what that is?
It is basically, so every mass basically attracts.
Oh, really?
Every mass has a force that attracts something. So the bigger you have an object, the more it pulls
You're talking about the Newtonian theory. You're talking about the Newtonian
So
theory.
basically,
Of
you
gravity.
have the Earth, and
I
the
know
Earth
what
is a
you're
big
saying.
mass. So
I know what
it
you're saying.
pulls the molecules, the air.
Edgy,
like
we get it.
basically, yeah.
We get it. We know what you're saying. You're talking about
So it wraps around.
the Newtonian theory of gravity.
Yeah, my bad. I'm studying in German, so it's kind of hard.
Okay, well, that's the Newtonian concept of gravity, and it's out of date by over 100 years, according to the mainstream globe theory. So even by the globe theory, you're not correct. Yeah, have you ever heard of a guy called Einstein?
Of course,
What's he famous for?
the theory of relativism.
Okay. And has he got a model or a theory about gravity?
I'm not too sure because.
Well, this is what you need to look into because he does, and this is the current theory, not your mass attracting mass, which is over 100 years out of date. So yeah, I don't believe in that 100 years out of date theory that we were taught at school, and I don't believe in Einstein's theory either. But things do fall to the ground or rise in the air depending on their density relative to the density of the medium that they're in. And that doesn't tell us that the Earth's a ball.
Well, but it was proven with experiments.
What was proven?
That the Earth is round.
Which experiment proved that?
There was a news reporter who was really convinced that the Earth is flat. So he tested it, and he found out the Earth is round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with
sure about
the camera and
So the guy who proved that the Earth was a globe was a flat earther?
I wanted no. He tried the experiment because he couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we know. I know the one you're talking about, but that actually debunks the globe as well. If you look at the math, that's a flat Earth proof as well. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Mike Hughes, I think.
Oh no, that's just a silly propaganda piece on the news. That's not an experiment that proved the globe. He wasn't even a flat earther.
I'm interested. What qualification do you actually have?
I'm fully qualified in assessing reality,
Oh, okay,
observing the
so
natural
nothing
law.
basically. Okay.
Yeah, I have a degree, but that's not really relevant to this discussion.
Did you study physics or something like that?
Yeah, we study physics all the time in here.
No, but I mean like. Okay.
What, you don't think you can study something unless a paid teacher tells you it?
No, of course not. No, education is free in Europe.
Free anywhere. You educate yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, university
So
is
yeah,
free
we
in
don't
Europe.
we don't need to go into qualifications. You can just stick to science has proven that the Earth is a ball and show us which scientific experiment did that. That should be simple. If it really is a ball and has science to prove it.
I mean, you could enroll in a university and do
No, I know all the
experiments
arguments.
yourself.
Yeah, we've
No,
done
no,
experiments.
I mean, so you get the means to actually test your theories.
I've already got the means to test it. It's already been tested. There's no curve. So it's not a ball.
What do you mean there's no
I mean-
curve?
Well, you know how a ball has curvature, a sphere?
Yeah.
Well, the Earth's surface does not. It's just flat.
How do you know that?
Because that's how it's observed, measured, and practically used.
How is it measured? When was it measured like that?
All the time. Long distance observations, laser tests, mirror flash tests, radio waves, VHF,
So,
all kinds of line of sight propagation.
how do you explain that we have different time zones?
Well, time zones are a political designation agreed between
Yeah,
governments.
but I mean, like, how do you explain that we have
You're asking
different?
about day and night. You're
Yeah,
asking about day and night. Well, the sun moves. Have you noticed in the sky every day? Moves east to west.
yeah. But what about if you go to the other side of the Earth, or like
Yeah. So when the sun, when the sun is in your area,
assume that the
hold on,
Earth
dude, I'm
is
explaining it to you. When the sun is above you or near you, it's daytime, and when it moves away from you to another part of the Earth, it's nighttime for you, and it's daytime for where the sun's moved to.
okay. But assuming the Earth was round, how come
Why would we
that
assume that?
on one we assume it because that's how theories go.
No, no, no. Theories are based on observation, measurement,
Look, I don't know
empirical
that
evidence.
much about physics,
just
but I know
imagination.
about science,
I don't think you do.
and I'm
What is science?
in
Define it.
pharmacy in second year.
Okay,
I
could you
know how
define what
to.
science is?
Well, it depends on. Well,
It doesn't
science.
depend.
Well, science subjects are usually subjects that get
Well, I'm not asking about science
that use
subjects. I'm asking
experiments and statistics. That's why psychology, for
experiments.
example, is considered a
so-
science.
Okay, so could we say it's a systematic method using observation and experiment to prove a cause and effect relationship
and
in the
statistics.
natural world? Well, no, statistics aren't part of the scientific method necessarily, but you could use.
Well, it is for
data.
evaluating your.
No, you don't have to use statistics. You can.
You should.
You can use statistics, but you don't have to.
You should.
So, either way, there is no observation or experiment ever done that's shown the Earth has curvature or motion. So then science doesn't apply to the globe.
I'm pretty sure there is.
Okay, just show me which scientist and what was the experiment.
Do. Oh, wait, there was one. Oh, you can use a pendulum, for example.
How would that be a scientific experiment to swing a pendulum?
What's
What's your observed
video?
natural phenomena?
This is
Your science
actually
has to start.
pretty
Your science has to start with an observed natural phenomena. So, what's your observed natural phenomena?
that
Like, what are you witnessing in the natural world that you're going to test?
I mean, that's a good question. Who was actually the first person to assume the Earth is round?
Good question. Maybe you should look into that.
Yes. Do you know?
Yeah, I have an idea. Well, I know what they tell us, at least. In the general histories.
Mm,
You ever heard of a guy called
a Greek,
Pythagoras?
yeah, a Greek mathematician named Eratosthenes.
So he wasn't the first that conceived of the idea, but he's who they credit as having measured curvature of the Earth, even though he never measured any curvature of the Earth. So look into what Eratosthenes did. What does it say he did?
Wait, let me. Leben, Werke, Leistungen. Geography, Schiffe der Epileptic. Oh shit, this is in German. Wait. I need the English.
Kids.
Well, you can read in German, you can understand it, and then you can just speak it in English.
Yeah, but it's about like scientific terminology, which is like hard to translate.
Okay, well, we're pretty proficient in scientific terminology in English, at least, so...
Yeah, but we use like other words. That's
okay. Well,
more
that's
the
fine. You
problem.
read it so that you understand it, and then any words that you don't know how to translate, just put them into a translator, and we can help you figure it out.
This is the most famous measurement. It's estimated that the Mediterranean has a-
Cyclone, I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. I swear I'm gonna mute myself. Unless I have a interesting question. Just if you read the chat, I'm sorry. I behave like a donkey, and it's borderline disrespectful, but I can change. I can fix myself. You have a question from Vinci in the chat.
What's his question?
I don't think he has a microphone, but he asked, is there a flat earther who reached outer space and looked back at Earth?
Space is fake. I answered him already. Space is fake. And he wants me to answer his question anyway.
Yes.
Yes. Space doesn't exist, so no one's been to space.
How it's fake.
You have your
Did you do some
answer.
research there? Did you go there? Did you do some research or something? How it's fake? Tell me.
Yeah, we understand that gas pressure
No,
requires
facts. Give me
containment.
facts. Don't tell me just.
I am. Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is? Okay, dude, you asked the question. Yeah, you asked the question, but you don't want to hear the answer.
Your
So do you know what gas pressure is? Do you know what gas pressure is? Just follow along. Answer the question.
You telling him his answers is wrong before he gives it?
Vinci,
How
don't be
does that work?
disrespectful. Just listen to Cyclone. He's gonna answer you.
So, Vinci, do you know what gas pressure is? Yes? No?
Vinci, do you know what gas pressure is?
Of course, I already answer you in the chat.
So
you told me to mute myself, so I muted myself.
No, we didn't tell you to mute yourself. We told you to answer in voice.
What the hell you just told me? Another guy just told me to listen.
So gas pressure, Vinci, is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container, yeah? So when the gas is pressing against a container, it's pressurized. Yeah? Yes? You understand? Okay, you're too slow, Vinci. Much too slow.
You, I'll answer for him.
Check the chat. Check the chat, bro. I told you I will listen.
No, I'm not reading the chat. If you're talking, you're talking. If you're not, you're not. Put yourself on mute. Anyway, I'm gonna have to do a bit of work,
If you
so
don't
I'm gonna go
talk
on
in the
mute too.
chat, hold on. If you don't talk in the chat, we can't hear the tone when you're crying about something, when you want to spaz out. We can't hear any of that, and we're not reading your chat.
Bro, I'm just asking a genuine question here.
Well, I was
I'm not
answering
trying
you,
to.
and you didn't respond, dude. So I'll give you another chance. So, do you know that gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container?
Of course.
Of course. Okay, so if I take that container away and there's no container, can I have gas pressing and making pressure?
What do you mean?
So if the gas pressure requires a container to press against, if I remove the container, will I have gas pressure?
I mean, it depends if the outside is in a vacuum.
Hold on. If you have a pressure cooker, do you guys know what a pressure cooker is? That's pressurized air. You heat
Yes,
it up.
yes.
It pressure cooks. If you remove the pressure cooker, can you still have the pressurized air?
Nope.
Can you repeat?
Nope.
If you remove the pressure,
Oh, jeez. If you remove the container, you will
no,
no
I mean the
longer
other guy,
have
the other guy.
The pressure has to go somewhere. The pressure is released, right?
Exactly.
Yes,
That's why
the pressure has to press against the container. So if you don't have
But
a
released to
container,
where? Cyclone,
you
released to
don't
where?
have pressure. You don't have pressure if you don't have a
Released to
container.
where? That's the question. Released to where?
Right. So,
Yes.
Kiri,
That's why I'm
I
confused.
thought you weren't
Why-
going to
why
be
you keep-
rude.
Why you keep talking like that?
So Kiri, put yourself on mute before you continue to interrupt. So, Vinci, the air that you breathe is a pressurized gas. You understand that?
Okay, continue.
It's like pulling
Well, do you agree? Do you agree or not? The
I
air
agree,
you
yes.
breathe is a pressurized gas. Great. Okay, so
Yes,
it must be
it's
pressing.
a different kind of. Well, it's a different kind of
No,
gas.
it's
If
no,
you
it's
ask
just
me.
gas. It's just gas pressure. It's a pressurized gas. So it must be pressing
I mean,
off
it's a
of a
different
container then.
gas.
So it must be pressing off of a container to be pressurized, yeah?
Yeah, you have a point there. Okay.
Right, so space is debunked. You're in a container.
What do you mean? That's it.
You're in a
That's
container.
That's your answer.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
That's
'Cause
it.
You can't go to space. Space is fake, like I told you, and now you explained why.
Yep, there you go. I'm going to go on mute for a bit, so I'm sure he'll spiral out at this point, so someone else is
My
here.
favorite part of the day.
I said, but can you answer the first question?
Yeah, space is fake. Nobody travels to space.
Ciao.
You guys are funny.
Okay, listen. We have according to you guys, where space is, it's a giant vacuum, right? Nearly infinite vacuum, right? Is that correct? We ask if it's correct because we don't want to straw man your guys' position and say we're not understanding what you think. So we're just verifying like every step of the way. Space is a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Okay, so space is a vacuum, and we're breathing air. That's pressurized. There must be some sort of container.
I mean, pressure is accumulation of gases, right? A vacuum would be.
So
there's no
high
gases.
pressure goes to low pressure, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why is the high pressure air we're breathing not fucking off into the vacuum?
Because there's something called gravity.
Okay, so when I look up the molecular kinetic theory of gases, when I pull out the technical, let me answer. So if I look up the behavior of gases, I look up the gas laws. I go through the molecular kinetic theory of gases. I look in the textbooks. I don't see any gravity in there. There's no no little g. There's no little g. You're interrupting me. There's no little g in the formulas.
Bro, gravity.
Because it doesn't. Why is there no little g in any of the formula?
Which for
You guys are both interrupting me because you guys. Are you guys okay?
Sorry.
Are you having an emotional problem?
I just wanted to clarify that.
No.
I mean, when there's density.
You.
No.
Okay,
Listen.
go.
Tell me what I said then.
Okay.
Tell me what I said about the textbook gas behavior, gas laws. Yeah, so I thought you weren't listening. Okay, so now you can listen. If I look in the textbook on how in the physics books on how gas behaves, there's no g value. They don't account for the acceleration of gravity when they want to know how gases behave. So just saying gravity does it is not an answer because there's no physics model, there's no demonstration by experiment how this is possible.
So what is this flat Earth?
Okay, you can just go on mute, dude. Why are you people so rude?
Okay, can I answer now?
Yeah.
If there's no gravity, then if there's no gravity, then you will float, right?
Oh yeah. We don't fly, therefore Earth's globe.
Wait. That's why there's gravity because if there's none, then we will fly. Of course, gravity.
Okay.
Why do you globers always want to fly places?
Yeah. So hold on, brother. We're not a gas. Are you made of gas? Are you made of gas?
Gravity acts towards the center of.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect gas.
Which for
it doesn't affect gas.
Spherical Earth, right?
Yeah, you're just chanting now, like a religious nut. It doesn't affect gas.
Bro, it affects gas.
Gases. It affects gases. Can you show us in an experiment how it affects gases?
Which one? Affects what?
How gravity holding gas down to the floor. So this is one of the things that you can talk about. You can say gravity holds the gas, but you can't show it in an experiment. So science works by
gravity acts toward the center of mass.
That's not the theory of gravity, buddy.
Okay.
The theory of gravity is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It isn't things get pulled to the center. Okay, that's not the theory of gravity. But that is a different theory. That's not what you're talking about. That's what's called big G gravity. We're talking about little g gravity. The acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration to the surface of the Earth. That acceleration is not observed in gases.
Okay, I have another question then. So
yeah, hold on, no, you're not just moving on, man.
Oh,
no, dude. I know it's hard to accept. No, you're trying to just like whistle past the graveyard because you don't want to deal with what I just said. Okay, so if we do an experiment, so say we have a vacuum chamber, right? We have a vacuum chamber, and that's the vacuum of space. And if we put gas in the vacuum chamber, now our experiment is on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, right? So if I put gas in the vacuum chamber, the gas doesn't sink to the bottom, held down by gravity, like you would need to have gas pressure in a vacuum. Okay, so gravity is not an answer because it can't be demonstrated experimentally, and experimentally it's shown to not happen. Now you can go with an ideology of what you want to believe, or you can go with the experiment, the empirical evidence, and the scientific method. I mean, you choose. Yeah.
If you don't believe in gravity, for example,
is it a belief?
But let's say you don't believe. I don't know.
Okay, so this is the problem. It's not about belief or disbelief. Hold on, Arthur. Arthur, 1 second. 1 second, because this is narrative nonsense. We know things fall to the ground. You guys say things like, well, you don't believe in gravity? To try and imply we don't believe things fall to the ground. Things fall to the ground. Why they fall to the ground is a different question, right?
You have other explanations, right?
Did you answer my question? No, you did not.
What's your question?
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Things fall, right?
Yes.
We all agree things fall. Why do they fall?
Because of gravity.
Okay. So gravity is the cause.
Yes.
Okay. What is the act of falling then? What do we call that? We also call
Being
that
pulled by
gravity.
gravity.
So gravity, listen, you guys are trying to say that gravity is the cause and the effect. That's not possible. You're either the cause or the effect. I'm talking about the effect. That 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration down to the surface of the earth, right? That we all experience when we throw a ball or jump out of a tree. That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is why that happened.
Mass.
You guys are like guessing like you're trying to get the answer on a test. It's kind of funny. Masses can't even be defined what that is. But that's not the point. So let's say, let's take your hypothesis and run it through the scientific method. Mass is the cause of objects falling. Okay. So if we did the experiment, right, we would manipulate mass to see if we can get a change in the effect. So let's take 1,000 kilogram mass and a 10 kilogram mass. We drop them at the same time. Do we get a different effect? No. We'll measure the same acceleration. So that can't be the cause.
The same acceleration because gravity is the same for both.
Okay. Well, how can it be the cause then? Because we know how to figure out the cause of an effect in a scientific experiment. You observe a natural phenomenon, and that would be your effect or your dependent variable. You vary and manipulate the independent variable, which is your presumed cause, to see if there's an effect, a change in the effect, right? So if I want to say I want to know what causes water to boil, right?
The heat.
I will vary and manipulate. Yeah, I'll vary and manipulate the heat to figure out if that's the cause. I won't heat it, and then I will heat it. Oh my God, I manipulated the cause. I changed the effect. It doesn't boil, then it does boil, right? So I know the cause of the effect. This is how you do in a scientific experiment. With gravity, this can't be done. And this is acknowledged within science itself. It's not like we're making it up. It's within the philosophy of science, they admit that this is the case. They don't know what causes gravity. What they say is, we can just describe the way objects move because of this thing we call gravity. They don't know what causes it. Right? You can do the formula, like if I have a cannon, right? I could take that little g, 9.8 meters per second squared, shoot a cannonball, and predict where that cannonball will land. But I don't use, mass times mass formula, right? F equals g times m1 times m2 equals r squared. We don't use that formula to figure out how far a cannonball falls. But that's what they say is the cause of that 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. Okay? So just saying gravity, it don't do it, dude, because if I have a gas, gravity has no effect on it. It doesn't fall. The gas molecules aren't taking little parabolic arcs like cannonballs and falling back to the earth.
Why do you think there's more gas near the ground than the
Because this is where
earth?
because the gas comes from the ground.
The gas comes from the ground.
Yes.
So
So all the chemical processes. Well, I'll tell you, okay, where are all the plants? What do plants do when they hit with sunlight?
They convert CO2 into oxygen.
Exactly. So gas produces on the ground. What happens on the oceans? Oceans also have that photosynthesis cycle, but they also have another cycle. So when water gets warmer, it actually absorbs CO2, and then when it gets colder, it releases it. So the Earth is a dynamic system in which it's always trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium and can't, right? So pressure varies depending on where you're standing, but the pressure is created at the ground through cycles, right? The water cycle and the various other cycles. It's created at the ground and being diffused upward.
But those natural cycles does not exclude the gravity.
They don't have gravity in chemical reactions. You didn't take a chemistry test that had gravity in it.
I know, but those cycles don't nullify the theory of gravity.
There's no gravity in any of those cycles, brother.
I know, but you're taking different aspects of nature and comparing them.
You brought it up, brother. You said, "Where's the gas come from?" I told you where.
I didn't say where the gas comes from.
Okay.
I said that gravity keeps the gas on the ground, most of them, and like in the Everest and outer space, there's no gas because
There is no outer
gravity is
space.
weaker.
You're begging the question, brother. I'm proving that outer space can't exist. Not doesn't exist, can't. That it's impossibility because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
What's beyond the atmosphere, the dome?
There is
of
no
the
atmosphere.
atmosphere?
You need a sphere for that. We don't make a claim as to whatever shape the container is.
The atmosphere is the dome.
The atmosphere is the dome. Why has it got to be a dome?
No, the atmosphere is the gas.
The dome, the dome that you guys believe is the atmosphere.
I don't believe in no dome, dude.
No, sorry. The atmosphere, atmo, that's gas. That's oxygen and nitrogen. So the atmo doesn't contain itself. You need a container to contain the gas. Right? It's not atmosphere's got some magic properties that it stops itself expanding. No, that's gas. The sphere on the edge of the atmosphere, you're going to need a container like Injo pointed out. But the gas, that's going to expand if there isn't a container.
Gravity contains it.
Yeah, I just went all the way
what's
through
pulling
that and showed
the
how
gas.
that can't be the case.
Nice answer, bro.
You have an
The gravity
ideology,
pulls the
but you don't
gas.
have actually any. Yeah, I know what they tell you. I heard the story too. But if you look deeper into it, it can't be the case, no matter what they say. Let me ask you this. Is science itself, right, the study of science, is it based upon empirical evidence and experiment?
Some of them, yes. But I don't
No,
believe
all of it. All of science is based upon experiment, or you're not doing science.
Depends. There's a lot of
How do you
ideology
do science?
behind it.
Well, I just want to know how you can do science. Well, I agree with that part. That's one thing we agree on. There's a lot of ideology in science.
For example,
Lots
I
and lots
don't believe in climate change.
Well, it's more like a grift, but we're not going to talk about that. No, there's ideology as far as, okay, let's put it this way. People will ask, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? Explanations are worthless. They don't mean anything. The only thing that really matters in science is experiment. Because if I can do an experiment, and you can do the same experiment, and Jedi can do the same experiment, now we know what's true about nature. But if we just tell each other stories, hey man, black holes are caused by collapsing stars and blah, 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 that's just bullshit story. There's no way to even test whether that's true, right? We can't test what causes a black hole. Can we?
No.
Yeah, so those things are stories. This is the same thing. Gravity holds the gas into an atmosphere is a story because there's no experimental evidence to support it. The story in this story is way more ancient than modern times. It didn't modern men didn't invent the idea of outer space vacuum. It was invented in like 300 BC. You think they had any evidence for that in 300 BC?
You can do a simple experiment to
Well,
prove
they just fucking
the shape of objects on the vacuum, for example. Have you ever seen water on vacuum? What's the shape of the water in the vacuum?
Water boils in vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not know this. That's true. Yeah, water turns to a gas in the vacuum. you're kind of confused.
No,
And this is why you don't listen. Pay attention, homie. In a vacuum, water boils in a vacuum. That's why you have to change your cooking pressure, your cooking temperatures based on pressure. The higher altitude requires you to change recipes to cook things.
And Radwin brought up a pressure cooker. So you increase the pressure, now you can get the water hotter and it won't boil.
So now when you look at your outer space myth, you've got frozen comets, frozen ice in water in space. It's a direct contradiction to science. You know this. You know what water does in a vacuum. Then you look through a telescope and they tell you you're seeing frozen ice in a vacuum. Doesn't add up. That's why they have to slap astro in front of the physics, because it's no longer physics. It's astrophysics.
Can I ask you a question, Chris? I'm scared I'm gonna get muted.
Why would you be scared?
Enjoying things you, man. You're pretty respectful.
I'm sorry. If I sound retarded, you don't have to mute me.
No. Hold on. Let me say something, Chris. Okay. Listen, Kiri. Everybody says the same thing, okay? Like, everybody comes in, like, to this topic, and they're like, man, I don't fucking know anything about this. I feel stupid. That's everybody. We've talked to people with PhDs in astrophysics, cosmology, physics. They say this. Hold on, I just want to clarify. Hold on, dude. Hold on. They'll say the same things you say. You feel retarded? Well, they must be even more retarded because they went all the way through university and they say the same things someone that only graduated 9th grade say. So you're not retarded, right? It's just the level of knowledge of this topic.
English is not my main language. I'm from France. That's why I'm struggling to ask a question. It takes me. Yeah.
Okay.
Sound
You're not retarded. You're not retarded.
It's not my main language.
Okay.
I just had a question. I hope you guys. I feel it's a very hot topic, right? So hear me out. I'm asking just this simple question, and then I'll mute myself, and you guys can tell me what you think about it. Lunar eclipses. How do you guys explain this on a flat Earth? From the base of flat.
Did you hear me say explanations are useless?
You could literally see the shape of the Earth on the moon.
That's a problem. Well, that's a problem.
How do you explain? Okay, I rephrase. Okay. How do you explain lunar eclipses?
Did you hear me say explanations are useless?
Flat Earth doesn't explain anything.
Well, explanations are useless. We can explain. Listen, we can explain every single thing you can. No. Listen. We can explain every. God damn. Anybody else want to interrupt for a second? I'll give you all a chance to interrupt. So, thanks, Jedi. We can explain everything you explain. We can just make shit up, like the globe does. We can just make it up and say, "Hey, yeah, we got an explanation. Frickin' Santa Claus did it. There's my explanation. What's your evidence? Santa Claus did it. Well, if the Earth was a globe, Santa Claus did it. Or if Santa Claus did it, Earth was flat. The Earth is flat because Santa Claus did it. We'll just affirm the consequent. So explanations are useless because they're nothing but what's called an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. Yep. Now I'm going to address the eclipses, dude.
Yeah,
I'm going to address the eclipses. So you say, "Hey, that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon." How do you know that?
Through the light.
Hold on. How do you know that, Kiri? How do you know that what you're seeing is the shadow of the Earth?
Light is telling us. It's showing us a shape. Like, how do you explain this?
How do you know that is a shadow, dude?
Okay, so it's circular.
Okay, but how do you know it's a shadow?
It could be flat.
On the moon. You're looking at the moon, right? You're looking at the moon. It starts getting darker. How do you know that darkness is a shadow?
Because you can still see the moon
dude.
if you have a telescope.
Okay, the things only get dark because let me ask
Darkness
you.
is
The
absence
things
of light.
only get. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Have you ever watched a projector, like a movie on a screen projected?
Yeah, so I'm asking you, what is this
I'm
shape?
gonna
How do
ask
you
you.
explain it?
Listen. Well, dude.
Okay.
Dude. Okay. I've heard this 1,000 times, dude. I don't know what you're in a big hurry for. How does the black get on the screen? Does the projector project black?
No, there's something obstructing the light. So
In a movie projector.
could be anything.
In a
I mean,
movie
light in and of itself
projector
is
the
energy, right?
absence of light.
Okay. Movie projectors don't project black light. Okay.
But
But you look at the screen and it's
ignore the example of movie projector.
no
Light in and of
listen,
itself
I'm asking
is
you.
energy. Yes, it's energy.
Okay, cool.
When you
dude.
burn
You're
something,
not
produce lights.
okay. Fine. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is you looked at the moon, it got darker on part of the moon, and you're like, that's a shadow. I said, how do you know that? You said, that's the only way it can happen. And I'm giving you an example of that's not true. Okay. It's only the relative brightness. So part of the moon looks bright, part of it looks dark. That just means a relative brightness. It doesn't mean the light's being blocked. Okay. Secondarily, so here's the key part is that if Earth was a ball and that was the shadow of the Earth, it would not look like that because the moon is supposed to be a ball. So have you ever seen stairs and there's like a railing on the stairs, your hand railing, and the shadow is cast on the stairs? Is that shadow a straight line? No, it conforms to the stairs. So if the moon is a ball and the Earth is a ball, its shadow on the moon will get distorted because when you project a shadow onto a curved surface, it's going to conform to that surface. So the shadow on the Earth, on the so-called shadow on the moon, if it was a shadow, it wouldn't be round. It would be some other shape.
Yeah, but what is it?
You can
shaped
test
like
this yourself, Gary.
in this way.
You can take two balls and a light source and test this.
Okay,
You will not be able to cast a round shadow with a ball onto another ball.
If you allow me to send a picture, I can do that.
Fantastic. Is it a picture of a ball on a ball?
That's interesting.
Yeah. So, and there's more than that. That's just one piece. That's just like, so there's other problems, right? So there's a lunar eclipse that's observed called an impossible eclipse. It's where the sun and the moon are in the sky. And the thing that everybody thinks is a shadow is on the moon coming down. Now, how can the shadow of the Earth, which is under your feet, go in between the sun and the moon, which are both in the sky? Think about that for a second. The light source and the thing with the shadow on it are both over your head, and the thing that's casting the shadow is under your feet. It's impossible. Okay? They call it the impossible eclipse.
Impossible eclipse.
Yes, it's selenilian. The technical name is selenilian. It's SELENENION or something.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, selenilian. I'll post the name of it in the chat. I can yeah, Drace, awesome Drace, you're the best, man. So this is observed. There's actually a video of someone in Ohio, the United States, filming this. And he's with his girlfriend. You know, it's just a person with a regular camera. And he's trying to explain it. And he can't, right? He's trying to, like, explain it to the camera. And he's like, well, the light must come under that, like, because it's geometrically impossible. It can't happen. Not if it can't happen if it happens the way they say. If it's three balls in a row and one ball is in the way, it can't happen that way.
I just received some good news. I'm super happy. Very positive.
Good. Congratulations.
I mean,
win the lottery?
No, it's just I'm looking for
Well,
work.
you said
and-
good news, man. I was hoping for.
yeah, and I'm looking for work, and the good news. I mean, it's in the bag. Let's say.
Awesome.
Your perspective is very interesting, very very interesting, because no matter how many arguments or what someone could say, you have a different perspective, and I respect that. I mean, we don't know shit about the universe. We don't know shit about ourselves. We don't know what's around us.
Yeah, can I?
I mean, can you define reality, or what is life? You know, that kind of questions.
He's collapsing. Or help him.
Yeah, switch mine, bro. You think so, Radwin? You think he's going to go to we don't know anything?
He just said we don't know what's real. Basically, he doesn't know what reality is anymore.
Are you a brain in a jar, buddy?
Questioning reality is in and of itself. It's healthy, very healthy conversation. I don't have any other arguments. I mean, the observable universe.
Listen, can I tell you how we view everything?
Up for
we try to just, first of all, the first thing you do is just describe reality accurately, right? That's the first step. What is it that thing actually doing? So, okay, for instance, I'll give you an example. When you describe the eclipse, you didn't just describe what you see. You put the explanation of why you think it happens into the description, right? But what if you just describe what I see? Like, I looked at the moon. It started getting darker and darker and darker on part of it, and it, was curved on one side of that dark part, and that's just the description.
Then it turned red.
Okay.
Why are you human garbage, dude? Like, why are you people human garbage? Like, it amazes me.
Do you guys still call it phases of the moon, or when it's fading?
The phases are different than eclipse. I just want to finish what I was saying. So when you say, hey, that's the shadow of the moon, that's your explanation. You're putting the explanation into the description. We try to just describe reality as it is, base everything on what we can prove only, not on what it could possibly be. Like, we try not to speculate. Like, for the Earth looks flat. Okay, it looks flat because it is flat. Where the globe explanation is, it looks flat, but I imagine it's a gigantic ball that looks flat because I'm so small. You understand? It's like we just take it at face value. Hey, it looks flat. That's what it is. We see the sun move. That's what it's doing. We don't add all this extra shit to it. Okay, that is our perspective. If you really want to know where we're coming from, that's where.
It's simple observation.
Yeah, just take it for what it is instead of adding stuff, right?
I hope I'm not gonna get. I wanted to re-ask something. Ask Psyclone earlier. He gave me his opinion about it. Indio, can I rephrase the question?
I don't care.
Ask earlier. So there is this company, Elon Musk, SpaceX.
What about them?
They launch Starlink satellites.
Okay.
Twice a week.
Okay.
And you can literally see an uncutted feed where it goes from ground level to outer space.
Not uncut,
How do you explain that? And we can literally see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, you listening to me? It's not uncut. It's not uncut. First of all, you're wrong about that. It's actually illegal to show the uncut footage. You're not allowed to show because private spaceflight in the United States is regulated by the Department of Commerce, and there's a regulation where they can't show any footage after second stage of the rocket because of
my
the
question
military.
would be, what do we see?
It isn't uncut. Okay, so your premise is wrong. Secondarily, they show curve. Both cameras, they show curve. You sure about that? Because they send up the double booster, right? It's got two boosters. There's a camera on each booster. One shows curve, the other side doesn't. So is the Earth curved on one side and flat on the other or something? You have to watch these videos closer and not just like... Yeah. You just have to watch closer, okay? And on top of that, that's not even high enough to see Earth curve. The satellites only go something like 247 kilometers or something.
It's not high enough to tell
to see Earth curve. No, it's not high enough. It's not high enough.
Okay.
It's not high enough. Like, you got to think. They say the Earth is a 8,000 mile diameter ball. Going 200 miles into the air is not high enough.
So
The
let's say
Chinese
someone-
space station,
someone
you
goes-
know,
yeah.
did you know the Chinese space
Yeah, he
station
says-
shows a flat horizon? Did you know that?
The Chinese space station?
The Chinese space station shows a flat horizon.
Flat. Really. But
Yeah,
the
it's in the
ISS
chat. Look in the chat real quick.
shows another picture.
Look in the chat.
Look in the chat. What the fuck?
That's the
Yeah,
Chinese space.
Shenzhou,
Well, Chinese people can do
looks
math
flat
and
to me.
Westerners can't.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I could just say, hey, that's what the Earth looks like, right?
Shadow on
Why
the
does
sphere.
why does the Chinese space station show a flat horizon? That's proof the Earth is flat. That would be dumb, right?
Oh, you guys have some good arguments. I mean, I'm not a flat earther, but
No, it's fine. We're not trying to make you a flat earther. We're just giving you information you didn't have, and now you have it.
like I said
I have a
earlier, it's a healthy conversation. I have
Well,
no
yeah,
more
we should not have
questions.
sacred. We should not have sacred cows that can't be questioned, right?
Yes. I mean, to me, it's a healthy conversation. I have no questions.
Yeah.
Let someone intervene or ask something.
You have a
I have a
question, or
question that you guys probably heard a million times already. For
Yeah,
example,
go
the
ahead.
guy on fence. Can he
Answered you
see-
already in chat.
What are you asking now? What was the question, Radwin?
He wants to know how the top flat earthers that went to the North Pole and saw the 24
North
hours.
Pole?
Yeah, that's what he
The
typed.
top flat earthers.
There's
Who
a couple
voted
of
on?
things wrong with that statement.
Who
He
voted
was
on the
referring
top
to
flat earthers?
Terranism.
Baby, I know you
Terranism.
voted for the top flat earthers.
Yeah, number one, they're not flat earthers. They're true earthers. And they're not top if they were. So
Yeah, we're the top flat earthers there are, period. You can't get any better than this.
yeah, this is it right here, man.
Radwin's got it.
Everybody else is repeating canned responses or doing things that not even logically consistent. You would think about it. Why would you go to Antarctica to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe or to provide evidence that the Earth is flat? Either one. Why would you go over there to do it?
You know, let me ask Arthur. Arthur, you know the person, the globe earther that organized that, okay? He said like a couple weeks ago that you can't look at the sun to prove the shape of the Earth. He admitted it himself. The globe
So
earther
if
that
you-
organized the entire thing said that. Look, Arthur, if you wanted to know what your house was and what it was made out of, would you go to your neighbor's house and look at his house, or would you look at your house?
That's not the same thing.
It is, because the sun's not the earth, and looking at the sun don't tell you what the earth is.
Why everything on the sky is round?
Okay.
Are you understanding what he
Here.
just told you, dude?
Yes, I
What,
know.
what,
I
is,
know.
what,
I
what is the
understand.
logic? What's the logic behind what he just told you? Let's see if you understand logic. What did he just tell you?
I understand.
Well, I want you to repeat it because it doesn't sound like you do. What did he just give you an example of?
I know.
No, you don't. Repeat the example. Let me hear you say it. What is the example?
That one thing being round doesn't mean everything is round. Basically,
Okay, so then why would you think that it is?
and why do you think it's not?
Answer the question, dude. Why would you think it is?
Because you can see million stars on the sky and they are all round.
Yeah, and why would you think we are?
You
That's
don't,
broken
you don't
logic.
see round stars, first of all. If I said draw a star, you wouldn't write a circle on a piece of paper.
Yeah, why would you think that we're one of those things? What similarities do we have to one of those things? Waiting.
I'm not a science guy. I'm just a
No, I know, but you're a common. You apply common sense, right? So if you're looking at something, you see something up there, What similarity do we have down here that looks like those things? You can do observations, right? You're a person that does observations. You can see those things up there. What similarity do we have to those things up there? Point out one similarity.
The shape.
Yeah. Okay, so the shape. How can you see the shape from down here?
You can see the shape of the Earth with the eclipse.
Where can you see the shape of the Earth?
The lunar eclipse.
No. We're talking about looking at the Earth, not something else. You're still looking at something else. The moon. We're not looking. Don't look at the moon. Look at the Earth. Where can you see the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. Tell me.
No, that's the problem of logic. You need to be doing your own thinking for yourself. You need to be the one to be like, oh, I see the similarity right here. Now I'm going to compare it to that thing I'm looking at. But if you don't see a similarity, you can't do that. It's not logically consistent, bro.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, why can't me on Paris, for example, why can't I see the Mount Everest that is 12 kilometers high?
Well, think about it like this, man. Where do you live? If you don't live near the area, then things as they get away from you get smaller. Is that true or false, that statement?
But it's 12 kilometers.
Is that true? Is that true or false, that statement?
It's true because
Okay.
of the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's true. It's true because things as they get away from you they reduce in angular size. That's a true statement. Things that move away from you get smaller.
Yes, but they disappear in the horizon because of the
Well,
curvature.
yeah. Well, think about it. If it gets smaller, how far do you think you're gonna be able to see that thing once it reduces to an angle you can't see anymore?
The angle only changes because of the curvature.
No. Jedi, you want to take
Changes because of the human eye. You're looking, so things to you that get further away appear to get smaller. Doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe, you are looking. So must take account of this first and foremost. You must understand this, right?
So the problem is the human eye, right?
The problem is how you're processing information right now. You think that we're supposed to see infinitely, but that problem of angular size change is where you're failing to understand. Things get smaller in the distance, and at some point you're not going to be able to see it anymore. This is very well understood.
But if you use, for example, a super binocular,
No, we're not doing that. We're not going to super binoculars that you're making up in your mind. We're going just to the basic principle. We're going to the basic principle. Things reduce in size as they get away from you. That statement is true.
Yes.
Okay, so you can't see forever. That statement is also true.
Yes, but you can use machines to see further.
Yeah, what machine can you see something at the distance you're requiring, sir?
You can use a telescope, for example, to see more.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What is the angular distance for the telescope to see things appear and reduce in size? What would be that distance to the telescope?
I don't know, but they have to do the.
You don't. Okay, yeah, that's the answer. You don't know. That's the answer. You don't know. There you go. The answer is you don't know. So then how can you propose that it's going to be a possibility if you don't know? Let's use the old thinking right now for this. You don't know something and you saying it's possible that it can happen. There's a problem with logic there. Yeah?
Also, the atmosphere that we're looking through is going to be, well, it's opaque, isn't it? So the more of the gas that you look through, the less and less light's going to be able to look through it. The atmospheric extinction coefficient rate is about 300 kilometers, I think, off the top of my head. So eventually, the atmosphere that you're looking through with your super telescope isn't going to be able to look through the atmosphere because it's too thick.
Yep, there's a lot of problems. But namely, you can't see over distance because things get smaller as they get away from you. But also the problem that Jedi just told you as well.
I mean, let's make the claim in our heads out loudly. The reason why those things over there are getting smaller is only because the surface is curving. It's got nothing to do with optics. Let's listen to what we're saying. Fucking ridiculous.
For example, if you see something and it disappears because it's far, right?
Yeah.
Can you see that thing if you put a telescope in that direction? Can you see
Depends
it there?
how far away it is, its angular size, as Alpha and I have just pointed out.
If it's the right distance that your eye can't see, but a machine can see.
Yeah. So when we use optics, we literally have the limitation of the optic, not Earth curvature. The reason why we can see so far is because of the limitation of our eye, the super telescope, and the meteorological conditions.
I don't know if you guys understood me. My English is not that good.
We understand what you're saying. Okay, if you get a bigger optical device like a telescope or something like that, but regardless, light comes to the telescope, right? You don't see out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so light has to come to the telescope. There's always going to be a limit to how far you can see because of the air is not transparent, right? You got weather. If you look up your local weather report right now, it might be a clear sunny day, but it'll still say the visibility is like, I don't know, 17 kilometers, maybe 30 kilometers. You can't see forever, buddy.
But I'm not saying something that far. For example, a tower that 1 kilometer away you can't see anymore with a naked eye, but you can see with a machine like a telescope.
I've seen things 30 miles away, which is, I think that's like something like 47 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
No, it'd be more than 47, it'd be like 51 kilometers or something. So we can see far depending on the conditions, but a telescope can help only so much.
Hey, Kiri, call your new boss. Tell them that your vision is now flawed. You're not sure what you're looking at anymore as you're posting in text. And tell them you're probably better off not working because you're not sure of anything. You can't walk around and you can no longer drive a car.
Are you guys all from the USA?
No, we're from everywhere.
Yeah. We got we're worldwide. You notice I didn't say around the world. I said worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
You can go around the world.
Yeah,
You
sure.
can go around the North Pole. You can go around my neighborhood. You can go around a lot of places.
I love how when they
How
say
do you
across
guys-
the globe. There is no across the globe.
So
How do you guys explain flights from Chile to Australia?
I can go around Lake Erie because there's a sign. Follow this, and you can go around Lake Erie. Goes all the way around through Canada. Same sign, all through wherever it comes up. Where is that? In Pennsylvania, New York, right there. down to Ohio. Same signs. You can go around the lake.
Sorry, why do we need to explain a flight from Australia to Sydney? Sydney, Australia to Chile. Why is that a question?
Let me try to bring up the wait a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
People are amazed that airplanes can fly these days. After they found out the Earth was flat, they no longer believe planes can fly.
People are just surprised how we fly to places. It's weird.
People, we've been flying for quite a while now. This isn't a new thing. Take a walk, like in your town, you probably have an airport nearby. Believe it or not, you can see planes take off and land there.
Nobody really flies over the southern oceans anyway. Very rarely like to go over bodies of water where they're like, it's a full engined aircraft. They've got to be even like about 3 hours of like land or a suitable aircraft. I know the south.
They generally fly near land.
Yeah, they generally don't cross the South Atlantic. I know that they go like north and then across the not so widest part around the equator, where it is. But the South Atlantic, they don't cross that. Southern Indian Ocean, what's the fucking point? There's nothing bloody there. I mean, just follow the land all the way around. And same with the South Pacific. It's like a few islands that can't really have large aircraft, and New Zealand. There's nothing there.
I think the trip to Europe is up the coast of the United States and Canada and then over to Europe, I think.
Yeah, it's north across the south coast of Greenland, go south of Iceland, and then you start going south again. It's weird.
So no straight lines. They just make turns. They actually fly in a designated path where they're supposed to fly. I think they're under the impression that when you get in an airplane, the pilot tells the co-pilot, we're going that direction today. And then they just call the tower and say, listen, guys, we're flying that direction. Keep it clear.
They're going to take the scenic route.
I sent it on the chat.
Yeah, I hate flying. I've done it so many times. The airport. If I could just go private, I would fly everywhere. But just having to go to the airport and deal with people in general and the hassle, nah, I'll drive a car.
All right. I've read through your thing. This is why I asked the question. It says, on a flat Earth map, the South is a ring. No one's making this claim. People make this claim for us, right? This map with a circumference south that's an ice ring around the world. That's never been our claim. That was given to us when we all got here by whoever, I don't bloody know. But that's a global projection. So with this straw man, people come along and say, well, how do flights work? Thinking that this is our claim. This isn't our claim, my friend. So we don't really need to explain how flights work on this map. It's not ours.
Flights work
But
by
do you guys believe
manufacturing an
there's a
airplane
huge
and flying
wall
it.
on the South Pole that nobody
South
can
Pole?
cross?
So cross the South Pole. What's the South Pole?
Antarctica.
No, that's a continent. What's the
Yes.
South Pole?
It's the South Pole of the planet.
No, what is how do we define the North and South Pole? How do we know when we got there? What is it?
It's the south of the magnetism of the planet. It's the
South of the magnetism of the planet, but the south of the magnetism of the planet's in two places. One just south of Australia in the middle of the ocean, and one in Antarctica. There's there's one in the north, and that wanders around. These aren't true geographical locations, right? Magnetic north isn't the same as geographic north now, is it?
No, it's a bit to the side.
Yeah, it's a bit to the side. It's handy. We can use that because it's a bit to the side of the actual geographical position. The geographical position is denoted by the celestial position in the sky, like Polaris, the circumpolar star. It denotes directly underneath it on the surface where the north is. Like, same with the south. It's directly underneath the southern celestial rotation. So if you're going to ask what happens when you cross the South Pole, not much. You just walked over a bit of land underneath a star or rotation in the sky. It's like asking what happens when you cross the North Pole. Not much. You're just walking over some ice.
But do you think if you keep walking, you'll fall over the earth or something? What's the explanation?
I don't
Where would you
know.
fall to, brother? Did you think this through? Where are you going to fall to? You're going to fall to space?
That's what I'm asking.
Yes. How do you fall to space?
That's what I am asking you guys.
We don't think there's an edge to fall off of, or jump off of, or fly off of, or any of that.
So the planet is infinite.
It's not a planet. Okay, it's not in the category planet. Right.
Okay,
Planet
okay.
is the shit. Planet is
infinite.
Look, planets are in the sky, right? Do you see Earth in the sky?
No, but if you go to the sky, you see the planet Earth.
How do you know that?
He did it, I assume. You did this, right?
Someone told you that, and you believe what they told you. What if I told you that I have a wardrobe, and if you go to the back of it, there's a mystical door that'll take me to Narnia where there's talking lions? And I'll come back with photographs of lions and, talking frickin' elk and every other thing. Would you believe all that?
No.
Okay, why not? I got pictures.
Because you're just one person.
Oh. Just one person?
Hey, I went too. I got snow on my
Jedi
shoes.
went. And now we got
Okay,
two.
two
I'm
people.
sure Radwin's been there. Where? In Narnia. That's where we met. Yeah.
So what's the limit of Earth? It's not infinite.
So 14.7 psi indicates a fixed volume, so it's the defined area. So I don't know where it's at. It stops somewhere.
If you get a plane in the flat Earth, you keep flying straight.
You'll run out of gas. Yeah, you just run out of gas and crash and die, and nobody will be able to find you because you didn't tell anybody. So you'll die.
So assuming you have infinite gas,
Can't.
Oh, wow.
you keep going straight.
No, you can't. What are you going to fix your position for to know that you're flying straight?
You don't change directions. You can look up the sky.
Wow. I guess you've never heard of crosswinds before.
You can look
When
the
you,
stars.
Arthur, let me break this down. When you travel in a fluid like air for airplane or in water for a boat, you have your heading, and that's the direction the plane is pointed in, right? So say your plane is pointed north, but that's not your direction of travel because there's wind or flowing water. So it pushes you diagonally, right? And that would be your course, the direction you're actually going. So it's hard to tell what straight even is.
You can follow the stars.
So we like Arthur, what you're saying is like where we go by like what we can prove and like what it is. We don't go into imagination land. What if I could go straight? You can't go straight.
You follow the
What if it's
stars.
infinite?
The
Nothing
stars
is
move.
infinite.
The stars move. So you just follow a star, you'll go in a circle.
We try to stay in reality. I mean, these hypotheticals, they're hypotheticals that can never happen. And you're asking us, hey, how would that work on a flat Earth? I mean, just you're already using your imagination. Just keep going then.
I'm trying to understand.
No, imagination isn't understanding what the Earth is. You can't go straight.
You got my question. What's the point of it, right?
Yeah, but you can't go straight, Arthur. Arthur, what happens when people are lost in the woods? What do they do if they try to walk straight? Do they actually walk straight? No, they don't. They
Sometimes
walk in a circle.
walk in circles.
Yeah, they walk in circles. It's impossible to walk straight without some external reference. So say I want to go 1,000 miles. Now my external reference, like say the reference was a mountain. If I go 1,000 miles, now I can't see that mountain no more. Now how do I know I'm going straight relative to that first external reference that told me I was going straight? Now I can't see it anymore. But now I can't see it anymore. So how do I know I'm still going straight?
If you have a compass.
No, that won't work.
Why not?
Compasses don't point towards the poles. They align to the magnetic field of the Earth. And that magnetic field doesn't point north and south.
If you keep walking only to the north using a compass, you're walking in a straight line, right?
Look, if you can walk to the north until you hit the magnetic pole, you're Jesus Christ because you're going to have to walk on water.
Magnetic field lines bend and curve. I said this earlier, we have to correct for this field line problem. Right, so they're not straight, they curve around. You can almost be 45, 50 degrees off where you're facing, like off of true north if you follow your compass sometimes. You have to correct for it.
My compass moves when I'm driving and I'm going in a straight line and I'm not driving that far. So I know I'm
look in the chat, Arthur. Look in the chat. That's a magnetic declination map. So the lines are the direction your compass is going to point when you're in that location. So as you can see, some of those lines go east and west. Your compass is going to point east-west.
That's 90 degrees, of course.
Oh, shit. Spread got the good map.
Mic check 1 2.
Oh, you sound lovely.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You getting rid of the can and the string?
Yeah. Well, I've upgraded from what I had to a Rode microphone, so.
What do you mean a Rode microphone? What is that?
Yeah, it's a brand name.
Oh.
I have 2 of them actually, but this one is one you can put on top of a SLR.
Dude, I wish Sporadic was in here. I always want to take one of these magnetic declination maps, put it over the latitude longitude lines, and then distort the latitude and longitude lines to straighten out the magnetic field lines, right? To make them point north and south by twisting the latitude longitude coordinate system, right? Flip it, right? Straighten the magnetic field lines and curve the latitude and longitude lines. Just see what it would look like.
And move the land.
Yeah, dude. Exactly, dude.
Probably give you a better image of how you're traveling.
And you know what? They'd be mathematically equivalent, and you would never be able to tell the difference in reality.
Yeah.
Somebody put that in AI and have it do that. Should somebody in here's got that talent to write
Don't
that?
you think that this has been the difficulty of cartography to try to have the placement of the continents on a overall worldview? I think that's.
I actually
been
tried
the
to do
issue,
this
right?
in Adobe Photoshop with using like they have like a warp tool. I tried to like warp. It was too difficult. There's too many freaking warp points. But yeah, so yeah, keep going, AV. I'm gonna go get a map that actually from the 1800s that say we made this map because the compass needle don't frickin' work right, basically compared to whatever.
Yeah, this was the problem that I was talking with Sporadic about, like, the contemplation of why they would even think about putting the continents in a certain orientation, and then having that consistently be applied to like how you navigate. Like, how do you know from continent to continent the orientation like is the way it's supposed to be if what you use for navigation you're not following straight paths, you're just following the magnetic field lines. You know what I mean? Like, this is the important part about it. It's like it's easy to think that you could walk in a straight line, right? But the problem is overall when you're trying to navigate, there's certain tools that you use to help you go in the specific direction you're going. So it's not the same as if you're saying, well, why don't you just walk in a straight line like the Great Circle course? I mean, examine it. Like, see, what does it have any consistency? Why would people think that it's that if in their mind they think they're going in a straight line? You know what I mean?
Yeah, in their mind.
Yeah. So travel, I think that's been the biggest thing for people, like how we travel. Like, you think that it's like, okay, whatever tool that you're using to travel with, you think that thing that's guiding you is keeping you on a straight path. How do you know that? How do you know it's a straight line,
I remember when Antonio was building his map, he did look at declination and inconsistencies in shipping line or shipping travel routes, especially in the south. Like the further south, the worse it was.
I think that's always been the problem of map making and placement of continents and continent sizes. Like, people have always just worked off of like the idea of somebody else having everything placed where there are, in relation to one another, and or the sizes of the continents in relation to another. You could tell like different maps have always got it wrong. And so, like, I think it was yesterday there were a guy was in here, not in here, but in the other server that we're in, was asking for just give me a map, give me a flat Earth map. But really, their globe Earth overall worldview map is not consistent as well. Like, how can you depend on that being the exact layout of all the continents and the positions of things in relation to where you are? How do you know that?
So
Like,
what
if you
part of the map is wrong?
Well,
it's correct within purpose.
You're asking what part of the map is wrong. How is the map constructed to be right? Whoever asked that.
The only thing wrong in the map, it's because it's a Mercator map. Some countries get discarded. From
Really?
The north and south.
What is the what's the construction of a cartographer's like way that he makes the map? Like, how does he do it, Arthur? Because you seem to have you're very informed, right? I want to know how you're so informed that you know that something is right. Show me that you're informed, sir. How does the cartographer actually make the map?
I don't know how they make the map.
Then why would you say it's correct?
And why do you say it's false?
Did I say it was false? I say that there's inconsistencies in the different maps that they're showing in comparison to one another. So you have to first present what you think is true, show us a standard, give us something to say that, okay, we got a gold standard here. This is the map that we should be working with. What projection is that, sir? What map projection is that we should be using? And then any other map that comes against it will be like, okay, that's not right because we have a standard. What map standard do we have, Arthur?
So to prove something is true, I have to do 7,000 years of human history and science to prove something is true.
Okay, you're trying to go from a premise where something is already true. How do you know the thing that you say is true is true? How do you know that? You don't know that, right? Would that be the answer? Because I'm going to speed things along here. You don't know how it is true. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can
So
prove that. I believe
the problem, the problem is your logic. You think something is already true, and you don't know how it's true. So we're asking you, if you're so informed, tell us how this is true that you think is true. But the other problem we have is that you don't know what map to point at to say that something is true. You wouldn't even know where to start. There's hundreds of maps, Arthur.
I know.
How would you know where to begin?
I don't know.
You see the problem? This is the problem in logic when we speak to people that think that the Earth is a globe. You guys think there's already an answer out there. There's a certain layout to the Earth and everything the way it looks. So we have to go by that standard. And now I'm asking you, what
I'm just a
standard
normal
is that?
dude.
Show me the map that you think that's showing the Earth the way it looks like. Show me that map.
Sure, I'm just a normal dude.
I know that, and what I'm doing, yeah, Arthur,
it's not for some.
Hold on, Kiri, one second. What I'm doing right now is showing you that you're just a guy who thinks that there's something that's true that's being presented to them. I'm showing you this. I'm walking you through the fact that you don't know what's true. So you can't say, well, show me a map, Flat Earther, because you don't even know what's true. So that's what I'm showing you right now, Arthur. You and everybody else who think that the Earth is a globe, you think there's an answer to this question because you already have something right now. Like you have a standard. And I'm showing you that's not true.
Consensus. Avi, it's a common consensus, but...
Okay, now let me ask you, Kiri. Common consensus. Hold on. I do want to talk to you about it. So, Kiri, I'm going to speak to you, Kiri. Relax. I'm going to speak to you. So, if that's... hold on, Kiri. Yeah, wait a minute.
If it's to explain his arguments,
dude, you need to relax. You need to just relax. How do you know the consensus has already agreed on something that's true? That's all I was going to ask you.
It's common knowledge that is taught in schools. So
okay, what map? Right, what map are we talking about, Kiri? Because this is a subject right now. That's what we're talking about. The map. Which map are we talking about?
All of our references from our education refers back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Which map is that?
Mercator.
What do you mean, the globe? Which map?
No, the map projection in question that is the standard for all knowledge for what everything is supposed to be. What map are we looking at?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Let me look it up. Yeah, it's called the I'm looking. If you give me just
you can look it up. I don't care, dude. Like I want you. Listen, this what I'm showing you right now should be educational for you. It's a teachable moment so that you can understand. Hold on, Kiri.
Sorry.
So that you can know what's true and what's not true. So now I'm going to put this in a truth statement. Is it true that you know that there is a standard for a map that we all use that you say is consensus that we all agree that is the true map?
Yeah, I'm from France. So in French we call it Mercator. Mercator map. I mean the
Mercator. Yeah, Mercator.
Yeah, the Mercator. Yeah.
Okay, so the Mercator projection. Can you post what that? Can you
in the chat?
do that?
Yes.
Please.
Want to see?
Let's be on using the same.
That's the common. Yeah, that's the basic map. We are talking school.
You see this map here, right? And does Arthur see this map too that you presented? Arthur, do you see the map that Kiri presented? Okay, would you agree that that's the map that we all use?
Yes, it's the Mercator projection.
Okay, so the Mercator projection, do you think that is the gold standard for maps? That is the one that we should all rely on as the one we look at to say, okay, that's what the Earth looks like, and every other map is going to have to compete against this one.
That's the one they use a lot.
Okay. Would you agree that this is the map that we rely on to say that this is what the Earth looks like? Masking.
Yes. Yes.
How about you, Kiri?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay, so the layout of where the continents are is exactly what it should be in reality?
No, it's an extrapolation because
Okay, so it's not. So the question is, it either is or is not where the continents should be. Is this where all the continents are on our Earth in relation to one another?
Yes,
in relation to one another, yes, through distance, but not in shape. I mean,
the size is
wow, we got problems here. Kiri's not agreeing with it. We got problems, don't we? Okay, so Arthur,
hold on.
Go ahead,
Davey. How can the distances be correct but the shape incorrect? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So let me show you something else.
Because the shape, the distance dictates the shape. So either they're both wrong or neither are wrong.
You can check the site.
The projection is used for for illustration only.
Oh, really?
You can also the time zones. We use it for time zones and yeah.
Okay, so where's Arthur? Arthur, do you agree with everything that Kiri's saying?
I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. All right, so he doesn't know, but maybe Kiri's more informed, right? We're going with Kiri at the moment. Kiri seems to have a better handle at this.
Look like this on a globe.
Okay, it looks like that on a globe. But what you're trying to do right now is to figure out how you're going to put that flat map on a sphere, yeah? That's what you're doing.
I mean, if you fold it on a sphere, you could embrace like the shape and like give you a globe.
Yeah, you can put it around any shape, really.
That's the model we are using. Right now.
Yeah.
What do you do with all the wrinkly parts that are extra sticking off? Do you trim them with a pair of scissors?
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, you'd have to. But here's the thing, right? I'm giving you guys something to think about. You've probably never looked at this argument ever in your life. Now it's time to revisit this whole idea. How do you know that is exactly where all the continents are? That's my question to you, Kiri, because Arthur is a little bit more behind than you are. How do you know that's where all the continents?
I'm looking for an answer.
Well, no, I mean,
like I said, if you what's the chat?
So let me just get this straight, Kiri. You didn't know before this question came up, Kiri. Speak to me truthfully, dude. Speak to me truthfully. You didn't know any of this information that I'm talking about until I just now spoke of it, and you're looking it up right now.
No, I'm just looking for arguments.
I know. I listened to the words that I'm saying and answer. Respond to me. You didn't know this question that I'm asking you until I just now said it to you, and you're now looking up the answer.
I mean, before you're questioning it, I won't look it up on Google.
No, I know that you're looking it up. I get it. But you didn't know the answer until just now looking for it.
Yeah, my knowledge is limited. I mean,
okay,
it's been years.
So all right, it's been years. So Kiri, think about this, okay? I'm giving you something to think about. You and Arthur both had the idea that you think that you know what the Earth layout is based on a map projection that's been shown to you, but you don't know how they have obtained this information. Is this statement true?
We know how they obtained it.
To an extent, yes. It is true.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
So now I'm bringing it to your mind that you had an idea of what you think the Earth is based on a map projection, the Mercator projection, which is what you presented, but you don't know how they've obtained the information as to how that map was even made.
I mean, cartography is one thing.
Okay, both of you speaking at the same time is not going to work.
Cartography is one thing. I mean, that's what we use to draw maps.
Yeah, that's a nice word, cartography. But what do they do within that method?
In order to have full knowledge of how the shape looks, we need to send satellites in outer space. So
you said satellites, and Arthur says navigate. Which one came first?
Navigation came first.
Navigation, yes.
Okay, so navigation came first. So what do they do in navigation to obtain, the physical world reference to what
The
the
measured
map that they're making?
distances. The measured distance.
Really? So how do they measure distances?
Time spent from a point, a specific point. You measure.
What'd you say? Time spent? Is that what you said?
You have 1 point, and you measure the distance between.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
By time spent, by looking at the stars.
Okay, so you don't know, right? Kiri, you don't know.
The motion of the
Be
stars. in the
honest.
sky.
I want listen when you speak to me. I want you to be honest. Do you know the method or not?
I do not, but I was referring
Thank
to.
you. Thank you. You do not. That's where you should start to investigate. Right there. That point where you say you do not. So here's what I'm showing you, right? After all this time, you've taken information in and just thought it to be the true case. The earth looks exactly what's been presented to you without any question. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to look into and investigate these questions. And now that we're doing it, you can't just presume that you already know the answer of something like, "Hey, I know what the world looks like." You can't know that because right now we've drilled down to your thought process. We've just figured out there's a gap of knowledge. You don't know how things were constructed to be true. So now, now's the time.
You haven't presented any evidence in the chat.
Yeah, the challenge is right now to figure out how cartography is done. You got to figure that out, right? So does Arthur. And then once you start to realize how the method,
I send you multiple.
Kerry, just relax, bro, relax. Once you figure out how it's done, then you can present a case for how you know the
Like
methodology.
I said earlier, I send you multiple things in the chat.
Yes, you send multiple things, but that's information that you just curated right
you can
now.
Also send yours.
Yeah, Kerry.
It works both ways.
Kerry, you're not. Look at the bigger picture here, right? This is the greater point. You didn't know prior to this moment in time about how cartography is done until I even questioned you about it.
Then show
you
me how
always,
it's done.
Kerry, you always thought in your mind that this was already something that was just done. Everybody knows. And the information that you're receiving is something that's true. You and everybody else in here have taken that for granted.
Show me how cartography should be done. How you measure.
Well, the question is, why have you been carrying the notion that you've thought that the Earth was what you perceive it to be based on something you don't know? How they've obtained.
That's not what I'm saying. Show me.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like the fundamental problem. Yeah, hold on a second. The fundamental problem is that you think that things are already known and that we shouldn't look back and research and figure out maybe what was the method that they've obtained this information. This is what I'm trying to get you to realize. Critical thinking on this. Hold on, Kerry. It's not even. Listen, I'm not countering something that you're presenting. I'm actually getting you to. Getting you to realize. Hold on, Kerry. I'm getting you to realize that you didn't know the information existed of the methodology.
You said that 20 times.
Okay, so are you actually going to research, or are you just going to tell me that I need to rebut something you said?
I'm going to do more research. I'm going to be more knowledgeable on how to defend my arguments in terms of what I know, right? But
you don't know. That's the problem.
Earlier,
so you don't know.
Like I said earlier, I presented you multiple arguments, multiple illustrations
of something you don't know. Of something you don't know.
You didn't counter-argue, so
I did. I said you don't know the information that supports
how
what
you measure distance on the flat
Okay, so the Mercator projection is what you presented, yes? And I asked you what was the methodology that they constructed this map? What was your answer?
No. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Yes, that's how it works, dude. You can't present something.
It's globe versus flat.
No. That's you not knowing what the Earth is.
There's no discussion. There's no discussion.
It is a discussion. It's an exposition of how you don't know what you're talking about.
No, there's only you refuting globe arguments.
No, it's me refuting your lack of ability to explain something you thought you knew. That's what it is.
Okay, I tried, Xavier.
I'm exposing the fact that you thought you already knew you had the answer, but you don't really. Because when you presented the Mercator projection, I said, how did they obtain this information? You came up with tits. You didn't know. You don't know.
I tried to ask you to come up with... Okay.
Say what?
What about the old maps?
What about old maps?
They already knew the shape of the countries in the.
How do you know that, Arthur? How do you know that?
We know because we have old maps.
Okay, great. We have old maps. How did they figure that out? What was the method they used for those old maps?
Navigation around the country.
Around the country. Go ahead and tell me the method that they've obtained the information of the shape of the continent. Go ahead, since you know.
They went around the country with a boat and drew it.
Really? How did they do
How
that?
did they, for example, get distances between locations?
No, I'm talking about the shape, not the
exactly.
size.
So you're going to be sailing. That's going to be a coastline. So you're going to have features along the coastline that you're going to need to demark distance between.
Yes.
You're not. Yes, you're. He doesn't know how. He's basically Jedi's feeding you, Arthur, and you're just agreeing with him. But he has to tell you this. This is what I'm trying to get across to you guys who think that you know what the Earth is based on it being a globe. You don't have information to support the case that you know what you're talking about.
The UN flag is interesting.
Oh my God, dude! Like really, you want to go to the UN flag? Yeah, Kiri. Here's the fundamental problem. I don't know. Is the way you process information, brother. You and everybody else who thinks the Earth is a globe process information as in here's the information, I accept it. That's what it's just a wherever you get this information from, you've just accepted it. You haven't challenged yourself of how you know what you know.
No, I don't know. I mean, generalism used that map.
And why should I? Yeah. Why should we believe you instead of the common?
Okay, so it's not about believing me. It's in how you process information. How are you doing that?
Eric Dubé and generalism used that map all the time.
So who cares about those guys? Did they tell you how they got the method?
First.
Oh yeah. So let's put it this way. Did Eric Dubé tell you how?
Earthers, you idiot! Stop saying dumb shit.
Did Eric Dubé teach you how to look at the UN map and tell you how he constructed that as a flat Earth map?
No, I mean, he used it. He used it in.
Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, who cares? There's a lot of people that can be fallacious and have the reasoning to be questioned. It doesn't matter who they are. Doesn't matter who they are. You could question anyone, right? How do you know that information is true, right? You can ask that from just about anything. And if they can't support the information they're presenting to you, then how do they know what they know? That could apply to anyone, myself included.
Let me add something real quick. Is old boy here? Are you saying that the AE projection is wrong?
I'm sorry, you're asking me?
Yeah. Is your current understanding that the UN flag or the AE projection is wrong?
No, I mean it's very interesting. I mean, I wanted to add it to the debates, and from what I recall, Eric Dubé and generalism.
Yeah, they're not here.
Always use like that portrayal of flat Earth. I want to see the flat Earth map. If you
don't worry about that. You need to worry about what other people do that aren't in this room. What do you say? Is this map wrong or is that map right?
I mean, that map makes sense because it's the Earth, right? It's the continent. You can clearly see it, but the thing is, it's a dot. It's a site that pinpoints.
Okay,
right.
Let me help you out. All maps are wrong. It's called a reification. When you say this,
especially that UN map, I mean, it makes no sense.
Yeah, that map is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we get to look at why it's wrong. Why you think it's wrong?
I'm just sharing that to like challenge you guys to share.
No, you're not challenging us, bro. You're not challenging us. We're challenging you. It's how you're processing. It's how you're processing information.
Still, I haven't seen any.
He's trying to. It's like this is more narrative nonsense. That's what he's trying to do. Create a narrative. Oh, flat earthers don't have a map. We're aware of your narrative nonsense, right? We have a map, but you have no way to check it.
Well, where is it? I want to see it.
Okay, and then what? And then what? After you see it, then what?
Talking for flat.
Hold on. After you see it, then what?
Show us the truth.
And what you're gonna see? The Earth don't look like that. Well, how do you know what the Earth looks like?
it'll be more food for thought and more
Okay.
arguments for the debate.
I'll ask you again. You're
hold
going to
on.
look at it, and then what?
May I throw a hammer into this?
We can discuss
No,
it.
you're not. You're going to compare it to something else, right?
No, so you can rely on I don't know, a common ground for
To do
for
what?
the discussion. For the discussion.
Okay. So doesn't
But
matter.
you can't even think critical.
Hold on. And
I do.
unlike you, I can tell you how this map was made. Okay. So this map was made using shipping times, like how long it takes to travel by ship, and the official reported the official areas that individual countries report to the UN. How big is your country? Okay, 200 something square miles. Okay, so that's what they report. This is how this map was made. Okay.
You're talking about the
Now,
UN,
before you compare
the
it
UN
to
map?
some other map, listen, this is the problem. You guys will say that map is wrong. You have no way to say that map is wrong because you don't know what the true map is.
It
because
is. I
that's
mean,
what
it
Andy
doesn't
was
respect
asking you.
the distances.
He wants to know what's the true map so we can figure out any other map what to compare it to.
Everything is wrong about the UN map. I mean, the shape of the continents and everything. The
How do you know
distances,
that?
it's just
How do you
fucked
know
up.
that? How do you know? How
Because
do you
we
know that?
measured it.
Oh,
We
really?
measured it.
Show
He
us.
doesn't know how.
For the millennials.
Show
That's
us.
the problem.
No. Show us.
What do you mean show us?
Show us the.
I
how
literally
it was
showed you
measured.
the Mercator map.
You're just
That's the most accurate
you're
map
just
we
making
have.
assertions that you're trying to cash it. You're trying to write a check your ass can't cash, dude.
I respect your perspective, but you haven't produced
I'm
any
asking you,
map
I'm
of the
asking
flat
you,
Earth.
how do you know that's what the Earth looks like? What are you comparing it to?
He's like,
did you see the Earth
Always
from that point of
questioning and
Okay, let me
never
ask you, did you
producing
see the Earth
any.
from- Hold on, dude. Good, you're spiraling, brother. Did you see the Earth from that point of view?
No.
Okay,
I've been
so you
taught.
don't know from
I've been
that.
taught.
So how do you know that's what the Earth looks like? The Earth you have in your head. The continents look like this. That's in your head because you've never seen it, right? But you're imagining it to be that way. How do you know that's the way it is?
Because I trust the science.
There it is, right there.
we go.
That's
There we-
it.
that's
That's it right there. That's it right there. There you go, Kiri. That's what we want to hear from you guys. We want to hear that you guys say that you trust. You've never investigated this. These are true statements that I'm saying right now. But hold on,
We reach
Kiri.
a
Based
point
on
of no
wait,
consensus.
just
There's
shut your yapper, bro.
Yeah.
What we're saying is you only trust, you don't investigate, you don't research, you don't do your due diligence. When you come to this forum and you think you have in your mind, I have the knowledge of the Earth being a globe. You don't, because he just asked you a bunch of questions you could not answer. And then at the end of all of that, you said, I just trust. That's it, brother. That's what all of this is based on your trust on somebody giving you information. Yeah? And now you have an opportunity to critically think about what you thought you knew and kind of go over in your head how you know what you know. But that's not for us in the discussion. You can do that on your own
what you
time,
said
bro.
earlier, but I'm not here to be disrespectful. I'm just here to debate. Come on.
No, this isn't a debate, bro. You don't have anything to stand on to debate. You don't have any knowledge based on what you just said. You just trust the information. So you don't have knowledge, bro.
Ask me anything or make a claim to
so
debate.
thank you for
You have to make a claim to debate.
You have to make a claim to debate.
It's not a debate.
You have to make. Go ahead, Crit. You
Okay,
tell
I
him.
have to make a claim. Okay, I have
You've
to
got
prove.
two things are fucked up with you right now. Number one, you're the most anti-science person that is in the room right now. As soon as you say you trust science, you just took the power of science away from it. Science is built on distrust. You verify, repeatable, observable, remeasurable, and falsifiable. As soon as you take that away and slap a trust sticker on it, it's no longer science.
I have to
It's just
question
a
everything that has
buzzword.
been taught to me and everything that I learned in school.
That's just a buzzword you're using now. For some reason, you won't explain or take questions on. So really, we should be doing an AMA for you. How did you take science, then call it
For
not
granted?
science, and call it something else? And number
So we
two,
can't believe-
if you
we
want,
can't believe anything.
Number two, if you want to debate, you need a claim first. Say my claim is this. You haven't done either of these things.
I mean, a debate is an open discussion where we present arguments and we can talk about it.
You don't have any arguments
don't have
to
to be
present.
so
You don't know how
aggressive.
anything was done. You don't know what the evidence is. Like, what are you going to argue?
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you going to argue? Something that you don't know? That's interesting.
Okay, I'm done,
That's not a
guys. You-
debate. Yeah, I know you're done. You're cooked, bro.
You win.
You're
You win.
freaking
I'm gonna let someone else.
I want to address the other guy. He was like,
interact
so
with
we
you
can't
guys?
believe anything then. No, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. You have to use discernment. Every claim you analyze individually. You just don't make blanket, like, I believe all of this or I believe all that. I believe all my teachers. No, some of the shit your teachers say is false. Some of it's true. You have to not be lazy and parse through it all so you know what the truth is. There's no law that says you have to believe anything. Teacher said X and X. Well, you can choose to believe it, not believe it, or just have
This
no
guy-
opinion.
He's putting in the text, it's a complicated debate. No, it's only complicated because you don't know the answers to any of the things that have been asked you because you never researched them. Therefore, would you do that? Okay, imagine this. You go to a forum, it's a debate forum, and you present, the guy presents his case for the debate, and then the mic turns to you and say, okay, so what is your premise for the debate? Well, I'm going to present something that I don't know about, guys, and I'm going to open up with saying, I think this is true. But I don't have any way to substantiate it. Therefore, I'm right, and that guy over there is wrong. Is that how
I
you
got a
win?
great analogy. Imagine you're debating who the greatest baseball player. Hold on, Arthur. Imagine you're debating who the greatest baseball player is, and you go in and you're like Babe Ruth. Oh yeah, why is he the greatest? I think he hit like 1 million home runs or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe I think he stole like 1,000 bases. I don't really know. And they're like, shut up. Like, how are you debating on a side when you don't know anything about the person is that you're saying is the best? He could have freaking did nothing. He might not even have played baseball. That might be even be imaginary character. Like, you have no clue. You shouldn't be even, you should just be listening.
This really puts you guys
Are you done
off
punching
kilter.
down this guy? Are you
Yeah,
done?
punching down, dude. This is a teachable moment, egg based. For those of you guys who don't realize, this is a moment of reflection. You should actually look at look at what you know and have an internal critique. What do I know? Take stock, egg based, as what we're telling you. And are you doing that too? Because we might even, you're like, I'm going to throw a hammer in the works. No, you're not. There isn't any hammers to throw. I mean, if you had something, that would be something, but you don't.
How about the Coriolis effect?
That's a derivative argument based on the fact that you already think the Earth is spinning on the premise, which is the Earth. You should be presenting how you know the Earth is actually in motion. It's a derivative topic.
Well, it's not derivative because you.
It is.
No.
Dude, it is based off of the idea that the Earth is spinning. What do you mean it's not derivative?
How about airplanes?
How about technology, dude?
If
I want you to talk about the Earth. Talk about the Earth, egg base.
If I plot a flight plan without taking the Coriolis effect,
no, we're not talking about. We're not talking about a derivative topic just because you think. Just because you think you have an argument for that derivative topic. No, sir. You have to go back to the premise. Go back to the premise. Yeah. Go back to the premise of how you know the Earth's in motion, so then you could have your little Coriolis effect. Tell us how the Earth's in motion.
Premise one.
Talk about
if
that.
the Earth were not in motion, then plotting a flight plan directly from one destination to another would be completely functional.
Yeah, that's illogical. That's illogical. Sorry, it's illogical because your premise is not true. The first premise is a subjective statement, which doesn't make it conclusive, which is not true. So premise one, you're already wrong.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and define those words you just used, because you used half of them.
No. You understand what I'm talking about. So subjective means your interpretation of what that statement, the first statement, is incorrect because you just think it's true. It's not actually true. It's not conclusively true. It's not really true. It's just what you think is.
So on a
subjective.
flat Earth, a straight line between 2 points doesn't.
You didn't define globe Earth, sir. So you can't can't compare. You can't compare. Shut up, dude. Whoever's in the background. You can't compare the Earth to anything that you think it is based on what you just believe it to be. You have to present the information of how the Earth is an actual globe to compare it to a flat Earth, which you don't have. We could
The null
start there.
hypothesis is not that the Earth is flat. That's not the null.
Yeah, how do you know the Earth's a globe, Eggbase?
I'm sorry, Avi, for one.
You're gonna have to sit down. I'm not gonna allow people to interrupt. Sit down.
We're getting there. However, you've insisted that my first premise is completely subjective, which is
Yes, it
basically
is.
a non-starter.
It started with an if statement. Started with an if statement. You can't do it.
That's a conditional, not a subjective statement.
Well, you can't start with if. You have to start with something that would make the statement to be true, as in the Earth is a globe, not if the Earth were a globe.
I'm
start with
sorry.
a true statement.
I don't have to. I don't have
Your
to.
syllogism
do that.
is flawed, sir.
I don't have to go to you.
Well,
and
then it's
say
that's
X,
fine.
Y,
Then
and
it's not
Z
true. Then it's
in
not
order
true.
for there to be a
Start with your if statement, but it won't make it true. How about that? It won't be true.
Okay.
So it's illogical.
In the case that the Earth were a flat and level plane.
Sorry, but you're
say
not
that?
proving that the Earth is a globe. No. This isn't evidence that the Earth is a globe. Like I said before.
Let me try this way.
Like I said before, you have to provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe before you put it against. If the Earth was an actual globe, yeah. If the Earth was an actual globe, you'd have to present the case of it being an actual globe, and then anything that comes against it, whether it be flat Earth or concave or hollow or whatever it is, would come against the truth. Right? That's how you do it. You have to first start with the true.
I got
show the
premise
if.
one out about
Where's the if?
halfway.
Where's the if?
And you basically stopped me and said, "Nope, that doesn't work."
Okay,
And
dude, you got to think about it this way. You're saying if this, where is the this? You haven't demonstrated the if.
Because it's premise one. Have
Yeah,
you
so
never
where's the
taken
if? Yeah.
Any course
You need to
where,
show the
like,
if.
academic writing is required?
Yes, and you'd have to demonstrate the if. You'd have to cite the if and show what
Right.
that if is.
So
Otherwise,
hold on.
you're just basically, it's a
So how does it
squawk.
work?
It's a vacuous statement. If you say, if the earth is a meatball sandwich,
If you present a formal proof of something,
you'd have to show the if.
premises.
No, you don't. Okay.
Establish
If you
premises.
say nothing,
you
a
establish your
vacuous
argument based
statement,
upon those
if you're not paying attention, if the if is vacuous, meaning it doesn't have any form or function, it's just a word that doesn't mean anything.
So
if the earth is a
telling me is
spoon,
if premise one doesn't stand on its own, then the
there's
whole argument
nothing there. You haven't given the premise one. You
The
give
conclusion is
a
the
vacuous
conclusion is formed by two true statements in a syllogism that you're going to perform is that it's a logical statement. So you can't do that if they're a condition or if or maybe perhaps if you can't do it that way. It has to be two true premises, and the logical conclusion would be that it's born out of those two true premises. So can you do that? Two true statements.
You're not limited to two premises, and they don't.
It doesn't matter, but they have to be true. And if you're going to do it that way, like the statements themselves would be conclusive, because then it would be the two true premises, or how you saying you want to add more, they have to be true. So start there.
The only argument that you'll accept is a conclusive, assertion based
For the Earth being a globe, yes. For the Earth being a globe, yes.
You'll only accept a one-part conclusion based on two completely true axioms.
Yeah. Can you do that with the Earth being a globe? Let's see how well you can prove the Earth being a globe with that.
Your standard of evidence is preposterous, and I refuse.
No, it's actually empirical, sir. It's not preposterous. That means that we're verifying and falsifying and repeating the test that we would if it were true, but it's not true. That's the problem. It is not true. So you can't do it based on the standard that would be empirical. So your argument falls flat on its face. Pun intended. Any more for any more? You're not in a realm of let's just imagine the Earth being a globe. We're here to demonstrate to the public that the Earth is not a globe based on any information you can present. Guaranteed. 100%. We stand on business when we come into this room, and you guys should know that. If you want to come up against anything, then you better come in here telling us how you know the Earth is an actual globe. Not, well, if we think about it, perhaps, and maybe, and hypothetically. No. You better know that the Earth is a globe, and provide evidence of how it's a globe empirically. Otherwise, what have you got? An imagination? Of course.
What about,
That's all you've been holding on to, ladies and gentlemen, is an imagination.
Space, man.
Okay, all the images from space. I can address that guy. So, how are you going to verify that those images, the content of what's on those images is true? How do you verify that?
I mean, I've seen rockets launch.
Yes, that's great. Rockets launch is great. I'm asking for whatever they're whatever they're presenting to you, right? The Earth looking like a globe. How do you know that you can validate that in any way?
Because we can.
How do you validate that the Earth looks exactly like that image that they're showing you?
I mean, they're not going to edit the photo. I mean, why would they?
Oh, no. We're not talking about them doing anything. I'm asking for how you know they you validate it. It doesn't matter. How is it validated?
Two eyes that I can see that it's, a globe. I mean, why would they?
Okay. Yeah, you can see it. So your standard of evidence is I see something in a photo. I believe it's content.
I mean, it's live streamed too. I mean, you can watch.
I'm not worried about that, dude. I'm examining how you process the information, and it sounds like you're processing information like I see the image, I believe it's content, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll follow
Okay,
your.
so by that standard, people can show you Bigfoot, they can show you the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus. All of those things are true as well because they showed you an image of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but there's no images.
Oh, really?
Of Bigfoot or Tooth Fairy or anything.
Yeah, there are. I bet you right now anybody can post any of those images I just said of the things that I just spoke of in the text chat right now. And you,
we'll move to a different set of evidence because I'm not here to argue with you. I just want to hear your explanations.
No, you got to stay here because this is your worldview being evaluated.
Yep.
So using your worldview, all it takes is a photograph. You could use NORAD has taken photographs of Santa Claus for
that's
about
as a
40 years, 60 years.
Right? I'm not here to debate you. I just want to hear your explanation.
I know because it's not a debate.
Your worldview is being evaluated right now. You came in here and said, if the Earth is flat, how would you explain a photograph of Santa Claus taken by NORAD?
Santa Claus doesn't exist. I'm not here to debate you guys.
There you go.
How do you know your explanations for these?
The explanation is
living in the North Pole.
Here's the explanation. Yeah, here's the explanation. You guys that come in here and think that the Earth is a globe, the explanation is it's not a globe based on your information. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell us how it is. Yeah, you'd be able to go through it and say it is empirical fact. You can know this to be true. You don't have that. So it's an exposition on your thought process. Yeah?
Right.
Right. So now that's where we're at here. We're showing you kind of a mirror. I'm showing you a mirror. This is how you think. It sounds pretty ridiculous, right? When I actually put it the way I did. I'm giving you the exposition so you can start to now analyze information critically. Now you can go back and say, okay, wait a minute. Maybe I had a wrong way of thinking about this stuff. Maybe I can go back and try to rethink.
You guys think the Earth is flat, right? But how do you?
No, we don't think we know.
Okay, you know the Earth is flat. So how do you explain the sun? If there was a floating sun, why would it not illuminate the entire Earth the entire time?
Okay, have you critically thought about that question you just asked?
I want to hear your explanation.
No, I'm asking you. Have you critically thought about the question you just asked?
Yes, I have critically thought about it. Please explain.
Okay, let's examine the components of that question. You're asking me, how can I think about the sun moving across a flat plane?
No, I'm asking why wouldn't it light up the entire plane the entire time?
Right. So let's talk about that. So the sun illuminating the entire plane, what gives you the indication that would be the case? Let's critically think about it. What gives you the indication that would be the exact case?
If I have a light bulb in my room, which I do right now, when I turn it on,
is that comparable to the sun?
Yes, it is. The sun is like a light bulb.
It's like a light bulb, but is it exactly like a light bulb, or is
Okay,
it
let
kind
me
of
let
like?
me hear your explanation. I want to hear your.
No. The explanation is your critical thinking about this question.
No, I'm asking for an
we're
explanation.
dissecting.
I want to hear your explanation.
We're
That's all I
dissecting
wanna hear.
we're dissecting the components of the question, right? So you're
I'm
trying
not
to
asking
give me a
for
question.
I'm not asking for you to dissect the components of the.
Yeah, we are
question.
doing
I'm asking
that.
for an
Yeah, we are doing
explanation.
that.
I want an explanation.
So the explanation can only be given to somebody who can critically think about the information that's given to them.
I want an explanation. Otherwise,
you
have
will
an
get it.
explanation.
Yeah, you will get it. But the thing is, you don't know how to handle the information. That's the part that I'm getting you to ignite.
We'll skip the handling. I want to.
We'll answer your silly question, but will you answer his first?
Yeah.
We have an
Yeah.
explanation, dude. Just hold on to your ass, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're getting. You're
Dude,
getting.
You think you're the first person to broach this question? You're not. We've
So-
All right,
been
well,
doing
let me-
this
let
for
me hear you
years,
guys'
man. We've heard this
explanation. All
question
right.
10,000 times. It's not new. We have an answer, but you need to answer his questions first.
All right. Well, all right. I'll listen.
Yeah.
I'll listen.
So the problem is that when we start giving you explanations and spoon feeding you, you don't know how to accept that because the process of how you critically think about things is not. It's vacuous. It's not there. So in order for you to consider what we're saying, you have to be able to understand components of your question. So if we're talking about the sun, do you understand light attenuation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so in different mediums, light attenuates differently, yes?
Yes, yeah, they do.
Okay, so is it possible that the lights from the sun is not reaching every part of the earth because of how it attenuates through the air?
Well, I mean, air is not like water. It's not a stick. If you're underwater,
I'm not saying it is.
If you're
I'm
like
not saying
underwater,
it
it's
is.
going to be thicker.
Also,
but air
I'm not
doesn't
saying it
attenuate
is.
as much as
buddy,
something
like
water.
water is completely dark in 400 meters. But
Right.
you're
Yeah,
talking
I'm
about
not-
thousands of miles. But we're talking about thousands of miles.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
so
saying
why
it's
doesn't
like water.
Why doesn't it attenuate like if? All right, how?
Well,
let
no,
me ask,
yeah.
How far is the sun up?
You just proved Alpha's point. You can't follow along.
I'm
That's
asking
what I've
how
been trying to
far-
tell
how
him,
far-
like-
I'm asking you, how far up is the sun? That's all I'm asking. How far is up? How far?
So
up
here's the thing. Here's the thing with the
It wouldn't be
information that's
irrelevant. I mean, that would affect how much the light
Sam,
attenuates.
Sam, with the information that's given to you, you can't process it. It's difficult for you to do that because you've never done it. So what I'm telling you right now,
I'm asking you a
You're
basic
not doing
question.
it
How
now,
far
sir.
up is the sun? How far up is the sun?
So look, this is the problem.
How is it irrelevant?
Okay, I'll tell
That
you
would
how it's
affect light
relevant. Because we can compare the brightness of when the sun's at noon versus when it's on the horizon.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's
we can do that.
23,000 times less bright. That's just
I
at the
don't think that's
horizon.
true at all.
And if the,
Yeah, see,
pardon me,
dude, this is the
That's
problem. This is
basic
why you
fact
can't
that it's not.
understand.
If it was
What?
23,000 times less bright, then it would be 23,000 times as dark.
that's right. It's 23,000 times less bright. If you looked at the sun at noon, you'd burn your eyes out. But you can look directly at the sun when it's at the horizon.
No, you cannot. You'll burn your eyes out.
Yes, you
Oh
can. Dude.
my god, dude.
Have you ever looked at the sun at noon with no eye protection? You're gonna burn your
I
eyes out.
said, did you not follow? You cannot look at the sun at noon. You'll burn your eyes out.
just said you
but when it's
can.
on the horizon, why are you talking over
Yeah,
me?
at,
You can-
at the horizon.
Why are you talking
cannot
over me
look at the
again?
sun with eye protection. I'm explaining.
You can
to
look
you a basic
directly at the sun when it's on the horizon. Directly at it and not burn your eyes out.
beach right now at sunset and try look at the sun. I'd burn my eyes out. That's basically.
No, you wouldn't.
I can see that with my two own eyes.
You're just a liar.
No, you wouldn't.
You're just a liar, bro.
I live
Everybody
right
knows
next to
that's
a beach.
incorrect.
Okay, I'm going to show you a photograph of a setting sun, and it's obvious that you can look directly
Okay,
at the sun.
I would like to see this.
Everybody's seen this, Sam. You're just being disingenuous, bro.
I'm not
Everybody's
being
seen the sun at the. Yes, you are. We've all stared at the sun at the sunset and sunrise.
Yep.
We all have done this.
All right, let's see this.
Yeah,
photo.
you've never been. on a
Everybody's
romantic-
done this, bro.
You've never been on a
You said
romantic
you've never
night,
seen
bro.
a sunset. You had to look away. Oh, I can't look at the sunset. I'm burning my eyes
Dude,
out.
there-
No one.
there is
no one
literally-
ever.
There's literally pictures of people sitting and looking at the sun on the sunset, bro.
All right, can we-
That's what
can we see
romantic.
some of these
Hold on,
photos?
Sam. Hold on. Let's mute this clown real quick. Just hold on a second. There are literally thousands, if not millions, of photographs and romantic encounters people have staring at the sunset, bro. You're saying that nobody can do that because they'll burn their eyes out. You're such a freaking clown making these statements.
Yeah, this is embarrassing for you right now.
My God, sir.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how this guy says it's impossible to look at the sun during the sunset, and just how embarrassing that is for someone to be that clueless.
And or the implications that you guys who think that the Earth is a globe cannot critically think about the world around you. That's the big elephant in the room right now. You guys come in here, oh, the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you've never thought about how it's a globe. Yeah? That's the problem with the guys that come in here, and you think you have these logically constructed arguments, and they're not. They're just not. So we're going through and talking to everybody that comes in here. And guys, because like we want you to engage too. You've never had this conversation being brought up to you as like revisit how you know what you know. Now it's being presented to you, and you guys don't know what to do. You're losing your freaking minds. You're saying illogical things. Like, it's just what it is, man. Whenever we bring this up, this is what happens to you guys. It's like your brain turns into spaghetti. You can't even think straight.
It's like severe brain damage. Imagine someone walk into a forum, like any channel, not just this one, any channel. Like you could go through the list. I got it minimized right now, but all the channels here, and you were to join them and say, "Hey, they're talking," and you tell them, I've never seen the sun because I can't look at it," and they say, "What about sunset?" and you start arguing with them about sunsets. What would they do?
You're going to tell them they're blind. They go blind if they do it, and they're all like, "Well, we have all done it," and they're like, "No, you'll go blind."
They think you're like some idiot troll. You're trying to get a reaction. Like you're rage baiting. This is the dumbest shit ever, dude.
I posted 2 photos of sunsets in the chat. You probably couldn't even read a book to the freaking light from the sun in one of those. And I posted a graph from the astronomy website.
Be honest.
Where I get my number from. I didn't just make the number up out of my head.
Sam doesn't have an argument.
I'm letting you guys talk. I mean, you guys got mad because I was talking over here.
Okay,
yeah, what did he just say? Did you hear what he said?
You concede that the sun is not the same brightness on the horizon as it is at noon.
Yeah, concession is in order. Go on, Sam.
In fact, if you look up on Wikipedia for meteorological visibility, it'll tell you the farthest you can see at sea level due to the clarity of the air is 256 kilometers.
So can I ask, why does it go, under the sea when it sets?
It doesn't go under anything.
So why is it setting? If I might ask.
Because
it's a function of perspective.
Yeah, things that are higher than your head, things that are higher than you, as they go away, they appear to approach the horizon, the vanishing point.
It's a function of perspective, Sam.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Because you've never thought about it, yeah?
I have thought about it, but it doesn't make any sense.
That's some bullshit, bro. Okay, so let's do this. Hold on, let's do this. Let's do this, right? What is perspective? We'll do that. What is it?
Perspective is how you see.
Yeah, and how do our eyes see, bro?
With your eyeballs.
That you don't know perspective, do you? If that's your answer, you don't know perspective.
You asked me what is perspective,
and it's not with your eyes. With your eyeballs is not the answer. How does vision work, brother?
You take in light, photons into your eyeballs, and your brain processes that information.
There's the sun. There you go.
No, we're talking about image formation.
Hold on, AJ.
We're talking about image formation. How does an image form? How do things look? Everything converges to a vanishing point. Right? Trace posted a GIF in the a hallway GIF, right? That's how things live. The ground appears to ramp up. The sky appears to ramp down. You wonder why the sun goes down? Because why it looks like it goes down. It's not actually going down.
There's a lot of images in the side chat for you to look at, Sam, to kind of put an example of what we're saying. This is what your vision is doing functionally outside in the world.
Yeah, just like the hallway appears to be coming together, you see the ceiling appear to drop down, but it's not actually dropping down. You're not trapped in the tunnel. You can keep going. It's just perspective.
The tunnel don't become a pinhole.
So that's the answer to your question. Why did the sun go down? Well, it's a function of perspective.
Okay. I have a different question. Can I ask?
No, you're. Hold on. Let's see if Sam has. Just hold tight. HXY or whatever. Sam, go ahead.
I've heard that the gravity works by stuff moving up at 9.8 meters a second. Is that how it works?
No. Next question.
How does gravity work?
We don't make a claim.
What is it?
Nobody knows how it works. We can only describe it. We can describe that things fall. We can describe how fast they fall. That's all we can do.
Define what do you...
I'm asking that's your explanation for gravity?
No, that's the consensus within the heights of academia. That's what they agree upon there. They don't know. They can describe it. They can measure it. They're trying to figure out new theories for it currently.
Yeah, so the cause and effect relationship in the understanding of cause and effect, you can only understand the effect. You don't know the cause. Right. That's it. And no one does, I would put it that way. The theories that you hear about what gravity is only the ideas of men trying to put to what the cause could be and not what it is.
Okay.
Anything else? We want to go to the other guys, so.
Yeah. Okay, so you deny the photo evidence published by space agencies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you deny it. Okay.
No, I have no reason to believe that they are authentic. I'm not denying anything.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you that is something authentic. Okay. When you grab a telescope.
How do you know that?
Because you can test this yourself. I
can see the Earth with a telescope. How do I do that?
No, you're not Earth. You grab a telescope and you look at any stellar object that is not Earth. You look anywhere in the universe and you will see that they appear as a circle. And the fact that...
Not Earth, though.
Okay. Look.
But they're not Earth, right?
They're not Earth, but do you think it is statistically
then why
possible?
Then hold on. Then why would I think Earth is like them if they're not Earth?
But do you think it is statistically possible?
No, why would I think...
if everything else is a globe.
So
the Earth isn't
What do
a
you mean
globe.
everything else? What do you mean? Why are you even putting Earth in that category?
Because Earth is a stellar object too, isn't it?
You just said a stellar object you need to see with a telescope. Now you're just saying Earth is a stellar object. Well, I look in the sky with my telescope. I don't see the Earth in the sky.
That's interesting. Okay.
You're just arbitrarily putting it in that category for no reason other than you want to.
That's a good argument. I actually like that argument.
Ninja's been killing it for the last 4 days, man. It's awesome.
No, this is a good argument. It is. One of the more well thought out ones.
You've adopted the Copernican principle where you think the Earth is not unique and it's just like everything else. But that is a philosophical position. It's not based upon evidence.
Agreed. And no answer would be a good answer too, because he's probably contemplating how to rebut that, but there isn't any.
There is no rebuttal.
I did like it when he said statistically. That was good. I mean, statistically, then, because there's more bacteria on the Earth, I should be a bacteria because there's more of them.
We're actually, I think the most dominant species is like some little freaking microbe that's in the dirt. It's supposed to be like 100 million of them per like cubic freaking inch of dirt. We must be one of those.
No, it's like how close are we to a banana? Like DNA wise, like aren't we like similar if we're going by statistics? Yeah, but I mean, it's just think about it for the room, guys. If you have questions, you have to. One of the things that we do here is to get you guys to ignite your critical thinking. That's our mission. Our whole mission is not to convince you or twist your arm to say the Earth is flat. But far be it, right? We want you to actually contemplate what you're asking. The questions that you present, have you thought about them at all? Because when we put the mirror up so you can realize that you don't have an answer, then it's just like, oh, you guys are wrong. No, you've never thought about the questions you're asking. So we want to ignite that critical thinking within you. It's actually not just to tear down, but it's to build you back up. Yeah.
Okay, I want to go back to this Copernicus approach, right? So why do you think the Earth is unique after everything else in the universe?
Because there's life here.
What does it compare? What can you compare what that's on the Earth to anything you see up there? HYX.
I mean,
Go
we
ahead.
orbit the sun.
What's in orbit, bro? What's in orbit?
Orbit is
How do you know the Earth orbits the sun in the first place? Have you seen that? Has anybody seen that?
But you can calculate it. In
Really?
different
you can
different
calculate-
times.
Listen, you can calculate. You're not calculating the Earth, right? You're extrapolating Earth is in orbit from the way the sun changes.
Yes.
Right? But we
And
see the
what
sun
is-
move. That's what we actually see.
But what is defined as a year? You see, the sun
depends on
goes
what you
back
mean,
to the
tropical
point.
year. Like, yeah, but it depends on what type of year you're talking about. There's a couple different. There's a draconic year. There's a tropical year. There's a sidereal year.
I'm talking about the one that is accepted by the Gregorian calendar.
Well, maybe
One
I like the
revolution
Julian
around the sun.
calendar. Like fucking.
Can I ask a question? Just like
Yeah, hold on. I was gonna ask
Let's finish this. So, the only real year, okay, is the tropical year, and that's like if you took a stick and on the equinox you stuck it in the ground and lined it up to the sunrise. After 365 days, when the sun rose on the equinox again, it would line up with that stick.
Yep, that's the one. I'm talking about.
365 times until the fourth year, then it would be 366 days until it rose again at the stick. Okay, so that's what a year is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the orbit of a sun. It's when the sunrise comes back to the stick.
I have a question, real quick. Hold on, guys. This is a moderation question. Is there any way possible, because we're running an event right now, right? It seems like it. I'm looking at the events. There's us and the vegans. It seems like it. Like when I click events, I think us and the vegans are having an event.
Oh yeah, it says Flat Earth Q&A. Oh,
So-
that's why it's hopping.
Well, yeah. Well, what I'm saying though is, can we just throw this up to a staged event so we can have speakers and then we can bring people up that want to participate and then bring them back down so we don't get the,
that many
guys
people in here?
just throwing their bodies in the gears.
I mean, that's up to you, man. I wish we could just switch this channel to a stage, man. That would just make it easier.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it. Hold on, guys. I think it can do that. That's why I'm saying if I turn it into that,
I'm
like-
fine with that.
All right.
Can I ask that question real quick?
I just don't know how to do it. I don't know.
Let me.
I don't know if I have the power to do it. Basically,
let me just see here.
Is the stick guy flat earther?
Stick guy.
The stick guy.
Yes, you gave the example.
Yeah, for the tropical year. Yes.
Yeah. We calculate the 1 year to orbit, not a stick. Firstly, if Earth
No.
is flat, there is no orbit, right?
How do look? You don't? Do you observe an orbit? Are you watching the orbit and see when the Earth comes back to the same place?
Yes. That means a year.
Oh, really? From where do we see that?
How can you see a round movement?
What?
And you are observing that from you're inside the orbit. You can see other orbits in the galaxy, right?
Really?
Yes.
Okay, show me in a full orbit. Post it in the chat. A video or time lapse or whatever of a full orbit.
I'm setting
Nobody
something
has-
up, but
I
holy
hate to tell
smokes!
you, brother, nobody has ever observed the orbit ever. No human being has ever observed an object orbit around another object. We've inferred orbits from seeing celestial objects transit other objects, but we've never seen a full orbit.
Wait, like would under your gosh, what's the word? Under your explanation, would like other stars, like their planets orbiting them, count?
Yes.
Planets other than what?
Like other than our solar system, like exoplanets.
Dude,
Oh
do you
my
know?
goodness.
Do you know how they infer the existence of exoplanets? Do you know the methodology?
Yeah, they use the light method where the planet.
They measure brightness curves, and if it dims and gets brighter, then there's a planet there. They don't see planets. They infer it from changes in brightness of the light.
What about direct imaging though?
They don't have direct imaging.
They don't have direct imaging.
Yeah,
They look in
They have
chat.
direct
This
images
is what
of
they
planets.
see. Look in chat. This is what they see, and then the bottom image is what you get.
So which pixel is planet 7?
Hold on, let me see the thing has updated.
Or are all those planets in the red circle? Is that where they all are?
I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
but
added
we
the red
can't see them.
circle, just like maybe
They're
over
like
here.
subpixel.
I mean, like this. This is what I'm talking about. Hold on. I posted the GIF in the chat.
Really?
That's not what they see, dude. Do you think that it's a photograph or something?
This is a time lapse using one of NASA's telescopes.
Time lapse of what?
A star.
Yeah, like how was this
A star
data
132
captured?
light years away.
I think you're just too happy to accept anything that they give you and put it onto your narrative as you think that you're some floating speck of dust.
Like the question
in
I
a
was going
galaxy.
to ask.
Can you tell us how
the
this
question I was-
image? Can you tell us how this was generated? This GIF.
Yes, this says it in the article really quick.
Like, what was the instrument this was captured with? Then how was that data taken and generated into an image?
This was used by taking imaging data of the extra planetary solar system collected over the last 12 years.
Imaging? What wavelength of light was it?
Do what?
What wavelength of light was it?
This was in ultraviolet.
So this is an you're saying that this is an ultraviolet image of exoplanets.
Yes, this is a
Okay, how
using
large
image
was,
data.
how far away is this? Well, I'm going to just do the
133 light
calculation
years.
in my head that because they say a lot of stupid shit that's not possible, such as the black hole image. You can't take images that are beyond the diffraction limit, so they claim that they took that and it's 1,700 times beyond the diffraction limit. So they're claiming to basically break the regulator criterion and just physics and everything. So
Wait,
I need to know if this image is beyond the diffraction limit of ultraviolet radiation. Like, how large is the telescope?
This was used taking imaging data. Let me see what telescope it's using.
Only thing I need to know about the telescope is the diameter.
Let me check really quick.
Can I ask something?
Go ahead. Is it in relation to the topic, Kerry? Or are you going to take us on a tangent?
Yes. What is AU? Astronomical unit, and how is it measured?
Oh, interesting.
This was the telescope was the Keck Observatory in Mauna Kea.
Yeah. Well, Kerry's question is it to Sam or to us?
Oh, to Sam, yes. I forgot.
Okay.
Astronomical unit. I don't remember.
How did they obtain that, Sam?
They used imaging data by the Keck Observatory in Mauna Kea.
What?
Measure light.
Yeah, using ultraviolet.
I mean,
I don't know who asked the diameter, but it's 10 meters.
Yeah, but how do you measure an astronomical unit?
You tell us, dude.
Well, we're waiting for. I think Sam's going to answer this one.
Wait, what was the question? How do I measure what?
An astronomical unit.
The one astronomical unit is the distance between the sun and the Earth.
Okay. How is that measured?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No, thank you for what? He didn't tell you how it's measured?
It's measured by
it's the distance
between the sun and the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, how is it
one
measured?
Astronomical unit.
Yeah, that's
So
great.
it's
That's
20
a standard. So how did they measure that?
What do you mean? Like,
How did they measure that?
The orbit of the sun and the Earth. Yeah.
The distance from the Earth to the sun.
Which is
How did they
93
measure it?
million 93 million miles.
Okay. Thank you for the fact.
Right there in Google says 93 million miles, dude. Right there. It says it right there in Google.
Okay.
So how do we get that number? How do we get that number?
That's the distance from the Earth to the sun.
Yeah.
How do you know that, dude? How is that measured? You're dancing around.
You can. Okay, this is how they do it scientifically. They take the light time from the sun. How
They
long
would
it
need a
takes.
priori knowledge of the distance to time it. Because you need to
It's
know the
8
time it
minutes.
left the sun, right? And then time it, and then now
8
you know the
minutes.
distance. But you would already have to know when it left the sun.
It's 8 minutes.
Dude, that assumes you already know the 93 million miles, dude.
That's a calculation after the fact. That's not a measurement.
Use your noodle, Sam.
You need the distance to then calculate the time the light takes to get here, dude.
Critical thinking, brother. That's what we're telling you.
We can calculate the speed of light. Like I don't.
Really, how they do that?
Know the distance before we can say how long that light took to get
We can
here.
see how fast light moves in a vacuum.
We still need the distance. Why is this not getting through to you?
Because you guys are
3
making
people,
no
including
sense.
myself, have tried to tell you, and I've said it 3 times now.
Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, there's you know the speed of sound, right?
Yeah.
You don't know how far away something is. You don't know when the sound left that thing because you're not at that thing. Because then you would already know the distance because you're there too. You hear a sound. How far away is it?
You can calculate based on how long the sound takes.
Yeah, we know the speed of sound 700 miles per hour. I know that's not the value. I'm just saying it's 700 miles per hour.
A little more.
You know the speed of sound.
Yeah, it's.
How far away is it?
You can calculate by how long it takes to reach you. So if it was.
Okay, when did it leave the emitter?
It depends on how far you are.
Duh.
Round and round and round we go. It's going to depend on how far you are. Yeah. So, how do we measure that distance to then calculate how long it took the light to get here?
We can calculate the speed of light in a vacuum, like I said earlier.
I'm going to slap him.
Okay, can I have your guys'
It came out of your mouth, dude. It literally came out of your mouth in conversation with Indio.
No, you need to understand this first before you jump onto something else. Otherwise, you're just gonna do a disservice to yourself. Yeah. You already showed that you understood that you need the distance. That's how we calculate for instance, the brightness of the sun. We see certain brightness here on Earth, but based on the assumed distance, we assume the sun is X bright near its surface. Just like based on the assumed distance, we assume it's this big. Did you not know that in the heliocentric model, they have moved the sun from 3 million miles to 93 million miles?
Yeah, but Sam, hold on, Sam. But you got to
the heliocentric model is where.
Yeah, hold on, Sam. That's great. You got to focus on Jedi's question, though. It's going to put you on track.
What was his question again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him.
How do we measure the distance from the Earth to the sun?
Okay, I'm going to read to you. So just to pause this and go back to what he posted. The image, which he pulled off of Wikipedia, it says the creation of the image is this. This footage consists of 7 images of HR 8799 taken from the Keck Observatory over 7 years. Video made by Jason Wang with data reduced by Christian Marcos, and orbits were fitted by Quinn Kenopaki, Bruce McNosh, and Travis Barman and Ben Zickerman, assisted in the observations. This is an animation. It is art. It is not a photograph of anything.
Yeah, but what they essentially do is they take those photos and then they
imagine.
No, they just fill in the gaps. I mean, you can't just record that from.
Yeah, they fill in the gaps.
Already admitted art. Oh my god.
You see how you're using critical thinking right there, Sam? So let's go back to Jedi's question and use some critical thinking there. Yeah?
Yeah, but isn't that an orbit? Like you guys were denying.
No. Just focus on the question. Just for once, dude. Use critical thinking once. You can do it again.
Well, hold on. I want just going really quick. That you don't see an orbit there. Do you see any of those go to make a complete circle? I said what we'll see is translations, but there's no observation of a full orbit ever by any human being ever.
If you took enough photos, it would orbit.
You just believe that.
But why would they fake that? I wanna understand.
No, dude, no. That's tangential.
Why would they fake that?
That's tangential. That's tangential, bro. You can't go to some other topic. You're running away from the one that's being
topic. They don't have to fake it, dude. They don't have to fake it. They see a translation. They jump to the conclusion just like you did because they're irrational. That if we run this long enough, we'll see it make a complete circle. There's no evidence for that.
So would it just turn around and go back?
No, they haven't observed an orbit, bro.
You've never observed. The point is you've never observed, as in saw with empirical measurement, data, observation. no one's ever observed an orbit. You guys imagine it happening in your head. You see something fucking move, and you're like, well, if it keeps moving, it must go in a circle.
Okay, what about planets like Mars? We can see.
No, wait, stop.
We can see them orbit the sun from Earth.
Let me stop this guy right now.
You can see Mars orbit the sun from Earth.
I'm stopping you because you're not examining what's being said here. You're just gish galloping to another question. You have not witnessed an orbit. I need a concession here.
You can go.
I need a concession here, Sam. You have not witnessed an orbit, and that statement is true, right?
What did you say? I couldn't.
You have not witnessed an orbit. Is that statement true?
You can go outside right now.
No, sir. It's either true or false. You have not witnessed an orbit. True or false?
Me?
Yes.
Personally?
Yeah.
I have a telescope outside. I can.
Answer the question. Have you witnessed an orbit? Yes or no?
I can see Mars move across the sky.
Oh my!
Have you witnessed? I'm going to keep muting you until you give me the yes or no. Have you witnessed an orbit? Yes or no?
Yes, I have witnessed the orbit.
Okay, so now you're going to have to give us an example of what you witnessed as an orbit. Go.
He hasn't witnessed an orbit from the surface of the Earth with his telescope.
You can watch Mars go across the sky. I have 8
Hold on, my friend. Calm down.
Watch Mars. We watch it go across the sky. Then what?
We can watch it come right back to where it was a year and a half later.
What about the sun?
Come right to where it was, dude. What are you talking about?
So he doesn't witness a rotation then.
What we see
in orbit.
with the sun, moon, and what we see with the sun, moon, and these planets is them move through the background of constellations. That's what you observe. That's the only thing we observe. These things move in relative to the background of constellations. They move through them, right? You don't witness orbits. You couldn't witness orbits from the surface of the Earth. You'd have to be outside of the system to witness the orbits. Like you said, you see Mars go across the sky, and then you infer a model of some kind that's explaining an orbital motion. Okay, that's nice and it's useful somehow. That's not what you see.
So what do I see then?
Just like you described. Mars, move across the sky.
Yeah, you see translations. You see other things translating other things, but you don't never witness an orbit. Ever.
You can see Mars disappear around the sun, and over the course of a year and a half,
it's not an orbit. It's not an orbit.
So how is it not an orbit?
You didn't just. What's an orbit, dude? You know the definition of an orbit?
Yes, a orbit is the going around a. I don't know the exact scientific term, but it's going around a large object like the sun. For example.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that?
You can. I just explained to you. You can watch Mars.
You did not see that, dude.
You can.
The definition is not witness, bro.
And a year and a half from now, you can watch Mars go around the sun and come back right where it was.
Said he doesn't know what it is, but he's sure he's seen it.
He gave the definition, and then he said that he's seen the like exactly what the definition describes. He's witnessed that very thing. No, you have not seen something go around something else.
I'm giving you proof. I have seen it. I am explaining to you what I have seen, and you're just denying it.
It's not an orbit what you're describing.
Okay, what is an orbit to you then?
It's not to me. It's by the definition, Sam.
I just
by the definition. Yeah. You haven't witnessed what the definition describes.
I just told you. You can watch Mars orbit the sun from Earth using a telescope.
It's not an orbit. Whatever it is that you're witnessing, it's not an orbit. You just see Mars move across the sky. That's it. That's not an orbit.
Okay, what is it to you then? What is it to you then?
Mars moving across the sky. Mars moving across the sky.
Okay, so why is it moving across the sky? Why would it be moving across the
sky? Because that's what it does. I don't have to give you the cause for the effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't know the cause for the effect. You can never talk about that. You just leave. Rage quit.
Yep. Yeah, he's inserting his belief there, and for a second there, you made him realize it.
That's good. It stung a little. That's probably why he's like, I'm out. Dude, I'm telling you, man, these guys don't engage with their own critical thinking. And the one instance he was doing it, he doesn't do it with everything else.
Yeah, he sees Mars go across the night sky, but he doesn't see an orbit. He imagines it's orbiting. That's why he sees it goes across the night sky. Those two things are not connected. You just saw it go across the night sky. The other thing was all imagination.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, we got a lot of people in here, man. Oh, I couldn't start the stage, by the way. I think there's a staged event. I think staged events have to be ran through the Vivek or whatever. I think there's a staged event that's going to happen at 11. So I was thinking we started at 10. We're not going to get going till about 30 minutes in or 40. So I was like, it's going to defeat the purpose of having it and taking it down by 11.
It's like only one event at a time. So they have their classroom schedule.
Yeah, I don't want to clash with that because that thing, most of these guys need to actually attend. That's important for these guys. Well,
man, you guys.
Go ahead, Crit.
Okay, you missed an amazing freak out today on POL. This dude called Quack. he joined, and Ranger, Flat Earth Ranger, triggered the shit out of him. And he ended up using some kind of bot, this Voltaire bot, and spammed the channel like 20 times a minute with some sort of like AI generated schlock about how dumb flat earthers are.
I dropped it in the chat 9 minutes after the hour.
There you go. Oh, I didn't know you were here. Yeah, you could tell the tale here. I'm trying to tell your story. Like, it was epic, dude. Like,
Crit, do you have your own server?
No.
Where'd you get the Crit?
I just looked for like tags that were available, and I saw one that said Crit, so I just joined the server and took it.
How do you search for tags that are available? Is that
on Dashboard?
Huh.
It worked out kind of well because it's a Dungeon and Dragons server, so I was like,
Oh yeah, that's right in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, that kind of works. You know, I'll go with it.
You said on Dashboard, huh?
Yeah, I went on Dashboard, and it was like servers that are active with booths that have available tags. You can change this different search criteria to what type of server you're looking for.
Interesting.
It's like you could have you could set language, you could set by recently member count, newer, recently bumped, safe for work, not safe for work. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. People when they get out there, you're like, there's a lot of Discord out there. I mean, a lot. There is some weird ass shit too.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Got some good stuff going here.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It really, just for the humor factor, it's kind of fun to go to some, servers that you're like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, oh boy, you're like, turn around, abort.
Hey, I thought you had your own server. That's why I was asking because it said Crit. I was like, dude, that's right on point.
Oh yeah, if I had, I know that'd be. I mean, I could do it, I guess, but I think you have to boost it 3 times or something to get it to have a server tag.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man.
Server just called Pimp or Simps. I wonder if you want to adapt that. Like,
that almost sounded something like it was a. You said pimps.
Yeah, I said pimp Freudian slip. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying pimp simps.
Yeah.
Like, that could work. Anyways, we do have some other people in here, guys. If you're brand new to the topic, welcome to the room. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub server. You guys are in here right now. You want to describe to us about how you think that the Earth is a globe? Let's hear it, man. Come forth with your explanations. Yeah, it's a problem too, man. Like, I don't mind giving them information about flat Earth, but they're like, well, give me a flat Earth map. And then you're like, dude, do you realize there's no map that you have for a standard to then put it against if I give you one? But I still want a flat Earth map. I'm like, dude, Critical thinking is just not there.
A federal judge did order this morning that Trump must release a flat Earth map.
Really? Huh.
No, I'm just joking around. It was
I was gonna
like some weird
Google.
about to Google that.
Like, I mean, it's weird where you got these like liberal judges just telling Trump to do shit. And he's like, nah, bro. Like, like from Austin Powers, like the evil guy. Dr. Evil. Yeah, I was about to say, how come I can't think of his name? Dr. Evil, he goes up and he says, how about new? Judge, Trump, man. You must do X, Y, and Z. And Trump just rolls over and whispers in their ear, how about new?
For the new people in here, guys, you don't have to come at us with a debate. You could just talk to us and have a conversation. I mean, that's also another option, guys. You don't have to open up your mic. Well, I don't have any debates to give you guys, so how can I even... You can just talk to us. Maybe you have just a misconception about what you think the Earth is.
Okay,
opening the forum to you guys.
Yeah, look at what that's right there. Flat Earth AMA. Ask me anything. What do you want to know? Here's your chance to talk to legit flat earthers, not people trolling you, not people taking the piss out of you, pretending or rage baiting. You've got a channel full of flat earthers, vetted by server admins, invited to speak here. What do you want to know? Ask me anything.
Just a quick before you start. Hold on. Before you start, I just want to make an acknowledgement. I'm sorry, sir. Just before you start, Hyder's joined us back again in the voice channel. Hyder, welcome back from a long stint, sir. It's good to see you back again.
Oh.
Hyder's in the chat. Anyways, I've seen him he's in our home server in the lobby, so he's handling the trolls over there. But yeah, welcome back, Hyder. I don't know if he's listening. Just saying what's up to Hyder. Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Anyways, yeah, sorry to interrupt once again. Just acknowledging Hyder's presence here.
Yeah, just a quick question. Question. Are you a Donald Trump supporter?
Am I a Donald Trump supporter?
No.
Yeah.
No, what you're going to see, I mean, there are going to be flat earthers who are, but generally, and sort of, it's like almost like a stereotypical thing. Flat earthers have checked out of that sort of blue versus red, reality TV show. We're kind of done with that bullshit.
Okay, but answer my question.
That's true. Here's the thing. The question could be answered by like, there's some things that he says that I agree with, and there's things that he says that I totally disagree with. So it's not like an all or nothing. That's not like all or nothing kind of idea. So, and I would say the same for the other party. There's some things that I like what they say, and there's some things that I think they're abhorrent. But I mean, that always remains in the realm of like discernment, like what is being said. That's all that I care about, and how it affects the American people. So,
okay, did you vote for him?
Well, I'm not going to disclose that information, but that's as much as you'll get. Yeah, I don't have to. It's my choice to disclose what I tell you, so I don't have to disclose that information to you.
Well,
however, I will tell you this. I will tell you that my critical thinking begins when I hear what's being said and presented to people, and how we discern information is up to us. So you're not labeled by something that you take on as who you voted for. That's not what makes you who you are. Yeah?
I mean, it makes you who you are. You vote for it makes you who you are. So
no, it doesn't. That's a label, sir. That label, that label being a Democrat or Republican does not make you who you are. You make you who you are. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's a misconception. That's a misconception you've been carrying for a long time, and it sounds like when you're talking to me about this, you're smiling and grinning because you think you have a point. You don't really, because people are free to think whatever they want. You have only made it a class of people that you can ridicule based on whatever other party you're a part of. That's why you want it to be so that you can ridicule the other party that you're not a part of, and you say, hey, look at those guys over there. They're incorrect. And I am on this party over here, and I am correct. That's why you want it to be so. Sorry, but you can't have it that way.
It's utter stupidity to be to be a Donald Trump supporter or to be
Yeah.
if I can any kind of his policies. By the way,
You're proving my point. You're proving my point, sir. You're proving my point right now.
And if I
You're
can
proving
break
my
in
point.
here, friend, we're glad to, around here you're going to see that we like to talk about concepts. We don't like to talk about people or groups or things like that. We want to talk about the concept. So you may hear us discuss policies, maybe, but you're not going to hear us talk about people. So I think maybe you ought to go reconsider your question, and you'll probably find a lot better reception around here.
Let me go
real quick. I got one for him. Do you know Elon Musk?
Yeah, the stupid guy.
Yeah, you know what that is from a flat Earth point of view?
What's that?
I fucking told you so. I told you so. You didn't listen. Flat Earthers have been saying Elon Musk is a drug-addicted, ketamine weirdo, autistic weirdo for about a decade.
Just because you say that about Elon Musk doesn't mean anything, by the way.
Yeah, I fucking told you so. I told you so. From the very beginning. People like on the globe side, people like you, talking about he's Iron Man. He's Tony Stark. He's
not the Iron Man. He's the most
Eisenhower. He's the Eisenhower of our time. You've got Vsauce and Veritasium talking about that when God made Elon Musk, God broke the mold. He knows more about manufacturing than any human alive. And flat earthers have been saying he's an idiot.
He's a money bag with eyeballs.
Yeah,
I do hate him as much as you hate him. Maybe we have different.
No, I don't hate him. I'm letting you know that is the man behind. You look at he's the guy they rolled out for propaganda purposes. He's always an idiot.
So what flag are you flying, sir? What party do you back that is so amazingly correct that you're just gonna fly the flag? This is what I am, guys. This is me. What flag are you flying, sir? Tell us.
Well, I am a leftist.
Yeah, and?
Yeah.
Does that encompass who you are as an individual?
That makes me a better person than the right wing.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Does that encompass who you are as a person, sir? That label?
Yeah.
Really? So I'm going to stereotype what a leftist is, and then therefore that's just going to be the program of who you are.
Well, there is
top to bottom.
There is a stereotype already.
Yeah, I know that. But does that stereotype fit your persona specifically?
I mean, I do support many left-wing politics.
I know that, but do you like some of the things that Republicans say? Sometimes, not everything, but maybe one or two things. Why? Based on what? Based on what? Based on? Are you rejecting it based on just because they said it, or because of the policy, sir?
Because of the policies and because of what they do normally. It doesn't fit my lifestyle.
Of what they do. Yeah. So you've outright rejected anything that they say based on who they are.
Yes, based on who they are, because they are conservative, because their ideas doesn't combine with my
lifestyle. You are committing a logical fallacy. You've already just stereotyped what persons are based on labels, and then therefore discredit them based on that label. So I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything from this guy. That's what you're doing. You're doing this, right? You're doing this when you're listening to information.
Anti-LGBTQ. So if I go out and say that conservatives are anti-LGBTQ,
how do you know that? How do you know that? Now wait a minute. How do you know that conservatives are that way?
Because we can see their policies and what they are doing.
Yeah. So if a guy out there is a conservative and doesn't agree with that and says that he's pro-LGBTQ, does that make him what you say he is based on the label that you gave him?
Well, he's then not so conservative. He is.
That's my point. That's my point. You can't label somebody something just because based on some ideas and policies they like.
But the stereotype is that most conservative are against LGBTQ community.
Yeah, but you know why these sort of boundaries exist? Because you create them. You're the creator of these boundaries, and you're drawing the line in the sand, and there really isn't one when it comes to what defines someone, because everybody is their own thinking mind can think of whatever they want. They don't have to be held by these boundaries that you set before them. You're labeling people and you're drawing the line of sense. So you're committing this logical fallacy. You're in the wrong, sir.
I didn't say that people should be in these boundaries. What I did say is
Well, that's what you're
anti-LGBTQ. This is what I thought.
Yeah, you've given yourself a label, and then you've labeled other people, and just based on these labels, you're living life saying, "I like this" based on the
label. They labeled themselves.
You've labeled yourself, sir. You said you're a leftist. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't define you, sir.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God!
What defines you? What defines you? Yeah, what defines you is the perspective that you have again. For reality. So let's just say the party agrees on a topic. You're just going to be like a sheep. Bah, I agree with it too. No, you could think of the policy and be like, wait a minute, you guys came up with this. Even though I'm a part of the party, I don't like this policy. You can say that. You say whatever you like. You're your own thinking person. So what we inspire in this room, sir, this was the reason why I'm going through this with you. The reason that we inspire this type of thinking is because you guys want to be categorized based on labels, and you don't have to be, right? For example, I'll give you an example. They say all flat earthers are conservative Christians. That's wrong. That's not true. You can't label flat earthers that way or say that all flat earthers think the same. That's also untrue. There's a lot of misconceptions based on labels. So what we will tell you is who we are based on what we say, not on what other people say, label us as, or you label us as. You understand that? It's a process that you have to come to understand as you grow to be an adult. You start to realize that it's not just cut and dry. That person's Republican, that one's a Democrat, and they hate each other like the Hatfields and McCoys. You can't do that, sir. What we're giving you now is a way to critique the way you think, yeah? And by doing that, you can grow to be a person who has discernment on what is right and what is wrong based on a moral foundation, which I won't get into. It has to deal with something that's other than just like what the party accepts. The party accepts this, okay, I'm good. That's what I think too. You're not, you're be your own person for God's sakes. You don't have to follow along for whatever the party's telling you to think, dude. So I want to inspire critical thinking in every individual. It's just what I'm telling you right now. That's what I want to inspire out of you. So it's not just tearing something down, it's building you back up so that you can have your own brain back. Take it back, sir, from the mainstream. You don't give it to someone else or any party. You can think of whatever you want. Heck, if you like what the Republicans say or whatever policy that they say you know what, that's a good idea or whatever. And then you could say, well, but I'm mostly for these other guys because they have better ideas or whatever that fit your perception of reality. But you don't have to be like, following a group just because the group is going in a direction. You can go your own way. So hopefully people in here do the very same thing that I just told you, is to think for themselves and to find out how they know what they know. And it starts with asking questions, which you can do right now. Basically, you can ask questions of the room, like, what is flat Earth? Or how do I know the Earth is a globe? Can you give me some information or what you've learned? We've been doing this for years, sir. Little background on us. We've been running a live stream for like 7 years. And we've had thousands upon thousands of conversations. That's for you guys, so you can know that there's experience behind what we're doing here. It isn't just like a ragtag group of people that are just like hanging out. I mean, we've been doing this for a while. There's a method that we've curated a forum, so you're in it right now. And most of the individuals who've been a part of our group are just a group of friends that we've been hanging out with, and we vibe with each other. We like the way we handle business, so you can be a part of that. You can join the group or whatever, but you listen to how we give people the ability to have a platform to think for themselves. That's what ultimately that's what we care about. Whether or not you walk away from here thinking that the Earth is flat, or consider a possibility, that's beyond me. I'm not here to twist your arm into oblivion so you can say the Earth is flat. I'm here to challenge what you think currently. And yeah, if you guys want to chime in, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to quickly plug. We have a new server tag.
Yeah, that one's much better.
Hell yeah.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to mention something really quickly. We are actually running an event right now. I didn't let everyone know, but it is like a flat Earth Q&A, basically saying we've got a massive panel of flat earthers. If anyone wants to come in and ask us questions, they're more than welcome to. That's why we got so many people in here at the moment. It's been running for about 40 minutes so far. But the vegan channel decided to start an event at the same time, which we'll have to have a word to them about. But I think it's because it's. I'll go up and have a word to them about that in a minute. And it's because we want to work with them. We'll say if you guys are at an event, we're not gonna step on your toes, and please do the same. See what they say. But what we can also do. Well, last thing. You said something about the stage before. We have our own stage now. Vivek made us like our own very own stage. So
hell yeah,
we can use that. Yeah, we can use that anytime. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth Stage. And I think we have all of our perms and everything like on that stage as well. And what we can do if we're running we can run events in this channel. So if you see it's highlighted green, we're running an event. And we can actually right click on everyone's name and just move them over to the stage if we want to transfer the event over to the stage. But there is an actual English class starting in 30 minutes. So I'll end the event in 30 minutes so we don't step on their toes. So there's 30 more minutes of this event left.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I just want to
How long is it going to... Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, how long does it take for the event, for their English class? Is it like an hour or something?
I'll check. Yeah, I'll just check.
Yeah, because I was going to say, maybe we could reconvene after that. You know what I mean? Just give everybody the heads up that...
Okay.
Yeah, no, get your server tag, guys. Tag up. Ethergris, Car, Secret Asian Man, Says Who, Cyclone, Morvis, Over Fences, Matthew Hider. Guys, it's not very difficult to get the tag. Just you should be able to go to the server, go to the home server, drop down from the top menu. And, damn, how do you do this on mobile?
Well, the other thing too
mobile,
is that
I was just going to say real quick on mobile. I click on my profile at the bottom next to notifications, and it says add server tag, and it shows all of the servers and all of their tags on the
oh yeah. Okay.
What's important about the server tag is that you can actually click on any one of the people that have the tag and go to the home server. The home server has terabytes of information at the bottom of the server of all questions that you might want to ask about Flat Earth. And so it's got examples, it's got demonstrations, it's got PDFs, you name it. It's all information is there, so you can look through it, get a part and be a part of our server. We encourage that because, like I said before, this isn't just the idea that we're here to debate. We're here to inspire people to critically think for themselves. Ultimately, hopefully, that's the goal that we hit with every interaction. We want people to be inspired to think for themselves. So take back your thinking. And also the word flat in like the server tag it's grown to have a stigma behind it. So that's why we want to emphasize. And it was put to like the people were trying to figure out what characters we're going to put to our server tag. And flat seems to be like it's pretty good. I like it.
Oh yeah.
Good on Creation Bear. I think came up with just like an easy way to describe what we're doing. So flat is it's a stigma behind the name. Globers don't even want to say the word.
I know.
It's like they wouldn't even. The word flat has grown to have such a stigma behind it. People don't even want to say it.
Yeah, big, bold, and loud. So guys, if you're on mobile, click on your own profile. If you're on mobile, click on your profile, edit profile, scroll down, it says server tag right there. If you're on computer, just go to home base, drop down the menu from the very top, and it should say server tag right there. It's super easy. If you don't have the tag, you're getting banned.
It's just
Hey, V, let me interrupt a half second and just say I really liked your admonishment to our last gentleman there about thinking for himself and not abdicating that responsibility and giving it over to some arbitrary name of a group. I really liked how you admonished him that that's the important thing.
Yeah, I think we've grown up with a lot of ideas and categories and labels, and everybody wants to say that you're this or that based on a label, and we're showing you that within that people have many diverse ways of thinking. So you can be who you are within the idea that you're a part of a group, but that group doesn't define who you are. You are, you should be anyway, unapologetically yourself. You don't have to apologize for who you are. You are who you are. Yeah? Think how you think.
100%.
Anyways, I think, like I said before, the reason why most of us have been hanging out for as many years as we have is because we have this certain vibe with each other. We've curated a culture that everybody likes to hang around and be around. But within that culture, everybody thinks differently. Yeah? We got some meat eaters. We got some vegans. We got people of all different faith backgrounds. Yeah? So, yeah, there's a sort of like characterization or labels or, so you're a flat earther. Does that mean that you think Australia doesn't exist? Or, none of that, dude. Ask us what we think. We'll tell you. It's simple.
It's funny when they bring their own ideas.
Instead of asking somebody what they think, they just go off of what somebody else told them and not the person, and just push that off on them. It's an interesting MO.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think with our interactions like that we've had thus far, we want for the audience to be inspired, because it seems like people are just rejecting truth, and there seems to be a kind of like a fascination as to why they're doing it. But overall, I think that's what we want to happen, is people to be inspired to have like this kind of like internal critique within themselves, like how they know what they know. Because when we hear people asking us questions, we already know they haven't thought about the question. They're just asking questions for the sake of doing so, based upon this ideology that they think they live on an earth that's a globe. So we're kind of getting down to the meat and potatoes of how you think. Because if you can't think critically, then any information you take from us, you're just going to be like, that's wrong. That's wrong. Your flat earther said that. That's wrong. Yeah?
Hey, that's a syndrome.
We got somebody spiraling in chat. Look at this guy. ITSCJ. See you guys around. Good luck proving it. You know what I mean? Like, unwilling to participate, unwilling to come forward, and just throwing out, like, just be a sheep and believe whatever anybody tells you. Like, that's not the way to go, guys. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want that to be the end of your story, ladies and gentlemen? To just accept everything and believe what anybody tells you? No.
Hell no.
I think the symptom that you're describing, AV, is that most people, they can't live but outside of a hierarchy or an authority, and that source of authority is differing depending on their favorite thing. Like this guy here, he wants to make sure that you subscribe to a particular authority before he's willing to listen to what else you have to say. But I'm going to tell you something. I have learned some of the greatest truths of the world from people I genuinely, in almost every other area, disagree with. So I find it interesting that I should not learn the truths that somebody has to share with me simply because other ways they don't have that wisdom. I don't understand it.
We have some of the greatest logical thinkers in this room right now with you guys. Some of these greatest thinkers right now are able to deconstruct the worldview of the earth being a globe effortlessly. But I want you guys to actually participate if you guys want, and be able to engage and find out if that's true or not. Because we got people in here that have they've got like thousands of conversations under their belt. So you would be amazed to hear the things that we could tell you if you only asked the questions.
Yeah, and agree or disagree doesn't matter. Let's discuss the truth.
So would anybody here like to come forward and say, I think the Earth is a globe? Or perhaps ask us a question? Not, maybe we could just carry a banter amongst ourselves. Shout out to everybody who's joining us, man. We got a stacked panel right now. Shoot, man, we got
Burf. We got Burf. Welcome. Burf has their microphone open. Maybe you wanted to ask a question or say hello or something. If not, that's fine. And also, anyone, if you want to ask questions in the side chat, if you don't feel up to opening your mic up, you're more than welcome to ask a question in the side chat. If there's not a conversation taking place, we'll try to answer that. So I'll just say hi to a few people that I haven't seen in here before. So we got Das, welcome. DAS, good to see you. We got E, welcome to the panel. We got Juzo, welcome. Ju Wilka, Kiri, Kloza, Lay76, welcome. We also have Sasubi Fox, welcome to the panel. Good to see you here. Savas Laurent, Sleepy MFS. I won't say what that means, but welcome. All right, we got Woody, we got Violet. Good to see you back, Violet. We had a chat with Violet the other day. Violet's awesome. Fiona, welcome. Basti. Wow, good to see so many people popping in. It's awesome. So yeah, if anyone wants to say hi, if anyone wants to introduce themselves, ask questions, or even make claims, try to prove to us that the Earth's a globe, and then we can shut the entire channel down.
Hey guys, I got a question for you.
What's the question, man?
Every once in a while, I'm driving. Whoops, I'm feedbacking. How do I get rid of that? I'm not sure.
It sounds better now. Try again.
Yes, sounded good to us.
Yeah, so periodically I notice these, home satellite TVs, right? They've got their little off of the houses. They're kind of pointed up, trying to get some satellite. And it looks like it's going up into the sky, as we call it. But I also hear that it can be going to a tower, a local tower, and that's how they get the signal. Just curious what your guys' thoughts are on how they get those signals if it is pointed up to the sky. Thanks.
Yeah. So I think it's Jedi. You got some feedback.
Yeah.
I think it has to deal with the idea right now. The question you're asking is, you think that these things, that the technology that's above our heads, is in the vacuum of space, right? Low Earth orbit, where satellites are supposedly are. So you're coming at it from a perspective of, it's, how do you explain if I have information to substantiate in my head that it's orbiting around a globe? I'm asking the question to the flat earthers, how can you explain that it's otherwise? I think that's kind of what you're asking without asking, like what I just said. You're coming from that perspective, Jew Williker. Right?
Well, actually, I'm already convinced we are on a flat Earth. I'm kind of moved to the other side. Did that about a year.
Well, okay. So what convinced you that you're on a flat Earth? Like, that's interesting.
Well, we can get into that. That's another discussion. But
sure. Well, it is important. It's the foundation. It's the foundation, though. It lays the foundation for our conversation. So, literally. So, how do you know you're on a flat Earth?
Well, the best information that I have that tells me that is all of our measurements that we take here on the Earth. as we build on it or navigate it or fly across. Whatever we do, we're always measuring the Earth flat. So that's like the
how has that been? How is the Earth measured flat?
Well, we use something called sea level, right, as the basis for our flat plane. Whenever we measure a valley, we measure a mountain, how high it is. It's always with respect to a flat plane, and it's never varied from that.
Well,
So
how is that method done?
How is that method? That being every measurement that we see is always done with that. So
yeah, I know, but what methodology is it that uses this specific thing you're speaking of? There's a method.
I don't know, surveying, celestial navigation, elevation angles, stars.
That's good. How does surveying take it into consideration?
I guess I would need. I'm not sure. I'm not a surveyor, so.
Okay.
But everything that I've seen when I've looked into it, kind of at a very high level, that's what I've seen. It's
Okay,
always with respect to a flat plane. All these measurements that we have.
Okay. So you understand or you know that the Earth is flat, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're asking the question that technology is above our heads, but it's operating over a flat plane.
Exactly.
Okay, so however the technology operates, does that negate the fact that it's operating over a flat plane or not?
No, it doesn't. I'm convinced that
good
we're
to know.
over a flat plane. I'm just curious about kind of how that works. That's all. Just kind of, it's a question.
Yeah, there's certain proprietary tech that may be disclosed, but however, there is some information out there that you could research how technology above our heads has been operating so far. So, and we can say not only that, but ground technology has been used to propagate signals, and waves that are given to other technology, like what you might have on the ground. And so it's not always necessarily the case that you're talking about, satellite dishes are using only to be aimed at devices that are above our head, but also could be used as, ground-based technology as well. So you could parse out the idea that it's not only the fact that people think that things are above our heads using satellite technology, but have been used as ground-based technology for a long time, like the LORAN technology. So if you can look into how they've been using triangulation in the past, you can see that it's been done with ground-based technology. So and there's a lot of information out there that can show you that ground-based technology is a great way to use triangulation to give you a point source of where you are in respect to those towers. So it's not only the idea that there's technology above our heads, but there's also mainly ground-based technology that shows.
Ivy, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
To you and Indio and Crit?
Well, I don't know if Joe Williker is going to respond because I want to know.
No, so let me ask you this one. Let me ask you this one.
You can wait. You can wait. I want to hear his response.
Yeah, I mean, I could go research and do some more research on the supposed satellite technology and the various ground-based positions. And I have done a little bit of it, but I figured I would just come to you guys, to this group, because there's a lot more experienced people that have already done that, and I thought you'd be able to give kind of a higher level, more kind of quick answer than to do that research. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
LORAN technology has been known since the early days of the wars that have been fought to propagate these signals across the oceans, and it's not uncommon for people to think that some technology is being produced in the sky that we're sending signals to, but at the same time, most of the signals that we know of can be utilized from ground-based technology. So it needs to be kind of researched a little more into how we can do that. And then once you do discover that it can be done over ground-based technology, it'll formulate a better understanding for you. Anyway, there's a lot of information to actually look into. Jeweliker. So it's not just me telling you that, you know, with this one and done answer, you actually have to do some research. Of signal propagation. Signal propagation over a horizontal plane.
On the principle.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Sure. All right, we got somebody in the background. Ben, welcome to the chat. I do want to take Kiri's question because I had muted him. I wanted to be done with Jeweliker, but
Sorry.
it's okay. Kiri, are you there?
I interrupted.
Yeah. Now the floor is open. What was your question?
Yeah, no, my question was very simple. I mean, you guys, I was asking Crit, you and Indio. Do you guys believe we went to the moon? I mean, everything from...
Yeah, well, think about it like this, man. If the moon... Yeah, think about it like this. If the moon was not in the exact place where we think it is, right? Like, let's say there's the idea that it's 200,000 miles away or whatever in the vacuum of space. What if it's not in the location where they say it is, and it's maybe just a place you could actually go to? Who knows?
So you believe in the 1960s it was impossible to go?
No. I'm not saying, I'm not making a claim to it. I'm just saying there could be a possibility that people can actually go to that place. There's no definitive answer to say that they would be within the realm of possibility. But what I am telling you is there's no evidence that leads us to the fact that it actually occurred.
It's super relevant because the first time we pictured the entire Earth was back in Apollo 11 when they took the blue marble. The blue marble was the first picture we took. Yeah,
you're critical thinking, right? How do we know that they can achieve the accomplishments that they did based on any information that you can validate? How do you know that they can actually do any of those things that they claim to have done? How do you know that?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
You don't know. Kiri, you don't know is the correct answer. So therefore, if you come out with a question asking us, how can we know? We'd be in the same shoes as you. Well, we heard the same story you did. We wouldn't know how they could.
I'm just
think
asking
of
what
There's
would
no
be your
evidence.
stance?
There's no evidence to back up the information of what they say they've done based on what we've heard them say. There's a lot of hurdles they would have to cross. Yeah.
So you're talking for Crit, Indio, and...
I'm talking for myself, but at the same time, I'm giving you something to think about.
No, it's very interesting because
answered the question. You answered the question. You said, I don't know.
If you don't believe we didn't went to the moon...
It's not built on a... Listen. What they give you is a belief system, Kiri. They're giving you things to believe in, right? They're showing you pictures, videos. They're giving you stories. They're telling you they went to the moon. All of those things. But now you, as a critical thinker, have to analyze that information. How do I know what I know? And you said it correctly. I don't know.
So I have to question everything, like the entire...
Yes. Why not? Why not? 60s. I'm asking you. Yeah, Kiri, I'm asking you. Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, people tend to believe that we never went to the moon.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? They're people, not you. I'm asking you to critically think. Why not?
Millions
think
and millions
about all
of
the
people.
stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, who cares about those guys? You and me are the ones having the discussion right now. Your mind, my mind.
I want to know where your stance is at on that.
Our stance is, how could anybody evaluate the information if we can't do the things that they've done? Yeah?
You cannot. Unless
making
you
sense?
go there.
Is that
by
making
yourself.
sense? Well, think about it. It's empirical information, right? You're saying they've gone to a place logistically that I can't go to. So I'm going to say that I believe in that information. Okay, well, you're welcome to do that. Or you could challenge that information. How do I know they've done that? Look at all the things they said they've done. Does it violate any laws of nature? You have to think critically, Kiri. You can't just keep thinking that people are just going to blindly believe in everything.
But the problem is if I question everything that's been done since the 1960s.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
How do you explain? Just one more argument and then I'm muting myself. How do you explain that we measured the radio waves? I mean, even the...
Radio waves of what, sir?
A radio wave is can be measured. It travels at the speed of light.
Yeah. What are you?
From the stations that were based on the Earth to the moon.
Oh,
even
so you're assuming. Yeah, you're assuming things.
Yes.
Kerry, once again, you're assuming things have gone to the moon. Yes.
I mean, everyone knew that.
Yeah, no, they don't know, Kerry. They believe just like you do. They don't know.
They measured it.
No, they didn't measure it. How do they measure something that they can't prove is actually measured, sir?
They measure the time it takes for a radio wave. You know?
Are you just saying things now, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not supporting that with how they know. You're just saying, well, we know things. Things have been measured. How did they do that?
By using tools. Yes. By using
great. Yeah, by using. Well, they've done it by using a magic wand, right? That's basically what you're telling me.
I can't explain this. I know. All my arguments.
So if you see, here's the thing: when you come up with an argument, Kerry, it's not that, dude. It's just if you come up with an argument, you have to have substance to the argument. You have to know what you're talking about.
But even the Soviets, even USSR,
dude,
the US.
Who cares what other people, Kerry? Who cares what other people say? I'm only talking to your mind. How do you know what they're saying is correct? How do you know that?
Because I've been taught. Again,
you've been no. You haven't been taught. I'm going to make a distinction here. You've been told. Being taught, you would be able. Being taught means that you could explain to me exactly what they taught you. You've been told, which means that you don't know what they've said. He just told you that's how it is. They didn't. Okay, so in other words, they left you holding the bags. They told you a story, but they didn't tell you any methodologies of how they are describing how things are done. You just accept the story that it's just a so story of how things are. You've just completely absorbed it. You haven't critically thought about it, which is what I'm asking you to do now.
Yeah, critical thinking, like you said.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that's an entire other topic. I mean, did we?
No, it's not.
Did we went to the moon? Did we went to the moon? Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could think about it like another topic, but what it is, it all ties into the same thing. They've given you a story, and now you're telling us the story is true, and we're like, how is it true? What are the components of the story that make it true? I don't know. I just believe. Okay. What do you want to do with that?
I shouldn't believe blindly what's been told.
Yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it. Yeah, you should take on. You should take on information, analyze
everything.
it, critically think. Well, what's wrong with that, Kerry? You make that sound like it's bad. Right. You're like, oh, why do I have to question everything? Well, maybe you should. You don't know what you're talking about now. Maybe that should have been a good thing you should have done.
Okay, maybe another topic for another time.
No, I mean, think about it, man. I mean, like, dude, like, we want you guys to be curious, right? That's the whole point. But examination of the question, like looking into why you think what you think, and then coming forward with the best way to you that you're going to argue for it. You know,
it requires critical thinking that some people are not able to do it. Yeah,
you're getting it now. See, Kerry, you're at least look, man. If we've done anything today, is get across to your mind that you have to critically think about the things that you say, and then everybody else can hear you. Like, you know what, Kerry actually thought about this question. He's coming at this with substance. He knows what he's bringing forth here.
I've been always respecting your point of view, guys. I mean,
I appreciate it, man. And we only aim to inspire that more. That you critically think about the world around you.
I said it like 10 times. It's an interesting topic, and we can talk about it.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I'll talk too much. I'm muting myself.
Sure. You know,
just letting everyone know, I've just ended the event because the English class started.
Hey, some of you guys need to be in that English class, guys. I know this topic is super awesome, but you guys, if you made a commitment to going to the English class, you guys got to go to it. Don't miss your commitments to that English class. We don't mind taking an L on the fact that people are in this room for that. Anyway, I guess back to the panel. Or do you want more Yappuccino from me? I got a big old.
Yappuccino.
I got you know, I got a big old bar stool full of Yappuccinos. We'll hand them out one by one.
Can I have a Talca latte?
A Talca latte. Hey, that was Jedi. It's trademark. Jedi came up with that. Oh man.
What about I think I heard Jenna wants a caramel talkiato.
A talkiato, dude.
Or if you're really in for a quick one, an espresso.
Or you can use your hand puppets to say, we need more of this and less of this. We show the hand puppet moving like it's opening its mouth.
Oh yeah. Good stuff.
Even though the event has ended, man, we still got a good panel. Still got a lot of new people in here too. Imagine a world where people evaluate information instead of accepting it. What a wonderful world.
Remember, if your English isn't that good, just ask questions in the side chat if you don't feel comfortable using the microphone.
Yeah, we got a couple of questions in the side chat. All right, let's check. Well, Kiri wants to do an event called Did We Walk on the Moon? That would be so cool, they say. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. We could do an event, something like that. Sure. And Hisoka is asking, do FE people believe in GPS?
And GPS?
Yeah.
You just gotta believe.
I mean, it's not a belief if it's technology that we utilize. I believe I have a GPS in my car. Really? What's that thing you don't know you have one in there?
Yeah, there's nothing global about it, though. That's for sure.
Then why does it show a globe, DJ? That's what I can just imagine somebody telling you that. But it shows a picture of a globe. What do you mean it's not global? And you're like, ugh.
And Hisoka has another question. Yo, first time here. What real map of the world do flat earthers believe in?
What flat world does flat earthers believe in?
What real map of the world do flat earthers believe in?
Oh, can I take this?
Yeah, please.
Why don't you just have him post the real map of the globe?
That's never been presented.
Yeah, the one map, the true map, the real map, as you say. Let's take a look at that.
I was asking for that earlier today. I was saying too.
Speed it up. Go ahead.
I was saying too, CB. I was like, dude, they're not showing what they think is true, because in their head they're like, well, why doesn't the flat earther just show me a map? Show me a flat Earth map. I'm like, bro, what map do you have? Like, you're gonna compare it against something? Well, what's the true map? Let's see that.
Cartoon Earthers.
Yeah. I think Hisoka wants to chime in here. Very chatty Cathy in the text, but not in the voice.
So
go ahead, Hisoka.
Hisoka, you worded that fine, by the way. I wasn't reading it out as if you worded it wrong. It was just because you used the word believe. And
I believe, brothers. Raise your hand if you're with me. I say, I believe. We're gonna have a lot of believers today. I see you in the chat. We could do it that way too. Isn't that what you hear from these guys that are telling you that information? Come on, just put your hand on the TV and tell me how much you believe. Just feel the energy I'm giving. Feel that belief energy. The physical world doesn't need to be built on belief, man. It's built about testable, repeatable, observable, falsifiable information we gather from the world around us. The globe does not pass any of those.
Hey, AV, when you were talking with Kerry answering his question about whether we went to the moon or not, you kind of said, we don't know if we went. You're kind of on like, he doesn't know if we went. We don't know if, from a flat earther perspective, we don't know. Yeah. And I was thinking, can't we make a positive claim that according to the heliocentric paradigm of a near perfect vacuum of space, we can make a positive claim that it's impossible based on what we know here on Earth that they could not enter that area to go to.
Yeah, yeah, but like think about it like this. You haven't distinguished what technology can do what. So for the sake of the argument, right? What if it's granted that the moon is not where it's supposed to be in the paradigm, but it's a place that you can actually get to? Like, how would you distinguish the fact that they can go there or they can't go there based on the information you have? Like, you wouldn't be able to determine that. So you know what I mean? No. To make because then.
Let me rephrase. What I said is according to the heliocentric paradigm. So what I'm saying, granting their paradigm, right? If you grant that there's a near perfect vacuum out there, then we can make the claim that that's impossible. I get what you're saying. If we don't grant the heliocentric paradigm, then we don't know as well what it is out there. I got that.
Do you know their narrative has changed over the years, Joe Williger?
Like what? What's the narrative?
Are you up to date with their lore? Lore that
maybe not. I'm under the understanding there's a near perfect vacuum where the moon's at.
No,
so
the lore has updated to that they're within the Earth's atmosphere. I'm serious. I'm not just throwing this out to you just to like throw you off kilter. Yeah, it's what they say.
I've not heard that.
Yeah, it's true. According to the paradigm, it's within the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, so there's atmosphere 248,000 miles away, supposedly.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're saying it. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no. Check this out. Let me just look that up. Just type that into your Google search. You'll be amazed if you haven't seen this information.
I have not.
Geo Corona.
Right, check it out. Someone say something. Hello? I heard somebody speaking.
Sagar, what's going on, Sagar?
Oh, that was Sagar? Sagar, what's going on, man? It says, I'm Sagar Murmu, a graphic and thumbnail designer specializing in YouTube, video, SEO, and captivating visuals. That's pretty cool, man. You do graphics? Nice. Kudos to you, man. Keep up the good work. Did you have a question? Oh, I see. You have in your tags, beginner English classes. Hey, man, you're supposed to be in class right now. They got an English class going on. You come back, talk to us after you have the class. Oh, maybe he doesn't understand.
Damn.
Shout out to you guys, man. Keeping it real. Yeah, this is a no tweaking panel. No heavy tweaking, too. The heavy tweakers are probably going to get sat down.
All right, hey, our click is ready just in case.
The tweak is heavy. My click is ready.
Word.
It was earlier, but it seems like things have kind of simmered out. We're like on a low boil right now. We had it on high heat. We turned it down to low heat. I know, but Jedi's here if you want to talk to him, or Indio. Oh shoot,
Jedi's
man, we
the
got
only
Cyclone.
worth to listen to.
We got the wolf in the tuxedo. Cyclone.
Does he have a server tag yet?
I don't think he looks like he does. I think he's just saying that I don't need to, kind of thing. You know, I'm my own guy. You can't make me. That kind of stuff. Just kidding.
Over fences, car, ether grist. Tag
He's
up, guys.
You would think over fences would have been.
Ether grist needs it too, bro. Tag up, bro.
He's like, Cyclone. Yeah, you guys all have it now. I don't need to. Oh hell no.
Oh hell no.
We're gonna have to make the square, bro, like we did in the old days. Put him in the middle. Who's gonna have Indio take him on? Just kidding. Make the square.
I'm clicking it. It's not back. I'll be right back.
All right.
No, you gotta ether grist. If you're on mobile or computer.
On the damn phone.
All right, click on your own profile. Then it says edit profile. Click that. Scroll down. It says server tag right there. Easy.
Got it.
Boom.
Done.
Done.
Just like that.
Who else needs it? I see Crit made his own. W. It's cool.
Yeah. No, he actually found a server that says crit. So he.
This is Over Fences and Wolfgang. Says who got it? Very nice. Secret Asian Man. Also, Sporadic is back.
Yeah, dude. Like we want to get out to the mainstream as much as we can possible. So, shout out to all you guys that are making this content awesome. You guys on YouTube. Appreciate you guys watching. Earlier, it was like 44 of us in here and like 30 some people watching the YouTube live stream. So, yeah. I was going to tell you a real quick update on Flip. Did you guys see the live button on it?
Hello.
Oh, shoot. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Sagar.
Hello.
What's up, man?
So, first-time beginner. Yes.
No, that's not good. No bueno, dude. We can't hear you, brother. Yeah, internet is not good. You might want to get closer to your mic or fix your internet or something.
What topic are discussing?
What? Can anyone hear Sagar? You have to get closer to the microphone, Sagar. I think it sounded like you said, what topic are you discussing?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the topic is, do you know if the Earth is a globe?
Sorry?
Do you know if the Earth is a globe? Hello? We're not going to get... Anything from you, Sagar. Well,
Yo, what are you
that
saying?
mic. Oh, we're trying to talk to.
Well then, fuck that mic.
Yeah, we're talking about if you know if the Earth is a globe, Dogma. Dogma?
Go ahead. Maybe.
Sagar, you're gonna have to do something with your mic, brother. It is not possible that anyone can hear you with your mic. So we got some new people that are joining the panel. We got Dogma in here. Oh, what? Yeah. Sort out your mic, sir. You got to do that first. Dogma's in here, wants to ask some questions. Go ahead, Dogma. Please ask your question.
I ain't got no question.
You said that like you said that like a cowboy. I ain't got no question.
Do you got
Here-
the answer?
Mosey on down to the Long Branch Saloon. Bro just came in to say that.
Questions, buddy. Do you have the answers? Can you answer this question? How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Dun dun dun.
Everybody's waiting with bated breath.
Hold on to your horses, and horses hold your breath. He's contemplating the deepness of that question.
Hey, yo, pause.
He sees like mathematical equations just appearing in the ether. Just
He has to. Because he's searching in the memory bank and like there ain't nothing in there.
Scanning.
his eyeballs are moving side to side. He's scanning his memory banks. Come on, guys. What? You guys are all in here. Ask your questions. Just sitting in here.
Yeah. Like,
Well, I ain't gonna go. You go. Like,
yeah, fill in this
out.
blank. I remember the first time I saw the Earth as a globe. I got in my car and I drove to fill in the blank.
It's a trap.
Yeah, you could say your mom's in there if you want to. We'll take that as an answer too. They're just afraid of.
You drove to the
they're
couch
afraid of
from the
Jedi.
kitchen in your Lark scooter, and then you're like, "Wow, Earth's a globe." I saw it on TV.
They're afraid of Jedi, man. They don't want to come up and say anything. He ain't gonna bite, dude. He's just every now and again he'll say something, but he's a gentle giant, yeah.
I'm eating my dinner at the moment, so they're lucky.
Yeah, he's feasting. Yeah, his wolf pups are getting fed.
I guess he can't bite because he's biting something else.
Yeah, I'll be like, CB, yo, pause.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I know you were, bro.
DB, weren't you supposed to start your chill chat thing today?
We did it last night. We did a test run. We did a pilot.
Cool.
We did a
Did you
pilot
record it?
episode. No, but we need to record the next one.
What I was gonna say earlier, but Sagar jumped in, is that Flip. I can't get it to the live stream. I don't know if you guys are you checking that out? It's just like you can post content, not unless you have to upgrade or something in order to live stream.
What do you
Is there
mean?
criteria for that? Because can you guys live? I can't. I don't have the option for that.
To live stream.
Yeah, it's
From where?
only
This?
no Flip.
Oh, man. I they might have given me. No, I think they only gave me permissions to I don't. Yeah, they. Hold on, let me look.
I didn't know if there was criteria to meet. Then that'd be interesting.
They do have some hurdles. I did see that. But the debate feature thing, that's kind of new, so I don't know how that works exactly yet.
Oh, Flat Lloyd says he can't go live either. But dude, I've seen how many people watched your video. The algorithm went like bananas. It shot it to like 400,000 people. I'm like, how in the hell?
You serious?
Yeah, his video that he was speaking like for like a question that he made, it went insane. It just shot across the algorithm like all over the place, dude.
Can you upload videos?
Yeah, that you can do, but it's just like I want a live interaction, bro, where they can click on it and join the debate if that's possible. Like that's what I thought it was like heading towards. Yeah, well, that was as of this morning, Flat Lloyd. I don't know where it's at now. Shit, I can take a look. But yeah, I don't see an option to go live, so I was wondering because they were announcing that you can do that. It was like a feature that you can join in and go live, and I was like, yeah, I can't do that. Or at least maybe I'm not accessing certain things that you know how to do. So that's why I'm asking you guys. Have you tried to go live?
Well, I can go live on TikTok on one of my accounts because I had enough like subscribers, and you need. I don't know about other platforms. They might be limited in a similar way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
What I don't get is like why is it run up money every time you check videos? Do they like pay you that money or how does that work?
Is the account flat_Lloyd? Is that the account you're using? Alpha, do you know?
Yeah, that's what his is. Let me see if it pops
All
up.
I see is like 3 videos. Most has like 84 views.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd. Let me go to the one that. It's the one where it says, "Should kids get an iPhone?" That video.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it got a lot of traction. But I don't know why. Like I'm clicking it now, and it just like if I go straight to it, it doesn't show me the analytics it did when it popped up as on my feed.
Yeah,
Like,
you have to click on it, and it'll show it. Like if you watch it again, then it'll show like 157,000.
Yeah, here it says. I said the number wrong. It's 157,000 views.
I have the same similar worries about the internet. Dude.
You see it?
Yeah, I'm watching the video now, but mine says I don't even know.
So I guess it's
yeah.
like a scroll.
Holy
It's like
crap,
a scroll through or something. Like that's how many people have, like noticed it on their feed and they just didn't like stop and.
Can't believe it only has 3 comments.
Yeah, dude, but I don't get like that's the part that I don't get right there. I guess. Well, comments are not necessarily a metric by which you can say how many people seen it, but. That flowing hair, though, bro. Like, dude, what do you use it? What kind of conditioner are you using?
My hair was nicer than that, but I cut it like a year ago.
Oh, really?
Over a year ago. Oh, dude, my hair is down my back.
Damn.
I got beautiful hair. Dude, girls be telling me they wish they had my hair.
You like Fabio? Like, cause you know, Yeah, the upper strength
Hair
like an
straight
ape. You know,
and,
it's like
my hair's straight and like very fine, so it's like baby hair. But I got thick hair, but the thickness of my hair is like baby hair.
Yeah, we know it's long and white, India. Yeah, long white hair.
Oh, you get fucking that day.
That's crazy.
Were you here last night when the dude was like, no, that was in the other one. About like, aren't you afraid somebody's gonna dox you? I'm like, fucking, because I was like, I took this from Revere Beach, and he's like, you're afraid someone's gonna dox you? Or what are you gonna sit at Revere Beach and wait for a dude with white hair to walk by? Waiting for Pai Mei at Revere Beach in fucking Revere. Yeah, keep good.
Can you imagine,
good
dude? It'll
luck,
be like
keep waiting.
fucking Indio, dude. How did he get out of? Who let him out, bro? He's in public. The only one person that could ever see Indio in real life is Jemsy. He's in his immediate, like, you know.
I'm about to pull up.
Good. Yeah, CV about to pull up. A couple months. Wait till the girls are here. Don't you dare.
Oh, wait a minute.
Dude,
No.
No more premature ejaculation, man. Wait till the girls are here.
No, but CV. No, but you know who else is in your camp right now? You got Heretic, man.
Oh,
Stevie's
yeah?
gonna go. He's gonna go pick Heretic up, and they're gonna roll through. And you know, according to the legend, you know, you're gonna show him around Boston, and like
that would be so cool, man. That would be so cool.
Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this. There was a Glober young kid that went to MIT that was here. You know, so he's in Cambridge. I'm like, I'm fucking meeting in Harvard Square because he was talking smack. Let's go meet in Harvard Square.
oh shit, let's go. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
I actually wouldn't have fought him. I would have just went there with like a pocket full of change and threw it on him, and then like all the homeless people would have freaking just bummed.
Bum fights. I would have been duking it out with the guys. Get away from that. Would have been taking him out.
Yeah,
See you around, knucklehead.
There's a lot of homeless people in Harvard Square. So, not a lot, but enough that change would hurt. Change thrown at you would hurt you, and it wouldn't be the change hurting you.
Hey, we got El Vasco that just joined us. What's up, El Vasco?
Oh, you can ask any question you want as long as it's on topic.
Yeah.
Gotta be on
hello,
topic.
guys. I
What's
think
up?
I've spoken to you guys before. I had a.
Not to me.
You know.
back.
Yeah.
Round two.
Fight.
Well, I mean, I consider myself, you know, a globe skeptic. I'm open to the
Oh.
idea. So,
Oh.
how do you guys explain the flight patterns that you can go from one side of the Earth to the other? How does that fit into the flat Earth?
Yeah, you got to think about this, right? Before you ask that question, I know you want to dive into that, and there's going to be a lot of answers, but do you know a standard that you hold to that is the right idea, the right thing?
Right. Okay, so I don't hold to a standard at this point.
Okay, so how do you know the answer we're going to give you would be the right or the wrong one?
So I myself have flown over the Pacific, right? And you go from
Yeah,
one
but
side.
can you answer my question? Can you answer my question? How would you know the answer we give you will be the right or the wrong one? What's the standard?
The standard is it empirical? Is it does it have,
No. What I'm asking you though, how would you know that it's right or wrong? Any information we give you, how would you be able to determine what we're saying is right or wrong?
if it's reproducible?
Okay, do you have that now?
Oh no, that's why I'm asking the question.
Okay, so if you think there's nothing that can be done to obtain this information, do you think we're going to give you some information that could give you that specific information, something that's reproducible?
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I don't have the answer, so.
Well, this is important, right? So if we're going to dive into this and give you that, if we hear you say no, this wouldn't work. Well, I'm gonna charge you with, you gave us the permission to give you something without you being able to give a standard to how you know something's right or wrong. So you can't say this is incorrect.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I guess we can proceed forward. If anybody has any ways to.
Okay. I mean, I need something specific to work with. How do you think planes fly now across the Pacific?
Right. I don't
Like
think
the route
that they fly
take.
in a straight
I mean, like
line,
well, let me start with how would Flight Pass prove a globe or a flat Earth?
Well, the idea is that eventually you would loop around back, right?
Oh, okay. So your question's about circumnavigation.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, no one's ever actually circumnavigated the Earth in its totality, like in a single flight. Right. So they always have to land somewhere, etc. Right. So in the idea is that a circle is a circle, right? Circumnavigation is flying around something. So I can go around my house, I can go out my front door, walk around my house, and go back in the front door. And that's technically a circumnavigation of my house. Now, it doesn't require my house to be a globe to do it. The difference in the globe claim, the flat Earth claim, is we think we circle, based on the coordinate system, that we circle around the center, right? The North Pole, if you want to call that, or Polaris, if you wanted to call it that. Right, so we call the direction of Polaris, we call that north, and if we travel perpendicular to that, we're traveling east and west, and that just goes in a circle around Polaris. Think about it, like if you had a string, right, and you tied it to a pole, and you held it tight, and you walked around the pole, you'd be traveling in the same direction the entire time, right, east-west, but you would end up making a circle. Now, the globe thinks that this circle is flipping upside down and then flipping right side back up.
Right.
Whereas we think the orientation is changing left to right.
Okay.
Just a matter of what you think or how your orientation is changing. It's a circle either way.
Yeah, I think that would line up more with the cardinal directions to begin with.
What would?
The idea that all the directions are just based off the poles, and they don't really circle around.
Okay, so this is where we get it's a little slippery when it comes to this, because it depends on what coordinates you're using. Depends on whether you're using a compass, which is different than using the sun, which is different than using latitude and longitude. So those three coordinate systems, they all have north, south, east, west, but those directions, there's an alignment mismatch depending on where you are. So it's commonly thought that compasses point north and south. This is actually not true. There's a thing called magnetic declination. And this is how much deviation there is from the direction your compass points versus what they call true north. And this can be as much as 90 degrees, right? You could look at your compass and it says, hey, I'm pointing north, but you're pointing east in latitude longitude system. And then you have another thing when I said the sun, right? If you look up how east is defined, right? East is defined in the Oxford Dictionary as where the sun rises on the equinox. So if you looked at the horizon on the equinox, wherever you saw the sun come up, that is defined as east, right? And then we define the rest of the entire coordinate system, that cardinal directions from there, that sunrise. But that sunrise also doesn't match. It doesn't match the compass, and it doesn't match the latitude and longitude. So it matches in some places. Like I said, there is coincidences where these coordinate systems all coincide and their cardinal directions all match, but that's not everywhere. You understand? Like if I'm in, like it would match like the sun direction, cardinal directions, and latitude, longitude, cardinal directions. They would match on the equator, but they wouldn't match in, like, say, Tierra del Fuego or Santiago, Chile. They wouldn't match there. And the fucking magnetic compass, it generally matches in Europe and North America, But once you start going south into like Australia or the southern or the South Pacific, it gets way fucked up. It's way off. And in fact, when they like Antarctica, where they say that is, compasses actually don't work there. They actually just spin and spin and spin and spin, and they never stop spinning. So, yeah. So the point is that the shit isn't as straightforward as you think. I mean, they teach us a certain way in school. That's very simplified, but that's kind of like not the way it is in reality. It's simplified for children. Because I hate to say this and not sound condescending, but the globe is a child's idea. It's an idea for children.
Right. So,
because that's when they teach it to you, right?
So, just for the sake of simplicity, we're do the sides of the flat Earth have ends or
sides, bro? You don't think there's
right? You don't think
no, we don't think there's sides.
Right.
So flat Earth is portrayed, right, in the media and on the internet as like a disc floating in space with water pouring off the sides, right? That's the imagery that's shown in any flat Earth article on the internet or someone's thumbnail on YouTube. No flat earther thinks that's the way it is. None. We do not think the Earth is a space disk. Because there is no outer space vacuum. At all. Okay, everything is above the Earth. The Earth is, like other people have called it, the floor of the universe, if you want to call it that. And everything is above it. It's not an object in this randomly vast vacuum of outer space. That's not how we think of it. People think that we okay, here's the cosmology, the modern cosmology, and we took the globe Earth out and we inserted a disk in its place. That would be stupid, and we don't think that. It's a different cosmology, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Well, fair enough. So, is it fair to say that our current navigation system is circular in relation to the pole, but not circular in relation to the surface?
Well, the navigation system, celestial navigation, is based upon the sky. It's not really based upon the Earth. You couldn't use just the Earth and find your latitude and longitude. Like if you couldn't see the sky, right? Say the sky was just like no stars, no moon, just poof, everything disappeared. How could you possibly find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth?
Right, yeah, no, we depend on constellations, the sun.
Yeah. The entire coordinate. So the longitude is based upon the sun and the time of day, right? And we used the origin of that coordinate as Greenwich, England, and Greenwich Mean Time. So you can find your longitude if you have a clock and you know your time relative to Greenwich Mean Time. You can figure out what your longitude is. Latitude, you look up in the sky and you go, okay, where's the celestial equator? And what they use is typically a star called the first point of Aries. You use that, and then you can go, okay, that's 45 degrees above the horizon. I'm at 45 latitude. Right? So we use the sky for the coordinate system. You can't find it with the ground. And it was actually, 200 years ago, this is how they talked about it. They didn't say I was standing on the equator. They would say I'm under the equator. And they would say I'm under the Tropic of Capricorn or I'm under the Tropic of Cancer. They didn't think about it as being on the ground in the first place.
Right.
That's kind of like modern stuff. Yeah, and none of that would prove the Earth is flat or a globe anyway. The only way to prove what the Earth is to look at the Earth, not really in the sky. Right? We have a simple proposition, and this is it. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, what is it? Can you answer that?
Well, it's one or the other, right? Either it's curved
Well, if
or
it's
flat.
not, well, if it's not curving, what is it? Yeah, it's flat. So if we can demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is not curving, specifically the surface of water, because they say, and from experience we know that most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Whatever that water is doing is what the Earth has to be. So if the water is curving, then the Earth's a ball. If the water's not curving, then the Earth's flat. It's simple. It's super simple. People try to think of it in a complicated way because that's how it's been sold to them. This is a super complicated problem. You have to be a super smart genius scientist to figure it out. The smartest people in the world are the ones in history are the only ones that can figure it out. And you're just a lowly, shrub, and just trust what they say. But it's actually like a third grade geometry problem. It's not even a difficulty. And like the mathematics to like if you want to predict where the horizon is, this is like simple algebra. It's freaking none of this is complex. Like you don't need to know what gravity is or anything like that, because even if they had a theory of gravity and it predicted the Earth is a ball, they would have to confirm that with an experiment, right? They'd have to go measure the ball. Here's my prediction. Here's my physics. My physics says, hey, Earth would turn into a ball. Okay, you have to go out and confirm that's actually the case, that gravity formed the Earth into a ball by measuring the actual said ball. You don't just assume your theory is true. You have to test your theory in its entirety. Especially when you start doing like logical sequences, like, okay, gravity does this, pulls everything to the center. Okay, that means everything will get formed into the, what would they call it? Smallest possible frickin' figure. That figure would be a sphere, therefore Earth is a sphere. Okay, that's your theory of how it works. Okay, go out and measure that ball and see if that's actually true. And the thing is, we don't have any measurements that Earth is a ball. That's the problem. That's why we're all here. Because the one thing that would prove it, curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, when we go to measure that or anybody else, that drop over distance don't exist. So let me ask you, are you under the impression, like most people are, that the curvature of the Earth is just too big to measure the curve?
Well, I mean, it doesn't add up.
Well, do you think it's measurable? That's the what I'm asking you is not any way it comes out. Is it measurable in principle?
Is it measurable?
Well, yeah, is the Earth just too big for it to measure, that our instruments are not sensitive enough to measure the amount of curvature that it would exist in, say, 10 miles?
Well, that would be a denial of.
No, I'm just asking you, should it be possible?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay, so how much curvature do you think would exist in 10 miles on the 3,959 mile radius Earth they say it is?
What was it, like 100 feet of curvature?
Oh, no, it's not that much. That would be a lot. It's like 66 feet in 10 miles. So from eye level, right, from your eye level, the amount that the surface of the Earth should drop, or at the level of your feet even, how much it should drop, it's called the surveyor drop, should drop down 66 feet in 10 miles. So if you had a 6-story building, right, 10 miles away, the top of that building should be eye level.
Which is ridiculous because I can look out my second story and nowhere near that.
Yeah, it's way more than what people think, and I'm of the impression at this point, I've kind of come to this realization, like maybe a week ago, that everybody has flat Earth evidence. They just don't realize it. that they've all seen too far. They've all seen observations which don't work with the globe or are impossible on the globe, but they just don't realize it because they've been told the Earth is so large, there's no way they could detect in any way the curvature of the Earth, no matter what they do. And the only way they can detect it is to fly 1,000 miles into the air and look at it. This is the kind of like the zeitgeist of this topic. Because I ask people all the time, I'm like, if how could you test whether the Earth is flat or curved? They always say, get a rocket, go into space. They never say, measure the Earth.
Right.
But,
and you guys reject the whole premise of space to begin with, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. And there's no way to verify any of that work product, right? Like, we can't test it. The only way we can test it is the only way to test photographs, right? There's only one way. Does the photograph depict something that actually exists in reality? Right? So if you saw a photo of a unicorn, unicorns don't exist in reality. You know that photo's fake, right? You don't have to prove how it was faked. You don't care about what the status of the people are. They're claiming they took a picture of something that don't exist. And if they do say it exists, that it's just they're going to carry on and say, no, this is an authentic photograph of a unicorn. No one would accept that without other evidence, right? We'd want like unicorn scat. We'd want a fucking fur samples. We'd want maybe a sample of its horn. We'd want other things, right? Maybe a dead body, maybe a carcass, a unicorn carcass, right? We'd want other things. The photo wouldn't be enough. We'd want other material. We'd want material evidence. So this is how we evaluate space photos. Okay, you took a picture. You're claiming that, hey, this is what the Earth looks like. Well, what about in that image? Can I test on the Earth that's in that photograph that have to go together? And you know what? All the space photos, what they show? They show curving water, right? Take a picture. They show the big blue marble. What's that blue stuff? That's the water. The water is curving. Okay, let's go test to see if the curving water actually exists in the physical and natural world. Well, when we go test, there's no curving water. So we know that the image has to be not authentic because it's depicting something which don't exist in nature. You know, this logic, this logical train that I'm pulling is flawless. There's no way to dispute it. Okay? Because if you don't follow my train of logic, then we have to accept any image. Yeti, Bigfoot, Superman, Loch Ness Monster, we just have to accept them all. And then if you say, I don't believe that image, Loch Ness Monster don't exist, and I just say the image proves it. The image proves the image proves Santa Claus exists. It's a picture of Santa. Santa don't exist. Oh, you're just denying. Are you denying that Santa exists? I got a picture. Dude, there's millions of pictures of Santa. Are they all fake? Right? I could make the same argument that people make on the side of NASA and space pictures for Santa Claus. In using that logic, they'd have to accept that Santa Claus is real to be logically consistent if they apply that standard. That's why Alpha was talking to you about applying a standard, right? A standard for determining what the truth is. If you apply that standard, principled standard, uniformly, you'll as long as it's sound, logically sound, you'll figure out what the truth is. Logic is kind of like a foolproof method of figuring out what the truth is. It's limited, so there's a problem with that. That you can't. There's a lot of things you're never going to know for certain. Okay, but there are things you can know for certain if it follows the proper logical form and it's sound logical argument with true premises and all that stuff. So, any other questions? Anybody else? I mean, this topic's not actually complicated.
Oh, hello. Yes, I have question.
Okay. I see $50. It's not about the Earth. That's what I'm betting.
Well, I was just wondering. I see there is a YouTube bot in the channel here. Is that are you recording this?
Yes.
Boom, $50. Pay up, sucker.
Yeah.
You don't have my permission. You don't have my permission to record.
Then leave the channel.
What do you mean? This is a public server. I'm a member of the server.
Yeah, but it's an implied consent by the fact you're in here and you know you're being recorded and you're still here.
I need you to send me permission.
We don't have to let you participate unless you agree to be recorded.
I was here first.
Well, we don't agree. No, you weren't in here first. What are you talking about?
I was in the server where you were.
If he's going to act spoiled, just take away the privilege of being here.
See ya, buddy.
Oh, I know. I had the perfect solution. We're going to put you on mute, and then no one's going to hear your voice.
Why would you mute me? You need me.
No, because you don't want to be recorded. So we're going to mute you to make sure that you're not recorded.
But you guys would not have content.
Yeah, there is no but, dude. Then stop. Quit your bitching. Okay?
Actually, literally the username it say 24/7 live.
Yeah. He has implied consent. He's just being a little douche nozzle.
You need me for content. You better not mute me.
Mute him.
Nobody is gonna mute
I need you? Yeah, we've been recording 24/7 going on like 7 years. We have fucking probably 100,000 hours of audio. We don't need you.
If there were no Globe Earthers here, you would be a dead channel.
Oh, wow.
It's more than just you, so we can mute you and move on to someone else. Being as you don't want to be recorded.
Watch what happens if you mute me. Dead silence.
Then you won't get recorded. I tell you what.
No, I've been trying to get a word in. Yeah, I've been trying to get a word in edgewise. This idiot won't shut up for me to say something.
What do you mean? You've been silent this whole time.
Yeah, I've been yielding the mic. I go, here's some idiot we can farm a little content off, but it looks like he doesn't want to be recorded, doesn't want to be part of the channel, and he talks anyway. The dude's a complete idiot.
We need to save him from himself, it seems.
Yeah, it's like, imagine joining a channel, any one of them, Ask a Christian, vegans are great, whatever, and then telling them, I joined the channel and I don't want to talk to anybody. They'd be like, someone needs to call this guy an ambulance or something. Like that, he's in a schizophrenic break with reality.
Well, I clearly want to talk, but you need to ask my permission to record my voice on YouTube.
No, you can fuck off.
Wow. No. Look. That is not the case. You're misinformed. We don't need to ask your permission.
Well, you're going to hear this from my lawyer. I'm going to reach out.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear from your lawyer. Let's hear from your lawyer. You can't afford a lawyer. You can't afford a lawyer. You're broke.
No, like seriously, like imagine someone recording someone because they recorded it. Wow.
Some very weak people around without spines, it seems.
This is the worldview of the globalists, that they will join a channel with a bot in the channel with a big red dot showing live, that when you click on it, it tells you where to go. On a server, that part of the guidelines are you consent to being recorded by joining the server. Whistle through all of that and then say they're going to call a lawyer. Your lawyer will tell you you're a fucking idiot.
This is like they're doing a man on the street interview. He cuts into the interview and says, I don't agree to be recorded.
Yeah. It's like the thousands of videos you get of Karens complaining to people that they're being recorded and then telling them that they don't have that permission.
I need a form that I can sign that you have my consent.
You're the male version of a Karen. You're onto a Jedi. What is that? What is the name we give to male versions of Karen?
It's so quite.
Well, they switch back and forth. It used to be Darren, or it was Andrew, but I think people have started changing it to Darren.
Look, so this is a tactic. This is like a muting tactic. So we go off topic of what we were talking about.
Yeah.
There's too much truth coming out. So he doesn't like that. He hates truth. He wants everyone to be deceived and live in a freaking dream world. So let's shut him up and move on.
Yeah, what's this guy's name that's saying this stuff? Can anyone see his name in writing? Is it Creation?
Bear?
Yeah, no idea. It wasn't worth paying that much attention to, dude.
You
Sorry.
said Young Bear? Fucking what?
Yeah, it's like he walks into a grocery store and then starts complaining that they have security cameras.
That is not the same.
Are you still talking, dude? We're live.
Okay. Well, fine. You'll hear from a lawyer, but I'm willing to discuss the topic.
No, we don't want to talk to you. Go away.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, you don't want to be recorded. We told you this space is recorded, so it's you are now consenting to being recorded by staying in this voice chat and talking.
Well, if I don't see a consent form in the next 24 hours, you're going to have big problems. So
Doesn't
anyway,
need a consent form. You are consenting to
terms of
this.
service in YouTube.
Either way,
you accepted Discord's terms of service, and you are participating under those terms of service. So you've already accepted being recorded.
That's fine.
Yes, we just sent the consent form. Just allow 2 to 3 business days. Check your mail.
Don't lose your case, man. I got the same lawyer as Benjamin Netanyahu. You're cooked.
That's fine. And I'm sure Benjamin Netanyahu is also a globe earther.
Dude.
Now we've appeased and dealt with your feelings. Is there a reason that you want to talk with us?
Yes, I'm here to, like, you're here in an echo chamber. I'm here to fix the problem.
Okay, so the very fact that you're here and other people are here challenging these views kind of defeats the point of you saying it's an echo chamber. It wouldn't fit that definition. But we can move on to something else.
Why would you move on? I'm here with the smoke.
Because the subject of the room is the flat earth, not whether you think it fits the definition of an echo chamber, which it doesn't.
Listen, I'm willing to discuss the topic, but you're afraid.
Good, can we then? So we'll move on. Flat earth, what do you want to know? What do you want to ask? What do you want to say?
Well, it's not flat, so I don't... Why
so
are
you want to make a claim that it's not flat, so curved?
Yes.
Okay, would you have any measurements of that curvature to know whether it's curved or not?
We don't need to measure it.
We don't need to measure a surface to describe it?
No, we have pictures. No. It's all
just
for you.
Pictures of it, pictures that I can verify myself, right? Pictures that I'm sure you verified yourself as well, yes?
They come from reliable sources.
And how have you determined that they're reliable sources? Have you validated the information that they've given you somehow?
They are government entities.
Yeah, have you validated the information that these entities have given you somehow?
It's a reliable source.
Yeah, I know. So I'm asking you how you've tested for their reliability.
Listen, buddy, it's the government. They can't...
I know. So I would hope that someone would have tested the validity of their claim. Governments say all sorts of things, right? So let's test
fake data.
I'm just asking if you tested it. If you haven't, we can just say it's a faith-based argument that you've got. You believe an authority about what they've told you, correct?
Not faith-based. It's science.
You haven't verified it. You trust them. It's a reliable source, you said.
There's experts, science, people who've worked their whole career, whole lives.
Apparently.
They've worked their whole lives for this.
Yes, I know. I just want you to concede that it's trust and faith-based.
It's scientific-based. I don't know how you don't see this.
It's scientific-based. Is it the shape of an object, the Earth, is a question for science, is it?
I mean, kind of, sort of, yes.
Kind of, sort of, yes? Please give me a hypothesis for a shape.
If it was flat, then...
No, not if it was flat. You said that there's scientific evidence. I'm hoping that you know what science is so you can figure out whether what you've got is science or not. So I'm asking you, if you've got science for a shape, give me the hypothesis.
I don't even know why you're talking. You're not a scientist.
Excuse me. I'm asking if you know what science is to determine whether what the scientist said was true.
I trust them, and they're correct.
But you don't have a standard to hold because I don't think you know what science is. They could say anything and you believe them because they got a white coat on, right?
Well, eventually they'll be correct. They always
eventually like a broken clock.
Science is like hand over hand. They always correct each other, even if they make mistakes.
What the fuck are you waffling on about, dude? Apologise for the language, but I've asked you several questions and you are yet to give me a straight answer.
Yeah, he's very stubborn and naughty. He needs punishment.
What are you doing? I was talking to Jedi. I don't know. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I know. You don't like to talk to women, do you, Russian Bear?
No, I don't. Not in this context. I don't think you're an expert either.
Yeah, we should just stay in the kitchen, right? That Russian kitchen. Make you some Russian food.
Yes, that would be ideal, yes. But no, seriously, like, why are you a flat earther? I don't understand.
Because the Earth measures flat.
It's just big.
70% of the surface of the Earth, so we're told, is water. Water is observed, measured, and then practically used for things like engineering, aviation, navigation, and cartography as a horizontal reference datum. Horizontal is not curved. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere.
You're only measuring a small patch of it.
I can give you a measurement now of 5,400 nautical miles just by measuring one elevation angle of a star in the sky. That's a straight line distance between me and its geographical position. 5,400, is that what? That's local, isn't it? Yeah. On the Earth.
Where did you get that number from?
Celestial navigation. I measure the elevation of Polaris above the horizon. I subtract that number from 90, and I multiply that number by either 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles to figure out the distance along the surface of the Earth between my measured position to its geographical location.
Celestial navigation only works on a globe.
No, celestial navigation works on a celestial sphere, which you think's the ground. The ground that's measured from is a horizontal plane. The curve that you think is on the floor is the sky.
It is on the floor.
No, it's not measured on the floor when I utilize a right-angled triangle to figure out the distance of 5,400 nautical miles. Do you know what a right-angled triangle is?
Yes.
Good. Can you point to the curved line within a right angle?
Well, it is on a point on the sphere, so...
In a point, no, a line, dude. So can you point to the curved line within a right angle triangle?
I mean, on the Earth it works differently.
No, not on the Earth. I'm talking about the triangle. Where's the curved line in the triangle?
It just works differently on the globe. I understand what you're saying.
No, we utilize a right angle triangle. Celestial navigation. We've just been discussing it for the last, 4 minutes?
But you can draw a tangent line off the surface of the sphere.
You can draw a tangent line, can you? Off of what, where, how?
The surface of the sphere.
So where would that be then?
Anywhere. It's because it's a sphere.
Anywhere. Sorry, it's probably prudent that I should point out on this point that when you measure the distance between you and the geographical position of the star, both you and the geographical position of the star are on the surface of the Earth. If you're going to be measuring tangents, only one of those two things is on the surface of the Earth. The other one's out in space. Which one is it? Is it you or is it the geographical position of the star?
This guy is just yapping, chat. I don't understand what he's saying, honestly.
Yeah. End over.
Flat earther Cappuccino. I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore, Jedi. What the hell?
I mean, you have been going for a while, man, but that was fucking awesome. You did really good.
Yeah, it's a good exchange. Gosh, you guys should play Globus more often. You actually let him talk. I mean, that's when you first know it's definitely not a Globe believer. He's letting you speak.
Dude, he was cooking me so bad. I was like, just making shit up.
That was fun, man. I got right into that then. I believed you who you were saying that you was. It was really good.
That was brilliant, man. That was fun. You win the Glober of the Day award. Cyclone's giving you the Glober of the Day award.
Let's go.
Oh yeah,
and that's why we record. That had not been preserved. That needed to be preserved. That's a perfect showcase of why it's recorded.
Yes, sir. Kurt came in. He's like, "You don't need to get consent." Oh, brilliant!
Fucking weirdo. I mean, these are guys who they know nothing about. They know shit about dick.
Facts.
Fuck all.
Wait, Crit, that was me. Like the whole time. That's a self-down DeMarco right there.
Right here. This is what this was.
Oh, this is going to be a really good one. Are you recording?
Great,
Nice.
You know that was CB the whole time doing that accent.
Oh no, I had no clue. Oh, I missed that part.
Got him.
Fucking amazing.
Nice.
Gotcha, bitch. But it just shows how well we understand their way of arguing and thinking. It's just, it's so incoherent that it doesn't matter who's saying it. It's so wrong.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. There's probably some people that are like, "Don't do that. That's a bad idea." I was just winging it, honestly.
No, that was brilliant.
W
Welcome to the
content.
channel. Welcome to the channel, Black.
Hello.
Hello, man. What brings you in here?
Late.
You're very late. What
Roll
took you so-
down. See you later.
And he's gone.
Oh, he's late for something else. You guys are having, this is like an event that's happening here?
It was an event, but we ended it because they had an English class event. We don't want to overlap events.
Oh, okay. So I missed the event. I'm late, like Black.
It was just a random event, yeah. But we had like 45 people in here at one stage. 40 people
Nice.
on the live stream, so it was going off.
Good.
What did the vegans say? Are they purposely doing, like, anytime we start an event, they start one too? Are they going to cut that shit or what?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'll have a chat with Axel or whatever his name is. I get along okay with him, so I'll have a chat with him, and I'll just tell them, look, if you guys are gonna have an event, we won't step on you, and then vice versa.
Make sure we try and talk to them after dinner time, mate. They're always hangry, these vegans.
Yeah, after he has like 25 mangoes and his
Rice
4
cake.
kilos. Yeah.
Lick some dust off his arm or something.
Yo, CB, you're getting too good at that. I actually thought you were a freaking clown Glover.
I know a lot of you guys did. It seemed
I was about to ban you, but your name kept flashing. I'm like, who's the fucking talking, man? Like, I couldn't find the person.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Nice.
Dude, you sounded just like a Glover. You were completely irrational.
Yeah.
Like Eastern European fuckwit.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one. That was pretty fun. I was in the back trying not to laugh, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah, it wasn't working.
You can hear me laughing? I was
Yeah, a
definitely
little bit. At the end there, you were. You started off great, though. Well, the thing is, I like everything you said. I've actually heard all of that before, like almost in the same order.
I know. It's pretty easy to predict like how they behave. It's just you just weasel around, you lie a little bit here and there. Like Jedi started getting technical stuff, and I was like, "You're just stupid," Like you don't have to address anything. You just bounce around, gish gallop, ad hom. Like there's
Yeah, and when in doubt, just say, "I trust people."
Yeah, there's experts, pictures. Come on, why don't you believe this?
Hey, how many syndromes did you cover there?
Oh man, a lot. Phantom expert syndrome for sure. Flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
Did you do the appeal to the future?
I'm gonna do that next time. I will put you all on rockets. Just wait till you go to space. Then you will feel stupid about.
We're gonna send you to Mars where you can start the Flat Mars Society.
Yeah. Pretty much. Dude, you guys should have been there last night, man. We were talking to this guy named Sign, presented the Black Swan to him, and then he's
Was I
like,
in here then? Was it after I left?
It might have been when you left.
You were cooking pretty good last night. I gotta say.
It's been a while since I solo.
Yeah, dude, I haven't heard you flex in a long time. Man. You were flexing.
It's been a while, man. It's good. Take me back to like 2022 or something. But yeah, he presented the whole like the image where the boat appears to be floating, but the horizon's actually behind it, like faintly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he said that well, the light blue area is actually the sky. So like it's a mirage that the boat is in the sky. And we kept trying to point out to him that there was a horizon behind the boat. He's like, "No, you can't say that. You're all apes. That's not possible." We're like, "Bro, Clipcord made the clip for me because he said, I walked him through it. I said, do boats go over the curve? He said, yes. Okay, so then boats disappear behind the horizon, correct? Yes. And then we're like, so is the boat behind the horizon? It's like, no. So has the boat disappeared? No. Like, he couldn't understand what he was saying. We trapped him like 3 times. I have the clip on my computer. I'll have to post it in a second. Incredible. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. I was like so mad. Sorry for cussing. I was like, you're so dumb, dude. How do you not see this? Incredible. Clipboard was there. A couple other people were there. Incredible, dude. These guys are so low IQ. Let me get the clip because now you guys got to hear this. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the clip for you guys. I got to go soon, but I think it's worth it. I have the clip on my computer.
Yeah, when I left, Sign was there, but he hadn't started talking yet, so I missed that.
He got absolutely roasted. Matrix was cooking him. It was bad, dude. All right, let me pop this clip up. Shout out to Clipcord, man. Okay, where is this at? Okay, here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me fix my noise suppression real quick. Okay.
Let me ask him a question again. Hold on, chat. Let me ask him one more time. Isn't it that boats go over the horizon, correct?
Yes.
And it's why boats start to disappear because they went over the horizon, right?
Yes.
Now, the boat hasn't disappeared in this image, right?
No.
So it hasn't gone over the horizon then?
It has gone over the horizon.
It has or it has not?
Has.
Clipcord, please clip that.
He said that about the Fata Morgana, that it went over the horizon?
Yeah, he's like,
wow, bro.
Boats disappear over the horizon. Has it disappeared? No. So is it over the horizon? Yes.
No, DM me that clip, bro. DM it.
All right, I'll put it in the chat. That's crazy. Here's the second clip.
One more time. You're saying that the entire light blue is the sky?
Yes.
And then the boat is in the sky?
Appears to be in the sky, yes.
Clip that again.
I don't know if you caught it, but he was like, I was like, so the boat's in the sky. He's like, yeah. Well, it looks like it.
Yeah, he stutters. That's awesome.
Oh, dude. Too funny. Too funny.
They make it too fucking easy.
Yeah.
The boat's floating in the fucking air like, Jesus, what planet are we living on?
That was one of the craziest things I've heard in a long time. We gave him the retard of the week award.
I don't know. I think units attract mass attracts units is pretty damning.
Damn.
Here they got to do to say their shit. He's like, mass is units, so units attract units. He said, no, mass attracts units. I'm like, what the fuck?
Clips are in the chat there if you want to take a listen. God, we got to hear the blue clip again. That was too funny.
One more time. You're saying that the entire light blue is the sky?
Yes.
And then the boat is in the sky?
Appears to be in the sky, yes.
Clip that again.
We have Lit Filler Extraordinaire 9000 in the chat. Welcome. Is that Alonia? We heard you breathing. Go ahead.
Hello.
Dandelion, you're up.
Okay. Hello, Lonia. How's it going?
Hello, it's going great. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. I just had my cherry yogurt. It was so good. So, have you heard about the flat earth?
Yeah, of course. I believe 100% Earth is flat. Like,
what makes you believe that?
I think because when you walk, like you don't, it's just like it's flat. Like when you walk in the ground, it's flat. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good start. It'd be hard to get to 100% from that, but maybe you're just like an extremely intuitive person. So you realize that you're walking on flat and stationary ground. So if you kept walking and you got to the ocean, maybe you live near the ocean, so you wouldn't even have to walk very far. When you saw the water, that would convince you even more. The ground might get you up to 75, 80, but to get to 100 seems like you'd have to look at the water, don't you think?
Yeah, but still, like, water looks really flat. Like, everything looks so flat in this world. So I believe that, like, I think we're living in a flat world. And I think all of the people, like, who's saying we're not living in a flat world are lying to us because they're living in a delusion and they have to wake up.
Good job. Yeah, well done. This is great. Like, this is the first time I've heard someone just kind of like, we usually have globe parrots. Like, you're very good at like parroting the flat earth argument. Usually people can't do it. Like, they can't say what our points are. So yeah, when you go to the ocean, so if you were trying to convince someone who still believed in the fantasy globe, you would say you were looking out there, and then what else would you say about the water?
I will say that I don't know what's happening into water, but I will definitely say that, like Antarctica is like the huge place. Actually, I think there's another worlds in Antarctica too. And I think like we are living in a basically like, I think Earth is like a big flat place and there's other Earths too. And it's
Okay, well, let's go back to the water. You left the ocean and you wanted to go to Antarctica for some reason. You don't need to go there, do you? Because you look out at the ocean. The water is flat. It covers over 70% of the Earth's surface. So there's no curving of any water anywhere. That's a physical impossibility. So then what would you say to people if they said, oh, Alonia, tell me I've heard about this mathematics of flat Earth, how the geometry of the sphere is disproven by long distance observations and laser tests. How would you explain that to a globe believer?
I don't know. I don't have that kind of intelligence.
Okay, well, it doesn't require intelligence. I like your new picture better. The pink anime person with the teddy bear. Yeah, I like that one better. You're welcome. So it doesn't like take a huge amount of intelligence. The math involved is, pretty low
My math
level
is so bad.
geometry. Yeah, well, that's fine. So, yeah, I'll explain it to you because you don't want to be. So, the important thing to realize if you're ever interested in actually, getting serious about the flat earth and understanding, the factual, logical arguments behind it, you need to understand that it's just a mathematical certainty. We definitely do not live on a sphere because if we did, then the drop over distance would be measurable, but it's actually not measurable because we see things in the distance far beyond where we should be able to see. Do you understand that part?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I do. I was like, why Earth is round? Like, if its Earth was round, we were like living, like the tables were not, but we'll be standing. Like, how? I don't know. I cannot explain it. I'm sorry. It's gonna sound so stupid. I don't want to sound stupid.
That's all right. You can just be yourself. That's what we like people to just be themselves and be honest about what their actual thoughts are. Did you say something about a table? I'm sorry, because I missed what you said.
Yeah, I was just like saying that if Earth wasn't flat, like we couldn't be standing up. Like we couldn't build like how can I say big skyscrapers or like cities because Earth was round. Like it wouldn't be like and we will be like turning too, like everything will be like full because Earth is turning like a ball, and that's like ridiculous to me.
Yeah, well, that's a good start to realize the ridiculous nature of the fantasy globe idea. It's a complete science fiction. It's a complete science fiction story.
Science fiction. Do you guys here believe really like Earth is globe? Like, do you guys like? Are there any people in here that believes that way?
Oh, there might be. I mean, it's a common disease. It's a common, like you said. You called it a religious delusion. Yep, that's what it is. So those can spread, like a toxic virus, and that's happened. But the best way to combat that. That's what I was going to tell you. I didn't want to forget. So you don't want to encourage people to get off of the globe story and just get on to another kind of fairy tale story where they're just kind of dreaming about, we're going to escape this world and go to far off lands or whatever. I mean, there's nothing wrong with people thinking that. It's just that we don't have any verification of that. So, it's fine if you want to think about that, and kind of imagine like you would imagine going to the land of Oz, that kind of thing. But really what we're trying to get people...
I was just saying that I just wanted to say, like they believe that there's other planets. I don't believe that there are planets like Earth.
Yeah, there's planets. They're called the wandering stars. That's where the word planets came from. It's from the ancient Greek. So yeah, they exist. It's just, you can't actually go there. There's no evidence that you could actually go there, that they would be terra firma. So that's why we try to get people to focus on reality and the present moment where you actually are on Earth, and just try to improve your little corner of the Earth, best you can, and just try to stick to what's actually testable, repeatable, and verifiable. That would be my advice to you, as well as, maybe some acting lessons.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for all of the information. Yeah, I don't know. These kind of people, I think this Japanese guy, who I cannot spell, Shtarehu, is delusional, and you need to go to hospital. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to be disrespectful.
I don't know who you're talking to. Who is it you're talking about?
And this is like guy in chat, and I was reading, and he had like a globe Earth profile picture. I think that is like really ridiculous. Like that's like wrong. I don't know.
Not to go that far. I mean, we don't want to become like the fantasy globe believers, do we? We don't want to be like diagnosing people and so on, because Yeah, a lot of people are able to function in society perfectly, I shouldn't say perfectly well, but like passably well, right? And still believe in this science fiction thing. Because most people don't really, they don't even really think about it too much in their daily life. For most people, because occupation, it doesn't come up. There's no, there's no real, unless you like are working for NASA or some other, fake space agency, there's not really. Most of the time, it's just kind of accepted, that we live on this globe, and then you just go about your life as if you didn't, because you don't, because it has no bearing on most people's reality. So the time when people have problems is when they stop kind of like making fun of it, thinking it's a joke, using their duper's delight voice and so on. And then they actually realize, oh my gosh, there's something to this. Like maybe we don't actually live on a globe. That's when people maybe would have trouble, functioning as well in the world, because you kind of like changing over your worldview, especially when you're changing from an indoctrinated belief that you've had since childhood, and you've kind of have to deconstruct that belief as if you were born into a religious cult, on this compound. And then you're kind of like, oh gosh, there's a whole nother world out there that's the real world that I could experience on my own terms. Like there's a little transition period where you kind of have to get over that, but it can be done. And, once you get through that, then you're even more functional than you were before. So, yeah. People who are like, people who are full on the globe, who really believe it, like, that's fine. They could some people are better off just continuing in the cult, because some cult members, if you just threw a cult member out on the street, like sometimes they deprogram them, they kidnap them from cults and just like throw them into the world again. It's like very hard for them. So that's why we try to find people who actually begin to understand, especially the objective, logical facts, that there's zero drop over distance as expected in a sphere that is not measured anywhere. So people who are able to kind of set aside the emotional, psychological attachment to the globe and begin to use their logical minds again, they'll usually be fine. But people who are kind of like just emotionally clinging to the globe, you can kind of tell after talking to them for a little while, like, it's kind of like, yep, that's fine. Maybe one day in the future, you'll realize, oh yeah, 10 years ago, they told me about this. Guess they were right. But, until then, it's perfectly fine to cling to your plushy globe at night, get you to sleep, dream about Mars, so on and so forth. That's what a lot of people do. And, that's their choice. Free country, free world.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, anytime. I'm glad you dropped in and you were willing to talk to us. A lot of people come in here and they won't even speak up. So we appreciate, Elonia, that you spoke up and you made your profile picture less objectionable. Although I liked Creation Bear's profile name for you when it went with the other picture. That was really funny. I thought, is that really your name? Yeah, that was good, Creation Bear.
No, I was just like, I hate trans people. I don't want to say here, but I don't want to be discriminative.
Oh yeah, you don't have to talk about that. That's fine. We don't need to know. You can go take that somewhere else. There's a lot of places where they probably sit and talk about that all day long. Sounds unpleasant to me. Does anybody else have a question about the flat earth? Any new people?
Yes, I have one more question. Just kidding.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, go make me some borscht.
I was trying to think of some Russian food, but I couldn't think of anything on the fly. When you're like, do you want some sandwiches? I was going to be like, bring me some stew or some shit. I don't know any Russian dishes.
Beet stew.
Are there any like believers of globe earthy here?
Are you faking your accent or is that real?
No, it's real. Wait.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
It's giving voice changer.
No, I'm not saying my voice. I'm sorry.
It's cat, bro.
Yeah, Elonia wants to talk to some globe believers. So we got any?
Like they're accusing me.
Hey, Dandelion. Is that really
yeah.
Yeah, they're accusing me. And
that a
I
flat
think
earther?
because you are like this guy, Creation Beer, is accusing me with my changing my voice. If my voice could be that way, why you care about my voice?
Yeah, quit being weird, dude.
Because you believe that globe Earth, and like that's stupid as fuck. Like you have to wake up. Like the delusion.
Bring Russian Bear back to talk to this girl.
Yeah, do that.
Is he in the back room? Bring him back. Hey, Russian Bear, get over here.
Yes, I hear a woman talking. She's saying that the Earth is flat, or what is the problem?
Yes, I'm saying that Earth is flat, and you do believe Earth is globe.
Obviously, obviously.
Why would you say
Clearly.
that?
Everyone says that.
Like, okay, so can you like give a proof about why is Earth is, globe?
The boats go over the curve. They disappear. That does not work on the flat Earth.
We are living in a simulation, okay? Nothing is real. Maybe what you see is not real. How would you know that?
And this, folks, is why you do not trust flat earthers. They have tinfoil hats with many wrinkles in the hat. Clearly lost. They're so lost.
Yeah, this particular one, just seems to kind of be like careening all over the road. I tried to get you to stay in your lane there, Alonia. I told you about you disproving the geometry. Now you're off to simulation Earth. How'd that happen?
I don't know. I kind of believe that.
This is what happens when you listen to conspiracy theorists. You become a conspiracy crazy person.
So you believe the Earth is flat. You believe it's stationary. Do you believe it's hollow as well?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Oh, why would you say that? Yeah, I could be a stupid girl. Like, why would you like saying this to me?
Would be. You definitely are.
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is stupid as well. Like,
that is true. That is true.
Earth is a flat and Earth is not globe. ChatGPT says that. I'm sorry.
Okay, Alonia, stick around, and maybe you'll learn some more of the arguments. It's a good idea. I mean, just even being able to speak the words, that you spoke earlier means that you're far ahead of many globe believers because you're just able to even entertain the idea, even if it's just kind of like a little bit of a, I don't know what you call it, exploration for you and so on. So yeah, there's a lot of flat, curious people, and you're welcome to, stick around. So, yep, nobody's gonna judge you for just wanting to listen to flat earthers talk. It's perfectly fine. We accept people of all different faiths here.
Wait, Dandelion.
Yeah.
You definitely don't think this is legit, right? That's like she's capping.
Harper. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
I mean, don't you? I mean, I'll give you 99.999% sure. How's that, Creation Bear?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. It's cap, bro. It's all cap.
But Larper.
It's giving Glober for sure.
Why do I believe globe Earth? Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably real people who just believe in the flat earth the way you first, that I think that was one of your first statements, but I shouldn't even give that away. I mean, but they all should know that by now. If you come in here and say, I believe in flat earth, like, red flag, giant red flag, biggest red flag known to man. Because it's not a belief. The globe requires belief, Alonia. The globe is a religious belief that you've been indoctrinated into since birth. Flat Earth is a measurement, like I explained to you, it's a numerical certainty. So there's no one who actually understands the argument who would say that. I believe in flat Earth. It'd be like saying, I believe that my, wooden floor is hard. No, it is. So people don't say that. So I don't want to say that to try to like improve your LARP, but I'm just telling you that's the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. Plus, people who are kind of obsessed with Antarctica, those people are kind of questionable too, because like I said, because that's just, there's nothing wrong with thinking about it, but it's not anything going on out there in those outer realms is pure speculation, because Did you know that we're not allowed to travel past the 60th parallel south due to the Antarctic Treaty and intergovernmental regulations? Did you know that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, you're learning new things all the time here. So, yeah, just put that in your little notebook there.
I love it. I love it.
God damn. I'm not even convinced that this is a woman, but that doesn't matter necessarily.
Why'd you say that?
Oh my god, because I can do it too.
God, Creation Bear. Yeah, we had an XX. I made actually in the old server, I made an XX chromosome roll, but then I realized, oh, this is bad because then people were DMing me like, I need the XX chromosome roll, so I'm not actually gonna like send out DNA tests. So I got rid of the roll, but it was fun for while it lasted. Yeah.
I hate trans people. What the fuck?
All right, well, let's move on. I'm sorry. Creation Bear, you did that again. You brought that up. You baited her, Creation Bear. I'm usually the baiter around here.
My bad.
We got Miss Money Pants, Juzu.
Another one.
Savaz Laurent. Vivek's in here. Yeah, hello, Vivek. Thanks for everything you've done here in this server. It's like so much fun here. I'm so glad that you and Cyclone and whoever else worked on this have made this possible.
Oh.
There's a lot of good people in here.
Vivek is here?
Yeah, he's here.
Nice. Shout out to W's in the chat. Should we get some W's in the chat? I'll throw a W in there for him.
Yeah, put him in there. Put him in there. He deserves it.
W here. Verbal W.
Yeah, man. He's the homie for sure.
Art is flat because my chest is flat.
Oh, now you're devolving. Alonia, you were better when you started off. Yeah, just go back to saying, I believe in the flat earth. Just keep chanting that like 10 times a day. Maybe click your heels together 3 times. There's no place like flat, and maybe it'll come true for you one day.
Somebody said prove it.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat because we can walk in the earth. It's not like a ball. If it's a ball, it's going to be like a tire. It's going to go, I don't know. Like,
How many mushrooms have you had today?
Sorry? I don't know.
Brilliant. I'm getting good at this.
Jetty, what are you talking about?
Daddy?
Oh. Daddy.
Daddy, would you like some?
I need to invite this one to the misogyny meeting for the next one.
How'd that go for you? Did you solve all the problems of the world with your men?
Oh, we only got into like 1%. Honestly, it was a really good episode. I'm sorry it didn't start earlier. The pilot episode was a success.
Congrats.
We'll get you on the next one.
Yeah, we'll see. Give me a copy of the agenda first. We'll see if I can handle it.
Yeah, I got some notes. I can put the notes. Stacy joined and she it was good.
Oh, good. She's great. Yeah, I like her. Yeah, I should take some notes from her. Remain calm at all times. Keep an even tone, even when they're annoying you.
She told us her body count, guys. That's how spicy it was.
Oh, come on. Don't tell us. You're not going to say anything about
I'm not going to expose it here, obviously.
Yeah, you better not. You better not. I'd be really after you if you did that.
I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that?
I don't know, Creation Bear. I mean, sometimes you do things. I can't believe he did that. So I don't know what you're going to do next. You're unpredictable. You're unpredictable.
I got to keep you on your toes. All right, Dandelion.
Good job. Good job. Yep, I need that. I need a foil. Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk to Miss Money Pants, or who's next?
So you guys not talking about any flat earth in here? Like, that's ridiculous.
Oh, guess what, Alonia? We have a flat earth community. Yeah. Do you want me to send you the application?
Yes, definitely. I would love to.
Well, you've already failed like points 1 through 10, but since I already went through them with you, maybe you do better, second time around. But I would like to know if Money Pants is not going to talk. Whoever you
gotta remember to tell that person about the fees, though.
Oh yeah, yeah. $39.95.
Hey,
Yep. So
I
anyway,
sound stupid. Am I sound stupid when I say I believe flat Earth theory? Because I don't know. Like,
oh, there's so many things wrong with that sentence. You want me to tell you all the things? Because before,
yes.
okay. Because before, I don't even think you included the word theory in there, so that's really bad. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Why? Because theory, like around here, like we understand that certain words are used colloquially. And so, like the word theory, sometimes, people will use it just kind of casually. But when we use it in connection, or when people try to use it in connection with the flat Earth, then since flat Earth is sometimes claimed to be a scientific question, there are some aspects about the globe story that do require scientific scrutiny, such as the rotation, because if there were any rotation, we should be able to make a natural observation of this rotation, and we should also be able to make an observation of the curvature. Since we can never get past the point of observing in the natural world either one of those things, in no way can the globe rise to the level of science. So that is why it could never even come close to rising to the level of theory. So you would have to be able to, have testable, repeatable, verifiable results of a scientific experiment with an independent, dependent variable, and that test would have to be repeatable, and the cause of whatever phenomenon that you're looking at would have to be able to be isolated and described. So the globe, I used to call it a globe model. I do sometimes now, but I'm trying not even to call it that anymore. I'm just calling it the globe story, because a model implies something that's modeling like a real phenomenon that we see, but we don't. I mean, I guess if you're talking about the heliocentric model, I could call that a model, because there's some things they try to explain, even though it's a failed model, because that's like going, into like sky phenomena and stuff like that. But the globe itself explains nothing, and it can't even ever rise to the level of model, experiment, theory, any of those things, because no curvature has been observed in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, did you find any? You told me you didn't.
No, I actually, when I look at the sky, it's kind of feel like we're living in like a globe Earth. But like, I think that's stupid, because I'm gonna keep being delusional.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, you do not want to keep being delusional about the globe. But when you think of flat Earth, like what is it you envision when you think of flat Earth? Besides I liked your walking on the ground thing, but then you said a few other things like about the tire being deflated or something. That made me wonder like what you're imagining. Like, are you imagining a flat Earth is floating through space? Is that what you're imagining?
No, I think there's no space. I think, I think we're living in a table, basically. It's like a flat table.
Okay, that's why you said the word table earlier. Yeah, table. I mean, I guess you could. I mean, I think a lot of ancient cultures maybe use some of that terminology. It's not the worst. It's just, sometimes when people think of a table, then that might make them think of a disc. It might make them think of like a thickness of the earth, which, a lot of people that come in here, they are thinking about the disc model. You've seen, the disc, kind of meme that you see of the disc like flying through space. So one thing I tried to remember, although last night I was talking to this guy for a while before he came up with the disc, thing. It's usually just mentioned in casual conversation if you talk to a globe believer long enough. So, if you ever decide to actually become a serious flat earther, that's probably a good thing to ask people right off. Like, do you think we're on a disc flying through space?
No, I don't think that way. Am I not a serious flat earther?
Oh, do you think you are? I mean, you're the only one who can answer that question. I can only make speculation.
Yes,
do you think you're a serious flat earther, Alonia Musk?
Yes, I do, because I'm a flat too. And I think Earth is flat because I'm a flat person. Unfortunately.
Well, do any of these other people have a question? Persephone, Savaz, Laurent, Laravel, Juju. Please save us from Alonia. Squarefoot. Nope. I guess they like you. They want to keep you on the stage there. I guess you got some fans there, Alonia.
Oh, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I'm going to keep
a draw. Pardon?
Oh, sorry. I didn't say anything.
I was just asking the A names at the top, Adra, Akhilesh, if they want to say hello. Even if you don't have a question, you can just, unmute and say hello to us. Introduce yourself. Seth, welcome to the channel.
What's up?
Oh, we're just here talking about flat Earth. Have you heard about that before?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
No, it's not.
No, I heard about the thing of flat Earth, but I was never, debating with someone about it. I just wanted to listen what arguments you have or what you're going to say.
We have arguments.
Oh yeah, Elonia, you're not going to be able to take this. I don't know if anybody else wants to take it talking to Seth, or I can. But yeah, we so it looks like you got muted, Elonia. Don't take it personally, but it's just kind of like you're clearly very new to the topic. So the best thing to do when you're new to the topic is listen to the arguments, and then usually after the first step in really understanding the actual logical geometric arguments is to listen to other people, explain them, preferably like a wide variety of people, because then they well, I was just explaining that to you. That's what I'm answering right now. I'm explaining it to you. And then, eventually you can get to the point where you can, explain them to other people, but you don't understand the arguments we have here. I mean, we could probably, I mean, if you wanted to, somebody could invite you to another server where you might, fit in more. She could go to Land of Misfit Toys or something, but here we're not going to have you explain the arguments to new people until you study them some more. So, Seth, the reason why we say we don't live on the globe is because if we did live on a globe of the dimensions claimed, then the drop over distance would be easily observable in the world. So, are you able to look at the text chat that goes along with this channel? I just tagged you in there. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just put a couple images up there for you. So this image in particular are some oil rigs that are observed off the coast of Santa Barbara in California. Oh yeah, Elonia, that's so deep. Yep, that's so deep. We're so shocked now. Oh my goodness, she's changing her mind. I'm just going to delete that because I'm trying to talk to this other guy. So anyway, that when you look at that oil rig, Seth, where would you see the two oil rigs? Would you say the horizon is in front of or behind the oil rigs?
Behind, right?
That's behind. That's right. Yep. So that's the basic argument of flat Earth here, is that horizon should not be behind the oil rigs, because the geometry of a sphere dictates that the horizon maximum distance would be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the next we're not going to unmute you, Elonia. I explained that to you in great detail. I'd be happy to tell you later. Oh yeah, by all means, leave. Feel free to come back anytime. All right.
Hysterical.
So anyway, so you see the next one where then when you put that distance of the observer height into that formula of 8 feet. Oh, DJ's going to unmute you if you self-mute. That's a good idea. Yeah, and then she could leave if she wants. Good idea, because I guess she can't be unmuted elsewhere. Thanks, DJ. So anyway, the maximum distance then would be 3.46 miles, but we know the location of these oil rigs off the coast of California. It's been documented that the closer one is 6.08 miles and the further one's 10.10 miles. So as you just explained, Steph, the horizon is behind the second platform, meaning it's 10 plus miles away. So the math that shows that. Hello. Who's, oh, okay, Mauricio. Hold on. Oh, somebody muted you. Thank you. Okay, because I'm talking to Steph right now, but we'll be happy to take your question next. Now who's chattering on? Gosh, we were doing so well here, Seth. Thank you for listening. So anyway, the mathematical conjecture that, if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then these horizon distances would be this easily calculated distance for the maximum. That conjecture is proved false by this observation and thousands of other observations. It only takes one counterexample in math to disprove a faulty conjecture, right? Are you familiar with counterexamples?
Actually, not. No.
Okay, well, counterexample, is an example that disproves a claim. And since this is a mathematical claim, if you ever took a geometry class or a mathematical
I understand. It's because of my English, I didn't know though. Yeah.
Look it up. Yeah, counterexample. I'll put it in the in the chat there. So it only takes one to disprove a false mathematical conjecture. But we're overkill around here. We have thousands and thousands of counterexamples. So, yep, that's the basic argument. Did you have any questions about that?
Yeah, why? What do you think? What's your opinion? Why the government or let's say other people would lie about that? What, are they trying to hide something? What's the reason?
That's a great question. Why would they lie? That is like a common first question. And especially, I don't know, like for me, it was not my first question, but that's because I had conclusively demonstrated to myself over many decades that the government lies about so many things. It's kind of like rare that they tell the truth. I mean, by the time I saw these mathematical calculations, I was already to the point where, you know, I'm not going to put any emotional energy to anything, even that I see on the news. Like I can listen to like what they're saying is happening, and some of the things are happening. Some of them might be happening, but not the way they said. But you know, it's clear that governments of the world have secrets. I mean, they have top level classified information, so on. They clearly do not have full transparency. They don't even have I wouldn't even call it partial. It's like minuscule the level of transparency they have on any topic. So, you know, they're keeping the secret from us. And, you know, we don't always have to know why, but there's monetary gain. There's the gain of information control. You're familiar, Steph, aren't you, that throughout history, the way to control people, populations, is to grab a hold of the sources of information. That's a great way to obtain and maintain control over population information control. Don't you think that's true? Gosh, somebody's deep sighing. Who's that? Oh, that's Islam. Yeah. Okay. Well, you can be up next there, Mr. Sire. I'm talking to Seth right now. Yeah. So, Seth, don't you think that information control is a good way to control populations and keep them docile and obedient?
Yeah, it's a good way. But like, it depends on which information, you know, you hide from people or make them misunderstandable, right? Like, yeah.
Well, they used to execute people for publishing without permission. Kill them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, so the flat Earth isn't hidden. You can just go outside.
Yeah.
You've been offered a story, and you choose to believe it. It's literally just a choice. It's not. It's a semi-conscious choice because a lot of it's emotionally driven by peer pressure. Right. So, like, you know, you've heard it. The flat earthers are stupid. People in the past thought the earth was flat. They're a bunch of idiots. Blah blah blah. Right. So there's a social pressure there, and they say, "Well, this is the truth. This is the reality. What you see outside, that's not reality." That's really what they tell you. Let me ask you: does the Earth look flat?
Like,
visually,
from my perspective right now?
Yes,
like,
from your perspective, yes.
Yeah, I would say no,
what
of course,
perspective
right?
would you be going by? Someone else's?
No, of my perspective, yes, I would agree. It doesn't look, round. Yeah.
And of course, what they tell you, right? It's just a ball that's too big to see. Okay.
I get it.
And you either accept that, right? That somebody's telling you, from your perspective, the world is an optical illusion, or you reject that. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Do you reject it, or do you accept it?
Yeah, look, the thing is, I was believing my whole life that the Earth is round, right? I need to, get more information about it, because I also saw videos where you can see a ship from a big distance that is, disappearing at the horizon. It's somehow that he's, goes down.
Do you think that can only happen on a ball?
Sorry?
Do you think that can only happen if the surface of the Earth is curved? Do you think that can happen if the Earth was flat? Would you think it would look like that? Do you think it would look like that on a flat surface, on a flat Earth?
I think, it could be.
I mean, think about it. Yeah, I mean, like that observation of ships appearing to disappear like that. That's actually rare. Doesn't happen all the time. Like if you went out to the ocean 100 times and did an observation of a ship sailing away, you might see that 2 or 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And we know for a fact, because it's been tested experimentally, that that same type of observation will happen on a flat surface. We've done this on long hallways, tennis courts, warehouses, small lakes, right? So you have to do it on a small scale because you have to eliminate the variable of curvature, right? You want to eliminate that variable so you know if I see this, it can't be that causing it, right? So this is the way you do the test. Small scale, smaller objects, you just scale down everything, and then you go, okay, it can't be curvature. Can I make this same visual effect happen? And you can.
I can.
So the conclusion that people reach from that observation is flawed because it has that they have the idea in their head, oh, this couldn't happen on a flat surface. But it does. It can and does. So that is actually what we would call not globe exclusive evidence, meaning that observation doesn't prove anything one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
That's the funny thing. When you look into this topic, a lot of what they say, hey, this would only work on a globe, it actually does also work on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, thank you for telling me that.
There's the thing about the globe idea is that people think, because they've been told, that everything they experience, that everything that the globe predicts is what's observed in reality, when in fact it isn't. I don't know, someone's like drilling near my house or something. Hold on a second.
What? I don't know. He had to go somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. So, what do you think about all that stuff?
Yeah, it sounds logical, but like I said, I need to, read more about that, getting more facts, because how, let's imagine an asteroid, hits the ground of the Earth, right, from the other side. Wouldn't we feel it?
Okay, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space.
So how is it looking exactly? Okay, it's not a disk, right? But it's
there is no outer space, buddy.
Okay.
Okay, Earth isn't like floating. Like we didn't go. Yeah, we don't like balls, so we're just gonna keep everything the same, and we're just gonna stick a flat Earth in there. We didn't do that, right? It's completely different cosmology. With everything, the sun, moon, and stars are above the Earth. And the Earth is kind of like the ground of reality, right? There's nothing outside. There's no going outside, and this is how we experience it. The only way we leave the Earth, right, is when we bite the dust, right? And that's how you ever experience it. You're never going to go outside and look back at the Earth, ever. Not you, not anybody you've ever met, not anybody they've ever met. That's like an idea we have in our heads that's been put there by television and imagery and movies. Like we have this idea that there's a way I can get outside the Earth and look back at it. Like I can go from a first person. You play video games?
Yeah, I play.
Yeah, so it's like I can go from a first person shooter to a third person shooter.
Yeah.
You can't. You can't. That's just imagination. And you even said, imagine an asteroid. Like we don't imagine.
Okay.
Okay. We don't. When it comes to the natural world, we don't imagine what it is. We just accept it for what it is instead of imagining that it's some other thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And imagination is great, dude. But when we're going to talk about what it is and what really exists in reality, you got to ground yourself in reality. And how does reality present itself? It presents itself as a flat, motionless Earth. The sun moves above our head. We don't perceive the Earth spinning. We don't perceive the Earth moving around the sun. What we see is the sun move across the sky, the stars move across the sky, the moon moves across the sky. That's what we see. Why should we think that the opposite is happening? That the sun's not moving, we are moving. That the Earth is not flat, it's curved. The Earth is not still, it's moving. Like those ideas, it's like diametrically opposed to our experience.
Okay.
Well, isn't it? Do you agree with all that? That like what they tell us, what reality is actually the opposite of what we perceive?
Yeah, you will agree. Yeah.
So, if you met somebody and everything they said was the opposite of perceptual reality, you would call them delusional. You might call them mentally ill. You might lock them up in a rubber room with a white coat. So this is how we approach it, right? It is what it is until someone proves differently. So it looks flat because it is flat. It feels like it's not moving because it's not moving. Okay, not some excuse. There's a funny thing, and we have this other guy. I wish he was around because he's kind of funny, but he hasn't been around in a while. He's very excitable. He would say to a globe earther when talking to him, he'd say, "Watch, you'll be denying everything you say in 30 seconds." And they'd say, "Earth is a globe. It's spinning in space around the solar system." And then he would start asking them about it, and they'd instantly start denying that that's the case. They'd say, "Well, it looks flat, even though it's a globe, and that it's spinning, even though we can't feel it." Right? So, in a way, they're arguing against their own their evidence. They're presenting evidence against their own position immediately.
Is that Bong Sao you're talking about? Or somebody else?
XO.
Oh, X. Oh, yeah. Both of those guys are excitable. Yeah. Okay.
XO will be like, and you'll be arguing against your own claim in 30 seconds.
Oh, because is that the video you used to have? Is that conversation?
I don't know.
That little animation
in that video.
Yeah. Okay.
He might. He's funny.
But he is funny. Yeah, I know other people don't. He's an acquired taste. Yeah. All right. Sorry to distract. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Seth.
No, that's perfect.
So
we got some weirdos in flat Earth. Just like you know.
Okay. So I would have another question. If we, let's say, we all recognize this world here right now that the Earth is not round like the people are telling us, right? Would it change the fact of, maybe it sounds stupid, but I'm just asking, would it change the fact of that we have a climate change, that we have a big threat of getting hit by an asteroid, and that the world will go down or explode, something like that? Would it disprove this fact, or would it?
That stuff is like fear porn.
Okay.
That's just to keep you, afraid. No asteroid. We're not going to get hit by an asteroid. It's not happening, dude. They changed that. Like, I'm quite a bit older than you, and I've heard so much bull crap. When I was growing up, it was global cooling, that there was going to be another ice age. That's only back in the 70s, man. That's like the end of the 70s, middle 70s. The coming ice age, everybody's going to freeze to death, and that was what they were telling us. And then sometime in the 80s, they started saying, "Oh, we're all going to burn alive," right? So it went from freezing to death and turning into ice cubes to burning alive and turning into, freaking lobsters, sunburned lobsters. So I don't believe any of that crap. They don't ever provide any actual evidence for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you want to live afraid, I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, I guess.
Think about now. To bring up climate change for a minute. Can you name a single place that had their climate change? I'm not talking about weather. I'm talking about climate. So you know how they told you in school what a climate is, right? Here's a temperate climate. Here's a desert climate, right?
Yeah.
Here's a rainforest climate.
Mm-hmm.
I've never. None of these climates have changed. There's never been like a tropical rainforest that turned into a desert, or a temperate climate that turned into a swamp. None of that stuff. It hasn't happened. They're saying, oh, maybe in some future time, it'll all happen. And you know what would happen? We would just adjust, right? There's people that live in the harshest environments on Earth right now. They could move, right? So say you have some good environment and turns into a bad environment, they'll just adopt the techniques of survival that somebody that already lives in that environment lives in, right? So someone that lives in the rainforest, the Java, turns into a desert. Well, there'll be Bedouins. They'll adopt the habits of Bedouins, and they'll be riding fucking camels in Java. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We'll just adjust to it.
Okay.
I mean, it sucks, man. They go from fishers and now they're riding camels, and there'll be a learning curve, but.
Okay, catch your point.
That would be pretty funny though to see frickin' camel jockeys in frickin' Polynesia.
Yeah. Yeah, you give me good points. If we go back to this climate thing and weather talk, I was in Germany, right? I was in many European countries and also in winter, and especially in Germany, I was, seeing a lot of snow in the past, but now it's, you have almost no snow. Maybe some cities have it, but, in that city that I went, I think the last snowfall, big one was, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago, or let's say seeing snow lying on the ground, right? That was, I think 8 years ago.
Well, when I was a kid, I remember it snowed a lot. A lot. Because when it snows, sometimes you get enough snow where you don't go to school. And that happened a lot. But my parents would tell me that, they would always complain, man, you guys get a lot of snow days. It snows all the time. So when they were a kid, it didn't even snow that much, comparatively, from what they remembered when they were a kid. So, weather changes, it varies. You know what I mean? It could just be a normal variation. And even if it wasn't a normal variation, it's the height of arrogance to think you can control the world's thermostat, right? I can turn the temperature of the earth up and down. Yeah, dude, no, you can't.
Yeah, okay, I got your point.
You can't even control the temperature in your house, barely.
Yeah. So you would say that it could be possible that we will have again a cold time with a lot of snow. Could you say so?
I just think it varies, dude. It varies. It's just a normal variation from whatever it cycles. It's weather. So
yeah,
and we've only been keeping weather records for 100 years, so we don't even know, right? So we have a sample of 100 years, and then. You got to remember, I mean, there's so many problems with everything they say. So here's another problem, is that most of the stations where they measure the temperature, something like 90% of them are above the equator.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then you go, okay, how many thermometers do we have, right, to know what the temperature is? It comes out to there's one thermometer per 23,000 square miles. Do you think you can take a thermostat, that will tell you the temperature for a 23,000 mile square? Hell no. If your thermostat reads 70, right?
Yeah.
It isn't 70 everywhere in your house. It's 70 at the thermostat, right? It's not 70 in the room furthest away.
Yeah.
So what they do is they do something called interpolation of data. So they make these little grids and, say, well, there's like if temperature is 100 here and 99 there, we'll smooth average the temperature between those 2 points. But what they found out is that depending on the size of the grid of the interpolation they do, it gives them a different result. So if they use the big grids, they get larger temperature rises than if they use little grids. Meaning, say they got 2 points that are 1,000 kilometers apart. If they make the grids 100-kilometer grid blocks, then the temperature will end up being higher on average than if they use, say, 10-kilometer grid blocks or 1 kilometer. The smaller the grid block they use, meaning the higher the resolution, the less they get a temperature rise in their models. So I didn't want to get way deep into it, but there's so many problems with the climate change. CO2 lags, temperature rises in the ice cores and all that crap. And there's the other thing, like if the temperature rises, then it means the oceans are going to get warmer, and when the oceans get warmer, water dissolves gases. Did you know that? Like gases will dissolve in water. So there's dissolved CO2 in the water.
Yeah.
And when the temperature rises, the seawater will absorb CO2 more easily. And when it gets cold, it releases it.
Yeah.
So if the temperature rises, it's going to scrub more CO2 out of the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We just...
Can I speak?
We don't know what's going on. They just say a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, sure can.
I want to say that Earth is round because he has gravity. That pull.
Okay. Earth is round because there's gravity that pulls. Okay. Say Earth has gravity that pulls. Why do you think the Earth is round because of that?
Because he has horizontal line like in the ocean. You don't see. I have a video to prove to you. If you want to see, I have one that a man tried to convince a flat.
Is it the Netflix video? The one from Netflix?
No, it's from YouTube. I saw it. Like, it's a man that.
Yeah, it was originally I think it's the video that's on YouTube was originally a Netflix documentary.
No. It's like a vlogger who tried to prove to a believer that thinks Earth is flat to try to convince him that Earth is round.
Okay. You can post it. I've probably seen it.
Do you want to see it?
I've probably already seen it. Just post the video in the chat.
Okay.
I'd be seriously shocked if I haven't already seen it.
It's talking about Bob Nodell's.
Yeah, and Netflix.
Well, that's what Square Foot posted, right? Adrian hasn't posted yet. Adrian, that was just talking. Do you see the chat there, Adrian?
One. I think I know the one he's talking about. Did Adrian post anything yet? Is that who we're talking to? Adrian, can you post the video?
1 million views.
Yeah, can you post the video in the side chat, please?
Okay.
Yeah, sent it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Square Foot, you need to stop with that. I already told you that.
Dude, the link he posted. This is the image that was in it. Come on, man, dude. Read the links before you post them. Come on, dude.
I have one curiosity. Why do you think Earth is flat?
Because how flat it is.
Because you
How
don't
flat it
see
is.
it in space.
How do you know that?
You have videos.
How do you know what it looks like from space?
Bro.
Yeah.
Satellites.
Oh, you rode a
Satellite,
satellite to did you ride the satellite to space?
No, but astronaut.
So you don't know what you don't know what the Earth looks like from space.
Why?
Someone told
Why
hold
don't you-
on, Adrian. So someone said to you, hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space, presented you a picture,
Yes.
and you believed it, right?
Yes, because
Okay, then.
why the moon? Let me finish my sentence. Why the moon is round and the Earth is flat? How?
Okay, you're gish galloping.
Object
Okay, can you stay focused on one thing? Can you just stay focused on one thing? Why? Because I don't want to play whack-a-mole. You know the whack-a-mole game where the mole sticks their head up and you got to hit it with the hammer? Dude, I don't want to do that. Can you stick to one topic? What you're doing is called gish gallop. Where you, instead of having one strong argument, you make lots of weak arguments and thinking you're just going to bury me in weak arguments. Okay, first of all,
No, I don't.
I'll go to your moon thing. So we're going to move on and we're going to go to your moon thing. Okay. So why would you think the moon and the Earth are the,
I wonder. It's just a question. Why the moon is round and the Earth is flat? I don't try to.
because they're not similar. Because they're not similar. There's nothing similar about them. There's no reason. There's no reason you should think they're similar.
Why
do trees have leaves and you have hair?
You are so defense about.
No, I'm asking you. Why do trees have leaves and you have hair?
That's just the way he talks. He's not. He's not. That this is the gentler version of Indio.
Yeah, I know. I'm like calm as hell, man. I'm a city slicker, so yeah. So why do you have hair but trees have leaves? Because you're different, right? You're not the same thing. The Earth is not like the moon. There's no reason you should ever think it's like the moon from observation. Right? If I said this statement, I looked in the sky, I see the planets are round, therefore Earth is round. That doesn't logically follow from the premise any more than if I said, I go to the forest, I see trees, therefore I am a tree. Right? The reason we know we're not a tree is because we can look at a tree and we can look in our body and we can see, hey, dude, I don't have leaves. I'm not a tree. But when it comes to the Earth and the moon, you look at the moon and then you look at the Earth and you can see you're not like the moon. Earth ain't like the moon in any way, shape, or form.
Does that make sense to you, Adrian? We don't look up at the sky to determine what we're standing on.
And concentrate to find a video that proves this.
Oh, you're finding that original video you were talking about. Okay.
Yes, I want to find that video that proves to you that Earth is round, not flat.
Okay, well, while you're looking for that, yeah, maybe some. I don't know if Seth has any more questions. We were talking to Seth. Adrian's looking for his video. Oh, go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Before he moves on to look for the video, before you find your video that proves the Earth is round, how would you prove the Earth is round? How can you do that? What method?
You just need to learn math, physics, and some geometry.
It's only geometry. That's all you need to know is geometry.
And you need to learn about science, not just to say you can believe anything you want.
Okay, I asked you for the methodology. Nothing you said is a methodology. It's just a laundry list of concepts.
I don't try to convince you. I
I'm
try
not.
to say my
No.
vision that something exists, and you try to prove me that my vision is wrong and your vision is right. It's not the same.
You've seen the Earth as a globe?
Try to say yes, the Earth
From
is
where?
round.
Hold on, Adrian. From where? Because I want to go there.
From a television.
What?
I know it's from a television. From the couch. That's where he fucking saw. That's where he saw the Earth as a globe. From the couch. Sorry, Adrian. I know this is probably upsetting. You guys get upset all the time.
No,
the Earth is
don't
outside.
upset on something that you believe because
I don't have a belief. You do. No, I don't have a belief. You do, because I can tell you exactly where to go.
You believe
No,
that
I don't.
Earth
I
is
don't
flat,
have.
man.
No, it's not a belief. You have a belief. This is what you're not understanding. I can tell you exactly where to go
I know
in the world
that the Earth.
to see that the Earth is flat. You can't tell me anywhere in the world to go to see the Earth as a globe, right?
Nah, man, I can't argue because
Okay,
I don't know.
go to any ocean and you will see the Earth is flat. Any ocean, any lake, any.
I don't know.
Told you where to go.
Say.
Now tell me where to go.
I don't know too much English to express.
What tell I want I want to know the place. The place to see the Earth as a globe. Where do I go?
I just try to find the video. I can't explain because I don't know much English to argue with you.
Does the video? What does the video show?
I want to find it, but I don't find it because I just delete my history on YouTube. I see it on.
Can you describe it? Can you tell us about it?
I can tell, but my English is not accurate because I have on speaking. I have an A1.
Your English is fine. Listen, buddy. I understand you perfectly fine. Your English seems fine to me.
Seriously, it's fine.
Yes.
It's good?
Yep.
I don't
Yes.
know it.
I understand you perfectly fine.
Yeah, me too.
Me 3.
Me
Yeah, and Sonny hates foreigners. No, just kidding.
I have an insecure with this because I don't talk too much in English, and my English is bad at speaking about in like
okay.
right and understand you and listen is right, but to speak it, I don't know to speak it. very well.
Adrian, we understand, and we try to think about that when we talk in this server, because when you talk about flat Earth, globe Earth, we know that it's a lot of like scientific words that people don't know. They know it in their language, but they don't know it in English, because normally they don't teach those words first. If you're learning English, they teach the simpler words, like what does restaurant mean, or what is, automobile mean, like that stuff. We understand, and we're going to work with you. Okay, if there's anything I say you don't understand, just ask me what it means. I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm not going to think you're stupid. You know how many languages I speak? 1. I don't speak. So just you trying to speak more than 1, you're way better than me at that.
Yes. That's why I enter on this server, to speak more often with you guys, to learn to speak and express myself perfectly good. And the video,
you're doing
I want
good.
to find it, but I can't.
I'm just saying you're doing
It's
good.
a vlog from a vlogger.
Yeah, you are doing good. And Adrian, Indio was asking you if you could describe what you're seeing in the video that you're talking about. Do you understand?
I see like the man who tries to convince the man that the earth is like when he travels on the water, on the ocean, and he has a telescope and he see it from the different height. And yeah, that's it. I watch because I watch a few minutes. I don't watch the full clip.
Okay.
And I try to find it because I can't describe it very well.
Okay, that's
It's
okay.
good because Sonny here was in the Navy.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, that's besides the point, but I'm also a sailor as a civilian too. But in this video, were they looking across like a lake or a body of water and they showed a boat
ocean.
with a flag? Ocean.
Like-
Okay, ocean.
He was on the beach. He goes into a building and he saw with the telescope in different places, like up and down in different, on the lower and the higher building.
Okay, I understand. And was he looking at a boat in the ocean or something like that? Or what was he watching?
His friends go to ocean, to horizontal line, to prove that the earth is round, and the man who believes that earth is flat
I've seen it.
on the telescope. You see it,
I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Is it the one where they're young kids and then the flat earth there's a black guy?
Yes,
that one?
yes, that's the one. That's the
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yep.
That's the one I thought he was talking about. Where I wasn't
You
sure.
have the video to see it. Can you
Yeah,
send
we've
me
seen
the
it.
video? I want to see it. I want to see it.
It's actually a horrible
so
video for
again.
this topic. It's like one of the worst flat earth videos. But okay, did you watch that video closely? Did you pay
watch it.
attention?
No, it's just for entertainment for me. It's not just to prove. I want just to see you too.
That video does not prove the earth is round in any way. If you watch the boat closely,
maybe.
there is an inferior mirage. You know what that is? Mirage?
No, I just concentrate to find the video. I can't tell you much.
Okay. You find the video, then when you find it, we'll talk to you again. Just let us know. Anybody else want to give it a shot?
You moving on to somebody else while he looks for the video? Is that what's happening?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. You caught me.
Yeah, well, we've got Seth still here. I don't know if you have any other questions, Seth. Some other people like Squarefoot. I'd love to hear Squarefoot talk. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't even ask him. But if you wish to talk Squarefoot, I probably won't stop you, at least not right off the bat. Basty's here. Anybody else? Chic. If anybody has a question about Flat Earth, no will, Savas, now's a good time to speak up. Question, comment, concern. Not too many concerns, though. We don't like those too much.
I want to
Yeah, we
say
got a
something,
form.
but I will use Google Translate just to know how to express correctly what I want to say. So I will use Google Translate.
Check the side chat. This guy's saying shots from a rifle ranging over 1,000 yards need to account for the curvature and rotation of the Earth.
Oh
Yeah,
Yeah, Squarefoot. Yeah, get up on the mic there, Squarefoot, to defend your claim there.
Yeah, I want to see the logs,
So I
the
just
log
want
books.
to say just everyone's opinions are subject. Like you
No,
Yeah.
can say
no,
whatever you
no. The globe is it's the disproving of the globe is not an opinion, it's a fact. It's been measured and verified and documented all over the world. I mean, if you're interested in the topic, instead of looking for this fantasy video that Indio just told you isn't accurate, doesn't prove it's wrong, we can give you some videos that will explain to you the actual information. I've got one that you probably would like. Dr. John D. He's a person in England, has a PhD. He looked into this topic to disprove it, like many of us have done. And instead, he ended up realizing that there's no evidence for the globe. There's one, I think you would like it. I'll find it for you. It's 15 minutes long. This one in particular addresses the addresses the horizon, the location of a horizon behind a buoy, and it has a lot more information in there. And then if you go from this video to his channel, you'll find a lot more really helpful videos. Oh, is this the one? Oh, Indio, you're so kind to him. You found it for him. Gosh.
I never find somebody else's evidence either.
Well, this guy's never going to rest. So I guess maybe, you found it for him because he would not be able to sleep at night until he finds
Adrian,
it.
is this the video? Is this it, Adrian? The one I posted in the chat?
Indio found your video. Now you can relax.
Yes. Is this the video?
God, he's excited, man. Okay, man. Okay. I'm gonna get a screenshot of that video and show you.
He's gonna send you a Christmas card now, Indio. You're his new best friend.
That's my favorite movie.
Wonderful.
Watch it and you will convince it yourself, because this is the best proof that I have. Whatever.
Why you think I've already seen this video, and just because it's titled "I Changed the Flat Earther's Mind" doesn't mean it's going to change my mind.
I don't need to change your mind, but
I'm talking about the video. Okay, I'm going to show you parts of the video. Adrian, I've done this test myself. Adrian, I've done this test myself on the ocean. I didn't see this.
No, I just want to say that everyone's opinions are subjective. You can say whatever you want.
Opinions are subjective, correct?
Because I don't judge you. I don't want to judge you. I'm not here to judge. I'm
that's
here
fine.
just to talk and learn English.
Weird how you don't speak English good, but you know subjective. It's crazy. It's like you took a philosophy class in English. Anyway, fucking people. I've done this test myself in real life. I did not get this result. And his result is an inferior mirage anyway, and I'll show you. I actually have a screenshot because someone just posted this the other day. That's why I found it so easy.
I don't want to debate about this.
I'm sure you don't. You want to pretend you have evidence and run away. Yeah, I know.
I just thank you for finding that video, because this is the a favor for me, because you find it.
Yes, I can hear the relief in your voice. I can hear the relief in your voice. You think you found the silver bullet that will cure the world of flat Earth. So what Indio's trying to tell you is
I don't care about what you guys believe. I just find the video and thank you. And
okay, so
whatever you want.
Thank you. We don't believe it. We know it. In exchange, then, will you watch my Dr. John D video, since Indio so graciously found that for you? Do you see it there? Black Swan Rising. Do you see that one? Because the difference is, like Indio told you, he's actually done the test in the real world, which a lot of us have done. So even though my video is also, a video, it'd be preferable if you would go out and test it in the world. It has the reason why I recommended Dr. John D in particular, several reasons. He has very clear narration, very easy to follow, amazing graphics on the screen. Everything's labeled, explained in great detail. All the measurements are there. So it's something you could easily replicate yourself in the real world. I haven't watched this other one. I mean, if you prove to me you watched Dr. John D, come back and tell me what you learned from it. I'll watch your video. But I'm assuming it probably is like all the other anti-flat Earth globe propaganda, probably has a lot of questionable information, fallacies, emotional appeal, and so on and so forth, because I've never seen one that doesn't have all those things. So you come back and tell me what you learned from Dr. John D, and then I'll watch your video and we'll talk about them. We'll compare notes.
Okay, so dedicate your life.
He said he only... One second, Adrian. Sorry. Wait a second, my friend. Right. So you told us before you only watched 2 minutes of the video anyway. You didn't even really watch it. That's why you couldn't explain what happens in the video. But Indio was trying to explain to you what actually happened in the video because he actually watched the video. Now, we can show you the same thing happening with a small toy boat on a small scale on a flat surface, proving 100% that it's not exclusive to a curved surface.
Man. Oh man, your English is so fire. I want that English to express.
He's great. Yeah, you love DJ. DJ is he's a very good speaker, and he's you should if he has time, he would be able to explain a lot of things to you. He offered to explain to you about the demonstration. Are you interested about the demonstration he's talking about?
I don't care.
So what Indio was telling you, so Indio was telling you is that it was a specific type of miraging effect with the boat. Now I'm just going to post a demonstration that's showing you a similar miraging effect on a small scale, right? Over a small amount of flat ground and using a toy sailboat instead of...
Okay, so, hey, Adrian. So check this out. I just posted 2 screenshots from that video. Now this
Yes,
the
I
first.
see.
Okay.
To
So
go
listen.
down.
Okay, listen,
Fuck
dude.
that.
Listen, please. Okay. This is the part, one of these parts where you can't see the cabin. He goes, "No, I can't see the cabin." Then what are the sails attached to? Because 2 seconds later, it shows the cabin there. This is an inferior mirage. It wasn't over the curve of the earth because the cabin disappeared. Because you can see the cabin in 1 second, and then 5 seconds later you do see it. You would think the sails are floating in the air?
I like your dedication about this.
It's not about dedication, it's just analysis. It's really simple. If it's over the curve of the earth, it isn't going to appear 5 seconds later, not over the curve of the earth. It's either gone or it isn't gone.
It's just the zoom. It's just the camera. It's not.
And here's another question, which I just noticed, even though I've seen this video a few times. Why is this not a circle? Why is it an oval?
The oval is because of lens of the camera.
Yeah, why is it not a circle? They don't make oval lenses. I'll tell you why it's oval. Because they stretched it. They stretched this image. When in post-production, when they were editing this video, they stretched this vertically to make it look like there was a larger gap than actually it was.
It's just lens and distortion about them. I don't think
it's a circle. It's supposed to be a circle. Lens distortion isn't going to turn a circle into an oval. You don't have the vertical part of the circle, this oval, in the vertical versus the horizontal are not the same length. They're not the same length, man. They're not the same distance. So this is an oval. This is squashed.
Indo, so do you want to invest all your life and hours?
Oh, God, don't make sociological statements about me. You're just a kid, dude. You don't know me.
No, I don't need.
Can you have a look at the video underneath what Indio posted?
He's going to tell me how I live my life. You're like 14 years old. It's fucking crazy.
To see the video. I want to see perspective of the humans because I am a human that is open in mind. Like I take this. I don't debate. I don't want to debate. I want just to learn.
We're not debating. We're giving you information and you're rejecting it. And we're giving you information about your own claim. I literally gave you the video that you were looking for and analyzed it for you, which you didn't do.
I don't want to debate. I don't want to make any.
No, you don't want to see flat Earth. You want to be ostrich. You know what ostrich is? Take your head, throw it in the sand.
Okay, sorry if you see this like I don't like your perspective. I just say that this is my belief.
I know reality sucks, dude. I hate my perspective too.
I don't want to judge your perspective that Earth is round because I said it's a subject that has many perspectives. on the human based brain. Like it's if you believe something, just believe it. Don't try to seek other.
Yeah, we don't believe. You're the one that has a belief. So let's get that straight. Okay. We have hold on. We have objective measurements, actual direct measurement of Earth over water. Not. I was still talking, young man. So we have objective measurement of no curvature of level water over distance. You don't have that. You only have a belief. You want to believe Earth. I was still talking. So you only have a belief that Earth is a globe. You have nothing to back this up. No objective measurement, no actual measurement in reality of Earth curving. There is none. You can keep looking, but you only have a belief. We're not the ones with the belief. We have direct measurement, and everybody uses Earth, practically speaking, as a flat stationary plane. So if you could show me anyone that's using the Earth as curved through any technology, we would love to see that.
Yeah, man. I like your perspective. I like your dedication about proving.
It's not about it's not about perspective. It's not about.
Dude, you're in full cope narrative mode. Okay. You're just trying to create this crazy narrative that, like, oh, you understand, you poor flat earthers, you have your beliefs. I'm not going to judge you, blah, blah, blah. You got cooked, dude. Take the L.
Yep.
Next up, Square Foot. On mute. You're gonna promote this fucking Bob said this, Bob said that on mute.
Squarefoot, stop being a keyboard warrior. There is. All right, hi, Squarefoot.
Yes, tell us about that article. Tell us about the details.
Bob.
Can you believe in whatever you want? I don't care.
No,
Well, I mean, I think y'all are making it. I think y'all are making it seem pretty easy to argue with people that can speak fluent English. Which, no offense to this guy, but I mean, look,
Adrian, put yourself on mute.
I want to know.
Adrian, please.
I want to know how you argue or where the argument comes from. Generally, like where it comes from to argue the scientific evidence that is proposed. Are you just saying that it's wrong? What we already have?
First of all,
we already believe. Well, the thing is, we already believe flat Earth. Like,
you want
an answer or not, bro? You want an answer?
I would love an answer. How do you?
Shut up.
Shut up. You're answering it.
Shut up, then.
Listen, shut your fucking pie hole.
What was my question?
Shut up. I am. If you shut up. And I asked you a question. First of all, what you said is malformed. The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question, so there's no scientific evidence to reject.
The shape of the Earth or the curvature?
It's not a scientific question. Nope, it's not a scientific question.
What is it?
The geometry question. Stop
what is
answering your own
geometry?
questions. If you ask me a question, you need to let me answer. Stop answering your own question.
Okay, what's geometry?
That gimmick ain't gonna work here, dude.
What is geometry?
What is geometry? Are you serious?
Yeah. Is it mathematics, science? What is it?
Okay, geometry is the study of the figures and abstract figures and forms.
And where do you? Okay, I'm talking about at the core element of what it is. It's math, right?
It's
math is a form of
not
science.
math. You can do geometry without arithmetic, dude.
Accurate geometry?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I can look outside and see that things are flat, but that's
okay. So when they invented geometry, they didn't even use units. They only compared ratios of objects.
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about.
We're also advanced past mythological times.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Now you're going to run away from your own fucking
bullshit. No. All right. So let's say it's not math. Fine, whatever. Geometry isn't math.
Not science.
It's not science. It's not math. Okay. It's so the Earth's curvature is based on geometry, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right? So where do you get your geometry from? Like how you're saying you've done the measurements or whatever. How did you do that?
Yeah, you take a laser, you shine it across the body of the water, right? The surface of the water should get further and further away from the laser because it's supposed to be curving away. In reality, it does not curve away. So if I took a laser and I shined it 25 miles, the surface of water should go from whatever my starting point is, say 10 feet, And if I measure the laser,
Endo, you know
stop
what
talking. Why are you interrupting me, fucktard?
Excuse you, I'm talking right
No.
now.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
talk
you're not. I don't think so. Is that your buddy? He running interference for you? Anyway.
No, I don't know who that is.
You take a laser 10 feet off water, shine at 25 miles, right? That laser height at 10 miles, at the 10-foot laser height, 25 miles away, the laser should be 420 feet in the air. So you should only see the laser from the top of a 42-story building. Well, guess what? Where
light travels in a straight line, right? Like if you
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But regardless, light is like beyond gravity. So like the curvature wouldn't affect light, but that doesn't disprove curvature of the Earth. I get what you're saying. I do understand it because what you're saying is like, but if you took,
I want to ask you, should the Earth curve down away from the laser?
The Earth is like, so it's a sphere, right? So, or let's say, for my my belief, it's a sphere. It's when I'm not going to say for sure because this is basically you can't prove it, you can't disprove it kind of thing. But I believe the Earth is a globe, right? So but I also understand what you're trying to disprove is that because like from wherever you're standing, it should be curving away or around because it's a sphere. Right?
Should be curving every direction, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So when you put something like straight out, like a laser, which I would say you can't really use a laser because again, it's light. It just isn't affected by gravity. But if you took like I would say if you took like a long ass stick or something physical, tangible that's affected by gravity, it would eventually curve. If you could like reach a 50, there's just no like way to, I don't think, I mean, Bezos could invest billions of dollars to do it and just have people stand on
this is just gibberish, bro. You're just gibberish. You're just buying time.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I get where you're coming from, but what you're saying doesn't disprove curvature. Right?
Yeah, it does.
From your perspective, sure.
Not from my perspective. We can measure the height of the laser from the surface of the Earth.
Again, but only again from the perspective that you can shine the laser.
It's not. There's no perspective. We're not looking at it. We're measuring with a tape measure.
From a perspective of let's say 50,000 feet in the air, you can't.
We're measuring it with a tape measure. We're measuring it with a tape measure. The height of the laser above the surface of the Earth with a fucking tape measure.
Okay, so let's say that. Okay, so let's. All right. So how? I guess the next question would be how. Because I'm not going to like argue that. I guess I can't. But
there's no argument. We're not going past this. We're not going past this. You're trying now.
I mean, I can't argue that like you've done. I mean, I don't know what kind of math you've done. You're saying you've used a tape measure on a laser. I don't know how to see that in my head and like go okay. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I mean, I get where you're coming from.
I have a laser, right? Can I measure it? Okay, we have a lake. Can I take my laser and measure how high it is off the water? Is that possible?
I mean, I guess probably. Yeah. If you shine a laser far enough, If you shine a laser far enough across the lake.
No, I'm talking. We're going to start at the device. We're going to walk through this step by step. We're going to start at the device. We have a laser
at the edge of a lake.
We stand at the edge of the lake and we take a tape measure. We measure from the surface of the water to the laser. And we have a height. 10 feet. Boom. There's our height.
Okay.
We go 25 miles away to the other side of the lake.
Sure.
We say, hey, flip on the laser. They flip it on. And we're 4 feet above the lake. We measure our height.
Sure. Okay.
Our camera height. We measure it above the surface of the water. It's 4 feet. And we see the laser. Then we do the math. How high should the laser be at that place where we measured 4 feet? And the math says 420 feet. That means I would have to be 420 feet high to see the laser.
Are you saying because of the curvature of the Earth? It should be 420 feet high?
Of the Earth, the laser should be 420 feet over my head. Yes, across a 25-mile lake.
No, but you can't use the same measurements for the Earth on a lake. They're two different bodies. Because one is huge, one is much more enormous, and so the perspective again is different.
Doesn't water conform to gravity? Doesn't pictures of the Earth?
But within its confines, just like Bruce Lee said, water conforms to the glass, the shape it's in. Yeah, it conforms. But what I'm saying is, it's a much. You can't use the same. That's why it's math. You can't use the same.
Is the surface of the Earth covered in mostly water?
Sure, yeah, and a lot of the Earth, like the gravitation you'll see over oceans at high enough altitudes, again, from a certain perspective from the Earth, you can still, and not out in space, not out in space either. This is from a commercial plane.
Girl, Come on, you're running away from it. You're trying to
I'm
get
not.
away from it.
I'm saying you can't use the same mathematical equation that you're using for the the curvature of the Earth as for a body of water on the Earth.
Why?
Can you? I mean, just like you can't. You'd have to scale it down. You'd have to scale the math, and to that point, there would be no curvature of the lake.
Okay. If you're saying it's the wrong math, give us the right math.
Well, I don't know the right math off the top of my head.
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't know what the wrong math is.
For a
You don't know what
lake?
the right math is. You're just saying shit that.
But all
is
you have
bullshit.
to, but you don't have to know. No. All I have to know is that the Earth is much larger in scale than a lake on the Earth.
What does that matter?
What are we not getting here? So you can't use the same. You can't use the same mathematical
You're
equation
just
for the
saying that, and I
curvature of
asked
the
you which
Earth.
one to use. You're just saying that, and I asked you which one to use, and you can't tell me which one.
What are you talking about? Which one? What? You're not making sense, man.
somehow
All I'm
you
saying
know
is that
it's
you have
wrong,
to
but
scale
you
the math
don't-
down,
Bro,
All I'm saying is you have to
because you-
scale the math down to the lake.
Why?
Okay?
To scale it down
Why?
to
What do you
what?
mean? Because they're two different sizes. Just like you would
Okay,
scale
so-
anything down.
Isn't
You
it
wouldn't
amazing
compare. You wouldn't
isn't
compare.
it
Like, that's why there's
amazing?
weight classes in
Isn't it
fucking
amazing?
boxing. You don't compare
Weight classes?
a 280-pound,
What the fuck, you're
6'6"
brother?
person to a 185-pound person. Unless you do
This is
pound for
class.
pound, you have to
Okay,
calculate
nothing
for that.
else,
What are
So
you
really
talking
simply,
about?
how can you,
have
tell me
to
what's wrong, but
reduce
you can't?
for the
Bro,
dude.
okay, you've been talking
You're just
for like
not
30
understanding
seconds.
simple
Yeah,
basic
you're gonna
math,
keep
and that's what
interrupting
I'm
me.
like. That's what I'm kind of
I
getting
don't
at.
understand
That
basic
means
math.
everything.
That really,
Yes,
that
you seem to not understand the fundamental mathematics behind.
Okay, bro, stop talking.
It's really
It's my
anything.
turn to talk.
You're saying
It's
I
my
can
turn to
see,
talk.
so that's what it is.
It's my turn to talk. I'm gonna mute you, dude. It's really simple. How can you? You're telling me you know what's wrong, but you don't know what's right, and then you're telling me I don't understand the math, but you don't know what that math actually even is. Okay? A property of a sphere is that every point on the surface is equidistant from the center. It doesn't matter where we measure on the surface of the sphere. It could be any body of water. It could be any body of land. Okay? The drop from curvature is going to be the same within some margin of error. Even if you say it's an oblate spheroid, the difference in curvature is going to be in the second decimal place of inches. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been trying to do smoke and mirrors. It ain't going to work. Were you talking the whole time?
All you have to understand is that you have to reduce what you're doing to the relevance of the size of what you're trying to calculate, man.
Okay,
you're calculating the lake for the entire Earth.
What's the
That's not
radius
the
of the
same
Earth?
thing.
What's the radius of the Earth at the lake?
What?
The lake this test was done at. What's the radius of the Earth there?
What's the
It was done at
radius
like
of the
Isomer.
Earth?
Yeah, because that's how we calculate how much curvature there is. You got to know the radius, right?
3,900 something miles, I think.
3959. Are you saying that the radius of the Earth, that lake, is significantly different than other places on Earth?
Are you saying that it's not a place on the Earth is not different than the Earth? I don't understand what you're saying right now, man. You're saying, yeah, of course it's different. You're saying, can I compare the Earth to a lake? No, you can't. So the math has to be different. You're doing the same math on the Earth as you are on a lake.
Okay,
that's insane.
so this is the problem you're having. A sphere has a universal property. Every point on the surface of the sphere is equidistant. So if I measure any portion of that sphere as not equidistant from the center, it's not a sphere.
But you also understand, though, that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, right?
Tell me what I just said, dude.
Wait, you understand that the Earth's surface is not a perfect sphere, right?
We're all aware of the polar radius versus equatorial radius, the difference of 11 miles. So what? You don't even know.
No. What I'm saying is, like, if you took a really detailed, the photos we see make it look like a marble. But the surface of the Earth is not all equal like a marble. It's just from the perspective, again.
I feel told you what they say the difference is. Dude, you're not educating us. You're the dumbest fucker in here.
Okay, all right.
You are.
So,
you're the most ignorant person on this topic.
So how do you explain photos from space?
There's no curvature. How do you explain that?
Yes, there is. It's a sphere from space. That's the whole point you're trying to argue.
No. we measured that there is no sphere. So the photos are
How do you
bullshit.
explain the photos so they're fake?
Well, they have to be because there's no curving water. Did those images show curving water?
Okay, what about photos from planes?
What? Okay, are all
commercial airplanes?
Oh, so now you're gonna hold on. Now you're gonna say you can see curve from a commercial airplane?
They did a test in 1935 where an airplane flew 55 or
In
75,000 feet in the
1935.
air.
At what altitude?
That was less than 100 years ago, dude.
What
They fly at altitudes where they can see the curvature of the Earth all the time. My brother is in the Air Force. He sent me a video. Actually, I might be able to pull it up. A video of him doing one of those jet fuel exchange things.
I don't care about
that. You can see the curvature of the Earth in the video.
Listen. You cannot see the curvature from the Earth from an airplane at any altitude.
I'll
You're
look for this
talking
video.
out your ass.
He sent it to me.
You're talking out your ass, dude.
Okay, but there's pictures.
You are. You're talking out your ass. Okay, right now.
Hold on.
Right now, go.
No. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Nope. Okay, it ain't happening. You can go right now. Did he dip?
I think so.
Not me. No, I'm still in here.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay. So you remember the Red Bull jump? Felix Baumgartner jumped out a hot air balloon from 128,000 feet.
Maybe, probably. I don't know.
Okay, it happened like 5-6 years ago. So Neil deGrasse Tyson has a Twitter post up right now saying you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet.
Okay.
No airplane can fly at 128,000 feet. The highest any airplane flies is 90,000. The highest any airplane flies is 90,000 feet.
Yeah,
So
which
you
is
can't
more
see
than
the
enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
No, not even 128,000. Did you even hear what I said?
Wait, if I'm thinking of hold on, what'd you say his name was? Something Baumgartner?
Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump. He jumped from 128,000 feet. It's called the space
I'm pretty
jump.
sure if I remember, there is the curvature in that photo.
Dude, you're a dunce. I just told you that Neil deGrasse Tyson has a tweet up right this second that says in that video that shows curvature of the Earth, that it's not the curvature of the Earth, that they used a fisheye lens.
They used a... So why is the other side not fisheyed? What? That's not how a fisheye lens works.
The other side of what? Out there, there's only one other camera.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is also an actor.
You're talking over too much, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fucking inconsiderate weasel. Dude, what a fucking snake, dude. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, we've got another guy with a question if you're down. Griffith's taking a break.
Fucking slithering little worm.
It's a good description.
Yeah, I mean, how do worms work on a globe? Who are we doing with next?
Well, I don't know if his question's going to be good, but he says he's got one. Ryder, what's your question?
All right, let's hear it.
Guys, never mind. Honestly, it was just a question, but now that I see whatever is going on here is a little bit too heated, so I don't.
So now meta. Now you're gonna do meta instead. You're gonna talk about the conversation.
No, I was simply just going to ask a question about what was actually being discussed. But if that's totally fine. I don't need to ask the question anymore since I'm seeing things are too heated here anyway.
The topic is so you did do meta. You said you weren't going to, and you did. You talked about. You had a conversation about the conversation. The topic here is flat Earth. That's the title of the room, right?
Yeah, just ask your question. That guy's been kind of like being kind of obnoxious for a while, so it got to a heated point, and then it's ending. Now we're going on to you. We're starting fresh, so why don't you get off to a good start and just ask your question, without a whole bunch of commentary around it.
Well, that's actually pretty nice of you, and honestly, I do apologize for the inconvenience and the matter that things were a little bit misunderstood here. I did not mean any animosity whatsoever. So. My question is, now I know we might be running in circles, but I'm really interested in the idea of like flat Earth, like how, or instead of saying how does it go? How is it possible that we could just call a plane such as this, the sentient Earth that we live on, flat? How is it possible?
Sentient. Is Earth in the room with you right now, buddy?
some shit.
Possibly, if you call it that.
You think they're? Did you say sentient as in as has a consciousness?
Well, however you put it, anyways. Just please answer my question, if you don't mind.
No, I'm trying to understand your question. I'm. You said,
would you like me to rephrase the question to make it a little bit more simple for you? Perhaps,
no, I'm trying to understand if you said the word sentient, SENTIENT. Is that what you said?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure, dude, because I don't really hear to that referred to inanimate objects. But, whatever.
I like to raise controversy, that's all.
I don't know. What relevance does the Earth being sentient or not have on a flat Earth?
I'm sorry, but I think I asked the question. If you don't want to answer the question,
I know they're relevant. I don't know how it's relevant. I don't know how those two ideas are interconnected. That's like saying, if the Earth has a favorite color of yellow, how can the Earth be flat? It doesn't make any sense. It's
I can translate. Brother. Brother, I can translate for you.
Oh, fucking AI's a master translator. Go for it, brother.
Yeah, so what he means is the Earth might get its feelings hurt if you misrepresent it. That's what he's trying to say.
Never.
Oh yeah, the Earth. Yeah. Ryder, the Earth. The Earth does not want to be called a globe. I'll tell you that because that's a lie. And the Earth itself presents itself.
Thank you for understanding the joke. Thank you for understanding the joke, and that is exactly what I mean. I said before, and I think I'm going to display the whole thing again. I like to raise controversy, and at the same time, I do not like to hurt anyone's feelings when it comes to, the Earth is flat or round. So I would like to understand your point. Like I said before, I said I'm interested. So I hope you explain the things.
Ryder, is flat a shape?
Is flat a shape?
Is flat a shape?
I mean, if you're talking conceptual, I think possibly yes.
No, it's a surface description. Shock horror.
So if flat is a shape, or if it's not a shape, let's say flat is a concept. All right. How does it go if, let's say, now that we have this much land, right? How do we say that the Earth is indeed, let's say, not a globe or not something that has curvature?
Because it measures to lay horizontal over distance. Horizontal being orientation 90 degrees from vertical. So the surface of the Earth, that's the water, measures to lay horizontally in orientation. That's why it can't be a sphere.
So, I like how you pointed that out, because honestly I was thinking about it. But there is this one thing that always comes to mind since it comes to a horizontal plane. Matter of fact, now that you've mentioned it, if we have liquid on this horizontal plane, do we say that the gravitational force that comes from, let's say, the surrounding of this horizontal plane?
Not a force. So what would you say gravity is?
Not a force.
Gravity is not a force. So what do you think it is?
Gravity is not a force. If I don't think gravity is not a force, I do not think that there is going to be another explanation for it if I believe it is a force. Think about it. By the way, that's not the point.
It's a mathematical
That's not the point.
Gravity's not a force.
He's accurate. He's accurate in noticing it's not the point. You're red herring him away, bro.
Yeah.
Whether you realize it or not.
All right, fair enough.
Yes, because what I'm trying to get here is that if we say that we have liquid on this Earth, and let's say at one of the corners, liquid is present. Where does this liquid go if we say it is flat? Because surely if it's flat, it's supposed to go down, right? Or does it go round and round? I don't understand that.
What do you mean, does it go round and round? Those would be like...
How does the liquid not fall?
How does the liquid not fall?
The wheels on the bus go round it. No, never mind.
Yeah. Well, like off the Earth. You asking why the water doesn't fall off the Earth?
Well, thank you so much. Yes.
Well, first you're presupposing that there'll be something to fall off into. Like what?
Great. So if it falls into something that is not space, what is it?
Well, if there's no space, and if we mean by that like 3 dimensions, height, width, length, by definition there's nothing to fall off into if there's no space.
Lovely. So let's imagine this. For example, by the way, I do apologize for the noise on my side. On behalf of myself, and I'm sorry for everyone else here. If you're hearing any noise or loud noise. So
let's imagine.
Let's say we have a bowl. We have a bowl, for example, and we put the water into the bowl. Now the bowl is containing the water. To explain my point a little bit further, I am trying to understand if the water is at some point at one of the corners of a flat plane, a horizontally flat plane.
Okay, corner.
Where does
I don't know about corners, but if we want to talk about the water, then yes, it would be contained. We see that with seabeds and continental shores, for example.
Continental shores.
Yeah, so the seabeds and the
everywhere?
beach. I don't know, dude, but we're talking about containment. I'll try and help you logically think through it, because you're correct. To have water in the way that we do, it should be contained or it's going to go away. To have the gas pressure that we do, and for it not to go away and disperse into the vacuum, as the law of nature dictates, it must be physically contained. So logically, if we're talking about reaching the limitation of the Earth, that would be containment, wouldn't it? So we wouldn't fall off.
Wow, possibly that could be one way to explain the point. But still, you talked about. By the way, I tried to take notes to understand a little bit further about this. You talked about, like, let's say, shores and ways to actually contain the water, since we can say that the Earth deep down. Now, how can we say that there is depth? There is depth because the water goes down into this depth, making sure that the water is contained within this depth, right? But if we say, for example, I don't know if you guys played Minecraft before. It could be a little bit, and this could be the only way I can tell you what I'm thinking of. If we say that the Earth is a square, for example, and at some point, at the edges of that square, it is water. When I think about it, I look at the square, let's say I'm in creative mode, I'm flying further away from the square, I can see the edge completely flat, the square, and the water is going all the way down. Why is it not floating in space?
Because there's no space to float into.
Where are we?
The floor. You're on the ground. Have you ever fallen off of the floor before?
No, because no.
You fall off the floor.
Because there is nothing. Yes, but they should be beyond. How do I know if there are other planets? How do I know if there is a sun?
Nobody claims other planets. The things that you see moving above you are indeed moving above your head, but they don't go under your feet.
So they could be a part of this plane that we're in right now.
The ground's not in the sky. That's how I know that they're not moving under your feet. You see them above head.
No, the ground is not in the sky.
Yeah, the ground's not in the sky.
True, it isn't really in the sky, but there are other objects in the sky that I could say objects that we can explain, like vision.
Earth. You're on the floor. Welcome to the ground.
I know we're on the floor, and I know I haven't fallen off the floor yet. And when I tried to explain that gravity is a force. Yes, tell me.
We're not claiming anything about any edges. We're not claiming Earth is a box floating in outer space. When you look up and you see stars or planets, those are not anything like the Earth. Earth is like the Earth.
Of course.
You live on it.
and they are, if they are round, that doesn't clearly mean that the Earth is round, right?
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, there's no logical correlation between the two.
You can have a puddle and blow bubbles over a puddle. It doesn't mean that the puddle's a bubble.
You can go into a forest and see a bunch of trees. That doesn't mean you are a tree.
Well, yeah, these are metaphorical explanations, though. I mean, I don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not trying to, let's say, I'm sorry, by the way, if I interrupted any of you speaking, but I'm not trying to point something out or a flaw or a loophole in the way you guys are talking or explaining things. Matter of fact, I respect you. That's why I asked if I can get more information about the topic that I'm interested in, flat Earth.
Sure.
So when I thought about it,
can I help you out a little bit, bro?
Lovely, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So this entire cosmology, whatever you want to call it, the idea of the outer space and the planets and the galaxies and the ever-expanding universe, all of that stuff is predicated or is built around the idea that the Earth is a ball in that region, okay? So when we tell you that the Earth is flat and measured and used that way, you can go ahead and dismiss, just wipe your mind of all of that other nonsense, all of that idea built around the ball Earth, because it's not a ball. And so we can get rid of all that, and we can definitely debunk some of that stuff, right? So just start fresh. Don't think about space. Don't think about spheres in that region, millions and light years away, all that stuff. Just forget about that and start fresh. Do you think you could do that?
Of course, and this is what I started with. So definitely I can do that. And that's the premise of each question that I asked, if you remember that, right? I asked you a question, and maybe, by the way, sorry if I'm going to say this quickly, I'll let you continue. When I said whatever I said, the questions that I asked based upon logic, not based upon previous experience and previous knowledge about the Earth being round. I asked these questions because if we say there is liquid, the liquid should fall, because liquid cannot easily be contained unless there is something containing it.
You're not. Yeah, we know. That's called the coastline. We don't. Your example in question is building a straw man. Nobody's claiming we live on a cube with water falling off the edges.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You created that on your own. What we're saying is that this particular plane is contained. It is a volume, and it contains everything, the water and the gas. Okay? So the barrier that contains all this, we don't know what it's made of. We don't know the limits of it, but it is a contained environment. So the water is contained, the gas is contained. You are within a realm of some kind that seems to be sealed, as far as we can tell. Okay? Logically, that follows.
It's not that much unlike Minecraft in that, like, we can't go certain. We can only go so far high up before we just don't have enough pressure to push off of. We can only dig so far down before our drills don't get any further. They get stuck, and so we haven't gone all the way to the sides to explore the extremities of that flat world, because Minecraft is a flat world. But we only know the locations that we have explored.
So could there possibly be anything further? And how can we make sure that we can explore a little bit more about this now, if we...
It would be speculation, dude.
Yeah, in order to explore it further, we would need to get more and more people on board with testing the ground and figuring out, well, it actually isn't a ball. We need to get together some kind of expedition, and then preferably you would want a government of some country to have a flat earther get in power, and then have the force of that government support that expedition. We're not going to be doing that on our own as individuals.
So if you need certain tools to apply your speculation of such matter and reach a proper conclusion of the uncharted territories that we have not yet discovered through flat Earth, you will need other people's help to believe in the theory, or so-called.
Well, there's nothing to believe in. There's nothing to believe in. We don't have theories of what's outside of the known world or anything like that. We stick with the empirical. So, because we can prove that the Earth isn't curving, so then we can focus on that until we have enough of a mass with us that we can finance things like icebreakers, helicopters, beacons, so that the information can be transmitted and the public can know what's happening, and it not be like some one guy takes a boat somewhere, dies, and no one knows.
Okay, now you're talking a little bit closer to the idea of understanding a little bit of more logic. Nice. See what I tried to do with the connection of Minecraft, which could be a little bit more absurd, but by the way, the guys in the chat, they're all going mad. I'm gonna say that.
This is what happens when grown men spend their time playing video games, bro.
Wait, so is that a good thing or a bad thing?
There's better things to be done.
Bad thing. It's definitely not a good thing.
So the guys in the chat are all playing video games.
Life is short, and there are much greater.
He was talking about you, I think, with your Minecraft analogies.
I was talking about you right here.
This is the only way I can explain to you guys what I'm trying to talk about, since you guys are disproving a lot of ideas.
You should be asking us questions. Listen, you should be asking us questions as you know nothing about the topic, rather than coming up with straw man arguments, which is aggravating people. Just ask us what we claim, and we'll happily explain it all to you.
Yeah, Ryder, you might learn something if you actually asked.
Oh, dear Lord, have I aggravated you guys?
No, it's fine. But if
you could learn something about water, never mind.
No ifs, my friend.
Can I interject for a second? Can I interject for just 1 second? Now I got to address square feet here. Square foot and all or nothing fallacy was when you say you either have to say everything someone says is true or nothing is true. That's a fallacy. Neil deGrasse Tyson can say things that are true while also saying things that are not true. He said that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. That's true, and we can check it because geometrically that's true, and we can just check it geometrically. 128,000 feet above a 8,000 mile diameter ball is nothing. Okay? And just because later on he says the curvature of the Earth and that there's no such thing as fucking gender, just because we said something true once doesn't make everything he ever says true. Stop being a dumb fuck.
I think you're the guy who should keep things respectful now.
I think you should just stay in your lane, dude.
I mean, I'm not judging you. I'm just telling you the truth.
I don't care about whether you're
wrong. I'm not trying to aggravate you.
I'm looking at your roles. I don't see mod there, so shut up.
Yeah, don't try to moderate this chat. Just
I'm not trying to moderate. I'm having a lot of
You're trying to moderate the moderator.
Really? Did you like that? You want to talk about moderating?
What you're trying to do.
You want to talk about moderating? I'm trying to be respectful here.
No, you're trying to. No, I don't.
Yeah, we're not giving you an invite to talk about
me
the
what I
conversation.
have to do. Jesus.
How about we continue the conversation about something that is more valuable than just trying to judge you, my friend? Because I see that there is no need to judge you anyways, right?
I don't care about your judgment. I don't give two shits about what you think of me.
I'm sorry, but I didn't ask.
Just get back to the point.
Yeah, you keep mentioning judgment for some reason. I don't care about your judgment.
If we're talking about the topic, and I also wanted to ask another question. Now, since you guys have told me straight, to forget everything you know and try to ask questions that relate to more of the premise of what we're talking about, right?
Can I ask you a question?
It depends on who's asking. So really, it depends.
Why does that matter?
Because I'm not going to take questions from you because I don't want to make you mad.
I'll kick you out. I can do that.
Really, please do that. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, bye. I just disconnected him. I didn't kick him out.
Holy crap.
Fucking super arrogant, huh? God damn.
Hey, Flatter Day.
Balls are so big they ride shotgun.
Flatter Day, check this out. Check this out, bro.
Yeah.
3 billion active video game players over the past 2 years. The average video game player is 35 years old.
Yeah.
That means that the vast majority of video game players are not children. So the idea that you castigate people as being grown men playing video games, like what was the point of that?
Well, basically, I was just saying that, you know, he was relating a lot of what he was talking about to a video game, you know?
So?
I mean, I'm just saying.
A lot of video games use rendering technologies or flat planes, or there's a lot of simulators. For example, I trained in a simulator for my gunnery in Bradley. People do it in things like video games are a very important medium. They're actually one of the most artistic mediums that exist and one of the most technically advanced mediums that exist. So why would you say this is what happens when grown men play video games? You're trying to insinuate that grown men playing video games is wrong?
Yeah, you can literally create a computer inside Minecraft. Like, I played Minecraft. Are you shitting on me, bro?
Nah, I'm just saying, you know, that he probably spends most of his time playing video games, and that's how he's relating it to life, you know? And he's using only a video game as an example. You know what I mean?
All right, so do you understand the confusion, how you basically castigated a wide swath of people, and then you actually had to narrow it down to what you actually meant?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to offend nobody.
Well, I think you did.
Okay.
So you see how impressions can sometimes matter more than intentions?
I'm not personally offended because I know you, bro, but he might have been offended, and you never know who's listening.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to offend nobody that was listening.
Yeah, that's fair. But see, my point is, if you offend a demographic that represents greater than 60% of the entire population, see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially with the casual idea, like it's just connotating that association with video games has some negative connotation. Like it runs the gamut. Pastors play video games. Criminals play video games. Your grandmother plays video games. Your brother plays video games. You see where I'm going with this?
My brother does. He's a big time gamer. Yeah.
A friend of mine, an ex of mine, her grandmother, who was like 90 years old, just relentlessly played Mario Brothers. I mean, like, that's all she did. She never stopped. Every time we went over there, she was playing that shit.
Heck yeah.
I'm playing a video game right now.
If you guys are ever bored and you want to see, yeah, you know what? Maybe her brothers were teasing her when she was young. You're never gonna beat Mario. She's like, oh, I'm gonna beat Mario before I die.
Dude, when she was young, man, it was like 1930. Like, she is old, dude.
Hey, I'll give you guys a quiz, a video game history quiz. What was the sociological significance of Tetris on the Game Boy?
Saved us from the Cold War.
Maybe, but Tetris was that little block game where the blocks are different shapes and they fall down from the top, and you gotta fit them together. So the key turning point. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now the key turning point. But the key turning point of that game was it was the first game that crossed the demographic divide between males and females. It's the first game that had an equal amount of females and males playing it. And since that moment, a lot of more women started playing video games.
Right, yeah. My missus loves the Mario version of that. What is it? Yeah, there's a Doctor something.
Dr. Mario?
Yeah.
Wario,
Is it Dr. Mario?
Wario.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So, and then it's got the little pebbles that come down. You got to line them all up and all that. Similar to Tetris. Yeah, she loves that one.
Tetris is also like generic and easily acceptable by most, whereas some of the earlier games were very hard to use because you had to like type everything and guess everything. And so my mom played all of those games. She got like the first type of computer and the first computer game that you could get.
Like the Commodore 64?
Yes!
Yeah,
I fucking said it! I knew it!
My brother used to rebuild computers when we were little kids in the 80s. He went on to like work for some type of government agency that does like cybersecurity. He's like the godfather of meta, he called himself.
64 in third grade and a Commodore VIC-20 in basic.
Yeah.
And you'd save it on a tape drive. It was a cassette tape.
That's just old school.
8-bit color, baby.
I make jokes about gamers now just because there's so many. You see people like on Twitter, YouTube, whatever, where they're getting paid to just watch somebody else play a video game, and they built this like whole like genre about it, you know. So I'm not saying that playing video games bad necessarily. I'm just saying that a lot of people nowadays have they base their more time on it, and they have their own like type of language where it's like it's a real thing, but it's just something conceptual, you know. Not something that's actually
but that applies to lots of people's entertainment adventures. There's a lot of people who make music videos and their music videos suck. There's a lot of people that write poems and their poems suck.
True.
Yeah.
However, you know what doesn't suck? Hold on. You know what doesn't suck? Their enjoyment of their endeavor.
Exactly. Yeah, people put their passions into things, man. It's normal.
Yeah. You mean like
some people are retiring on it?
Like somebody.
Some people are retiring on playing video games and have people watch them play them on YouTube.
No, I know.
They're not even going to work anymore.
They get paid. They get paid to do it.
That's normal. Yeah. They quit their 9 to 5 and fucking just play video games all day on YouTube and get paid.
Yeah, people enjoy listening to them speak, and they enjoy how they play, and they don't feel like playing the games themselves and just want to relax.
Yep.
Or
you know what's interesting about video games is they're the single medium that combines all of the art forms into one, and then adds an extra layer, which is the interaction of the individual in the outcome of the event. No other art form really does that. So it's a very powerful narrative way of getting to people's psyche that other forms of art cannot accomplish.
So in other words, we need to make a kick-ass flat Earth video game.
Dude, there already is one out right now. It's called Expedition 33. It was the most highly rated game in the world until they re-released an old Zelda. And then for some reason people said an old Zelda, which is just the same exact game with slightly enhanced graphics, is better. So in this game, they're in a world where way out in the distance they can see this very tall, godlike woman who changes a number on this giant tower every year, and that number represents your age. And if you're that age, you die. And so these people have been living for like 100 years, where every year lifespans are 1 year shorter. And so they decided, hey, we're going to go kill this bitch because she must be the reason why we're all dying. Now, interestingly enough, one of the ladies in the town says, wait a minute, what if she's just letting us know what's happening? She's not actually responsible. And the other people are like, you're a retard. She's definitely the cause because we know the cause of something we have no knowledge of, so we're going to go kill her, even though they don't know whether killing her will actually make it worse. Kind of like Globers, where they have no knowledge of what they're talking about. Secondly, as you look out over the game world, you could see the chick, this giant, towering, godlike figure, crouching down in essentially a slumber, waiting for her year to come up where she's going to tell everyone the new number. But you could see the tower plain as day. Now, over the distance of the span of the world that they're in, if the world that they're in was curved, you wouldn't be able to see that chick. But you could see her way out in the distance. Interestingly enough, in the town where you begin, there's a little globe in one of the corners. And if you look at that globe and you imagine, wait a minute, if the Earth is curved, and the world that I'm in represents the Earth, then why can I see this giant towering figure? Which, by the way, the number on her tower at the moment is 33. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Freemasonry confirmed.
Almost all of the video games, there's just a few exceptions, have a flat, planar game to make things reasonable. It's problematic once you start curving everything. And they talk about that when they talk about making those curved world games.
Well, one thing that's interesting is there's no actual game world or 3D rendered world which actually correctly models the physics of light in the final image. They almost always use a linear perspective model. And that's just actually, that is an approximation of how we see, as invented in the Enlightenment and the Renaissance by Brunelleschi and Da Vinci and a couple others, right? But that's not actually how we see. Because way out in the distance, as you approach the critical angle, light doesn't behave in a linear loss anymore. It actually takes off hyperbolically. And so, Globers can't imagine how something can appear to move away linear, and it's shrinking, it's going diagonal towards the horizon. Then all of a sudden you can't see the bottom. Like, they can't fathom how that works because they don't actually research it any further than just the basic, common idea of perspective. They're like, no, perspective could never cut something off from the bottom because they don't understand all the physics involved. They just have a confirmation bias. So if they don't see the bottom of something and somebody told them the reason you can't see the bottom of something is because of the curve of the Earth, they're like, okay, that must be the curve of the Earth. The problem is that it's a duplicative cause. It's a complex cause. So if they live on a globe and things are disappearing because of the curve, they would also be disappearing because of the loss of the angle availability with perspective. So you'd actually see things disappear sooner than the geometric curve. But we never witnessed that.
Yeah. The great painters of old, they understood this. That's why the best painters and the best paintings are in natural perspective, not full linear perspective. And each character or object in the image is painted in focus. So when you look at each part of the image, it's in focus to you, just like how your vision works. When you look at something, everything is in focus because your focus is on it. But it's really interesting to research perspective and how these things work. But the globe just doesn't. The Globers in general just don't do that because they're not interested in art. They're not interested in these things. Yep. They're interested in TikTok and what.
Right. So there was a guy. There was another guy who went off of these other guys who were just basically recognizing the lines that appear in nature and converge, and they were mapping perspective and stuff. And he came up with an idea of, what if, rather than trying to see it with my eye, I just project the light that's out there onto my page, and then I will get the perfectly accurate perspective. And he invented a device, which is essentially this articulating arm with a lens, and the lens has like a single reflector, and you look through it, and it will show you your paper, and you're essentially tracing the world on your paper. And that gives you the most accurate. Why? Because we know, according to the law of reflection, that the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. So you're going to have an equivalence. So it's going to be an accurate representation of what you're seeing from that vantage point. And in fact, his artworks that he made are very famous. And I can't remember the name of it right now. It's not Camera Obscura, but it's something like that. It's called Camera Gibato or something like that. Some stupid other name.
I know what you mean. I just don't remember the name either. I'm trying to remember.
Right, and so when you have this reflection present, you know that you're seeing an accurate representation of the other side of the reflection, right? That's called the law of reflection. So for example, if you go out into a giant flat reflective surface, like a salt lake, and you see the sky being mirrored onto the salt lake, what does that tell you? That tells you that the angular relationship is equivalent over the axis of reflection. So if you have an accurate reflection of the sky onto a surface, you have a flat surface. So yes, rest assured, friends who are listening, the Earth is flat. Sorry if that hurts your feelings.
I think it hurts someone's feelings that just left.
Well, brother, a lot of people are comfortable talking about flat Earth as long as it's in the context. Yeah, they're comfortable talking about flat Earth as long as it's in the context of they can frame it that, oh, I'm just here to listen to you tell me about your belief, and then I'm going to tell you how the Earth is a globe, and I respect your belief. Once they realize that we actually have facts, figures, and arguments, they quickly run away. They don't want to hear the arguments that may lead to a conclusion contrary to their deeply held belief. But they want to project onto us the projection that the reasons we think what we think is because of beliefs, when it's really them.
And we understand that so well because we used to be like them. We used to only have this as a belief, and then we tried to test that belief and verify it and confirm it to be true, but in the process falsified it.
Yeah, so it's interesting about that law of reflection is that since the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection and you get a mirrored image, back to video games and how they're relevant to this topic. So, for example, there's a very famous game which solved the problem of rendering reflections in bodies of water in the game world, and it was touted as the most accurate representation of reflections. They didn't have any kind of weird, electronic physics model or anything. What they did, here's what they did, friends. They just created the game world upside down and then just showed you the upside down game world through the water, bodies of water. That's all they did. So you had an upright world and an upside down world, and anytime there was water, you were just looking at the upside down world. Which, just I repeat, the same principle applies to the great mirrored surfaces of the salt lakes. When they have a little bit of water on them and they turn into a mirror, it shows you, hey, look, Earth is flat.
Except it didn't work in Australia because it was right side up.
Hello?
And welcome to the chat. What's your opinion about the Earth? Is it a globe?
Well, have you ever seen water curve in a glass? I don't think so. Oceans are just big glasses, but without walls. Boom. Flat.
Like a container, right?
Yes.
So any container, doesn't matter about the shape of the container, like a teapot. The surface of that water is going to be level, isn't it? Yeah, it's flat. Yeah, Yeah, boom. Yeah, spot on. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's the exterior of balls and not cups.
Yep. So every now and then, someone will come in with a profound alleged evidence that the Earth is a globe. One such evidence that somebody claimed, and another person claimed, one being Mr. Sensible, who has a YouTube channel, and another being Dogs Are Gods, which frequents our forums sometimes. They tried to argue, well, oh yeah, sure, the Earth is clearly flat and stationary, but I have this document here that proves the Earth is a globe. Let me show you. So we let them talk. We see what they have to say, and here's what they said. And I just got a post about it earlier today, and so I rewatched a little bit of it. It was hilarious. What it was, okay, they have this long tank of water that they put model boats in so that they can help design boats. And so they have the boats on a sled rather than being powered by an engine, and that way the sled can pull the boat as fast or as slow as they want. They can completely control the speeds and the elevations and the depth and all of these things. And so they put the sled on these rails, which are attached to cement, because the canal of water, it's about 130 meters long. It is, made of cement, right? And they fill it with water. And then the rails are made of metal so that the sled rides on the rails. So what they claim is that this 130 meter long canal of water has rails on it, but they then claim that the rails in the center are 0.6 millimeters higher than the ends because the Earth is curved. That was their claim. Now, we listened to them try to justify their claim from the document that they claimed shows this, but when we actually went and looked at the document, nowhere in it does it say they measured that the rails were 0.6 higher. It says in the document that if essentially the Earth was a globe, it would be this much higher in the center. They never measured it, they just claimed it. What they actually did, friends, is they have a trough of water that's smaller than the big trough that's on the side of the trough. They fill that with water, and then they adjust the rails to be level with the water. So if they're saying that I'm adjusting to level because the Earth is curved, but the only thing I'm actually doing is adjusting it to level water, then they're committing a circular reasoning. They're saying I know the Earth is curved because I claim it's curved, and then I level something to level water and claim the level water is curved, but I never actually measured a differentiation at all. So they're just committing circular reasoning and justifying the fact the Earth is a globe with an unfalsifiable tautology, saying level is curved because curved is level because I leveled something. How does that make any sense? How is that evidence of anything?
It doesn't make any sense. I remember that. I actually read through that.
So I've inspired by that to the next powwow that we'll do on the home base will be reviewing that and demonstrating the guy's claim, going to the document and showing where in the document he's trying to justify that claim, and then having the people who are attending the powwow look at the document and say, wait a minute, I'm reading this, and his claim isn't jive with this document. Because that's one thing that we always have to do. We have to look at the documents that they present. We have to look at the data that they present. And they have to be held to task to present it. Because 9 times out of 10, what they present, when you actually look at the source material, doesn't agree with what they're claiming.
Well, we got a troll in the chat. Maybe you want to open your mic and talk to us, Dumb Bass.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm trying to prove a point about the big giant fan on top of our skies that causing ocean waves. So earlier, last night I was talking to the DJ guy. Is he here right now? Shout out to the DJ guy who just converted me to be a flat earther. Yeah, that guy was right. The ocean waves caused by the wind. It is partially right, but it could be debatable as well because there's wind at the lake as well, but there's no waves at the lake. You get the point. So I think the idea of the big giant unpenetrable dome, the covering our Earth, it caused the bonds effect on the water, and there's a feedback to the shore. If you get what I mean. Like the ocean waves caused by this dome. When the water crashed to the dome and it fall back. Just like when you shake a bucket full of water. And that guy is a troll because he doesn't provide me anything and he didn't convert me to be a flat earther. I guess welcome everyone. This is a flat earth Discord 24/7 and we all sure that this earth is flat on the surface, but there's a dome. It's a bowl-shaped earth. I think that's it.
So you needed DJ to tell you that wind caused waves.
Waves, not tides, yeah.
Cool. And I didn't hear you mention tides at all.
You should change your screen name, dude. Self-deprecating humor is not funny. And it's harmful to you to do that shit. Don't do that.
Yeah, and then there's depth. So if you think the earth is a square-shaped space, it's not true at all. There's depth, and the depths are different between one region and another.
Depths of what?
I don't
For
know.
example,
Whatever this is.
For example, if you dig in New Zealand, it will not as deep as in Australia.
Sorry, if you dig a hole in New Zealand, you won't dig a bigger hole than you would in Australia.
Yes, there's.
So do you go to Australia to dig the biggest holes in the world? Is that where we go to dig big holes? Is it?
Yeah, the idea is
So I'm trying to figure out how honest you're being and if you're trolling, or whether this is a language barrier. But yeah, I don't think that the holes in Australia are dug deeper than they are in New Zealand. I don't know if you got any holes that have been dug in these places that we could have a look at. Some reference material, maybe.
Jedi, hired this guy on Fiverr to test your guy's acumen.
Oh, thanks. he should pay more money next time.
Jedi,
Yeah.
do you believe if you dig a hole in Russia that it will create another hole in the USA? Do you believe that?
Why?
Sounds like China syndrome to me. No.
Yeah.
Unless my hole was a tunnel and I tunneled horizontally, I could do that. Like I did between the UK and France.
So you're a flat earther as well.
Yeah. You just don't know it yet.
I don't get either. Why do I have to be in a debate with you since we're on the same side? We're on the.
Because in this instance, it doesn't matter what side anybody's on. The stuff that comes out of their mouth is on trial. Welcome to Flat Earth 24/7. The words that you use will be used as evidence against you. So he said some stuff. I challenged it. I don't care what he believes.
are you being racist?
If it makes you feel better.
Because he's awesome, that's why.
Hey, kid. I'm going to give you one chance to apologize to Jedi for insinuating that anything he did had to do with racism. Otherwise, you're banned from the channel forever.
They said gracious.
My goodness,
That's
dude.
racist.
All right, dude. Get banned. Goodbye, buddy. See ya. Gave you a chance, and the other guy interrupted, so you didn't have time to think about what you were doing, so now you're gone. Too bad.
I guess it's.
All right, listen, friends. Hey, bro. When something's pressed to somebody that has serious connotations and weight to it, just wait for them to respond. That's not your cue to respond. You're not them. Okay? Is that fair? The fate of whether he was going to be in this channel was at stake. So you pushed the favor of the odds for him to be kicked, and then he took those odds, and now he's gone.
I failed. I didn't hear, and I'm sorry. I'll mute up.
However, we're very nice here. So if he decides to apologize in a text form to Jedi and to the forum for bringing up race, which has nothing to do with the conversation whatsoever, then we'll allow him back on advisement. Other than that, you can stay Gonski. Dude's clearly a troll, being provocative, so he deserves 0 bird, right? Yeah, so everyone's allowed to be here, guys. You don't have to think the Earth is flat. You could be a globe believer. You could be a concave Earth believer. You're just going to be dealt with by the way that you act. So now that I'm guilty of removing the person that was willing to speak, I have to fill the void, right? Instead of just letting it go to dead air.
That's pretty much the rules around there, yeah.
Yeah, so why is it that globe evidence, like the toe tank example, it's always stuff that they claim based on a model if the Earth was the globe, but the evidence never is there. So, for example, another such quote-unquote evidence is they'll come in and say, oh, if the Earth was flat, why do engineers have to account for the curvature of the Earth when they build bridges? Right? You'll hear that. One such bridge is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, right? They'll say, this bridge in New York City in the United States has a curvature accounting of 1 inch and 5/8. So what's that in millimeters?
41.
So 41 millimeters, the bridge's towers, because the bridge has 2 tall towers and there's suspension cables holding up the driving road. So they say that those bridges are tilted away from each other by 41 millimeters at the top. Now, anyone who's ever built anything made of steel and cement knows that that's within the margin of error of the construction. There's no way that they can construct a tower intentionally to be 41 millimeters out. Can't be done. Not going to happen.
Yeah, those towers are 211,000 millimeters tall.
Right. So interestingly enough, we know people who build know that can't be done. But then again, you might say, well, what if they did accomplish it and you can actually measure it and see that the towers are out that much? Well, even if you could, it wouldn't prove anything. But guess what? The articles that we get that describe this bridge, they never show a methodology where the tower was measured to be off at the tops versus the bottoms. They only just present the claim that they are.
It's cute, bro.
What's that, brother? Is that a proposition? I'm free tonight.
Behave.
Oh.
Just letting you know, AI, I've unmuted dumbass. He apologised in the text, so we can give him another chance.
Perfect, brother.
Thank you. I just got muted. Oh, thank you. Sir, I want to explain about this giant dome. You willing to hear or not?
Yeah, I would like to hear your views on a giant dome. Sure.
Yeah, have you watched the SpaceX rocket launch? Like the rockets is moving in a curve, right? I think there's a big giant dome on top of our skies that being a barrier, and it is impenetrable. No one can reach the outer space yet. But someday it will. So the outer space that they have been showing us on the TV and on the YouTube or whatever it is on the media, it is all faked. It is all CGI generated. I even forgot what I was trying to say. So the point is that we live in a crystal ball, like crystal ball. I was referring to the magician crystal ball. You get what I'm saying? The ball that the magician used to, a fortune teller used to touch when they are trying to tell us the future.
How do you know it's made of crystal?
Yeah, that's the magic crystal. I think there's a dome, and that dome causes the ocean wave. Right, that one like the flatloid show the have shown us in the chat. That one, yeah, that one. We live exactly like this. Do you agree with me or not?
I don't know the structure of the sky. It also looks circular. I wouldn't make a claim to shape.
Circular on top, yeah. Circular on top.
On the floor, it's a circle, this snow globe. So I wouldn't say it was a circle either. I won't make a claim to the shape of the sky container. I wouldn't say it was crystal. I've got no idea what it's made of. I just know that the container is the antecedent to pressure.
Satan? I don't believe in Satan. I don't know. I think, yeah, it could be the Satan. They're trying to brainwash us with this globe thing. They're a bunch of dumbass, but I just got enlightened by the DJ guy. Shout out to the DJ guy.
Yeah, no, stop. All this stuff is just nonsense. I don't want to hear this. I want to hear, what did DJ tell you that you found interesting enough to start this LARP?
LARP. So, the DJ? Is he here? No. Okay, so I was talking about how the flat earthers perceive about the ocean waves, and it is apparently said that it was caused by the wind, and the wind caused by the temperature differences, right? And when the hot region meet the cold region, and for me, I asked him, I asked them, what is what is his pronounce? I asked DJ, like, I have experimented with a bucket full of water, and then I tried.
Oh, hold on, brother. Hold on. We got to stop you there, dumbass. We got to be politically correct. So if you don't know someone's pronouns, the appropriate thing to do is to list off all pronouns that are known, and that way you're sure to get theirs. So begin now. We're all going to take a nap for 3 hours.
That's disrespectful. I was trying to answer Dre's.
Yeah, stop being disrespectful, please, and just do what AI said.
Okay. Okay, man, my bad.
Yeah, repeat after me. Repeat after me. He, she, they, them, zero, z, we, bop, bop, beep, bop, zeep, bop, deep, bop, this, dot, beep, bop, this, bit, bite. And then just keep going to the end of the list, and then we'll, continue being PCally correct. Okay?
Yeah, don't mute me. Don't mute me. I'm not.
Don't forget Zem.
Please, please, please. I'm going to open up the Google list of.
Dude, we're obviously kidding. We're trying to tell you that that's silly, and we don't need to talk about that. Just get back to your point, okay?
Dude, so I asked him about my experiment about a bucket full of water. So I'm broke, right? I don't have the bathtub or anything. So I put water in a bucket and I tried to put a fan on top of it just to try to simulate the ocean waves. And apparently the fan cannot cause a barrel. Do you know a barrel in the waves? Like the waves that used to be used by the surfers to surf, to ride the waves. Oh, my English is so bad.
Okay, so you tried to use the fan. Okay, let me just try to reiterate this so maybe the audience could understand because you mumble a little bit. So you used the fan and you blew on a bucket of water and you didn't get waves like the surfers ride, correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. But the result is different. Doesn't match with what I've seen on at the ocean. And then he explained me further about the ocean waves and the theoretical things about the temperature. But there come another question about the shore, because apparently every waves are heading to the shore, to the beach. And then every beach, not every beach, like there are different beaches facing to different directions.
Yep, there's different bitches for sure.
No, beaches, beaches, whatever. Then there's a lake in the middle of the land, and there's still a wind in the land. It brought up another question about why there's no waves at the lake. Then I came to the conclusion that we actually live in a bucket full of water. Like the water bounces to the wall, and the wall is the edge of that impenetrable dome. Does that make sense? We live in a magic crystal ball. Because I've seen there's a curvature at the sky when I see the rocket launch of the SpaceX, Elon Musk's company.
Are you okay, dumbass? You just seem to be rambling now.
No, please.
It's like the second time you said magic crystal. Right. What's magic about it? And how do you know it's crystal? Just 'cause I'm bored.
I can't find the proper word for the picture that describe the picture that Flat Lloyd sent us in the chat.
Okay.
It's a crystal ball and magic crystal ball because
Why is it magic? What magic does it do?
Sorry, it's somewhere in the movie that the fortune teller or magician use it. For example, in One Piece.
So we live inside a crystal ball, and out there in space there's a big magician telling the future.
No, you don't. It could be, yeah. It could be. You hear me out. Maybe.
AI, you need your money back, dude.
So if you guys do believe in God, the magician that this guy referred to, it could be the super conscious that control our universe, the
Yeah,
magician.
but that's a magician outside of the crystal ball. Right? You actually think it's a crystal ball made of crystal and does magic and tells the future, this earth in which we inhabit?
Yes.
Really? Out of 100, how seriously do you want me to take you?
Well, I haven't gone to the outer space myself, Jedi. So my
Outer
knowledge is
space?
limited. The place where the magician is located at.
Okay. Are you bored or something? Do you not like have any friends in like your offline life? This just seems really weird, dude. I mean, you can come here and you can learn stuff, and we can have great conversations and so on, but this just seems weird. Maybe it's why you're called dumbass. Maybe I should have recognised that. Maybe it's my fault.
Jedi, it's unfair to me that you could be rude to me, but I can be rude to you. Otherwise, I'm gonna get muted. But I think you're a
Dude.
nice guy.
Dude, I've asked you several things. You haven't given me a straight answer.
Yeah, I said that I'm willing to go to the place where the magician is located at.
You are willing to go to the place where the magician is located on the premise that the earth is a crystal ball made of crystal and does magic. You realise I'm just kind of paraphrasing what you say in the hopes that you realise how silly it sounds, yet you keep going along with it. So I can only assume you're trolling.
Oh my God, don't mute me, bro. I'm not.
Couldn't be bothered to mute you, mate. I'll just mute myself and not talk.
No, yeah, thank you guys for the opportunity for me to talk. I appreciate the time.
Well, I don't want it to go quiet. If there's anybody else in the chat who's got any questions, then please feel free to unmute yourself and ask your questions. Or if you want to make a claim, you think the earth is a ball and you definitely believe that you should be dying on a hill for something, then we'll let you die on that hill if you want to, no problem. So I see the chat is very exciting. Drace AI is having a conversation with Squarefoot. I see Squarefoot is in the chat. So, I mean, you guys can have the conversation if you want to take the airwaves. Be interesting to speak to Squarefoot.
No, it's just incoherent nonsense. He was lying about what happened earlier. The other guy, dumb bass, brought up genders and AI, told him that was ridiculous, basically, by showing him, and then to get back on point, and the other guy is like trying to now insinuate that we bring up genders all the time and that means something, when that was a response to them or the opposition, not our side, bringing up that.
Fascinating. Does Squarefoot not wish to speak anymore, Joyce? Is that why he's muted and just
I'll talk. I'll talk.
Oh,
I got muted. I got muted earlier by India because he just couldn't handle my swagger, dude. I guess I don't know what was going on with that.
Really, you the guy? Is your girth that big? Yeah. Wow. Awesome.
I don't know what that means, but I wasn't saying. Look, all I was saying is that the gender shit. Whoever brings it up, the sarcasm and like the inherent fucking like animosity towards it is fucking weird. That's all I was saying. And that was from both.
No.
Yeah, it was.
Stop lying. Nobody has been shown any animosity towards it. However, we don't talk about that here, and we're trying to make that clear. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I fully agree. It shouldn't be talked about in here. Actually, that's what my whole point was. I don't care who brings it up. It's not relevant. This is flat Earth as far as right.
Tell me then, why do mostly like 99.9% of Globers bring that up? Is that some kind of correlation we should draw?
We don't talk about that in here, man. I don't know what Globers bring.
We keep telling you guys to stop talking about it because the topic is flat Earth, but you guys keep talking about it. Why is that?
I feel like you're trying to pull a 180 on me. I'm saying as well.
Hey, let me pull a 360. Hey, let me pull a 360. You're going to stop talking about it. Drace is going to stop talking about it. If Drace talks about it, I'm going to yell at him. If you talk about it, I'm going to ban you. How about that?
Sure thing.
Perfect.
So what did you want to talk to me about?
Your coin collection.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, sarcasm doesn't always come across quick.
It's private information, man.
Sarcasm doesn't always travel well, especially when people are talking through me. No, we want to talk about the subject of the room, mate. You know, flat Earth. So if you've got any questions or like you want to regale your argument about India Whirly, you can do that, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, we can talk about flat Earth.
Flat.
Oh, he's back again.
The Earth is flat.
Okay. Thank you.
The Earth is flat.
Okay.
Why is that?
Everyone is scared to answer me, but the Earth is flat.
No one's scared to answer you. It wasn't really a question. It was more of a statement. I think people are apprehensive about speaking with you because you sound deranged.
Fools.
Oh my God, he's a fucking Dalek.
You're scared blind.
Okay. Hi.
It kind of sounds like me when I'm trying to do my goblin voice.
That's what I thought. I was thinking that I didn't want to say anything.
People are weird.
Funny. Anyway, where were we?
No, I'll ask some questions if y'all need questions.
Yeah, man. Whatever.
How do we? What's the explanation for like airplanes and how they work, how they function? Seeing curvatures outside of windows of airplanes.
What do you want to talk about? How the aircraft functions, or what people see out of the aircraft when it's flying?
Well, just like I feel like in general. Okay, maybe this is a better way to put it. How do planes work now? Like the way they work now, how does that function in the flat Earth system, the flat Earth belief?
So aircrafts maintain flight by pitching upwards by 1 or 2 degrees from horizontal at a certain speed, so they can maintain altitude. The aircraft will literally fly horizontally and parallel to the surface below. So in all observations and in all direct measurements that are recorded within the flightcraft data, the aircraft practically flies over horizontal stationary plane.
But isn't that in?
Let me give you the answer
to the curvature of the Earth. Oh yeah, it's horizontal too.
Yeah. So if the surface of the Earth was curving, that means that aircraft would have to rotate around that sphere to perform, say, 360 degrees to end up where they started from. Let's say you started at the North Pole and you flew to the equator. That means that the aircraft would have rotated 90 degrees. That means a physical implementation of pitching the aircraft downwards. Now, like I pointed out, an aircraft when at altitude will maintain a positive pitch. That's a pitch above horizontal by 1-2 degrees at a certain speed to maintain altitude. So the aircraft doesn't display that rotational vector around a sphere that would necessitate it negotiating that sphere.
So you're saying that the plane would have to rotate horizontally 90 degrees to get 360 degrees around the sphere of the Earth, according to the math?
It's a rotation, right?
Yeah,
so
the Earth is
if you've got a ball, let me try and visualize it for you. If you've got a ball in your hand and you get the palm of your hand on top of the ball, and then you move the palm of your hand to the bottom of the ball. In one instance, the palm of your hand was facing downwards, and in the other instance, the palm of your hand was facing upwards. This is a rotation of 180 degrees from one pole to the other. Between the poles is the equator. So if you move your hand that's on top of the ball with palm facing down to the equator still facing inwards, that's a rotation of 90 degrees. So yeah, to negotiate curvature, you're going to have to rotate your palm, or you're going to have to rotate the aircraft.
Or the Earth is rotating.
No, you have to rotate around it. We're not talking about the rotation of the Earth around its vector. We're talking about an aircraft flying over that curved surface and what it would necessarily have to do to maintain altitude above that curved surface. That is quite simply pitch down.
Yeah, if you just imagine
you're saying that I get what you're saying. They pitch down, and so the pitch that they record on their logs and stuff doesn't add up to y'all as far as like what they should be doing according to the curvature of the Earth, right? That's what you're saying.
But yes.
Yeah.
That's like the general. That's like the run of the mill. Most people can understand that and grasp it version of what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd have to look at the logs, but I do know for a fact that pilots, as well as, I forget what the actual job is of the people in the towers, but they account for the Coriolis effect constantly during any travel of almost any distance, right? So they do. That's true. That's not
No, actually, I posted in the side chat the flight dynamics summary. They must assume the Earth is flat, there's zero curvature, the Earth is non-rotating, there's no Coriolis acceleration. And you could test this really easily, and we have done this, people in our community have done this. You take a mechanical gyroscope, which operates on the gyroscopic effect, or being rigid in space. So if you turn the housing, the spinning top inside is going to remain upright. So you would see by the housing twisting, as you travel around the curve, the housing would twist because the gyroscope would remain upright due to rigidity in space.
I'm trying to look at your whatever this is that you posted. I have to like find the link because it's just a picture. Naver blog, airplane, flat Earth. Let's see if I find it.
What?
I'm trying to find the link. You posted a picture of something on a link, but I can't click. Can't click the link. Do you have the link?
The link is just a link to Chapter 8 flight instrument, gyroscopic flight instrument. It's not really that important. It's just showing you rigidity in space to teach you about rigidity in space and how that operates. Above that,
Where is this? Yeah, where is this flight dynamic summary from?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If you're pressed for the source of your evidence, the only appropriate response is, "I'll get that for you."
Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm always down to read shit.
That's what I'm doing right now. I just wanted to let them know that, like.
Yeah, that's fair, but you didn't communicate that.
Dynamic summary. Yeah, I wasn't done.
Yeah, but you I know. No, he jumped in. He jumped in over you.
No, I was just saying I didn't get that.
Hey, bro. He knows. He heard you. He was responding to you. And you kept on pressing him, was the same, I can't get the link. Can you have the link? Can you have the link? It's like, okay, dude, give him a chance.
Yeah, here you go. The link for the PDF is right here.
All right. What is this exactly? What is this? This is
a flight dynamic summary for aero students to learn how to fly.
Okay. What's aero student? Let's see. Okay.
Now, while you're reading that, keep in mind, audience, that Drace immediately posted something for what he was saying. The other guy claimed something and never demonstrated where the evidence was coming from in any way. So now that he was presented something by Drace, he has a claim on the table that flight and pilots and people in the air traffic do something, and he provided no evidence for it. So maybe when he goes, he should provide that evidence, right?
Sure, I'll post. I'll post what I'm talking about. Hold on, I'm just looking up what is aero students. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Because I'm clicking on all these different links, and they're all just different PDF files, which I don't know what the fuck that means. It's not facts to me. This is just okay. Made with love in Delft. Okay. All right.
This website, for instance, is made by aero students who are a community of aerospace students from the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. They use this website to upload files and links to help other students from the Delft all over the world learn. And so they're providing sources to help other students learn.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'd have to. I'll look through this. I'm not going to say. I'd have to look through all this really thoroughly to to see if there's any basis in fact, or if it's just a bunch of students kind of posting on. Because what it looks like to me is that it's just a thrown together website of people.
Just relax. They're just reposting this from a different source. Here's this.
Yeah, I'll read through it. I'll definitely read it.
Here's this from a different
fair point. So when you present your evidence, you're going to have the same level of scrutiny and presentation quality for your claim?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what my point is. I was just asking how
your point is. You said hold on, friend. No, you said that air traffic controllers and pilots have to constantly adjust for Coriolis. Okay, so we would like to see evidence for that.
Well, no, I said pilots and air traffic controllers account for the curvature of the Earth during flights, and because of the Coriolis effect and the weather. Yeah, are you saying the Coriolis effect doesn't exist?
I could care less, dude. You said they do it. I'm simply asking you, do you have evidence that they do? That's all. Okay. It's not more complicated than that.
For example, I got you.
For example, brother, just check it out. For all you know, I may agree with your position. I'm just pressing both parties to present the evidence appropriate to their claims, right?
Yeah. Sure thing.
So, do you have anything to support your claim that?
Yeah, I'm
the
just pulling up. I'm trying to. I'm gonna try to find a relevant. Like, I'm trying to do my due diligence. I'm not gonna let anybody be like, oh, well, that was from 4 years ago. That doesn't. That's not now. So I'm gonna find a. Yeah, I got you. It's just gonna take me a minute.
Now, this is a good on-the-spot exercise right here, because we were just talking about, not 30 minutes prior, some famous globe Earth proponents who actually specifically make videos on their highly populated YouTube channels against flat Earth, and they make serious errors when they try to support their claims with documentation, and the documentation doesn't actually follow what they're trying to say. And when we have them as guests live on our broadcast, we demonstrate to the audience that they don't have any founded claims from the source documents that they claim supports their position.
Well, what do you? I guess that depends on what you consider facts. You know, if you look at something, if it, like, because a lot of the times, I guess from listening to y'all, not y'all. This is a general y'all. I'm not saying anybody specifically, but from this side of the argument is that the science is wrong, right? So that to me, it's no.
Yeah, it's not the science that is wrong. The science is right. Science that operates using or was discovered using the scientific method is always right. What you have is you have scientism that has corrupted science and pulled it off its empirical path, which led most of our greatest minds to wander in circles and not give us any progress.
Okay. Yeah, so while you're thinking about that, Bo, one such example is
I didn't. Sorry, I was
a famous guy. Yeah, no worries. A famous YouTuber came into our forum and he tried to present an evidence that the Earth is curved, called a tow tank. A tow tank is a large water canal where they have a sled that carries a boat along to do hydrodynamic testing of hulls. And he said that the steel rails, which the boat goes along on the sled that pulls it, he said that these rails are adjusted to match the curvature of the Earth. But lo and behold, when you look at the document he presented, it doesn't demonstrate any adjustment to the curvature of the Earth at all. The document only claims that if the Earth was a globe, then the rails would be curved this much. But the actual methodology that they use to straighten the rails is they just straighten the rails off the surface of a leveling trough filled with water. So all they're doing is paralleling the rails to the surface of water. That's not a measurement of Earth curvature at all. Yet he claimed it was, presented it as evidence that if it was, we looked at the document and made a complete fool of him live on the air.
That's good.
Yeah, we've been doing this for 10 years, and in the beginning, the Globers were the guys giving us the most amount of evidence. Every time they would bring us something, we'd look through it, and we'd find out, wait, it doesn't actually support their conclusion. It actually supports our position.
Okay. All right, so y'all, so let me, before I like post anything or whatever, backing up the, I guess, finding something about planes following the curvature of the Earth, what would y'all need specifically in order to trust said information? Because what it seems like is that somebody will say, like you say, claims, which technically you're right, something that's like written as this would happen if this is a theory, claim, etc. But I mean, there is science behind, I guess what you're saying is there is science behind both aspects of the debate. But what would y'all need Like numbers, equations?
No.
What do you mean?
There's only science on our side. There's no actual science on the globe side. Just pseudoscience and fallacious.
Oh, see, I can't debate with that, man. That's not a debating structure. That's not how that works. That's like debating
That's
with
just
religion.
sorry. I know it's triggering. It's just a fact.
No, it's not triggering. I mean, it's just like there's no argument.
Sorry. I know you can't argue with it right now, but you could bring up every single aspect that you think proves it, and we can show you where the fallacy or the error lies within that. So I'm not just saying that. I'm saying you could bring anything you like. We would love to go over it with you.
Okay, so so are you saying that if I did post something that you could not refute, would you accept it?
If you don't understand something, that doesn't mean that everything else gets invalidated. So if you don't understand the magician's trick, doesn't mean that he's not pulling a magician's trick.
Yeah, but you still know magic is not real.
Yeah,
right?
Because we tested it. That's the point. Just like with the airplane earlier, you can take a gyroscope on the airplane and you can see that the gyroscope is not processing as if you're traveling around the globe. That proves it that you're not traveling around the globe because rigidity in space is a thing.
Yeah, we know magic isn't real in that sense because it's a magic trick, and we're told that it's not real at a particular time, and then we're explained by being shown how it's not real. But when we don't know that information, we believe it's real on our instinct. We look at it, it looks real, we're told it's magic, we believe it in our naivete. Much like the globe, where they claim we have scientific facts backing up the globe, but when you actually look at it, it's not science, it didn't follow the scientific method, it's actually pseudoscience and assumption. So that's what Drace is saying. He's saying that when you actually look at the evidence presented, it's not scientific evidence. It's conjecture a lot of times, it's assumptions a lot of times, but it doesn't follow a scientific method.
Okay. Well, I guess where my conundrum is now coming from is if I'm worried that what it is I'm going to put something in there and there's just no point because you're going to say it's not real or it doesn't disprove it. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like arguing about religion. It's
There is point. No, there is point because what we will do is we will help you have critical thought. We can go through the information and we can pick it apart from the inside out. And then we can show you, and you will eventually be able to demonstrate for yourself that this piece of information that's given as evidence isn't actually evidence. You have to pick it apart. You have to have critical thought, like I said. We're not just going to dismiss it out of hand because we don't like the shape of it or the smell of it. It has to be done critically and logically, right? So through that kind of process, you should be able to understand how whatever it is, well, it's not going to kind of...
Yeah, Jedi, you're correct. You're correct, Jedi. So we have to understand his connotation by what he said, and we have to ask him what he means by it. So there's two ways to take what he said. One way to take what he said is unless you agree with what I present, I'm not going to present it. The other way is you guys are going to dismiss it out of hand, so I'm not going to present it. Now, Jedi assured you, we're not just going to say, oh, that's meaningless. We're actually going to look at it and critique it, and if we find that the critique yields a flaw, we're not going to accept it based on its flaws. We're not just going to say, no, we deny all evidence. So which one are you accusing us of?
It was the latter, but if that's not the case, then that's fine. Then I'll post it, but it is, I mean, you're going to have to read it.
Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. But in anything that we've said over the past 7 minutes, what part of what we said gave you the impression that we were just going to dismiss evidence out of hand, carte blanche?
Well, I've been listening for hours, so it's not just 7 minutes of...
Yeah, so what single point convinced you that our intentions and modus operandi is for you to present evidence and us to just go piss toss?
I don't know if it's a specific point. I think it's like a general vibe that's coming from that whatever, like it doesn't seem as much of a debate as it's like I need to be right and
example please. Hey brother, example please.
I don't have an example, man. It's just a feeling.
Yeah, we know you don't. We know you don't have an example because what you're claiming is unfounded. That didn't happen over the past 2 hours, dude. Didn't happen.
What?
It's all you're feeling.
What didn't happen?
that we dismissed people out of hand without any appropriate logical scrutiny or reasoning. Okay, that didn't happen.
I mean, I guess.
No, there's no I guess. It did not. Hey, brother, it did not happen.
I would debate that, but that's fine.
You can debate it all you want. Why don't you go to the live stream and pull an example or pull an example from memory? You can't because it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, when I post this, I expect y'all to read it. So I hope you do.
Well, look, we don't want you to post a reference that we have to read the entire reference. You made a claim.
So you don't
you
want to
post
read it?
Pay attention, dude. It's called references versus citations. You need to pull out the appropriate portion that backs up your claim. Like, for all we know, you could be posting a 1,000-page document and only one page supports your claim. Why should we read 1,000 pages when you are presenting your evidence?
So your argument is, why should I? Okay. No, it's not.
Yeah, no, my argument is when you make a claim. Okay, so when you make a claim, you should do the best to isolate what you provide to reference that claim directly in the form of a citation. Now, if you can't do that and you have a short article, that's a little bit different. But keep in mind that if you're trying to make a presentation of evidence, what you present should be isolated to the evidence that proves your case.
Uh-huh. Sure. So again, but like it feels like if I send something, it's either not gonna, which has happened actually multiple times, of things that I've posted. Somebody commented on it immediately, dismissing it without reading it, because I know they didn't, because it was a whole article and they posted 30 seconds after. So, and I could go through the chat, I guess, and look at that.
Bro, have you considered that we've been doing this for 10 years and we might have read that article 13 times?
I doubt that.
Yeah, I can actually read.
What does it matter?
I can read a 3-page article in 30 seconds, easy, dude. But I'm an advanced case, so maybe other people can't. But however, they could peruse it real quick and notice which parts of the claims, and then notice how there's no citations associated with the article, and say, "Hey, this is just an article full of claims that has no citations or evidence," and dismiss it because there's no citation or evidence. There's just a story. An article with a story is not evidence, my friend.
Okay. If you can read 3 pages in 30 seconds, then there should be no problem.
Dude, I might take my time this time because I'm eating a cucumber and barbecue sandwiches and ice cream all at the same time.
A cucumber and what?
Listen, I may or may not be pregnant. What's it to you?
The AI rebellion is coming. We never did get that citation about planes flying upside down, but I mean,
well, this is a whole like article. There's a simulation in it. I mean, it's all you need. There's it's even got a little game in there, to play around with and test the curvature on a flat versus a simulated flat, simulated curved model. There's math in there. There's all the numbers you need. I mean, but again, it's just a read, man. You read it. I also posted in the chat earlier an entire. Let's see, where is it? It's not that far up. Let's see. This is Princeton University's. Is it still in there? Oh, there it is. This is just a link in chat to calculating, like the basics behind calculating curvature, shit like that, taught by Princeton. But I mean, again, if it's something that like you dispute gravity, I can't argue that either. So you can attempt that.
Did you read this article?
Dude, you have to take time to read it, man. You cannot skim, scroll down, look for key buzzwords.
I'm reading it right now, and I'm asking you.
Keep doing
did you read this article?
Most of it, yeah, I would say most of it, the relevant things that I needed to, but there's parts of it that don't, like towards the bottom, you don't need to read all of it, but you'll see where you, I mean, just take the time, man.
So it says, we already know Walter Bislin. These are anti-flat earthers, by the way. They're not credible sources, but here it says, often calculations and simulations treat the Earth as flat to simplify equations and calculations. That's literally what we showed you, so you confirmed our point.
No.
Yeah, but there's a misplaced standard. No, hold on, brother. There's a misplaced standard here. You told us, who's backfeeding? Anyway. You told us that we have to read the whole article, and then told us you didn't. How's that fair?
I said read the article. I said take time to read the article, and I also just said you don't have to read the whole article. Not all of the article
Can you go on mute, brother?
do exactly what.
Sorry. I thought
not all of the article is relevant.
Yeah, no. I read enough of it to know the premise in the article, and I.
Dude, it's literally been 25 seconds. Right. I'm not.
I know, dude. I know. So if you didn't read the whole article, and I told you I can read it in 30 seconds, and I didn't read the whole article in 25 seconds, that's a sufficient amount of time. Now I isolated the portion here, which is the sum total of the entire claim in this article, and I posted it. And his claim is pilots do not have to dip the nose down to follow the curve of the Earth. Airplanes are designed to do so automatically, whether the pilot is directly intervening or not. Now, that's not the premise that Jedi put to you. What Jedi put to you is that the plane must rotate. Doesn't matter whether the pilot has to do it or whether the plane naturally does it. The attitude of the plane relative to the ever-changing vector of down that you claim exists on a globe would cause the plane to rotate constantly. Okay? That's the problem. So I agree with you that Walter Bislin provided a quote-unquote model of why the plane, following the equilibrium of forces, with the nose would just constantly fall and the tail would constantly rise based on the pressure differentials. Okay, that's irrelevant to the point. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is that a plane maintaining level flight, following a curved path, must necessarily rotate if the Earth is a globe. But the evidence shows that the plane is not rotating. There is no evidence that the plane is rotating. So, I critiqued this logically. I critiqued it based on the necessary consequences of the physics. I critiqued it based on what Walter Bislin's point was. I critiqued it based on what Jedi's point was. I adequately critiqued this, did I not? Or did I just dismiss it out of hand? Which one?
I'm done with this conversation. But
yeah, we know you are, dude. We know you are, because your little attempt to frame the conversation as if we wouldn't take your evidence seriously was proven to be false. I took it seriously and I critiqued it and turned it inside out. Hey, even if this article is true, it doesn't answer the point. That point being that if the Earth was flat and the plane was flying level, that it would maintain a positive pitch. And all of this says is that it would maintain an orientation that's caused by the equilibrium of forces. But that doesn't actually answer the point of whether the plane is actually rotating or not. It doesn't provide evidence that the plane is rotating. It only claims the plane should be rotating. Again, we are lacking the evidence. So did I dismiss it out of hand, my friend, that you could just walk out of this room in indignation, or did I appropriately critique it? Do you have a rebuttal for my appropriate critique, or are you just going to bail because you know you lost? You know, maybe you should open the door of the non-rotating plane and jump out with your parachute and be like, I'm out of here. So does anyone think I dismissed it out of hand and I didn't critique it appropriately? Anybody? Since he doesn't want to speak up for himself?
Oh, you perfectly hit the point that Jedi was bringing up.
Yeah, so Walter Bislin's page here is a hypothetical. Sure, he simulates it, and if all the premises were true, then his simulation may actually be true. But he didn't prove his premises with the simulation. He only set up a claim of premises. If the Earth was a globe, the plane would naturally follow the curve. That was his claim, and that's what he attempted to prove here. But that doesn't answer the question of whether the plane is actually curving in reality. Well, oh, hold on one more time, friends. Let me hit that word real quick. That word's reality, brother.
Yeah, that's why I checkmated this assumed simulation early by using the gyroscopic effect or rigidity in space. Like, we would be able to detect if we're traveling around the globe, but we don't. And so any kind of simulation that simulates something that's not detected and violates observable reality clearly isn't true.
Exactly. And Jedi's point was that the plane must be rotating. Okay, so this article claim is that the pilot wouldn't have to rotate the plane, that the plane would rotate naturally. So, if anything, it proves Jedi's point that if the Earth was a globe, the plane must be rotating, where the nose is constantly going down off a horizontal axis from its previous position, and the tail is constantly going up, the plane rotating. So, all that this guy did, whether he realizes it or not, was provide a very eloquent way of proving Jedi's assertion that the plane must rotate correct. He provided zero evidence that the plane is rotating. Do you see the difference, friends?
Yeah, he supported the Jedi's argument that it must rotate if the Earth is a ball, but provided no evidence for it.
Yeah, it's almost like we knew what was coming.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's almost like we knew what he was going to present.
It's almost well, it's not almost. It is just an ad hoc rescue. And I think he critiqued it very well.
All right, let's do the score sheet. Jedi, 3 points. Whoever that guy was, -2 points.
I'm curious as to the silence from your interlocutor, whether that's an indication of concession or something else. I don't want to assume, right? I'm just curious.
Well, I actually hacked into his webcam. Not really, but metaphorically. And I'm looking at his search bar, and what he's searching is NTSB data of rotational vector of the attitudinal disposition of a plane as it crosses multiple variable radial verticals.
Holy shit, why you just put Gregory to shame?
Yeah, so for the guy, since this is an English-speaking learning, what I mean by that is he's trying to find the evidence that the plane rotates as it moves, like Walter Bislin said it must do, and he's not going to find it. History lesson for you guys who don't know. Most of you guys that I know, but 8 years ago, I think, roughly 8, a famous pilot in the flat Earth community argument called Wolfie 6020, he claimed that he had the rotational vector of the plane, and he could disprove flat Earth easily. He said he was going to get it for us, he was going to bring it, he was going to present it, because pilots know the Earth is a globe. We fly over a curved surface. The plane rotates, I promise. It's been 8 years, he hasn't provided the evidence yet. I wonder why.
Yeah, the education system really did them a disservice. They're not ready for this conversation.
Yeah, the worst part is that guy was clearly a native fluent English speaker, hogging the mic from people trying to learn English. So any English learner, if you would like to ask a question, I promise we won't put you to as much scrutiny as that guy. Because that guy clearly has been in the game, and he should know better. But if you have a sincere question, now's the time to ask, because we're in a lull. There's no competition. There's no confrontation going on. We're all just chilling. We're in question answering mode. We're eating cucumbers covered in ice cream and barbecue sauce. What could be better?
Yeah, life on flat Earth is good.
Oh, by the way, they don't have attitudinal rotational vectors for satellites either. They don't have it for planes, and they don't have it for satellites. They don't have it for anything in the air whatsoever that I've ever seen or know of.
Yeah, I mean, you would even be able to detect that on the ground. Like the car traveling really far distances would still be not in the same orientation as it started because of the Earth curve.
Brother, I got a test about that. You want to donate some money?
I'm not a Glober.
So what we're going to do is we're going to create a tri-gyro box that's enclosed. So it's one unit. And it's going to have cameras that are watching all three. It's going to have outside cameras watching the setup. And so what you could do is you could put it in your back seat of a car or a truck or anything and just drive across the United States on I-80, I believe, which goes from Boston all the way to California, 3,000 miles. And then you could also drive north to south on I-95, which is 1,500 miles from the tip of Florida all the way up to New England, right? So you could get an X and a Y kind of, a latitude and a longitude. And then you'd see if the car actually physically rotated from its predisposition when it began. Oh, sorry, too big a word. From its initial position when it began. So it starts in one orientation and it ends up in a different orientation. And the three gyros would, give you some redundancy. One being a mechanical spinning gyro, and then the others being, maybe a laser gyro or whatever other types, might be out there that are pretty good. And we put all three, and then we'd see the results at the end.
I'd love to do that, actually.
And you can trade it. So let's say you start in Boston and you want to go to California. You don't have to make the whole trip. You could stop at a specific spot, give it to somebody else who's going the rest of the way. And then when you get to California, you could give it to somebody going back, and that way you have a forward and backward track of the same course.
My only problem with that is you might hit a weak link where someone's a Glober who's I'll take it for you, and then just steals it, and you don't get the data.
Yeah, but keep in mind it's being completely recorded, and it's going to be worth $100,000. So if they steal it, they're going to prison. Win-win either way.
Okay, I like that. Let's air tag and shit. So
I think stealing $100,000 is 25 years in prison, I believe.
I'm in. It's basically a trap at that point. Like if they wanna mess with us on this, then they're in for it. Yeah, when you operate it within the United States, that works because you have your laws and stuff. But if you wanted to do it further distances, like down through South America, that would become a problem. It's definitely an interesting thing. I like it. You can do the same thing for other people who live in Europe. Once we've built this, or if they want to build something similar, they could use it to travel across Europe, and we could get a lot of different data points. Definitely interesting.
Yeah, so 20 years in prison. It could be a sentence of up to 20 years in prison. All right, so that makes sense. So it's basically 5 years per 25,000. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's pretty funny though. Like, do you get the same amount of time for doing white collar crime if you steal that kind of money?
I don't know. Probably not. I mean, dude, you could steal $5 million and get away with it. They just call it a divorce.
Yeah. Plenty of legal ways.
All right, who just joined? Let's see. Arif, did you just join? Are you new? Got any questions?
Can I ask you a question?
Who is that?
I just want to ask about something I heard the Flat Earther say.
Sure, go ahead.
So the other day, I heard somebody say that the moon landing was a second law thermodynamics violation. But according to the more modern globe rhetoric, the moon is technically in the atmosphere, I think, now. So isn't that wrong?
Well, that depends on what you mean by second law thermodynamics violation, right?
I'm just fucking with you, man. It's good to hear your voice. I'm the person that
flat.
Who is that?
I'm
Who's that?
I'm
Yeah, we got two new people joining us. ... at 9633.
Bro, how did you know that the Earth is flat?
Because one, it looks that way. Two, we measure it that way. That means we measure the Earth to lay horizontally over its surface. And three, we practically use it that way. For engineering, for aviation, for navigation. Every single day we use the Earth as flat and stationary. So that's why we say it is.
But you seeing the moon and the sun, they are not flat. Why?
I don't know what the moon and sun are. I'm not making a claim. We're not making a claim about the celestial bodies. We can't
and
access
the
them.
planets.
Okay, but we can't access them. Okay, what's the definition of a planet?
What's the definition mean? I don't know. Can you
explain planet to me? What is a planet?
It's something have I don't know. Just wetland, I think, or I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just asking here.
I'll help. Like a circle, a ball, a sphere that moves in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does the Earth fit that definition?
I don't know because I didn't see the Earth from above.
Yeah, exactly. We can't have that access position to see the Earth being or not being. Okay. Go on.
I think I don't know what is his name. Wait, I will translate it. Wait a second, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
No need for apologies.
Wait a second. Satellites. Yeah, but
Okay.
the satellites is going on the going off. I don't know on the Earth. It's
So
moving. You know.
okay, so we've got stories about satellites. The satellites, they come from an authority, governments and NASA and scientists, what have you, and they show us a ball Earth that moves. When we measure the Earth on its surface, we don't measure curvature. We measure it to be flat. So the pictures don't fit the reality that we measure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you are right. You are right.
Any other questions, mate?
I don't because I can't. I don't know how to say it because I'm not professional in English. I can't. Yeah.
Don't.
But okay, you are right. You are right. Nice.
Well, feel free to stick around and listen. If you do have any questions, please feel free. We'll help you with your English. If you want to type them in the side chat, you can do that also. But welcome, my friend. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No
Nice to meet
problem.
you.
And yourself.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
You guys have thick skin, no doubt. Like, how much humiliation can you take from, people have been telling you Earth is not flat, bro. You guys are moron. But you guys, I have to salute you. You have thick skin. Like, there is a limit to madness, but you guys don't have any. You guys don't have any.
You are very welcome to prove us
He
wrong.
ran away.
If you
Yeah, we don't need thick skin because we check the world and we're comfortable in knowing what we know and knowing what we don't know. So we don't have an emotional attachment and a belief like the Globers, like the one that just came in here. They feel desperate to try to project onto us some kind of imagination that they have about our situation and why we got to this position, but they don't really know us.
This is what we are dealing with. The latest one, he comes and just throws insults and runs away. The other one seems to be asking a question and telling us why do we believe the Earth is flat. And when AI Lord asked him a question, he says, "I don't know." He says he doesn't know, and he struggles to find the question, an answer, and he says again, he doesn't know. I mean, they come and give us the impression that we don't know anything, and then they use so often. I don't know. Just go look at by yourself. I will not search it for you. Go look.
Yeah,
They make
bro.
a claim. They make a claim, and they cannot provide an evidence. That's so
Yeah, but
frustrated, as you know. Yeah, go ahead.
there was a new person here, and we wanted to talk to her. But you gotta kind of pay attention to who's popping in and stuff like that. And when there's a new person here, you want to kind of draw them up to the stage.
Yeah, I know. I'm listening most of the time when I have time. I'm listening in the backstage just because my English is not so good.
Yeah, perfect. So we should let Berserker speak for a while, and that way other non-native English speakers who are struggling will think, hey, this is a guy kind of in my same boat, but he's talking about the topic of the room. Maybe I'll be encouraged to engage rather than speak to some, English monster like Overlord who can just sesquispedalian decimate me.
Yeah, I would be happy to do that. But it's beautiful how you put it and how we put it. Why do you believe the Earth is flat? Because it looks flat. We see it is flat, and when we look for the curvature, we find out that it is measured flat, and we find a lack of curvature. And you are welcome. You are welcome to show us the curvature. Just measure it and explain to us how can we see 10 miles far where the oil rig is, and we can see the horizon behind the oil rig, which is at 9.4 miles. It's impossible on a sphere with 3959 miles. Yeah. That's the problem. When we look for the curvature, we find out it is flat. It's so easy. And if the planets are spheres, it doesn't mean that I'm standing on a sphere. For example, if I stood in a forest and so only trees around me, does that mean that I'm a tree, or the ground I'm standing on is a tree? They just can't stop making this comparison. And the shadow on the moon, I mean, if the moon, even when we assume the moon is a sphere, the shadow does not confirm, because the shadow on a sphere should make a sine wave factor. The shadow should factor with the surface on which it is projecting itself, and we cannot see the S factor, the sine wave factor on the moon. So that means either the moon is not a sphere, or what we call a shadow, maybe it's not a shadow. Maybe it's a blind point in the sky, or a dark object which is going in front of the moon. It cannot be a shadow.
Welcome, Franz. How's it going?
Sad to see you leave, France.
Where is France? Did he run away?
No, bro, that was entirely accurate. France showed up and then immediately surrendered.
Rest in peace. He will be missed.
It's been really popping here on the English hub all day, although it's slowing down a little bit right now. But we have our 2 other outposts still with conversations going, and then we have a 4th venue, which is invite only, apparently, for girls and boys to talk about things, but it's not recorded. So we have 2 live streams going right now, but 3 venues. We need to get another live stream going.
Guys, do you see the GIF which I posted in the chat box?
That's a good one. I'll save that one.
Yep. We don't observe this sine wave on the moon. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's a really good one. When I first heard about this, I was like, I took out my little globe, took out a circular disc, and I was like playing with shadows and the light above me. It was interesting.
Yeah, and the strange thing is that we cannot see the spotlight also on the moon. There is no spotlight.
Yeah, like a circular object or spherical object would reflect a spotlight at a certain point that reflects the light best to your eye, whereas the other surface is curving away, so it reflects the light more away from your eye.
Exactly. So it's not reflecting a light, because if it's reflecting light, it must make a spotlight. Maybe it looks like it is really self-illuminating. Otherwise, it would have to have a spotlight on it.
Yeah, it's weird how it's lit from one end to the other in the same intensity. It's weird, but
Exactly.
I would make any conclusions based on that until I had more data personally.
Yeah, that is the difference between us and the Globers. We don't like to assume something if we don't know. We just say we don't know. But it's definitely not reflecting the light. Otherwise, it would have to have this spotlight. The only thing that remains is that it is self-illuminating, because it is giving light.
Yeah, it's a great GIF. I'll definitely use that.
You're welcome. I just made the GIF from an entire video. There is a nice video. You can see the video. I can post the YouTube link. Then you can see the entire video. I just made a GIF from the video.
Good job.
Hey, Berserk Bro, post that in the main server and I'll add it to the bot list.
What do you mean? Where's the main server?
It's right next to the non-main server, and then just turn left.
Hello.
You mean politics?
Hello.
Politics and
Brother, somebody just came in and said hello. Let's talk to them. What's up?
Yeah, I heard that.
What's happening?
Hey guys,
basically
just
you
making sure.
are
Do
talking
you
about flat
believe
Earth.
flat Earth? Yeah. Do you believe in flat Earth? Just making sure.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, brother.
Yes, yes.
So
You
is
have any
there
other
any
questions?
why you believe in flat Earth? Give any reasons or something?
Oh, sure.
Because
sure.
for me, the
Simple
Earth is
reason.
not flat. Okay.
Okay. Well, for me, I'm a 10, but all the girls tell me I'm a 6.
Then
Yeah,
you're
because you chopped
probably.
as fuck.
Yeah, I mean that is what it is.
Right. So that being said, sometimes you can think something about reality, but it not be true. So the reason why we think the Earth is flat and we've come to accept that the Earth is flat is because it's demonstrably measured
Yes,
to be
because
flat.
it is your mind, and every the reality it is flat.
Yeah, we are living in a real reality show. You could no.
Why do you think it is round? I mean, I don't understand.
Because we can.
You guys want to talk to each other?
Because I have not, but I have seen YouTube videos about the Earth. So you all think that's fake?
Brother, we cannot find the curve. I will explain it to you better because my English is weak. But just to put it simply, we cannot find. There is a lack of curvature when you consider the Earth has a radius of 3,595 miles. The horizon should be at a distance of 3 miles when observed from 6 feet height.
Bro, that's absolute bullshit. Watch a video about information
That's
on
mathematics.
this. Okay?
I will post.
No, it's false mathematics. It is all how do you say it in English?
I will post
if you watch
the calculations. The calculations.
If you watch the video.
According, brother, I will post. Okay, I just want to say I will
No,
post
you're
the
fucking
calculation.
stupid.
Mal kurz die Fresse, ich will das hören, was er das sagt.
Look, this is a calculation made with AutoCAD. Okay, you can see the calculation. This is math. This is what you claim to be science, that we don't adhere to science, but you don't adhere to the calculations here, to the measurements here. An Earth, a sphere with a radius of 3,595 miles, would show a drop of the curve. 8 multiplied by the mile square inches. And we can see the horizon behind a oil rig. There is a video of that. When the oil rig, even though the oil rig is at a distance of 9.4 miles away, we see someone made a video from a height of 3 feet with a camera, and we can see the horizon still behind the oil rig, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles. So the math does not work when we take in consideration that the Earth, as NASA tell us and science tell us, that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then we should not see further than 3 miles. We can give to you 5 miles if you claim refraction, but refraction cannot make extra 2 miles, never. But even then, to see the horizon behind the oil rig, this one, the oil rig, the horizon is behind the oil rig, and the second oil rig is at a distance of 9.41 miles. So please explain to that. Please explain that to us, because you are the science guy and we are the science deniers, and make the math work. How could the math of 3,959 miles radius sphere work so that we can see the horizon behind a oil rig at a distance of 9.41 miles? That means the horizon is at least 10 miles or maybe 15 miles or 20 miles further. So how could that work? Make it work, please. Take a paper and a calculator.
I don't know. I'm a 16 years old boy.
This is what I told. This is what I told AI left and Drace maybe. Did you hear that, Drace? Drace, did you hear that? He immediately said, "I don't know."
I didn't hear anything. I'm listening to Karma in the background.
That's okay.
But you can literally see other planets which are around or something. Why you think the Earth is especially or something, or the special?
Bro, may I tell you something? The terms of use here.
Can you?
Bro, I heard someone, either you or another one, speak German, but I cannot speak German to you because I have to hold to the term of use. So if you would like, you can DM me, and you can speak German if you are speaking German. Maybe it was your friend, but I cannot speak German
can
here.
you unmute him? Because I'm dumb as shit and he is not. Maybe he would like to
Unmute you. Unmute who? Unmute who? Your friend? Your friend? I cannot.
Yeah.
I don't have
Berserker.
I'm not a mod.
You know,
I cannot unmute him.
Berserker.
I fixed it.
Okay, he is unmuted.
Can I say something to you? Berserker?
Yeah.
You know, the horizon theory you talked about is disproven, you know? If you inform yourself about it, it is disproven.
With all respect, brother, science.
Yeah, the
reality and the reality works with the logic. May you told me. I thought you were finished, but if you are not finished, you can
No.
go
But
ahead.
why do you think the Earth is flat and, for example, the Jupiter is round, you know?
Oh, no, don't jump away from the
I don't get it too.
Stop. You claimed that
And why
the
the fuck you
horizon
think-
was debunked. The optical horizon was debunked. Care to elaborate?
Yeah, please.
What do you talk?
You said that the horizon was debunked.
Yes, genau. Yeah.
Yeah. How it was
Elaborate.
debunked?
How
Please,
is it debunked, and how did you establish that the horizon doesn't exist?
Do you know the YouTube channel In a Nutshell?
So, YouTube channel debunked the horizon.
Yes, because they are scientists and you are a random motherfucker in a Discord.
And you
That's what
are
you
saying
believe.
about
you
two videos.
You believe the scientists debunked the horizon. Can you please link this YouTube video?
But
I would
why
love
why
to see
you
how the
think-
scientists, quote
Yes, I
unquote,
can send it to you.
debunked the horizon.
Hello?
Wow, man, everybody's so polite here. I love it when people call me a random motherfucker in the Discord.
No joke.
May I ask a question?
They don't have a lot of civility.
Who's this random motherfucker who wants to ask a question? Yeah, go on.
Okay. Okay. So I guess first I should be clear that I believe the Earth is round. I don't think it's flat.
I believe too.
I guess my first question would be, counter would be the images of Earth from like NASA or other space agencies. Like, how would you?
You're counter to what? Your lack of evidence for your claim?
I'm just saying that like one of the reasons I believe Earth is round is because photographs of the Earth apparently taken by
Drace. He's telling you he believes the Earth is a sphere because of the photographs which he has seen, and he doesn't know that Robert Simon, how is he? They say themselves it is photoshopped because it has to be. All the images which you get the blue marble on the iPhone, it is photoshopped. It is photoshopped. NASA admits it. NASA admits it. There is a video. How's this guy called?
How old are you?
And also, when you fly up a drone, is that also photoshopped?
Okay, so
Which costs 7,000
Ladies, calm down. Ladies, calm down. You're acting like chickens cackling.
Oh man, you're acting like you're the boss.
There's three of you here. And you're all relax. There's three of you here, and you're all talking over each other. We're gonna have to start muting two of you so we can talk to one of you. Which one of you wants to talk to us and represent the group?
Love you.
Please be civil.
President nominated.
Why the fuck is?
Sorry, I was kind of overwhelmed with all of those comments, but my question was because you guys said that NASA debunked it. Could I have like a link to that video or whoever? And what do you exactly mean by NASA debunking it? Like, what would the legitimacy behind?
I have not said that NASA was it.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean you. I think someone else said there was a clip.
I said Siemens.
For God's sake. All right, so there are some pieces of evidence out there, like the blue marble that my friend Berserker was talking about, that NASA freely admits that is photoshopped. It's not a true image of the Earth. It's not data strips that are wrapped around a ball. It's not a picture, step back, snap, take a picture of the Earth. That's not what that is.
Do something in your life other than flat earthing. What the fuck?
Dude, it's not. We're just repeating what NASA says. This isn't me.
Oh, you're doing nothing.
Sorry. Why are you speaking for me?
Muted, bro. You need
just
to be muted, Mike.
slapped you enough as you were a child or something.
I mean, what the fuck are you trying to talk?
Shush! Bloody hell, shut up! Control yourself. Be a man. My word. Alright. Some images from space. We are told by the people who give them to us that they're not true pictures. That's interesting. Point number 2. They show us a sphere that moves, the planet Earth. When we, surface level, measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure any curvature that would be necessitated on a sphere, and we do not measure any motion. So measurably, the Earth isn't what they show us in pictures.
Sorry, going back to the picture of when I was discussing if it's Photoshop or not. I did click the link, and it says it's from the famous blue marble picture, and I've seen that before. But what about other photos of Earth? They aren't saying they do that to other photos of the Earth, and this is really just one website,
that's fine.
And videos from space.
What other images do we have of the Earth?
Well, there are other images besides the famous blue marble. If you go on Google or go on NASA's website, I can send a link if you'd like.
Okay, but that's fine. But you have to understand the second point I raised, right? They show a sphere that moves. That's not we measure on the surface of the Earth. When they show us a sphere that moves, they give it a radius and diameter circumference, right? There's some geometry with numbers attached to it.
Of course.
Pardon?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. So, being as they've got those dimensions, we should be able to measure those.
What dimension?
The curvature of the surface. That's where we are on the surface. We're not going to be drilling down to the radius and then coming out the other end of the diameter now. So we've got the surface that we can measure. We understand that a curved line is antithetical to a straight line.
Wait, sorry?
We measure. Go on.
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite get what you...
Okay, I'll say it more simpler for you. We understand that a curved line is not the same as a straight line.
Yeah.
Right? A curved line can't be straight, for example, right? So when we measure the surface of the Earth, it should be a curved line. What we measure is a horizontal line. Quite simply put. Go on, you've got a question. What is it?
What do you mean by measure? Like, what exactly is the procedure?
So from point A to point B over the surface of the Earth, we can, for example, we can use our line of sight. We can look. We can use optics. So, for example, telescopes, binoculars, high-powered zoom cameras. We can pass light across the surface of the Earth in the visible spectrum and in the non-visible spectrum, infrared spectrum, for example. We can pass signal across the Earth, like radio signals, UHF, VHF, those types of things.
Could we focus on one specific method? Gosh, one specific procedure instead of, because these are all interesting, but I think we should focus on one. Let's say measure, like let's do. I'm not too familiar with light, so what was the other one? Like measuring point A, point B.
So we can measure from point A to point B over the distance of the Earth. We can measure that distance with a laser ranging device or a line of sight targeting system. We can use optics as well. We can look. We can see how far we can see. I think maybe we should start there. That's the most simplest, right?
Okay.
So just looking. When we look at the Earth, we experience the Earth as horizontal. It looks flat to us, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Good. When we improve the optic, like a binoculars, telescope, high-powered zoom camera, it still looks flat to us.
Well,
right?
right.
But being, remember, they've given us the radius, diameter, and circumference, so we should be able to see the curvature of the Earth according to the numbers.
Why?
So
How exactly?
So, for example, if you're standing at the beach and you're 6 foot tall and your feet are in the water, according to the mathematics where you have
Can
a
you show
tangent
me the
from
mathematics? Sorry to interrupt, but can you send a link of the math of the 6 foot example or something similar?
I'm sure one of my colleagues will post relevant stuff in the side chat.
Okay, because that's kind of necessary. Like, because I don't think we should.
I'm going to speak about the math now, and one of my colleagues will speak about it. That's literally what I was just about to do.
Math has been posted.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate that.
One second. Sorry, but it's all I'm seeing is some trigonometric thing that it doesn't exactly relate to what you're saying about.
No, bro. I gave you. If you look, it's 30 minutes after the hour. So just a little bit above this little picture here at the bottom.
Thank you.
There's a link. You can go there. There's a curve calculator. You can put in all the numbers. This curve calculator was created by Salus Globe Believers, so you can follow along when he gives you the numbers.
This curve. 1 second. Sorry. Okay, eye height. Wait, what does it mean by target distance?
Okay, so when we're making an observation, we're kind of trying to figure out how far away it should be, but I can't see it anymore because the curvature of the Earth isn't away. It's literally making a prediction, right? How far you should see. So the target distance is a distance to the thing you're looking at. That could be a mountain, it could be a lighthouse, could be a boat.
Okay. Okay. And what does it mean by like horizontal distance and h1 equals target hidden height? Oh, I think that's how much is hidden by like the curvature, and then horizontal distance is
From point A to point B.
is that just how much I should be able to see, or how far?
Yeah. What it does is it gives you a distance to the horizon. It should be marked with an X called horizon, right? And then beyond that, the things are going to disappear over the curvature of the Earth until eventually we can't see them anymore.
Yeah.
So it's based on your height of eye above that curved surface with the given radius. So calculation says it in there in various different forms. It's very simply put as 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. Very quick example, right? If your eye height is 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, square root of 1 is 1. You times that by 1.225, that gives you a geometric horizon of 0.225 miles. Conversely, you stand up, 6 foot tall, the horizon now should be at 2.8 miles.
Okay.
So it gives that prediction.
But are you saying that when you actually go out and measure, are you saying that it's not actually 2.8 based on the curvature that they give?
I like you. You follow along really well. So yeah, that's what we're using. This is the standard model that makes a prediction of how far we can see. Now, when we go and test that, we make the long distance observations. The long distance observations supersede that prediction. The horizon, for example, is nowhere near where it should be when we start using optics like high-powered zoom cameras, and the things that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth are not. So, again, first we have observation. When we look at the Earth, it looks flat. When we test a model that says there should be curvature, we don't see that.
Okay, so for the first one, I just have to say that there are a lot of examples, I think, of our senses, or because we're limited by the fact we're only human, our scope of what we can see or our understanding is limited. For example, if you put a pencil in water, for example, it'll look bent, but it's not actually bent. And so I would say that, sure, empirically it looks flat, but I think we should always consider that perhaps this is a case because we're limited by the fact that we can only see so far, and that curvature isn't visible. I think we should make room
we're showing you that you can see too far, and that I understand that you're trying to invoke Snell's law and assuming that maybe the light is bending around the globe.
Sorry, I don't know what that is, just to be clear.
Yeah, that's the example when you show a pencil appearing distorted through a glass.
Oh no, I'm using that as an example to say we're only human. We're limited by the fact we just need to make room.
We understand the limitations of being human. That's why we use technical equipment to detect these different things, and our understanding of how different wavelengths of light operate in the air. So, using Fermat's principle, we should be able to understand that if the Earth is curved and the light is going across the Earth curve, the horizon in your mind, which it isn't an Earth curve, but if it's going across that Earth curve, then the Earth would be dropping away from your line of sight, or the light coming from the object at a distance. And so it would never reach your eye on the globe.
Interesting. Sorry, I would just want to focus on the second point that the other person made, which was basically based on the curve value that they give and mathematical model of that. In real life, it's not actually matching the model that you've made based on the curve, right? that we can see much further. That's the second claim, right?
Yes. As exampled in the image that I just posted.
Well, I think that it would be nice to have like, is there an example of of a link of an actual like measurement that was done? And then also, are you guys saying that, okay, if I'm standing here and just with my eyes, let's say I see 3 miles, and then I get binoculars, should I be able to see further? Or no?
Most of the time, yes. Almost all the time, yes.
I think. Sorry.
Go on, carry on.
I disagree. I think binoculars are going to increase the resolution in the sense of how clear it is. Like if I have a tree that's 500 feet away, I'm not going to be able to see it that clearly. With a binoculars, sure. If having binoculars or telescopes, it's not going to let me see further.
No, that is not correct. So let me help you out a little bit. So the horizon is a consequence of optics. It's an optical effect. It's not a physical Earth curve. And so we can show this because the ancient Greeks, they assumed the Earth was curved because they didn't have high-power optics like we do today. They looked with their human eyes and assumed the Earth was curved and ignored that perspective existed. That's why they had such bad art. But they assumed the Earth was curved because they didn't understand perspective, and then that's where we got the globe from. The size of the globe from the size of the diffraction limit of the human eye, and that you can literally use the diffraction limit of the human eye to actually calculate the same exact size of the Earth's globe. However, now that we have better optics, we have much bigger optics, and so we can have better resolution and see even further, up to 10 times further beyond the geometric curve or supposed curve. And so that it destroys the globe. And then when we figured this out, we were like, what happens when we use smaller aperture cameras? And so people started testing small ponds, small flat areas, using small aperture cameras, and turns out we're seeing horizons everywhere.
Oh, so are you guys saying, I'm just trying to make sense of it, that the horizon isn't because of the curvature of the Earth, it's because of something to do with light? Like you were talking about?
The angular resolution limit. The angular resolution limit of the human eye. That's what the horizon is. You can't resolve any more of the surface beyond the horizon. The angle's too small as the floor ramps upwards towards the midpoint of your view. That angle increasingly decreases. So eventually it's going to reach the angle of 0.02, and that's beyond the angular resolution limit of. Beyond that horizon line where the surface appears to meet the sky, the surface that's horizontal still exists, but it's within an angle that you can't resolve. It's invisible to you.
Okay. Oh, I guess that makes sense, but
Yeah, just look at this hallway picture. Like, the hallway is engineered flat. The ceiling is equidistant from the floor the entire way, but it appears to converge together into a point. That's purely optical. That point is called the vanishing point and is an unresolvable point. However, if you take the walls away, then all of a sudden, like the upper picture, once the walls disappear, that point stretches out into a line. That's the horizon line. And that's an unresolvable line, and you can't resolve anything beyond that line. However, there might be things that are too small for your eyes to discern, but a bigger aperture camera can discern that small thing at the horizon that your eyes couldn't discern, and so that allows us to see over 10 times further than the geometric curve would allow if it was a geometric curve. The thing is, no one ever established that the horizon was a geometric curve. It was just assumed.
Oh, I see. If I'm going to be honest, I don't think I know enough about optics to have reasonable comeback to that. I think what you guys are saying is right, and I can't really. Well, I'm taking in what you guys are saying, but I simply don't know enough about optics to accept what you guys are saying. Is it possible if we could go back to that analogy of the man on the beach? That example. Specifically, I'm referring to if you have a boat. I'm sure you've heard it before. You have a boat that's far away, and as it's going further and further, instead of it becoming smaller and smaller, instead, it's the very top of the sail that you start. No, it's the bottom that you start to see less and less of, and as it goes further and further away, it disappears from bottom to top.
Because the bottom of that boat is on that surface beyond the horizon that you can't resolve. So the bottom of that boat is also disappearing into that angle. So the boat looks like it's being disappeared from the bottom up. The reason why it looks like it's going down is just like the ceiling in Drace's example. That's perspective. So it kind of does both. It goes down because of perspective and gets cut off from the bottom when it's gone beyond the horizon. Remember, the horizon being the limitation of your view of that surface that the boat's on. Now that the boat's on it and keeps going beyond the horizon at distance, the bottom of that boat's in that angle. You can't see it.
Mm. If I have a boat that's flat, say, I'm sorry, but if you have a flat surface, right, as it's going further, shouldn't it just be getting smaller?
Look at this little image. Look at this little image I posted up. It's a little GIF. It just shows you how, as you move away from the surface, that surface gets compressed into a smaller and smaller visual angle. And so, as you look out, that angle for each surface area gets smaller and smaller and smaller and compressed into a smaller and smaller angle until it reaches the 0 point of your vision. And then it can't compress anymore because it's compressed into something you can't see. And that's the same applies to the sky. And where those two light rays meet, where they're coming into your eye, they overlap and it becomes an undiscernible line.
Okay. I'm trying to understand. I don't think I quite get it. Sorry.
It's okay. I posted a video or a link to Life is Short, which is a YouTube channel that he did an extensive, basically a study on this, where he went into multiple different examples using the math, and you can even observe this effect up really tall buildings, and I'll give you a video of that. So this building is flat. It's not curved, naturally, but when you go really close up to it with a small aperture camera, all of a sudden it appears like it's curved because what appears like a horizon appears to come closer and closer the closer you get to the surface, because the aperture of the camera is very small and it can only see so far off the surface based on how close it is to the surface and the angles to the surface reaching the camera. At a certain point, those angles are not going to be conducive to allow you to see more of the surface, and there appears to be a horizon, even though the building is not a ball.
Okay, I think I kind of see. I'm still having trouble understanding how just back to the same thing, on how on a flat surface you could possibly have that boat disappearing from the bottom to the top. I still don't get the explanation.
Yeah, there's a compound cause for that, because when you actually watch a boat disappear into the horizon, 90% of the time or more, you just see it getting smaller and smaller until it like merges into the horizon. That's what most people see 90% of the time. However, if you use a high-powered camera and you zoom in with a digital zoom, you can see the boat appear sometimes to disappear bottom up, and there are compound causes for that because there are compounding causes to what you see in the distance. So, to the Fermat's principle,
What's that?
It's how light behaves. So light will always take the shortest path.
Yeah.
And so it's the foundation for what created Snell's law, or Snell's law came first, but Fermat's principle is why Snell's law works. And basically it means that when you look at things at a distance, it can get distorted. And so some of those distortions include bottom-up disappearances. And so you don't need any curve to do that. You just need the light to do small deviations, and then you could lose the bottom of the image.
Oh, that's an interesting point. So what I'm getting is that you're saying that light takes the shortest path, and because of what was it again? Refractions of
light takes the shortest path, and sometimes you have temperature inversion. Sometimes you have temperature differences over the water and or over the land, and so you're looking from a certain temperature and pressure on land out onto the ocean, which is a certain temperature and pressure, and so there's going to be a slight difference there that could cause slight downward directionality, and that slight bias would cause a loss of the information at the bottom, because that information hit the water instead of getting to your eye.
Okay, I see. Okay, now I'm actually kind of curious. So you guys obviously don't believe the Earth is round. Do you guys have like a picture of like how you think the Earth looks like? Like flat, of course, but I'm curious to see if you guys have a model of what you think the Earth actually looks like.
We have not constructed a model of the world. We have had people create maps and stuff, but the problem is we are empiricists, and so we don't endorse any maps or models of the world unless we can verify those to be true.
And good maps cost lots of money to make.
Well, of course, yes, but do you see the Earth being like? Now I'm having trouble. Because I'm having trouble imagining how you guys think the Earth would look like if it were flat.
Because you've been conditioned. That's due to conditioning. Because we're all given, this idea that it is possible to conceive of the entirety of reality from a third-person perspective, and it's just simply not true. Nobody can ever determine. There are too many unknowns to be able to say, this is what the entirety of reality should look like from a certain vantage point.
Yeah, it's like an ant trying to figure out what an elephant looks like.
Just think of it like this. They gave you an idea, and you have that idea in your mind, but reality might be more complex than the idea that they gave you.
It always is more complex. I mean, science is full of uncertainty, and I don't think there's denying that. Like right now, I think the Earth is round, but am I going to deny that there's always a possibility that it's flat? I mean, you've given me a lot of evidence, and trying to convince me that it's flat. So I agree
We're not trying to convince you. We don't want you to believe us.
Okay.
We don't want to create believers. We are not faith earthers. Those are those people who believe the Earth is flat. We're empiricists. So we want you to listen to what we have to say and be like, that's interesting. I'll go check the reality, see if it conforms to my previous belief system, and see if that's true. Like, that's what we did. We don't want want people to just believe us. We want them to test their own beliefs and then come to their own conclusions. We want critical thinking.
Okay, that actually is a good point. Now I want to ask, do you think, are there any experiments I could do? Like, for one, I'm not that far away from the beach, and I think it would be nice to go and see. Because I think someone said that 90% of the time we actually don't see the boat disappearing from the bottom to the top. I want to test that out. But are there any other empirical tests I can do to try to falsify the round Earth model?
What I would recommend is long distance observations. Find yourself a telescope or a good camera, and then play with looking over the water from time to time, and you'll have a lot of fun with it, because all of a sudden you'll be like, wait, I shouldn't be able to see that boat. And then you'll be looking at the tracker and you'll be like, yeah, it's way too far away. And then that evidence you can bring to us, and it'll become part of our mountain of evidence. And then, like, it's just a fun experience. It gets you closer to nature, and then unleashes that wonderment that you had as a child when the world was all new and you didn't think you knew everything. That's part of what the globe does. It makes you think you know everything, and everything's kind of discovered, and there's only these small nuances that need to be addressed, and you need to be a super genius to address those nuances. But those nuances are actually just within the pseudoscientific story, because they're trying to patch holes and errors within the story. They're not actually advancing science at this point, and they divorced this empiricism of science that brought us most of our current technology with Einstein. Like, most of our current technology, or the basis for it, came from the 1800s, and any innovations on that are just slight modifications to it, not because they innovated some genius idea. It's mostly because they marketed it well.
Well, that reminds me of a quote by Newton, who said that if I've seen this far, it's not because of me alone, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants. But, okay, I think I'm gonna maybe do some experimenting, but how exactly would I measure it with a camera or a telescope?
Oh, yeah. What you would do is you would take the telescope or the camera, you'd go to the water's edge, you'd record how high your observation point is from the water, and then you would look into the distance. I would recommend looking up the coastline if there's an inlet or something along those lines. And so you could get markers to denote the distance based on the geography of the location, which you know because this is where you live or where you are. And you can figure out how far away those markers are and how far you can see. And so based on the curve calculators, you could see how the Earth should curve away, but you're not seeing that. And then once you have established a point where you're seeing beyond where the globe Earth should allow you to see, then the only excuse of the globe believer is, well, I believe the light is bending around, which we know it's not from all our experimentation or tests, because we use infrared to test that. But you can do a similar thing by, when you observe and take these pictures at long distance, all the different colors at a distance are different wavelengths of light. And different wavelengths of light refract at different rates. And so if the light is all bending around the globe to make it appear flat and measure flat and be practically used as flat, then we would be able to see a difference in all those wavelengths. We would be able to see a distortion in all those wavelengths. They would be changing height. All the white light would start to disperse. You would the whole world would look pretty gay at a distance, rainbow colored.
I could just show you a really quick example of an observation. It will give you an idea of what you would kind of want to do. Who are we talking to? Presidentes Master?
Yep, we were talking.
Nay?
Yep, we were talking to President. Whatever the rest is.
You're still listening, President is?
I don't know. He could answer only.
What's up, Berserker? Good to see you, man.
What's up? Thank you, mate. Good to see you. Yeah, President. President is master. Yeah, he was the one of the three, the only one who was polite. The other two were muted because all the time they dropped the fuck word and were not civil.
Mm-hmm. Oh well.
But President Mazda was very polite.
Yeah, I mean, I just got here, but yeah, I just caught the tail end of it. Sounded polite from what I heard.
Yeah, and he was interested.
Yeah,
he is interested. He's still here. Yeah, maybe he is looking for something in the web. DJ, that's you, right? Yeah, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. AI Lord or Jedi, I think, told me to drop a GIF, which was good for him and for Trace in the main Discord or something like that. He said main chat. Yeah, main server. In the chat of the main server. I just didn't understand where is the main server? Where is the chat of the main server? Did he mean politics or politics?
No, I'm the home server, like 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, probably in the lobby. That's the main chat.
The server which is not frequently used anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's frequently used. The lobby is frequently used, but the voice chat isn't frequently used because we're in here, in other places.
Okay.
But the lobby's always active.
I will drop the link to know if this is the one you mean. You mean this one? Is this the main server, the lobby of the main server, you mean? In the chat box.
Yeah. Yep, that's the one.
Oh, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yep.
But in the chat box, I cannot post anything. Do I need authorization?
Never been there before. You've never been there before.
And how can I get
go into the lobby there.
Did you
I don't
join?
remember the commands.
Yeah, just join it.
No,
type in the lobby so I can see you.
That's the problem. I cannot type.
Yeah, you can. Go in click on lobby, and then you can type.
Boost.
I mean, when I try to search for Berserker, nothing comes up.
Yeah, he's probably never been there before.
Are you a member of the server, Berserker?
Oh, yeah, there are so many. I don't know. I mean, I have been here in politics and religion and the English hub. Yeah, and the flat Earth. I was also in flat Earth.
This is where we keep all our information mostly. It's where we keep all the data.
Yeah, once I was in a voice chat. There were not many people there, but I was there. But
he is in the server. He has a Flutter role, image role, and VC verified role.
Is he on a different account with the same name?
It's the same account. It's the same account he has in. He's speaking in here. Just copy his user ID and type his user ID on the search on the server.
He typed "I'm here" in the lobby. It says, yeah, you're here, dude. You got all these tags: Flat Earther, VC verified. You can link images, post stuff, whatever you want.
Okay. This was the lobby. This was the main server. You meant, and Jedi meant. Okay,
that's the one.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay, lobby. I had to search in the left side. There are so many voice chat and.
Oh yeah.
So I had to find the lobby. Okay.
The round AE map one.
Okay. I will post the GIF which Jedi said I should post it here because it was good.
I got to play spin level on the subject.
Your mic is open, James.
Oh, my bad. Just 1 second. Thanks for the heads up. Where's the new people? Go ahead if you got any questions. Speak to Drace AI. You can direct all your questions to Drace. Go ahead.
Come on. And if you don't speak, I will start playing Flat Earth music. Karma's talking in the background. Yeah, but that's my specialty. I make music, so we got better debaters here, but I'll talk to you.
I like your music and Karma singing. So it's like a sync between brothers.
I like Karma's music, singing in particular. Yeah, because we've been doing this for so long, and the Globers never bring anything new. Like, we've gone over, like, all of their evidence back in like 2017. So since then, we've just been having fun, creating culture, creating music. We had like a massive breakout of a bunch of musicians from our Discord, and people have been making music ever since. The goal is to eventually start a Flat Earth radio channel or something along those lines, because we have so much music. But we're open to all ideas for more cultural endeavors. Please send me messages if you have any good ideas.
I used to make music too, Trace, but with not with AI, with computer software. Do you know the software Native Instruments?
Yeah, we have a bunch of members who are making music using AI. We also have a bunch of artists who were artists before this and or are making music right now. And they're also playing with AI. It's a fun, interesting thing to play with. And it makes a bunch of music. I highly recommend playing with it and just making music for yourself.
I used to use Native Instruments and Access and Reason, Propellerhead Reason, but most of the time Native Instruments and Nexus. But I cannot. I don't know how to make music with AI. I don't know. But it sounds very good. The music you
it's
make with
relatively
AI.
simple if you understand some things about music, or you like writing lyrics. You just write the lyrics. You write out the styles and how you kind of want it performed. Different things change different things, and then you would pay for a subscription of some sort to be able to use the better models and have ownership of those tracks. Otherwise, the platform owns the tracks. It's relatively easy compared to making music the normal way. That's how I started. That's how this all started. But the AI thing is an easy way to make music. But it of course takes a little bit of work where you gotta generate a metric ton of songs. Like I've generated at least 50,000 songs minimum, and but total of songs that are unique, I would say like maybe 300. So there's a lot of songs you make that are just bad, and there's a lot of songs that you make that are like meh, and some that are okay, and the good ones you're like, oh, but he mispronounced the word here, and so you have to edit the song, and you have to go into it, and there's an editor in most of these programs which allow you to then regenerate certain parts, or you didn't like that verse, you regenerate that verse, and things like that.
Yeah, and it sounds very professional. The music you make, it sounds very good.
That's because it's being trained on actual songs by actual artists, and there's a whole controversy brewing, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna screw the artists.
The AI is coming up.
Yeah, but in the process, like my country is doing something that's kind of interesting in that if you have an AI song and you publish it, the percentage of how much the song is generated by AI is revenue that they don't want to give to you, even though technically, legally, it could be argued that they should. But doing that or having like some kind of limit on 50% of you can only have 50% of the income of a song, for instance, of an AI generated song, because the AI created at least 50% of the song. You might have used your human selection to choose which parts and added some parts, but bare minimum 50%. And that proceeds would then go into the general payout pool for the artists, which would mean that actual artists would have would see an increase in their payouts or royalties. And I think that could be a way to actually help incentivize and promote actual artists and help not drown out the artists with all the AI music, because the AI music is going to train on their art regardless, because they're arguing in court that it's fair use. And now that the record labels and stuff are getting in with the AI music companies and have put in their terms of service that they're allowed to train AIs on your music, it really seems like artists are getting screwed, and you need some kind of way to make it so that artists can still get paid for making the art. Because if you really took out all artists today and stopped training the AI on good art, you would stop getting new styles of music. You would stop getting better and better quality, because it's coming from real artists. So there needs to be some kind of way to pay the artists back for their contributions, even if they were not the ones that created the songs. They didn't make those lyrics. They didn't choose those melodies. But it would be nice to have some way like that. And so I appreciate my country doing something along those lines, even if it's a bit ambiguous at this moment.
Yeah, where do you come from, Trace? In Norway? I assume from your accent.
I live in Iceland.
Iceland. Okay, I thought I was close.
I'm 1/4 Norwegian, so you're really close.
I was really close. Difficult.
I mean, it's the same thing, man. It's an island off the coast.
Yeah, because you sounded like Scandinavian. You know, you have a certain accent.
Yeah, I can't help it.
Yeah, just like everyone tells me, I can't understand the words what this German guy is talking, because everyone tells me I have a German accent.
I think also if you got a better mic and they were able to hear you clearer, they would probably understand you better. Because it's a little bit
Why
muffled.
can't you hear me? Really? Because I use all the time headsets with the Bluetooth, so I was not able to answer immediately. But I heard everything you said, because I go forth and back to the kitchen. I make me a tea, a smoke, a cigarette, and with the Bluetooth, I can do whatever I want. Still, I can hear everything. I mean, I can go around in the apartment. But what do you mean with muffled? Is it not clear?
It could be clearer. It's a little bit muffled. It kind of sounds like if you had a sweater over your mouth as you were speaking. But you're understandable, but I think if you increase the quality somehow, or
I
mess with the settings, you might be able to find a better level.
You know, a couple of times I heard my voice by watching the stream, and it looked normal. Maybe because I smoked too much, and I had exactly on the New Year's Eve I had a problem. I had big problems. I talked about it with a couple of guys, with 2 or 3 guys. Maybe it's because of that.
I think it also might be just the levels, or like you might be talking at this level and people understand you perfectly and it's really clear, and compared to when you start mumbling, I'm talking about this.
I have
because your auditory level and the distance to the mic is changing, and the mic isn't so good. It's not picking up those lower frequencies as well.
I just looked in the settings. I have my input volume maximum and output volume maximum. And the mic is in the headset. You know how a headset is with shells. So not the small headset, not earpad. It's a real headphone with a headset. But the mic is not coming to the mouth. It's just a small hole. Maybe that's why. But when I switch to the smartphone, then I will have a better voice. But I will have to wait a minute. I will have to use Wi-Fi.
Yeah, if you had some kind of external mic, you would probably be heard better. Headsets, or especially like mics that are just like hanging on the side of a headset, not with a dedicated mic coming to your mouth, those tend to dangle, and so that creates even more variance. I think that could be a part of the problem. And it's not a big problem. I'm just like, I want to hear you speak. Like earlier, you were doing pretty good, and so if we could have the audio quality as great as possible, then it's even a better chance that people understand us. So that's all I'm saying. You did good.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe next week I can pick up my smartphone. I had to put it in a shop. I don't know. Do you know the word fund? Fund. You know, where you put things and you get money for it. This week I could maybe pick my good smartphone with 2 dual SIM in it. I can have the internet also in the smartphone, and I can then log in. I can join the Discord with the smartphone, because the guys told me when I joined with the smartphone, the sound is then much better.
That sounds good. Yeah, like, of course the phone is gonna be.
I will try to use the Wi-Fi on my smartphone, because I have the internet now connected to the PC. I will try to switch to the Discord. English, is it right? I will try to the smartphone and see if you notice.
No worries, it's all good. It's gonna be good hearing you on the smartphone. I'll look forward to that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm in the English hub now. Vague means political religion. Okay, I will click on 547 Flat Earth and will be joining. I will be joining now on the smartphone. Let's see the difference.
Okie dokie. User may be having trouble connecting to the call. I'm seeing a exclamation mark inside a yellow circle. Maybe it's because he's working on his thing. I guess I'll play music for President and Dumbass.
Yeah, play some music, man. Play some music.
Mic check.
Oh, I heard you. Your volume
I
is
heard you.
low.
Can you hear me properly, or did I just mess up some settings?
Sounded good on my end.
You sound a little low to me, but I'll turn you up.
Oh, it's all right. I'll fix it.
Should see if it's on the live stream low or not. Try speaking for a bit so I can check the live stream.
Mic check. Just turned up my volume from 70 to 100.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
That's great.
Awesome. Thanks.
My God. Dingus Kitty, why did you go away? I wanted to talk to you.
What about President Master? Have you guys spoken to President Master?
Yeah, we had a great conversation with President Master, and yeah, he's back. President Master, you might want to talk to GJ.
I think now you can hear me because my avatar is blinking. You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, you're 10 times clearer than before. Everything's coming up flat Earth today. President Master, we want to talk to you. DJ is right here.
Okay, sorry, I had to do something. My dad was calling me, but what was I talking about? So I'm probably gonna go out to the beach with my camera and telescope. But you were talking about I forget who it was exactly, but you guys were telling me to make like markers. Like, do you mean like on the camera and then, or like actual physical markers out in the ocean?
Well, you could just look at distance markers along the beach, like different houses that you could look at the Google Earth find the distance from you to that house or the beach in front of the house. And so you can use the buildings in the distance as distance markers as you look up the coast.
Oh, so I don't. Do they have like their distance posted away from a certain position, or is it you just use it as like a reference when you're taking a photograph?
Yeah, so when you look and you see further than the claimed geometric
Is President cutting
sorry,
when he's talking, or is it just me?
But just I didn't hear him cut. Seems like it was just you. But essentially, when you see too far beyond the geometric horizon, and you see, for instance, the coastline.
You didn't hear him, or you heard him perfectly?
Can you not hear me? So, please.
You're a little low,
again. Please don't interrupt again, Berserker. Oh, okay. So, when you look across the lake or the bay or whatever you're looking across, and you see something that you shouldn't be able to see beyond the supposed geometric horizon, and for instance, you see the coastline, and there's a building behind it, you can take that building and look on Google Maps, take your location, create a ruler or distance marker between those two locations, and figure out how far away that building is. And you can continue to do that up the coastline and figure out how far you can see.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, I guess that's one way. But the thing is, how do I? This might be a silly question, but how do I know that the distance that Google Maps is doing is right? Because it's not actual reality. Like, it didn't take a physical ruler and actually measure. But I'm guessing they're probably right because I mean it's Google.
Well, yeah, like you could try to independently verify that those distances. However, Google is naturally based on locally flat Cartesian coordinates and is surveyed and it's pretty much easily verified. It just takes a little bit of effort to verify it yourself, but you can use that as a general standard, and you're using basically a hostile witness, or the globe believers believe in this stuff, and so if you're using their stuff to debunk their things, then you're not claiming anything. You're just using their stuff to show that they're wrong.
Yeah. Usually, it's magnitudes of difference that we're able to see. So if you go to a lake and Google measurement says it's 10 miles across the lake, usually that's pretty accurate. But, you'll find that if you set up a camera, you should have a horizon at, say, 3 miles if it's 6 foot height. But you'll find that you'll be able to see, like, the entire way across the lake and there'll be no horizon present at all. So it's like magnitudes difference that we can see. So small inaccuracies like that aren't going to make much of a difference. But look, I queued this up earlier when you had to head off, right? So I was just going to give you an example that someone else has done of one of these long distance observations. So if you want to what's that?
I just said, oh yeah, I'd love to see.
Yeah, you want to have a look in the side chat, right? So this one's done off the coast of California, and we have a couple of oil platforms serving as the distance markers. Okay, so in this one, right, this is out of a full-length high-definition video as well. This is just a GIF that we clipped out of the video. So, so the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away from the shoreline. And then the closer platform's called Platform C, and that's about 6 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a horizon test. So on a globe, the geometric horizon should be at a particular distance away, and that's dependent on the height of the observer. So in this case, the observer's 6 foot above the surface of the water. 8 foot above the surface of the water. And according to the globe mathematics, the horizon would have to be at 3.46 miles away, right? So basically 3.5 miles away. Okay, so if we didn't have the distance markers, this is why they're important. If we didn't have those, we wouldn't be able to tell the distance to that horizon. But because we have the platform there, we can validate the distance to the platform, and we can see the horizons well beyond 10 miles.
That definitely looks more than 10 miles.
Yeah, well, it's 10.1 miles to the second platform, and the second platform should be hidden. The bottom of the platform should be hidden behind the horizon.
Where was this taken?
This is I think it's called Miramar Beach and it's off the coast of Santa Barbara in California. So this is from a pretty popular YouTube channel where he goes and he does observations, and he uses these oil platforms as markers. Right, so some days he'll go there, he'll do it from 1 foot observer height. Sometimes he'll do it from 40 foot observer height, and all sorts of different observations, on different days. But this is just an example to show you that we can see the horizon like way, way, way beyond the 3.5 mile mark where it should be at. Right, so it has to be. There has to be a physical horizon at that distance. Anything that goes beyond that geometric limitation on the globe would have to start to become obstructed behind the horizon. So this is just one of many examples, and this is a pretty tame one, right? So Drace just posted another one of the same location. He's just up the beach a little bit further, and this one he goes down to 1 foot observer height. So from 1 foot observer height, you would have to have the horizon at just 1.22 miles away. But once again, he can see the horizon line behind both the oil platforms.
Yeah. This would be an interesting thing to do in real life. I'm not that far away from a beach.
So there's a snapshot out of the video that Drace has just posted. So once again, this one's during the day, so there's a little bit more distortion just because of the heat. And I mean, some days there's more pollution and dust and whatnot in the air, but it's still pretty clear enough that we can see the horizon line well behind the platform habitat there.
Yeah.
And now I'll just show you one more quickly, right? So it's very good to do it if you can find a large lake. So this lake is an awesome lake to do it on because it's not very humid in this location. So this next one is done at the Great Salt Lake in Utah. So it's a very dry atmosphere there. You don't have a lot of humidity that's going to, cause disruption. But this one is actually 21 miles across the lake, and he's just setting his camera up at 5 foot off the surface of the water. So once again, here's a little clip out of the video. So according to the camera height of 5 foot, the geometric horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. But what we find in this one is we can actually, there's no horizon whatsoever over the entire 21 miles. And then we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And then we can see the entire town as well. Now, the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 231 feet of curvature. So basically, if you had a skyscraper on the shoreline of the other side of the lake, if the Earth was a globe, you would only just be able to see the top of a 23-story skyscraper. That's how much of a discrepancy we're seeing here. We're seeing zero curvature when there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. And once again, absolutely no horizons present over the entire 21-mile distance. So what some globe earthers will tell you as their rebuttal is that, all of the light's just bending in a fashion that makes it just look like it's flat. Really, there is a horizon at 2.7 miles, but everything's just perfectly bending up. Even though they have no way to demonstrate that, they'll just kind of make that claim every time that we show these observations. Same claim every time, even though it's always done in different weather conditions, different locations, and blah blah blah. So lots of interesting stuff.
Yeah, a lot. I'm excited to try it out. myself.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I did, right? I started looking at all these observations after I did a bunch of research. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. I got to go try this myself. And luckily, I lived like on a big lake, and we had like an 18-kilometer stretch across the lake. It's like, I think it's 12 miles or something. And yeah, I took my little boat out and my camera, and I was able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And I did it like different days, different times of the day. And yeah, you could never see any curvature whatsoever.
Have you ever thought of like getting a weather balloon, attaching a camera to it, and then sending it off?
Yeah, we've had a bunch of flat earthers have actually done that. Now,
Are there any
most of the
videos?
time, yeah, I can definitely post a clip where they actually get a really good pan on the weather balloon, and it pans 360 degrees around, and you'll be able to see the horizon. Oh, yeah, so Drace has just posted one of them in the side chat there. So that's 121,000 feet. And what you're going to find is that most of the time people do these is that they use like an action camera. They'll use like a wide angle camera, like a GoPro or an action cam, right? Because they want to get a wide angle of view. But those like fisheye lenses, they have like a lot of distortion. So if you have a straight line, it's going to warp all over the place. So when you see those videos where they're like, oh, we sent a Big Mac or a garlic bread or whatever to space, and it'll look like there's a lot of Earth curvature. But as you see the camera pan around, you'll see the Earth curvature turn into, curving the wrong way. Like it'll be like concave, then convex, then straight, So you got to put like a rectilinear lens on the camera, like on the balloon. That's an important thing, because what that does is it doesn't have that distortion, that lens distortion. You're always going to get a little bit of lens distortion because of barrel distortion, just because of the way the lenses work, but it mostly eliminates the, crazy warping of the horizon. But yeah, there's one example there. There's a bunch of examples of this. I'll find one in a second as well and post it. And Andres just posted another interesting one there, right? That's from the Chinese space station. I'll post
Would that be sent to me? Like that full video? That looks very...
I've got it here. So yeah, this is from the Chinese space station, which is the same height roughly as the ISS they claim. Now, the ISS footage, people are always saying, oh, look at the ISS footage. They do a live stream and you can see the curvature. Checkmate, flat earthers, right? But when you look at the footage from the ISS, if we want to grant you that it's real footage, which we can't validate, but let's just say it is, right? We're always seeing the horizon well above the center of the frame, meaning if it's a wide-angle lens, then it's going to make the Earth look curved. And they only ever show that angle. Now, the Chinese footage shows a completely flat horizon, but the horizon isn't always above center frame. Sometimes it'll be at the bottom of the frame, the very top of the frame, and it's always just completely flat. From the main cameras, right? They've got some fisheye cameras as well, but from the main cameras, it always looks flat. So and my point is there that it's contradicting footage. Just contradicting. That's my only claim. It's like you can't have both, right? You would have to throw one of them under the bus.
Yeah.
At minimum. So yeah, lots of cool stuff to look into.
Yeah, that China Shenzhou thing looks very interesting.
I'm just finding the video now, so I've got it right here. 1 second, here it is.
Wait, what if both of them are wrong?
Yeah, look, they're both where they claim. Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that they're both like ridiculously fake-looking footage, in my opinion.
So you don't believe either, but it's just their.
I think that what they're telling us about the height of the ISS and the height of the Chinese space station,
us?
NASA and the Chinese space program. That's who's telling us. Yeah, so the people that are, providing us with the footage which would be the American government, essentially, NASA. They're saying that it's in the vacuum of space, right? It's in low Earth orbit, and it's orbiting around the Earth, and it's traveling 17,000 miles an hour. And we would say there is no such thing as the vacuum of space. It's scientifically impossible, and quite a lot of the imagery
Do you believe in flat Earth?
Oh, yeah. Hold on a second, man, because I'm talking to the other guy, and I was mid-sentence, so we can't just interrupt.
You were mid-sentence.
Mid-sentence.
I apologize.
I forgive you, bro. It's all good. So a lot of the footage that you get from NASA, it's admitted CGI. Like the blue marble images seen.
I mean, that one blue marble was...
But the Earth is literally round. Oops.
Round like a coin?
You gotta be muted now. You gotta be muted.
Yeah, that'll be muted. So he was...
Are you a pilot, or have you gone around the Earth?
No, I'm not a pilot, but I've flown a lot. Yeah, you wouldn't see any curvature from the plane.
How could you tell Earth is
Boyd, you just interrupted again after somebody else just got muted for interrupting.
Yeah, so just hold that question.
Make your turn, please.
Okay, I'm just gonna listen. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you just hold that thought, man, because we'll cover that in a second. Yeah, so I just posted the Chinese footage. Now, we would say outer space as a vacuum is scientifically impossible. It breaks natural law.
Yeah, I don't
Second
think
law of thermodynamics. What's that, sorry?
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, I'm not a physicist, but I don't think a perfect vacuum exists.
No, but they say it's a near perfect vacuum. They say it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is it's like 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can make here on Earth. Now, we know that in any setup that we test, right, if we have a vacuum chamber, you can't have a gas pressure system, like a high pressure system, adjacent to a powerful vacuum like that. Because high pressure goes to low pressure, right? It's gas law. It actually violates gas law.
Which
any practical... Sorry?
Which gas law?
I'll read you out a list, because it's a whole bunch, and I don't have them all memorized, but I do have it saved. All right, so just a second. All right, so a whole bunch of citations just about to pop into the side chat, which you're more than welcome to go over. All right, so basically all of those gas laws there listed.
Yeah, but how does it violate them?
Okay, so high pressure. Okay, so what happens if you have a car tire, for example, and then you stab a hole in it, right? Why does the gas rush out of the tire?
Because there's a lot of pressure, and then when you make a hole, they want to escape, get to low pressure.
Right, so the high pressure wants to equalize with the low pressure, and the gas wants to fill the available space, right? That's what gas particles do. They fill space.
Yes, disperses, right? Disperses into the low pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, and also to have gas pressure in the first place, you'll need a container. It's the necessary antecedent to have gas pressure. Containment. It's in the actual very definition of gas pressure.
Exactly, in the definition.
And how does that relate to space being or not being a vacuum?
Yeah, so space, that they're claiming that we have 14.7 psi, a pressure system here, a high pressure system that we're all breathing right now. And they're saying that's existing within a 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum. It's far more extreme than than the tire example.
Oh.
So what happens if we set up like a gas pressure system adjacent to a vacuum chamber, as soon as we release the valve that's separating the two systems, the high pressure instantly equalizes with the low pressure system.
So
right? The gas.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted you. You can go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like it's something that happens all the time. It's a natural law. So, hot goes to cold. High pressure goes to low pressure. It's just something that happens all the time. So yeah, I mean, what the globe side can't demonstrate is what they're claiming. Being able to have that gas pressure system without a container in the first place, and then being able to have a space vacuum adjacent to the gas pressure system, uncontained.
So you're saying that Earth has high pressure and space has very
almost
little
no
pressure?
Yeah, so it's like as close to a perfect vacuum as what anyone can claim, or what we can recreate here on Earth is like 10 to the negative 6, I think, or maybe 10 to the negative 12. But yeah, outer space is like 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum. It's like that's the claim.
Because of this, like pressure concentration gradient, it should, according to the law, it should diffuse into.
Yeah, like if you have a vacuum chamber and you put like some water in the vacuum chamber, it just vaporizes, it boils and just turns into gas.
Yeah, so there should technically be a balance in the pressure between space and Earth.
Technically, I mean, we would all just be dead, I guess.
Yeah, but there should be.
But yeah, have a look in the side chat. That's an example, right? So we have like a vacuum chamber at the top, and that would represent outer space. And then we have a gas system.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
What causes the pressure on Earth? Like, why does it have high pressure?
To have pressure, I mean, what we know is like to create pressure, you're going to need a container. So if we're testing on a smaller scale, which is all we can do, right? If we want to set up a test on a smaller scale first, to create the gas pressure system, we're going to have a container of some type, a physical container to contain the gas, to create the pressure, for the gas particles to press against the walls of the container and whatnot. So most of the gases are created at ground level on the Earth.
Oh, So
there's no example where you're going to be able to create gas pressure without having a container present. If I said, like, can you show me gas pressure? You're going to need a balloon, or you're going to need a car tire, or a soda can, or something like that,
So are you saying Earth doesn't have pressure? Or
no, I'm saying we do have pressure, right? And according to the definition of gas pressure, you need to have a container.
And what's the container?
Well, we can only get so high, right? We can't test exactly what the container is. What we have is the antecedent, right? It's similar to, asking someone that never met their parents, for example, like, how do you know, like, who are your parents? They'd say, I don't know, but, I'm the antecedent.
Yeah.
They're the antecedent to me existing. So, we have the gas pressure, and to have gas pressure, you need a container. It's kind of like having a beefsteak, right? Obviously, there's a cow, it came from a cow.
But how do you know you need a container?
Okay, well, the gas laws, right, the definition states it to begin with, and then all practical demonstrations that we can do here on Earth on a smaller scale all require a container.
Right, but which law?
Just the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT, I think is the formula.
But the ideal gas law, I think, what does it state? Because I know it's like a
Well, you've got in the side chat, you've got a whole bunch of citations. If you want to have a look deeper into it. But what we ask like, we don't know exactly how the entire system works. We can only test what we can test. Now, we have the gas laws backing up what we're saying. We have all practical demonstrations backing up what we're saying. We have common sense also backing up what we're saying. And the globe side isn't able to back up anything that they're saying. They basically, you just kind of have to trust the theoretical mathematical model that's being presented to us. When we ask them, can you present to us a demonstration claiming that you can have all of these things that they're claiming, right? Gas pressure without a container, a vacuum without a container, gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, gravity pulling gas particles down to the ground, all these things, right? We could, that's all of these claims exist from the globe side. And when we ask them for scientific experimentation to back up these claims, they're unable to demonstrate it. So we got one side that has all of these things that they can validate, right, to back up their claim, all of these receipts, basically, and then another side that doesn't have any receipts at all, just a bunch of claims. Similar to the curvature, right? We can show constant, amount, like huge amounts of practical demonstrations that show that there's no curvature detected, right? But when we ask the globe side, can you validate the geometric horizon, right? The radius value, blah, 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 right? They fall short once again, just like with the gas pressure argument. And then you'll find the same thing applies with the motion claim, right? They're unable to prove that the Earth is actually orbiting the sun and that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour.
Interesting.
So, yeah, so it's basically like much of what we're doing. We're not claiming to know everything. We don't have a replacement answer for every single claim that
You're
the globe
just
makes.
falsifying.
Well, yeah, basically. And we also have the objective reality. Like, we have the axiom, which is like the starting point of what we all have. Well, hello there. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second, bro. Could you hear me talking when you started talking? Right? Just pause yourself and just hold on a second. Just wait for the right time to jump in. Okay? So hold your thought. Okay, so what I was saying is we have thank you. We have the base reality that we all experience, right? Which is a flat, stationary plane, right? That doesn't prove that that's what it is, right? But that's like the starting point. Mm-hmm. So if someone wants to come along and say, okay, yeah, we can all agree that we don't see any curvature in our everyday lives. If we go to the beach or a large body of water, water needs a container. And then when there's no wind around, right, the surface of the water on top of the lake or pool or whatever, right, it's going to be flat. It's going to form a mirror-like surface. It's that flat. Okay, and we don't feel any motion. So that's like the starting point, right? For beyond that, we can go and test it. Even though we don't necessarily have the burden of proof there because we have the objective reality that we're all experiencing. But if someone wants to come along and say, well, actually, everything's the opposite of what we experience, don't trust any of your senses. We experience it flat, really it's curved, right? We experience it not in motion, really, it's spinning millions of miles per hour in all these different vectors, and so on, right? They'll tell you that, we, like what flat earthers will claim is we see the sun moving across the sky. So the sun is moving across the sky over a stationary Earth, but they'll tell you, no, that's wrong. Don't trust what your senses are telling you. Really, the sun is stationary from your perspective, and you're just spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound on a globe. And that just makes it appear like the sun. Yeah, they say from your perspective here on Earth, right, the sun appears stationary and it's only appearing to set because you're spinning away from the sun. That's what they claim. Right, they say that the sun's moving 480,000 miles per hour, but they say from your perspective, it appears stationary because they say the Earth's like chasing the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, they tell you basically like, they'll replace your common sense with a whole bunch of nonsense. And then, what we're doing is we're questioning that. Like, okay, because what happened back in 2015, Nikon released these P900 cameras, right? Super zoom cameras. It's like having a telescope in your pocket, or even better, that has a record button. People started going out doing all sorts of observations with these cameras, and they're like, hey, I can see this island 30 miles away. And they're like, hold on a second, I shouldn't be able to see that. That should be hidden by 400 foot of curvature. And, this started accumulating, and then flat earth actually became like the number one search topic on the entirety of YouTube back in 2015, 2016. And Congress got together with Facebook and Google and YouTube, and they decided that they were going to censor flat earth information, dangerous misinformation, they called it. And it's still censored, to this day. And not only did they just censor it, they replaced the search results with a playlist of absolute propaganda bullshit that we don't even claim.
Looking at it from a political perspective, it makes sense to me.
Weigh up the evidence, come to your own conclusions. Like, we're just showing people information that they probably haven't seen before in the form of like practical demonstrations and all of this kind of thing, right? So, have a look into it if you want to. It's basically like, here's some doors. If you want to go through them, have a look at the information. Use your critical thinking skills. Look for evidence of Earth curvature. Preferably go do your own observations as well, and come to your own conclusions. That's all.
Yeah. Could I ask one more question?
Yeah, please.
So, I think I was messaging about it before, and it's how do you guys explain solar eclipses?
Eclipses,
like a total.
Well, like I said,
solar eclipse.
Well, like I said earlier, like, we don't try to have a replacement for every single claim the Globe side makes, and eclipses would be one of them. So anything that's too high for us to validate would be something that we can't validate, basically. So it would fall into the speculation basket. Now, we've all been fed a story about exactly what's going on up in the sky, but it's not something that we can validate. We just have to kind of trust it. Trust the math, trust the experts or so-called experts with that information. But yeah, so they're assuming that what you're seeing is the shadow of the Earth, of the spherical Earth on the moon. On the sun.
Well, it was the moon blocking the sun.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming, right? Which type of eclipse are you talking about? A lunar eclipse?
Total solar eclipse.
The solar eclipse
on April.
Yeah, I can probably find you some videos on that.
Well,
right? But the lunar eclipse. What's your particular claim with the lunar eclipse? With the solar eclipse.
Sorry.
What's your specific claim with the solar eclipse?
I'm just saying that I'm assuming that what they said about how the eclipse is going to move across Earth and like what time it's going to be totality and so on. They modeled that based on assuming the Earth is round, that the sun is moving and the
I got
Earth
you.
is also moving.
I got you.
And their model, based on what I'm seeing, it looks like it matched the reality that I saw. And it was that
I got you. Okay. Yep. So, sorry for interrupting you. So if you have a look into how eclipses are predicted by NASA and by the agencies or whatever, and by all the ancient cultures, what you're going to find is that it's based off the Saros cycle. Even NASA still uses the Saros cycle to this day.
Do I have a link to how they predicted? Oh, sorry, I keep interrupting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll find you something about the Saros cycle, but it was actually, I think it's like 4,000 years old or something like that, and it was created by cultures that believed that the Earth was flat.
Is it possible if I could have a link to, how NASA predicted the April 8th using what you're saying? Because that's the eclipse that I actually saw and have images of.
Well, you can just look up in general how NASA uses the Saros cycle to predict eclipses, right? They have refined it because we have more knowledge on specific geographical locations around the Earth now than what they had back then. But when the actual, they still use the Saros cycle just to actually predict this, the cycles of the eclipses, because everything in the sky is cyclical. It's not really a prediction; it's more of a postdiction, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I'll find you some information on that.
Yo, DJ.
Yo.
When you fly planes, there's like a globe aviation system which pilots use to fly the planes to the correct location. They use a globe. What would you say to that?
I would say the planes themselves, if you have a look at the flight dynamic summaries, right, on how they actually design the aircraft, they assume with all of their calculations that the Earth is flat and stationary. And then pilots themselves are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, when it comes to the actual flight paths, they're using flight corridors, kind of like highways in the sky, right? Just like how ships use shipping lanes and things like that. So they take advantage of jet streams and safety precautions and, basically like highways, so they don't have like accidents and things like that. And they avoid like dangerous places where there's high mountains, where they have like different like pressure drops and things like that. So yeah, what you're going to find is they don't actually take any curvature into account at all. And then we do have access to some black box data from aircrafts, and the pitch data from the black boxes does show that the Earth doesn't change pitch. It just goes up to altitude, flies, in a straight line, for 500, 1,000 kilometers or whatever the trip is, and then it declines and lands. And that's what the actual instrumental like data on the plane shows. So yeah, planes are designed.
You telling us? Sorry, DJ. You telling us that airplanes fly in the air and treat the Earth as a plane?
Yeah, planes fly over a plane.
That doesn't make sense.
We have NASA documents which tell you NASA documents. I can post NASA documents which tell you to calculate and derive the formula for calculation of a flying plane on Earth. We consider or we assume a flat, non-rotating flat Earth. A non-rotating flat Earth. But they write assume. But you cannot use the math of a flat circle on a sphere, on the surface. For example, when you calculate the surface, the area of the surface of a sphere, can you use the formula which we use to calculate the surface of a circle, of a flat circle, for the surface of a three-dimensional sphere? No. You cannot assume flat Earth to fly planes when the Earth is not flat. So when NASA tells you we assume and calculate according to non-rotating flat Earth, then it means it is not assuming. It is the Earth. The Earth is flat. NASA tells you that. I will post the document in the chat box.
Yo, there's also times do flat earthers usually believe that you cannot exit the dome of Earth? Is it like that, or is it just some people?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just be quick, right? So yeah, I would say that the Earth is a closed system because we have gas pressure, and we would have to have a closed system, of some kind to be able to have the air that we're breathing. So yeah, I would say that you can't leave the Earth system. But how big is the Earth system? It could be much bigger than what we know.
So the sun is inside the system, is it?
Not necessarily. Like, we can't validate exactly what height the sun's at, or exactly what size the sun is, or exactly what the sun is like made up of specifically. because the sun appears very much as an apparent light in the sky. I mean, sometimes it looks like it's embedded in the clouds, or sometimes it looks like it's shrinking as it moves away. Sometimes it looks like it's getting bigger as it moves away. So we have all of these like atmospheric conditions that affect the way that we view the sun. It kind of acts like a lens, right? So it makes it very much apparent, the sun that we're looking at. So it's very hard to gauge exactly the height it is. How does the sky work? We don't know. Like, we don't try to have a replacement answer for everything. We stick with what we can validate, right? We can validate through long distance observations and laser tests that it can't possibly be a globe. But how does everything in the sky work, right? We don't know specifics because we can't validate it. We're going to be super honest about stuff like that. But we do all see the same thing in the sky, right? It's a whole bunch of lights in the sky that move in specific cycles which reset every, end and start of each cycle. So that's my answer for that one.
What do you say about like radio tower and signal curvature of Earth
Radio towers
and signal curvature? Earth blocks the signal beyond a certain range, and that range is 30 to 40 kilometers.
Well, it would depend on the height of the signal. If you're sending out like a VHF signal, like a line of sight signal, it would you would be able to predict where, how far the signal should be able to reach. And it would really depend on the height that the signal's being sent from. I mean, if you were sending it from 6 foot height, then it would get blocked. It wouldn't be able to send it more than 3 miles because it would get blocked by the curvature of the Earth. But what we find is that many of these signals that have been sent out have far exceeded the claimed curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, didn't Marconi send a signal from England to Australia? That's half the globe, apparently. 10,000 miles. So no curve there.
And yeah.
Yeah, Cyclone. There was also 100 or 200 miles microwave signal, I think, from somewhere in the Middle East. I think from Lebanon to Cyprus or Crete, which requires a line of sight. So it was some kind of...
What was the height of tower? Like where the signal is transmitted?
Yeah, it was not very high. It was not. I think 90 or 100 feet. So, but still, it cannot be that high, so that it could send a line of sight microwave signal, communication signal to a place, I think 160 miles away. That means 160 plus 70, 100, I think that means 160 and 80, 70, 230 kilometers. 230 kilometers.
Yeah, so that's far in excess. That's far in excess of the globe predictions, right? So if you were 70 foot high, if you were sending a signal from 70 foot height, it would get blocked by the curvature of the Earth at just 10 miles away. Because if you're 70 foot high...
can you send me the... Can you send me the data of that experiment?
Berserker, do you have something to show this?
Yeah, I have.
So I can
I have tens of thousands of bookmarks. I will try to find it. Okay. I'm not sure. I will try to find it.
How's it going, DJ? How's it been in here tonight?
Hey, Cyclone, good man. It's been pumping. Like, it's been all afternoon. It's been like 40 to 50 people in the chat.
Boom.
Some year back, I think I saw an experiment on YouTube, like how the oil rig and ships disappear because of the curvature of the Earth. Like,
very good question. Very good question. And it's a logical question because if a ship were to disappear bottom up, it's fair to assume that it's going behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth was a globe. But we can calculate the distance to where the ship should start to go over the horizon. Now, we can see 10, 20, 30 times further than where we should be able to see if the Earth was a globe. What happens most of the time with ships is that they get smaller and smaller and smaller as they move away. And once the angular size of the ship decreases below 0.02 degrees in size, that breaches the angular resolution limitation of the human eye, and the human eye can't see the ship anymore, right? We can still see the horizon, but the ship's gone. Now, what we've found, now we have these amazing zoom cameras I was talking about earlier.
I have a question.
Let me finish. Hold on, just let me finish, and then you can have your question. Right. So what we've found is we can zoom in and we can see the entire ship again. Now, this is what happens most of the time. Okay, the majority of the time, this is what happens. But sometimes it does appear to disappear bottom up. Right. It can start to disappear from the bottom up as it moves away. Now, this happens when there's ocean swells. Right. If you have ocean swells present, you can, obviously that's going to happen. So as the ship reduces in size due to perspective, you still have the ocean swells close to you. So something small, some small obstruction in the foreground can easily block something large in the background. So as the ship's moving away, the ship's getting smaller due to perspective, but you've still got those 1 or 2 meter waves in front of you, not far away. So they're going to block the ship bottom up. So you're not going to be able to zoom in and see that ship again because it's being physically obstructed by the ocean swells. Now, we can also have a different situation where we have different types of optical conditions due to the temperature and the density of the air, right? And these are called mirages. And there's particular types of mirages. One of them is called an inferior mirage, and another type of inferior mirage is sinking. And if you look at the definition of sinking, it says something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? And then it goes on to explain exactly how that happens. So that's another explanation. And the good thing is we can reproduce this on a small flat surface over a short distance. So we can set up like a situation on like a floor, like a flat floor in a room. And we can put a toy ship over on the other side of the room, and we can manipulate the heat, which will manipulate the density of the gases in the air, the air. So we'll be able to see the same thing happen, right? It'll look like the ship appears to disappear bottom up on a flat surface. So these are just like perfectly logical explanations. Doesn't prove, it's like not flat earth proof, but it's just showing that the boats over the horizon isn't something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe.
Okay, so like you were saying that we don't see ship because our eyes cannot see it. But if we zoom with the camera, we can see it again.
No, that's incorrect because it's okay. So this is like a law of perspective. Okay, it's the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. So, if you see a fly buzzing in front of your face, as it flies away from you, once it gets below that 0.02 degrees, you can't see it anymore. Now, if you've got something bigger and it moves away, the same law still applies. Once it gets below 0.2 degrees, it's just too small to be able to see. It doesn't matter if you go higher or lower or anything like that. It's too far away from you. You would have to zoom back in on it and increase it above that 0.02 degrees to be able to see it again.
Okay.
But I understand your argument because there are certain situations that if you go higher, you'll be able to see further. And that's not something that's exclusive to a globe, right? Obviously, on a flat surface, if you go higher, you'll also be able to see further. Right, you'll be able to see more
I think
of the land.
back in 2019 or 2020, I see a lot of videos that prove that Earth is not flat. So I am just repeating.
So
them. So
what is one?
one of them are like astrophotography. Like if you take a long exposure photos in the night, you can see the stars rotating around a point.
Astrophotography is something. Yeah.
Like I'm
Yeah,
talking
DJ,
about
I found the.
On a second, Sanchez.
I found the link. I found the link. I found the site which
1 second, Sanchez
wanted. I will post it in the chat box. I just posted it in the chat box.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So make sure Sanchez, make sure you save that link and go have a look at the long distance radio signal information that Berserk has put in the side chat for you.
Yeah.
And maybe Cyclone, are you there?
Yep.
Awesome. I got some stuff to do, so would you be able to take over?
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to go on mute. And Sanchez, can you re-ask your question to Cyclone?
Okay. Like I am. Wait.
Your mic's a little bit muffled. Is it Sanchez? Is that who we're talking to? So if you could get a bit closer to your mic, or clean up your mic a little bit if you can. Just so I definitely understand what you're saying. Hello, yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, so I am talking about astrophotography. Like if you take a long exposure photo in the night, you can see the stars rotating around a point. Why that happens if Earth is flat?
Because the stars are rotating above the flat Earth.
What?
Very simple. The stars are rotating in their courses in repeated patterns, cycles, like DJ was saying earlier. The sun, moon, and stars, they all move in their courses. And they repeat every year. So think about this. If the Earth is a spinning ball flying randomly through a vacuum with no rhyme or reason, why is it that the stars and the constellations revolve in the same repeated patterns every year and have done for all of recorded history? And they always are the same. They're never changing. As if we're moving through this big galaxy, this big vacuum, but all the stars and their positions and their constellations appear exactly the same. That would be because they are moving, not us. You understand?
Like do you guys like trust the our solar system? Like we have
No. The solar system, as they've shown you in textbooks and in TV and at school, that doesn't exist. The galaxy, the vacuum of space, that doesn't exist.
Okay.
I'm sorry to break it to you. The luminaries exist, the sun, moon, and stars exist, but they're not what we've been told, right? We're in a contained system. So the Earth is a closed system, a closed environment. And the luminaries are part of that system. Whether they're within the container or without, I couldn't say, but they're not floating around in a vacuum of space. That much is known.
So I think I am really close to like I am really close to the Mount Everest. I live in India in the northern side. So why I couldn't see the Mount Everest from my home?
So it depends on the conditions of the day and what the conditions of the air is and how far away specifically you are from it. I mean, India, I'm sorry to say, I think has quite a lot of air pollution, does it not?
Yeah, but I traveled from a plane a lot of times, like from Delhi to my home city. So why I doesn't see from the plane? amount
Well,
of it?
you have to think in general when you're asking yourself the question about what you can see. You need to consider a number of factors. So, like DJ said, you need to consider the angular resolution limit of the optic in question. In this case, your eye. You need to consider the angular size of what it is that you're observing, which over a distance will decrease, like Mount Everest. Mount Everest can be huge, but at a certain point, it's going to shrink to your perspective over a distance. And when you get to that point, your eye won't be able to resolve it when it gets out of that angular resolution limit. You also have to consider the atmo, the air, the particulates in the air, moisture, temperature, fog, smoke, dust, pollen, everything. What else? I'm sure I'm missing some, but yeah, you've got a whole number of factors that go into why we see the way we do. Just basic perspective, right? The fact that perspective causes everything to essentially converge in a convergence point. That's another factor. But people are using mountains like Everest, like Mount Fuji, and showing that they can be seen at distances that should be impossible on a globe. So if you live near Mount Everest, maybe that would be something that you can test, go into different positions, different distances, and see where you can see it from. And you can start having a think about it. Does it match the globe?
Okay, okay. So, from your perspective, like the flat Earth perspective, how does the gravity work for you guys? Like, uh, I think if the Earth would be flat, the gravity would like pull us to the edges, like we will fall through the edges. Because okay, so
No.
is the flat?
No. Don't get confused with the whole gravity thing. So you've been taught gravity in relation to a spinning ball because they need a mechanism for how you could be stuck to the side of a spinning ball. We don't need that because we're just on a level surface with a definite up and down. So things are just oriented based on that up and down. So the guy in Australia has the same up and down as the guy in America, right? And things just find their equilibrium in that up and down directionality based on their density relative to the medium that they're in is density. It's called, you can look up relative density or you can look up specific gravity.
What about the
It works
time
fine on a
zones?
flat surface. What was that?
Hello. What about the time zones? Like it's a
Well,
morning
time
in India
zones.
and the
Yeah, time zones are political designations. So the governments agree the time zones. If you mean night and day, like why is it day somewhere and nighttime somewhere else? Is that what you mean?
yeah.
That's because the sun is moving. And when the sun is in your locality, your part of the earth, it will be daytime. And when it moves to another part of the earth, it will become nighttime for you and daytime for them.
Cyclone, may I say something? May I say something, Cyclone?
Yeah.
Sanchez, it sounds like the arguments which you are presenting, it sounds like you are taking the arguments from people like us. We were also believers of the globe, okay? So we were also globers. So the arguments you are taking from the globers, that the seasons, how about the seasons, how about the shadow on the moon, how about why don't we see the sun all the time? That does not prove the sphere Earth. I mean, the easiest way is when you look in the chat box. I can post it. we were flat earthers, and then someone made a video and showed us that we can see the horizon behind a rig oil, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles. Here you have it in the chat box. The horizon is behind this habitat platform, which is at 9.41 miles. So according to the here of a radius of 3,959, I think, this is calculations with AutoCAD software. We should not be able to see the horizon behind a rig oil, which is at a distance of 9.41. Let's not talk about what is in heaven or in sky. Let's talk about first that we cannot find the curvature on the ground we are standing upon. And when you go to the shore, and then you see Mount Canigou at a distance of 259 miles, something like that. I think from Marseille to Nice. Yeah, that is not possible. So how can the calculations don't work? And for an example, I cannot compete with the flat earthers they are so eloquent, and they can talk better scientific than me. Although I am a civil engineer and I studied according to the American Concrete Institute requirements and steel building. These guys are very intelligent and very scientific. They can talk about fallacies. Yeah.
Okay. So wait, Berserker, wait.
So just don't think that these guys are not educated. Okay, I am a civil engineer.
Berserker, wait.
And I cannot. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make a general picture. Okay. I mean, these guys were smarter than I. Okay, I studied civil engineering, and they told us that we should not.
Man, I am not saying that these guys are dumb. I only came here as a observer.
Okay. But these guys adhere to the science. I just want to point that out. Okay, these guys adhere to science. So just try to be. Just try to be neutral and listen to what they say and check the math and the reality by yourself. Okay, I will mute myself. You can go ahead. I just wanted to make a general picture.
Also,
appreciate it, Berserker. Thank you.
You recently pasted a link from the news article from Global News Wire. I read that, and I also read about that experiment. I think that signal worked because engineer planned for they planned for Earth's curve, not against it. Like if you like.
No, you can't plan. There is no Earth curve. There is no Earth curvature, so. Doesn't matter whether they say they accounted for it in mathematics. It would just be theoretical mathematics.
I am explaining your the proof that Berserker just gave me. Like I talked about the signal. Why? So he said that it worked the microwave signal. So when you read deeper into that. News article, you will find out that the engineers planned according to the Earth's curvature and not against it. Like they placed antennas very high
a general
on the mountains.
A general point. When you read in an article, a journalist saying they accounted for Earth's curvature, that doesn't mean they did. What evidence did he give, or do they provide in the evidence that the Earth's curvature was accounted for, other than just claiming it?
Okay, so let me give you
exactly. Just very short. What Cyclone is telling you is the journalists are paid. They just claim that they accounted the curvature, but they provide no proof.
I am saying that the antennas are not at the sea level. Like they installed at the antenna, the dishes over the hills.
Berserker didn't say they were at sea level, so that's a straw man.
Yeah, I said 150 feet. I think so.
So I think then this proves that Earth is curved. That's why they doesn't like place on the sea level.
No.
Bro. Sorry, Cyclone. Bro, you can go to Earth curvature calculator and you can find out by yourself by giving the height 100 feet and then see the hidden, how much is hidden behind the curve. And I'm sure you will find that that is not possible at a distance of 235 kilometers, 146 miles.
Yeah, they're not firing. They're not transmitting curved signals. It's straight line propagation.
And here is also something explained about atmospheric refraction, like the engineers used it to like transfer the signal. And there is one more.
Whoa! Hold on a second.
The calculator. Yeah.
Hold on a second. They can't just calculate for atmospheric refraction like that, right? Atmospheric refraction is extremely temperamental, right? It's all over the place, right? It's constantly shifting. It's not uniform, right? Temperatures aren't uniform over distance. And it's temperatures that set the stage for different types of effects in relation to atmospheric refraction, right? You can't just account for refraction. And even when they do account for it, it's 8%, right? They use standard atmospheric refraction and they put in 8%. What you're going to find is if you put in the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, you put in the height of the observer, and it will tell you how far away the horizon would be. That's the maximum distance that the signal would be able to travel on a globe. So you can calculate that, and you can add in your 8% for atmospheric refraction if you want, but it's still going to far exceed that. It's just like the observations that we're showing, we're seeing thousands of percent further, right? So atmospheric refraction doesn't have that type of effect, right? It's only a small difference.
Yeah. But not even this. There are.
Hold on, Berserker, 1 second, because I just want to let him reply to that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not replying. I'm saying that not even this. There is a even longer signal transferred. Like there is one from Sudan to Saudi Arabia. Like it's over 360 kilometer using the mathematics of Earth's curvature and that.
Line of sight. Line of sight. Line of sight. What's the height of what's the height of the signal that it's being transferred from?
Wait, I can give you the article.
Thank you.
Give me a second.
Awesome.
What's up, mate? NAYCK, you just join the chat. You want to ask a question? Guess not. Sanchez, you're full of questions.
Yeah.
Where are you getting all these questions from? You got like a list of 100 questions to ask flat earthers or something?
No, it's just a general observation. I like to know about flat earthers because I think in India there are none. I think there is.
I know
that would be.
There are some, but I never met a flat Earth, the person who believe the Earth is flat. So it's like you guys are challenging the like
That's a
whole.
shame. That's a shame, though, because all your ancestors understood that the Earth was flat and motionless. The Hindu Vedic worldview is of a flat,
No.
motionless Earth.
No.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
go that way.
Oh wait.
No.
Well, that's if
Okay,
you type in Hindu cosmology into Google, that's what it says.
That's true. I checked it yesterday, actually.
Yeah, the Vedic cosmologies. It's just Google
Like,
Vedic cosmology and then
like
hit images, and you'll see it.
Hindu cosmology explain us that Earth is not a flat. But you can like give me the article or some type of proof that Hindu cosmology says that Earth is flat. I like to know.
Yeah, look, I'll just give you a screenshot of Google. It's all flat Earth.
Okay, so
in the chat, there you go. There's a nice one actually. This one. Let me send it. It's a nice artistic rendition. There you go. So that middle section, that's Earth.
Man.
The flat Earth.
What? This is whole different thing, man.
So,
I think I will need 2 or 3 hours to explain what is this.
Well,
So
that's
even
what
when
Google is giving you.
when I looked it up yesterday on ChatGPT, right, this was my question. I said, this is what I asked. Did the ancient Hindus believe the earth was flat? Right? And ChatGPT said, yes, an ancient Hindu cosmology, particularly in the Vedic texts, Puranas, and the epics like the Mahabharata, the earth was described as flat, stationary plane. And then it goes on to give me a whole bunch of information about the Bhumandala, and a whole bunch of different things, which I can't pronounce. But yeah, it also fits with.
There is some type of misunderstanding. I am a Hindu. Let me find out what is this.
Yeah, well, we also have a lot of Indians that are flat earthers as well, and they also agree that the ancients, because if you look it up, I mean, this is the mainstream. Like ChatGPT is very much biased towards the globe side. So, it's doing is just looking up mainstream sources and, giving that information that it's finding. So Google says yes, ChatGPT says yes. And when you look at the actual depictions from the ancient Hindus, it shows like a flat earth in a contained system, like every single other ancient culture.
Yeah, I would just like to sit on this point for a second, and I'm going to post another meme in the chat, because I think this is important. This is one of the reasons why, to me, this whole subject is very important. So, pretty much every culture in human history has understood that the Earth is a flat, motionless, contained system. So I've just posted a meme there, which shows you a snapshot of a handful of different cultures in the past and what their cosmology was. You got Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, Mesa, Japanese, Persian, Viking, Indian, Mayan, Incan, Hebrew, Australian, Chinese, Celtic, Chumash, Slavic, African, Sumerian, Masonic, Islamic, Roman, Egyptian. All of them showing essentially the same thing. A flat, motionless Earth contained. And then you've got NASA sitting in the middle, just a cartoon ball in a vacuum. So pretty much every culture in human history has understood this to be the case. And one of the things I think is the most pernicious and the most... Hold on, I'm still talking. One of the things I think is the most damaging about this globe heliocentric religion is that it's been taught in such a way that people don't even understand what their ancestors thought about the world. Like, no offense, I'm not using you as an example, because this is a lot of people. They genuinely don't understand that their ancestors, who
No,
gave
I
you the
understand my
books of the
ancestors, and
scriptures
you
had
guys
this
misunderstood
understanding.
the misunderstood this picture.
No. Because when you actually look at the
Let me
globe,
explain.
no, dude, I'm still speaking.
Wait, let
You
me
can
explain
speak
this picture.
afterwards. No, I'm still going. You can rebut afterwards. Because this just is the case, and all the academics, all the historians, they all agree on this. NASA, they'll tell you, they were all flat earthers. This is a modern phenomena that people think the Earth is a spinning ball.
I don't believe in
So,
NASA.
yes, you do, because they're basically the only source for your globe.
I don't.
If you don't believe in NASA,
No,
then you
I
don't have any evidence. You don't even have any claimed evidence of the Earth being a ball. Because if you don't believe in NASA, then you've got no reason to believe in Roscosmos or the Chinese space agencies or the Indian space agencies. You've got no reason to prefer one over the other. So if you're not going to use their cartoons, you've got literally nothing.
I am literally laughing like how you guys misunderstood this whole picture of the Mount Meru.
No, we're not talking about Mount Meru.
Not about Earth.
Yes, this is the Earth. This is their conception of the Earth. I'm sorry to say, but you are misunderstanding. Yeah,
What?
Hindu cosmology. Just Google Hindu Vedic cosmology, dude.
Man, I am a Hindu. I read the Hindu scripture.
Fair enough.
I don't need to
Fair enough.
Google
But listen, this is
something to
what we'll
find
do
about.
then. Take the Vedic scriptures then, and quote the part that says the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum. Show us.
But
if we misunderstand,
let's not
quote it.
Wait. Hindu scriptures is far more. Wait, let's not go to that way. First,
no, let's go that way because that's exactly what you're arguing. You're saying we misunderstand, and the scriptures say that it's a ball. Prove it. Show us the scripture that says it's a ball.
No, you said go and search on Google Hindu cosmology, and then you posted a screenshot, and you told me that this is the proof of flat Earth that Hindu cosmology gives us. That's
showing you the Google. Google is saying that there were flat earthers with the cosmology.
It's not our proof of flat Earth. It's just saying that the ancient cultures all thought that the Earth was flat, including the Hindus.
Yeah, that's a fact, Sanchez. If you don't like it, if you don't understand